sending him flying across the ground. Fortunately, Tian Chi still landed safely. He was now covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, but he still shouted again. As soon as his voice fell, Tian Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. Below, the Holy Spring Sect disciples shouted loudly, "You're still not giving up even like this. The Ironbone Sect is finally going to lose." He knelt on the arena, blood splattering everywhere. "How is this possible? You've taken hundreds of my punches and I've only hit you 50 or 60 times. How could I be the first to falter?" He fell to the ground face down on the arena, unconscious. Tian Chi slowly walked over, his clothes tattered. He quietly muttered, "Iron-boned and resolute sect," then tore off the back of his shirt and shouted loudly, "Victory!" All the disciples followed him, shouting loudly. Tian Chi walked back to the spectator stands where a senior brother had already run over to help him. "Junior brother, go rest quickly." Tian Chi's face was badly swollen, but he still turned and smiled at him. Sect Master Tian Chi did not fail his mission. Zhen Chongxiao blinked, then smiled and patted his shoulder. "Tian Chi, you've made us proud. After resting, drink this bottle of supreme-grade transformation liquid." On the empty arena, the old man frowned and said to the third elder, "Although the Ironbone Sect is arrogant with such resilient disciples, they are indeed extraordinary." He also nodded in agreement. "Although I'm reluctant to admit it, their disciples, whether in cultivation or mental fortitude, are top-notch." The disciples next to him gritted their teeth and retorted, "Hallmaster, this Ironbone Sect has nothing to do with what you described earlier. They're just a bunch of dwarfs mixed in with giants, and that doesn't change their vulgar nature." Jing Zan also had a different view of her opponent. To be able to cultivate such disciples, Sect Master Zhen's sect certainly has a background. Her maid also nodded in agreement. "My opinion of that playboy has also changed." Jing Zan blushed and said to her maid, "I really want to see what Sect Master Zhen looks like with my own eyes." Lear frowned and described, "Isn't he just tall, thin, pale, with a high nose?" Jing Zan was bewildered, a scene appearing in her mind. Zhen Chongxiao stood here also looking up at the Manhua Palace Master. "Is it that lively?" The next match began. Holy Spring Sect's Qing Linfang was fighting. Seeing Rongxin leave, she reminded, "Junior sister, aren't you going to watch your admirer?" But Rongxin was already tired and uninterested. "The Ironbone Sect won every match, what else is there to see? The Ironbone Sect are sinners." Rongxin immediately spun around 180 degrees, looking at the arena. She could only watch her junior sister's sudden change of heart, speechless. "Junior sister, shish." Qing Linfang walked onto the arena with a disdainful aura. "That sneak attack worked because I was careless before. I am a direct disciple. My strength is not comparable to those inner disciples from before." Xiao Zuiji completely ignored his introduction and just shouted, cut off by him. Qing Linfang couldn't swallow his pride and immediately charged forward to engage in battle. Xiao Zuiji also started fighting back, throwing an explosive fist. Linfang smiled, smug as if he had grasped their weakness. "Do you think after watching so many matches I haven't realized that your sect's disciples are only physically strong?" He had already rushed to the back intending to launch a sneak attack. "Only a fool would confront you head-on." He unleashed his ultimate move, Great Spirit Gathering Seal, immediately tearing off a corner of Xiao Zuji's clothes. The two young ladies standing below were closely watching the match, surprised it was a top-tier martial art. The Holy Spring Sect, a fifth-rate sect, shouldn't be so useless, right? His clothes were torn, revealing Xiao Zuji's solid muscles. Linfang still scornfully praised, "Even a top-tier martial skill can't pierce your tough skin, but I already expected that. The Great Spirit Gathering Seal isn't merely a sharp weapon." Xiao Zuiji gave a slight cunning smile, and even thanked him, as it was a shock injury. "Ah, I didn't expect that attack to make my vital energy turbulent. You react quickly too. Let's see how many blows you can take." His Spirit Gathering Seal unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Xiao Zuji's position, but Xiao Zuiji shattered the crack in front of him. Linfang laughed heartily and began to deploy a new move. Just in time, two Spirit Gathering Seals appeared simultaneously, sandwiching Xiao Zuiji. The third elder nodded, praising him. To be able to use two Spirit Gathering Seals simultaneously, Linfang's strength has improved again. Sandwiched in between, Xiao Zuji's entire body's muscles exerted all their strength, his fists shattering the spiritual power of the Spirit Gathering Seals. Linfang had anticipated this outcome. He calmly explained to Xiao Zuiji, "As expected, you've also exceeded my judgment. But do you know why this martial skill is called the Great Spirit Gathering Seal?" Xiao Zuiji was instantly stunned, and the entire venue was enveloped by the Great Spirit Gathering Seal. The Spirit Gathering Seals that were just broken began to reappear, forming a massive Great Spirit Gathering Seal that towered over Xiao Zuji's head. Seeing the time was right, Linfang used spiritual energy to push the Great Spirit Gathering Seal downwards. He excitedly watched the Great Spirit Gathering Seal fall, slamming down violently, instantly filling the arena with dust. Linfang observed cautiously, but a few seconds later, Xiao Zuiji appeared holding up the Great Spirit Gathering Seal with one hand. "It's quite heavy, but it's still not enough." Hearing this, Linfang smiled in satisfaction and exerted all his strength to increase the weight. "Is that so?" With a wave of his hand, the Great Spirit Gathering Seal seemed to receive a spiritual energy boost, pressing down on Xiao Zuiji again. This time, Xiao Zuiji had to hold it up with both hands, his legs kneeling on the ground. Chongxiao angrily cursed him. "Knock him down, that guy stole my moves, knock him down, knock him down." Su Xiaomo had to rush out and hold him back to prevent him from interfering. "Sect Master, calm down." After speaking, Sect Master Zhen calmed down, tidied his clothes and said, "No, it seems I must register copyrights for all martial arts or these pirating fellows will leave me impoverished." But is there an agency on Starfall Continent that handles exclusive copyrights? The third elder, giving a mixed signal, said, a great spirit gathering seal of this size has a force of at least 150,000 jinn, not to mention 2 of them, which is 300,000 jinn, and he still chose to confront it head-on. 150,000 jinn was not his limit. The third elder quickly realized this. This kid is quite a genius, but unfortunately not very smart. The alliance leader of the 100 sects laughed heartily, making the third elder's heart flutter. He muttered to himself, oh no, look, this eternal sect disciple is about to be crushed into pulp. In a moment he'll surely beg for mercy. The disciple reluctantly replied, alliance leader, you seem to say that every match. The third elder had already appeared behind them both and shouted loudly, shut up, every time you open your mouth to comment my disciple is defeated. Shut up or die. Xiao Zuji's arms were already pressed to the ground. He switched to supporting himself with his back and both his arms were already bloody and mangled. The alliance leader still deliberately commented, it's just a coincidence. Look, he's about to collapse. The third elder trembled, grabbing his collar and scolding loudly. Are you tired of living? These guys really haven't gone through 9 years of compulsory education. And looking at that stance, you still can't guess what Xiao Zuiji is preparing to do. The third elder quickly covered the alliance leader's mouth, his expression not looking good, mumbling Changshao's earlier words. Is 9 years of compulsory education some kind of miraculous cultivation technique? He's holding a magical artifact trying to use dirty tricks to sneak attack. Changxiao took out a whistle preparing to signal. Attention, student Xiao Zuiji, prepare for position, just as he finished speaking. Following the order, Xiao Zuiji placed the Great Spirit Gathering seal on his shoulder and began to stand up like a track and field athlete. Lin Fang's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. He can still push away 2 Great Spirit Gathering seals. Does he have no limit? Changxiao began to blow his whistle furiously. Receiving the command, Xiao Zuji's eyes lit up. He lifted his body upwards and the Great Spirit Gathering seal also flew into the air. At the same time, Xiao Zuiji waved his hand, throwing a punch directly at the 2 Great Spirit Gathering seals. Break! His heavy footsteps also shattered half of the arena floor. Xiao Zuiji retracted his fist and said to him, if these are all the tricks you have, then you can lie down and wait for the beating. Lin Fang frantically continued to use his spiritual energy for the Great Spirit Gathering seal. But before his spiritual energy could condense, it disappeared, making him even more agitated and panicked. Damn it, I consumed a lot of spiritual energy summoning those 2 seals and I haven't recovered yet, while that kid is already charging straight at me head-on. Lin Fang screamed in terror. Wait, I surrender. However, a punch still appeared before his eyes and he took a solid blow. Xiao Zuiji still innocently said to him, oh my bad, you should have said so sooner next time. The guy was beaten speechless, with blood gushing from his nose, looking utterly pathetic. Xiao Zuiji maintained a calm and powerful stance. It wasn't over. To finish him off, he threw another decisive punch, sending his opponent flying out of the arena. Murong Xin's eyes sparkled, watching intently. Cheers erupted from the side. Oh, she's come to her senses. In contrast to Murong Xin, her senior sister beside her commented emotionlessly, it's nothing special. The Holy Spring Sect's direct disciple is all talk and no action. He can't even handle someone who only trains their physical body. Murong Xin was startled, then revealed a meaningful smile. Those 2 Spirit Gathering seals. Senior sister, did you notice them? She immediately replied, I suppose I did. Murong Xin then stared at Xiao Zuji's strong back, cursing inwardly. This Xiao Zuiji, her playful eyes then turned to his 6-pack abs, her heart filled with joy. It's quite interesting indeed. The younger sister is immersed in the whirlpool of love while the elder sister looks annoyed as if 10 meal tickets have been snatched away. Xiao Zuiji felt a burning gaze and sharply turned around. The Murong sisters were startled and looked away. Murong Xin covered her face with both hands, hiding her already flushed cheeks. Flashback to 10 years ago. Inside the main hall, Murong Xin's grandfather kindly said, Zinner, Grandpa personally found you a good son-in-law. Xiao Zuiji of the Xiao family has good aptitude and trains very diligently. Murong Xin was just a little girl then. Hearing this, she frowned and refused. Zinner hasn't even met that person. How can Grandpa just casually arrange an engagement? Little Murong Xin shook her head. Grandpa is a bad guy. Elder Murong was surprised by the little girl's reaction. Zinner, don't you trust Grandpa's judgment? Then he winked. That boy has extraordinary potential and a rare tenacity. In the future, he will surely become a dragon among men. Elder Murong indeed hadn't lied. Beneath his scholarly appearance, Xiao Zuiji was truly a steady and powerful man, worthy of reliance. He might have noticed the Murong sisters glancing lightly behind him, but his expression changed after a few seconds. He even playfully wiggled 2 fingers, provocatively declaring, 2 years from now I will flatten the 100 Lilies sect and reclaim my dignity. Murong Xin was instantly stunned. His words of challenge somehow sounded like an eternal vow to her. In her eyes there was only him. So she collapsed to the ground, utterly infatuated. After a while, a faint white smoke enveloped the spacious courtyard. As the smoke dispersed, a third elder appeared. He glanced at his subordinate. Are you here? The Holy Spring Sect's face is about to be torn to shreds. The subordinate, sweating profusely, said, I've already gone to notify them to come out of seclusion quickly. A few seconds later, another subordinate spoke up. Elder, who caused such a big fight, and why were we called here in such a hurry? Hearing this, he grinned. Standing in the distance, the third elder shouted loudly, Sect Master Jun, he's proactively challenged us. How about we make the next match a bit more exciting? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately started discussing why are they suddenly playing 2v2. Walking onto the arena were Su Xiaomo and Li Fei. Li Fei walked steadily, while Su Xiaomo stretched his limbs, smiling with anticipation, and the sect master's words just now were too hurtful, saying he called us extremely lowly servants, so that's why we have to team up. Hearing him say that, Li Fei gave him a scrutinizing look. Haven't you always been proud of that? Xiaomo covered his face, embarrassedly admitting it, but being singled out in front of everyone still made him feel awkward. Their opponents looked at the two of them with disdain, while also inquiring about the battle situation of the ancient sect disciples. Your ancient sect members are indeed all tough nuts. The opponents appeared to be twin brothers. They looked exactly alike and their tone was clearly provocative. Next, please go easy on us too. Don't let us insignificant little people lose too much face. Then the two sneered and introduced themselves. Holy Spring Sect, Jiyu Chaoju Jiyu Wanwu. Xiaomo watched intently. Twins, first time seeing them. I'm Su Xiaomo. Li Fei. Xiaomo began to be full of fighting spirit, stomping his foot to show off, but as for face he smiled proudly, emphasizing that it must be earned himself. Immediately after, Xiaomo and Li Fei moved like lightning around the two opposing brothers. Chaoju was startled so fast. Xiaomo kicked Chaoju in the head. Li Fei bent his knee and fiercely struck Wanwu. Xiaomo's mouth curved upwards in triumph and he said with a smile, "You two are nothing special if you can't even keep up with our speed." However, Changxiao saw through this scene. He seemed a bit flustered. Yi Xingqian shared Changxiao's thoughts. "It's over," they both exclaimed in fear, looking at the powerful divine energy emanating from the two twins. Li Fei and Xiaomo, seeing the Jiyu brothers' sinister smiles, secretly despaired, realizing they were in big trouble. Xiaomo hadn't yet realized the situation and continued to kick out his knee, but this time one of them quickly dodged. He started to feel a bit confused. He'd had this feeling from the start. His legs always felt strange. Li Fei was also flying forward, returning to Xiaomo's side. Xiaomo whispered, "Fei, something's not right, have you noticed?" Li Fei was also a little worried. "I'm not stupid. I feel like these two guys' auras are a bit." What they both sensed was stillness. Chaoju clapped his hands, but his smile carried obvious disdain. "Your speed is truly astonishing. Impressive, impressive." A faint light emanated from his hand. Xiaomo was very confused. "I feel like our attacks didn't fail to break their defense." Li Fei felt similarly to Xiaomo, and it seemed they hadn't even touched them. Changxiao and Xingqian stood outside watching and commenting to each other. "If these two kids can't figure it out, they'll just have to wait for death, and we can't blame them." Xingqian gritted his teeth slightly. "Even if I discovered their tricks, my chances of winning would still be less than 30%. Spiritual energy continuously swirled in the air and the battle continued. Li Fei slightly bent one knee and incidentally reminded his companion, "No more playing around, use a skill." Xiaomo immediately rushed forward at lightning speed. The two opponents still stood composed. Xiaomo loudly shouted his move, Bone Interceptor. Then he continuously used shadowless kicks. Flashes of light intertwined, and Xiaomo had at some point arrived directly above the Jiyu brothers' heads. He descended with powerful destructive force, sending shattered stones flying. A Jiyu family man waved his hand and Xiaomo froze, dumbfounded. It turned out that the opposing brothers were completely unaffected. They still stood composed and happily said, "As expected, I still prefer powerful opponents. That's right, without brains you only waste effort. It takes no effort at all to deal with you." The shattered stones earlier were not caused by Xiaomo but by the two of them using their cultivation to shatter them. The two smiled and simultaneously whispered. Li Fei decided to charge forward using double explosive legs. Xiaomo loudly warned, "Li Fei, be careful, I found something." But before she could finish, the Jiyu brothers enveloped Li Fei in a sea of fire. Fortunately, Li Fei still had enough strength to break free. He landed in front of Xiaomo, relieved, "I caught you." However, perhaps having used too much internal energy, Li Fei didn't land in her arms but instead stumbled to the ground. Xiaomo was stunned. "Sorry, calculation error, I missed a step." Li Fei couldn't be bothered to scold him. "Kid, are you sure that was intentional? What did you just say? You discovered their scheme?" Xiaomo sat opposite. "That's right. From the moment we started fighting we had already fallen into their trap." He even emphasized the literal meaning of net. One of the Jiyu brothers reached out, smiling mockingly. "I thought you wouldn't discover our banner even if you lost." Then he violently waved his arm. Xiaomo and Li Fei were startled by the sudden attack and quickly retreated. Immediately after, the two were caught off guard and trapped in their opponent's formation. The two revealed eerie smiles. "Welcome to our elaborately arranged nest." From the outside it seemed like ordinary spider silk, but when external forces acted upon it, it would immediately emit dark demonic energy, threatening any individual who touched it. The slender spider silk was full of potential danger. Li Fei suddenly realized at this moment, judging the situation. The threads are formed from spiritual energy. Could it be that they were just defending against our attacks earlier, just to seize the opportunity to set up a formation? Wanwu should be Wanwu, likely a typo for Jiyu. Wanwu laughed triumphantly. "Even a fast bug is just a bug, but it really wasted our time." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently wrapped the silk threads around his opponent's leg. Li Fei struggled to kick free, but it had no effect on the opponent. Now the Jiyu brothers' entire hand shot out silk threads. The two brothers walked up with smiles on their faces. "Now you are moths in a net, ready to dance?" Xiaomo suddenly smiled eerily. Silk threads. In an instant he excitedly rushed forward. "I happen to have a dig." Chaoju should be Chaoju. Likely a typo for Jiu Chaoju responded calmly. Our dragon coiling silk, its elasticity will exceed your imagination. Xiaomo did not retreat. He charged straight forward despite the continuous shooting of silk threads. Dense silk threads continuously appeared, obstructing Xiaomo's steps. He gently dodged to the side and flames emanated from Xiaomo's feet. He used this power to turn and rush upwards. Xiaomo sincerely delivered the flames from his feet to his opponent. Those silk threads seemed somewhat fragile under this attack, and the Jiu brother was also somewhat surprised. This move is actually not bad. So the two brothers switched to the next move, gently clasping their hands together, allowing the purple airflow to emanate freely. The silk threads on their bodies connected, and Xiaomo's flames quickly dissipated. These two guys regained the initiative, laughing excitedly. Xiaomo quickly retreated. Sharper than my own blade, can I handle it? Suddenly a light dot flew over his head. Xiaomo's eyes went blank, muttering, what just flew past? A small ball was moving at the speed of light. The Jiu brothers watched it fly before their eyes, both stunned. What is this thing? It can't be cut. So the two quickly said to each other, go back. Li Fei seized the opportunity and rushed forward, performing the hook kick move. The ball, just now controlled by Li Fei, flew back to the two of them. Chaoju and Wanwu yelled again, are you treating us as live targets? One of the brothers violently waved his hand and the ball flew back to Li Fei. He quickly jumped up, then made a beautiful turn, a clear smile on his face. Li Fei said excitedly, Xiaomo, what are you waiting for? After speaking, he raised his body again, fiercely kicking the ball. Xiaomo quickly caught it. He bowed 90 degrees, one leg straightened backward, his eyes shining brightly. It's just a refined goal, yet it dares to be so arrogant. Xiaomo kicked a killing blow, injecting a spell into the ball. Fierce tiger shot. A fierce tiger then appeared with a deafening roar, and the ball, imbued with the tiger's divine consciousness, flew forward. The fierce tiger followed closely behind, its sharp teeth bared, seemingly wanting to bite through the silk net in front of it. It did indeed. It was about to pierce through that spiritual energy net. Jiu brothers stared dumbfounded. The force of this ball is actually so fierce. The two, one jumping and one slightly squatting. Xiaomo still concentrated all his firepower. This time he used another move, exploding ball, while Li Fei used a ground slash kick. The two combined their efforts, cooperating tacitly, and the opponent began to waver. One gritted his teeth and cursed, are these two guys treating us as targets? The Jiu brothers hurriedly unleashed other silk techniques, but those were the struggles of a desperate situation. We just need to reel in the net. Xiaomo and Li Fei had to stop. The connecting silk threads formed a circle, trapping the two of them. The two were thus unable to break free. Not only that, the silk threads sharply cut their clothes into fragments. The Jiu brothers were somewhat confused. It can only tear their clothes. The defensive power of these two can already compare to high-grade defensive equipment. Xiaomo and Li Fei raised their hands to block. Xiaomo anxiously asked, Li Fei, can you still hold on? Do you remember how to use that shot move we secretly created? Hearing Li Fei ask, Xiaomo nodded. I had that intention too, but that requires space to unleash. Li Fei glanced lightly, then smiled. He simply jumped up, forcefully breaking free from those silk threads. A few seconds later, the two freed themselves. After breaking free from the entangled ropes, they immediately flew into the air, playing with the ball from earlier. The two's eyes were sharp and bright, exchanging glances. One kicked, one received. Xiaomo and Li Fei skillfully cooperated, toying with their opponents. The two jointly unleashed a combined technique called Blade Storm. The ball spun in the air, forming streaks of yellow and white light. It formed a tornado, rushing straight towards the Jiu brothers. That energy and tornado became more and more violent. Just looking at it was enough to feel how threatening it was. Even Zhen Changxiao was shocked by the two's breakthrough. To simultaneously integrate exploding fist and falling slash into the ball, the wind strengthens the fire and the fire strengthens the wind, assisting each other. How is this like a shot? He looked at the churning divine power and even blurted out, this is clearly a meat grinder. The Jiu brothers also turned slightly pale. To simultaneously endure explosions and so many slashes, our dragon coiling silk can't handle it either. This time we are angry lambs. Seeing the tornado approaching, the two could only shout helplessly, kill that little calf. Xiaomo and Li Fei stood calmly in place, controlling it. They threatened their opponents. You can't even last a second. The pathetic Jiu brothers were beaten black and blue, their clothes in tatters. How is this like football? This is practically being chopped into mincemeat. The ball had returned to normal. It dropped to the ground with a thud, rolled a few times and then returned to Li Fei's feet. Xiaomo stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets. I didn't expect our move to also have a flying clothes attribute. So calling it Blade Storm isn't quite fitting. From now on, he excitedly looked at Li Fei. Let's call it Blade Storm. Li Fei also came up with a few amusing names. Girls' Welfare Ball, Man Breaking Ball. After speaking, the two naturally looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. The brothers Chaoju and Wanwu slumped to the ground, their mouths still agape. The third elder walked over furiously. Originally, for the sect's promotion, he didn't want the ace disciples to appear, but now it seemed he couldn't hide their strength anymore. He decided to go all out. This final match had to be won no matter what. Go, the Holy Spring Sect's strongest disciple. Replacing the Jiu brothers was a man with sharp, murderous eyes whose aura was also extraordinary. Divine spiritual root, Jian Fifan. As soon as Fifan appeared, he became arrogant. Spiritual energy radiating from his entire body, he loudly declared, although I am a humble person, and don't want to bully the weak, if I don't do this today, how can the Holy Spring Sect, having lost dozens of matches, still stand with dignity? As soon as he finished speaking, Qianqin said coldly, as expected, men are all a bunch of incompetent brutes who only use brute force. He heard her gentle and deep voice and couldn't help but be surprised. Such a beautiful arena was destroyed like this. Qianqin spoke, gently waving her hand, her two hands summoning a divine artifact, her attitude serious. I am very dissatisfied. She gently chanted a spell, ninefold ice seal palm, and the arena was immediately completely covered by the cold energy emanating from Qianqin. Fifan watched calmly, just a bit of cold air, nothing to worry about. However, a few seconds later he seemed to change his mind, his eyes becoming dazed. Long spiraling threads of silk appeared from the ice mist. They converged at a point above Qianqin and then converged onto the shattered ground. A few seconds later a thick layer of ice crystals condensed and fell. The third elder stood there stunned. Although he didn't speak, the anger in his eyes was evident. The ice layer froze everything, including people. Fifan was frozen stiff before he could even fly up. Qianqin was expressionless. All right, after finishing her work, she calmly left. The arena was restored to its flat state. Qianqin walked and shouted loudly, "Hey Holy Spring Sect, quickly carry down your strongest disciple." Half an hour later the ice on his body would automatically melt. After speaking, she brushed past him. Yi Xingqian also stood there stunned. This ice attribute cultivation technique is too powerful. What is Elda's senior sister's background? I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel like her cultivation technique completely counters my attributes. A hand suddenly reached out and Changxiao tightly embraced Qianqin, then knelt. Qianqin, you truly are my family's goddess of luck. At this moment a new status was activated. Epic Mission Stage 3 completed. Progress 120. Rewards, Pioneer's Estate, Aptitude Transformation, and 1000 contribution points. Qianqin's whole body trembled. Let go of me quickly. Changxiao looked at her, smiling proudly. I didn't expect Qianqin to be so domineering, casually completing the epic mission with an excess. Qianqin then gently pushed him away. She coldly told Changxiao that his two unrestrained arms had been frozen. If you dare to make such a move in front of everyone again, don't blame me for being impolite, he cried, unable to speak. I was wrong, big sis. Although frozen in ice, his eyes clearly saw the good news. Epic mission complete. Realm seal lifted. So Changxiao gently broke the ice. He grinned triumphantly. Finally, I've broken through to martial sect. This feeling is that a crystal is forming within my body. This is unique to martial sects, called a spirit core. Spiritual energy compressed to its extreme forms a spirit core, possessing it. Whether it's absorption, recovery, or release, all effects will be doubled. Before the martial sect realm, it was just a massive spiritual vortex. After martial sect, this spiritual vortex evolved into a spirit core. For 10,000 years on the Starfall continent, every martial artist had only one spirit core without exception. Changxiao read this and felt a bit disheartened. System Lord, why did a spiritual vortex suddenly appear next to my newly formed spirit core? Sure enough, a golden magic vortex was now appearing in Changxiao's body, looking very interesting. His face instantly froze. A voice was vigorously encouraging him. It's alright, one more won't kill you. It might be because your cultivation was suppressed for too long. Changxiao not only didn't feel relieved after hearing this, but became even more annoyed. Good grief, it's not your body, so you say it so easily, huh? The ice on the arena suddenly broke at this moment, and purple spiritual energy light was converging at a single point. The third elder flew down from high above, slamming his fist onto the ice, shattering it. That aura just now must have been Sect Master Jun's joyous news of breaking through to martial sect, right? At this moment his face held nothing but a hateful gleam. Today my disciple has received instruction from your esteemed sect, not just once or twice. If I, Jin, do not repay this kindness immediately, wouldn't I become a laughingstock of the world? His face was full of displeasure. I, Jin, humbly presume to challenge Sect Master Jun as a martial sect senior. Please come to the stage, Sect Master Jun, the third elder said solemnly. I, Jin, am untalented and have only reached an 8th rank martial sect after a lifetime of cultivation. Based on the aura just now, Sect Master Jun is at least a 2nd rank martial sect. Then he angrily ripped open his cloak. Come, let this elder experience the Iron Bone sect's formidable techniques, Yi Xingqian said expressionlessly. The combat power of an 8th rank martial sect is at least 300,000. Jun Changxiao also had no expression on his face, his tone quite judgmental. 300,000, this old fellow is too weak, isn't he? Yi Xingqian subtly glanced at him. Of course, a high-grade martial sect is naturally very strong. Ha, Sect Master, who are you calling weak? Jun Changxiao began to twist his wrists, greatly invigorated. Just 300,000. He walked forward with fighting spirit. 10 seconds ago this seat just crossed this threshold, and in the blink of an eye, 2 equally matched opponents had already appeared on the arena. The third elder took the initiative to demonstrate his power, unleashing his strength to shatter the ice crystal layer. He raised his fist imbued with the power of fire, and the next second he charged towards Jun Changxiao, simultaneously performing the dragon-subduing fist. But Jun Changxiao was unharmed, even casually whistling. Despite his opponent's arrogant display of power, he stood calmly, also making the third elder take an invisible punch, his mouth askew. He couldn't believe he was bleeding from his mouth without even doing anything. Not only that, he slid far back from the impact of the punch. The third elder stared at him blankly. How is that possible? My base combat power already reached 320,000, and combined with the high-grade dragon-subduing fist, its power reached at least 400,000. Jun Changxiao was now showing a sinister smile, casually walking over. Watching the disciples' matches earlier made my heart surge with excitement, and for a moment I lost my composure, resulting in a breakthrough, he chuckled proudly. Haha, blame this seat for being untalented, only possessing extraordinary talent. Why are people so different? But Elder Jin, there's no need to be too discouraged. The good news is I pulled my punches in time. Although I just broke through to the martial sect realm, I'm only a second rank and the third elder's combat power. While Changxiao was still rambling, the third elder quickly rushed up intending to return a punch. Changxiao lightly raised his hand to block and he mocked with a sneer. What, another sneak attack? Elder Jin really has a twisted sense of humor. Then he calmly counterattacked, continuing, after breaking through, my base combat power reached 350,000 and my martial arts happen to be strength-oriented. My current attack power is a rather considerable number. 480,000. The third elder lost his balance and flew backward helplessly. Changxiao casually delivered the decisive blow, old rogue combo. But it seemed he still wasn't satisfied. He then bent his knee to punch and then lightly struck the third elder from below. Under the Grand Promenade strike he was sent flying directly into the sky. Now the third elder looked incredibly miserable, covered in bruises everywhere, and his teeth were almost knocked out. He lamentingly asked himself, who exactly is the high-grade martial sect? Changxiao watched him fall ecstatic. It seems Elder Jin didn't take seriously the trump card I prepared. Thank you, Elder Jin, for the concession. The third elder, whether he could still hear or not, merely stared blankly, completely devoid of expression, his soul shattered. Changxiao grinned a brilliant smile. I thought that was a very satisfying fight. Su Xiaomo and Li Fei raised their hands high, shouting, Sect Master is mighty. Only he remained on the arena, but Changxiao's body suddenly swayed and an alarm blared. Martial sect peak detected. Alarm. Martial sect peak detected, he cursed under his breath. The protagonist's aura is really a pain. He looked at the newly appeared figure, muttering, the Sect Master is here for revenge again. Watching the oppressive aura emanating from this person, Changxiao was somewhat unsteady on his feet. The newcomer was none other than Huang Quan, Sect Master of the Holy Spring Sect. As soon as he appeared, he eagerly displayed his strength. Why is Sect Master Jun so stingy, not bringing out his trump card to enjoy the fight? Others might think our Holy Spring Sect is not hospitable. Changxiao was a bit surprised, but his face still held a confident and profound smile. Sect Master Huang of the Holy Spring Sect, I've long heard of your esteemed name. Is what you just said, Sect Master Huang, a desire to spar with me? At this point he paused, then looked directly into the other party's eyes and asked, do you want me to bring out my trump card? His steps were steady as he slowly walked towards his opponent. With all due respect, you, under Changxiao's sharp knife-like gaze, he unreservedly declared, you're not worthy. Huang Quan's demeanor was arrogant as he lightly flicked his finger. To defeat an elder of my sect at such a young age, truly a young hero, he summoned the Linlong subduing demon fist. Then a slight smile played on his lips. This sect master also wishes to fight you. After unleashing the Linlong subduing demon fist, he continued to provoke, do you dare accept? Changxiao, whether truly foolish or feigning it, stood there frozen. Huang Quan continued to extend his hand and a strange spiritual energy enveloped Changxiao. Under Huang Quan's scrutinizing gaze, Changxiao scoffed, Old Huang, you're underestimating me a bit too much. At this moment another expert appeared, also a martial sect peak. You've completely disgraced us. This person looked at Huang Quan and also spoke with the demeanor of an elder. How can I, Wang Donglin, stand by and watch you humiliate young friend Jun? Next you. The one who entered the battlefield was none other than Elder Wang of the Kangshan sect. He landed in front of Changxiao, encouraging him. Our Kangshan sect will naturally come to support the Ironbone sect. I was delayed by other matters before, but fortunately, I arrived in time for the conclusion. He solemnly displayed his uprightness. But now that I am here, you, treacherous old Huang, can no longer act so arrogantly. Huang Quan's face darkened and he said, displeased, I didn't expect Sect Master Jun to have a martial sect peak supporting him. It won't be that easy to make the Holy Spring sect back down now. Wang Donglin rolled up his sleeves, revealing another layer of clothing, and playfully smiled. Old Huang, you're still so warlike, aren't you? Come, let me teach you a lesson. But Changxiao smiled faintly. Elder Wang, I accept this battle. Upon hearing this, Wang Donglin turned around and asked seriously, young friend Jun, are you sure? Although old Huang relies on his age, he is a genuine martial sect peak. Changxiao summoned his weapon. Please trust me, my trump card is very durable. Wang Donglin secretly pondered. Seeing this green dragon crescent blade up close for the first time, that sharp aura assails the senses. This kind of military formation presence is unstoppable. Then he spoke in praise. Young friend Jun is truly high-spirited. I must say I'm growing increasingly fond of you. Changxiao replied calmly, if I weren't high-spirited, would I still be called a young man? Wang Donglin softly reminded. By the way, old Huang's Linlong subduing demon fist is different from Elder Jin's. This set of fist techniques is fierce and majestic, unpredictable, and incredibly powerful. He even emphasized, for this cultivation method he even sacrificed something a man absolutely cannot sacrifice. He must not be underestimated. Changxiao was stunned. Sacrifice something? Could Sect Master Huang be a fan of the Invincible East? After muttering to himself, Changxiao turned and gave his opponent a thumbs up. He's a ruthless one. Huang Quan then spoke in a hoarse voice. Although our stances are opposed, I still admire Sect Master Jun greatly. But he immediately turned hostile. to require me, the sect master, to personally act just to salvage a shred of the sect's reputation. He charged forward with a wild laugh like a storm, but your arrogance ends here. In the blink of an eye the two were in close combat. Huang Quan's iron fist struck out with immense power. Changxiao deftly pushed back, and surprisingly two pythons emerged from Huang Quan's demonic energy. One python stretched its neck, opened its bloody maw revealing venomous fangs, and lunged at Changxiao. He quickly cast Tail Breath Pond, immediately creating a protective barrier for himself. Huang Quan sneered, "Not bad reaction. This defensive martial skill is also decent. It can actually block my attack." Changxiao was a little worried. With a slight bead of sweat on his forehead, "You're not Linlong. You're practically a mobile snake den." Huang Quan chuckled in response, then he began to exert even more power. Dragon Venom Serpent Army skill. My improved Linlong subduing demon fist can unleash its strongest power. The next second he also began to transform into a serpentine form. His eyes narrowed, then he coiled around Changxiao. Indeed, as Changxiao said, he was a mobile snake den. A group of serpentine forms simultaneously surrounded Changxiao, who stated nonchalantly, "Too small fry dare to act so presumptuously in front of me." Changxiao stepped forward amidst the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. "Come beast," he frowned, staring directly at his opponent, and roared, "Fight me." Huang Quan was unconsciously suppressed by the killing intent emanating from him, and he paused slightly, beginning to realize with some panic, "This is a weapon spirit. This crushing sensation is even higher than mine." Huang Quan had to quickly and carefully consider. He originally thought he could teach me a lesson with bare hands, but he didn't expect me to possess a spiritual weapon. "It seems I can't hide my strength either." He immediately summoned a new technique, the Holy Spring Sect's supreme treasure, Mountain Suppressing Mirror. Instantly, the treasure he had just taken out glowed brightly. Mountains and rivers in the mirror, bamboo falling from the sky, a mountain peak is circling in the air. Changxiao appeared, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, I didn't expect a martial sect peak expert to be so terrifying. Second Master, can we defeat him?" Huang Quan immediately shouted from the opposite side, "How about it, Sect Master Jun? It's still not too late to surrender now." He tensed his body and threatened, "The Mountain Suppressing Mirror can perfectly integrate our sect's two major secret martial arts. Its power is inconceivable. Even I have never dared to use it at full strength." In the swirling smoke, a layer of black snakeskin appeared, and a giant python coiled around the mountain, opening its bloody maw, revealing venomous fangs and spitting venom at its opponent. Changxiao looked troubled. "Second Master, the power of this thing is at least 600,000, he gently muttered Zhou Kang twice, and his miniature self was startled. Turning to look at the humanoid sword stand, he calmly ordered Zhou Kang, "General Zhou Kang, bring Guan's red hair." "Understood." Zhou Kang immediately complied. Blue flames slowly spread in the air, instantly transforming into a majestic red horse. Huang Quan's heart tightened. "What is this?" As soon as this horse appeared, his aura immediately surged. "This is bad. I must act first before he reaches his optimal state." So he hurriedly activated his treasure, and fierce demonic energy emanated from Huang Quan's body. His python also received spiritual energy enhancement. Changxiao still maintained a calm posture. "In this life I, Guan, with one man, one horse, and one blade, have swept across the world. No one has ever withstood a single strike from me." He emphasized to Huang Guan, "You are no exception." Red Hair fiercely stomped the ground, then gathered momentum and charged forward. It swept past like a blur, its form coiling along the mountain wall, leaping onto the peak where Huang Quan stood. Changxiao's blade also swung. A lightning-like flash of light streaked across, and Changxiao's blade had cut through the python's thick skin. He continued to gently rotate his weapon, then loudly shouted, "One strike cut." The faint light from before was replaced by a powerful sky-obscuring light. Huang Quan shouted unwillingly, "How is this possible?" He hastily raised his hand to block. Mountain Suppressing Mirror. Defend? The next second, whether he blocked it or not, only a loud bang was heard, and a section of space was enveloped. Huang Quan's weapon shattered into two halves, falling heavily to the ground. Huang Quan, in turn, couldn't hold on for long either. Changxiao appeared before him with imposing momentum. "I am not a killer, but seeing your moves just now, you failed to take my life." His voice was as soft as clouds. "I, Guan, only used 50% of my strength. A small punishment as a warning. Sect Master Huang, take care of yourself." Huang Quan trembled, and from then on he dared not oppose the Iron-Bone sect again. Changxiao, for some unknown reason, was sweating profusely. "It's over." Wang Donglin also sighed helplessly, and everyone else was stunned. Huang Quan's face was rigid because Changxiao had exposed his bald head, his wig having been chopped off. Changxiao commented, "So the terrible cost of the snake fist is losing hair. Sect Master Huang is truly ruthless." A deep voice sounded. "I'm giving control back to you." The blade plunged straight into the ground, firmly fixed. Seeing this, Changxiao smiled. As expected of the martial saint of Huasha, that strike just now was too domineering. "I'm afraid its attack power reached 700,000, right?" Zhou Kang looked directly at Changxiao and chuckled. "The title of martial saint means nothing to me. The reason I was willing to summon Red Hair to help you in battle today was because of that Second Master you called me." Changxiao was startled, seeing Second Master smile for the first time, then he respectfully clasped his hands. "This junior understands," Zhou Kang then gently said. "If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely reunite Second Master with Lu Wangshu and General Yi." After speaking, he laughed heartily. "Then I, Guan, will await the day my brothers are reunited." After Zhou Kang disappeared, someone shouted, "Big brother, third brother!" Wang Donglin landed beside Changxiao. He looked down at the spirit in the sword and said, "Young friend Jun, your weapon spirit's strength is indeed astonishing. I couldn't even discern its upper limit." Changxiao smiled. "Then my second master is unrivaled. It's just that my current strength is low, which prevents him from unleashing his full power." As soon as he finished speaking, someone interjected. "Young friend Jun doesn't understand," Wang Donglin explained in detail. "Spiritual weapons containing weapon spirits are already rare, let alone a top-grade weapon with such immense power. The matter of your sect challenging the Holy Spring sect has already spread widely, and I'm afraid some people will covet this green dragon crescent blade. Damn it, no one told me there would be such an after-effect." Changshao's face began to pale. "Martial sects aren't a problem, but if it attracts figures like martial emperors or martial kings." The system immediately appeared, consoling him. "Host, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." After completing the epic mission, the system has refreshed a large number of dark, no powerful items, and your contribution points have already exceeded 1700. Even if a martial king comes, you can hold your head high. Changxiao was no longer afraid, and a grin spread across his face. "System, since you're backing me, I'll tempt fate on the brink of death then." Suddenly a loud shout came. "Everyone, this announces to all contestants that after this competition you all have a direct understanding of the strength of our Ironbone sect's disciples." Everyone listened intently to every word. Surely some will ask, how can one possess such powerful skills by themselves? Whispers began to rise. "Have you ever imagined my disciples full of stamina and firm in will overcoming challenges? I have a bad feeling," Changxiao majestically announced. "Now my Ironbone sect widely recruits talents, expanding enrollment, welcoming geniuses from all sects to apply. My Ironbone sect will help you improve your realm." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes shone brightly and some even had nosebleeds from excitement. One person cursed in displeasure. "This kid is too arrogant." Huang Quan hastily put on his new wig and cursed loudly. "Is he plotting something right in front of me?" The opposing factions unanimously objected. "Absolutely not allowed." Back at the Ironbone sect, Changxiao had returned to his sleeping quarters. He sighed. "This journey back was truly perilous. I was constantly worried someone would seize the blade. A man's innocent possession becomes his crime." He lay on his bed leaning back listlessly. "Fortunately, Elder Wang Donglin has become a friend of our sect. He personally escorted us on our way, otherwise who knows what might have happened." He extended his finger and then commanded, "Little system, bring up the latest mall. You're getting a bit inflated after completing the epic mission, kid." The new system interface appeared. "Get lost, mall is open. Since it's such a happy occasion, the system won't argue with you." Immediately after, the system displayed rows of small screens for Changxiao to choose from at will. He grinned with joy, a somewhat sinister smile. Outside the Ironbone sect, Changxiao stood on the rooftop concentrating on training his body, shouting energetically, "Balana energy, body protection." Immediately, a faint orange-yellow spiritual energy appeared around the estate. The system also whispered, "Mid-grade sect protection array. Function. After use, multiple layers of mid-grade defensive arrays can be set up within the sect to prevent non-sect members from entering. Duration. Immediate use consumes 1000 contribution points. Note, once the array is successfully set up, it defaults to the active state, consuming 10 contribution points daily." Changshao's face stiffened. "I understand the principle. It can stop martial sects and even martial kings." But as soon as the note was mentioned, he covered his face and zipped away. Too embarrassed, Xiaomo and Xingchen watched from below, feeling awkward for him. Was that the sect master shouting Balana energy up there just now? Yes, it was. After he finished shouting, the quality of the sect protection array improved significantly. Changxiao flew straight into the forest ahead. "Before the disciples forget that embarrassing scene, I won't come back," his mini-system asked doubtfully. "Didn't you just buy the Martial Master pill recipe? You can go to the I family to buy some medicinal herbs, right?" he replied. "That's right. With the Martial Master pill, disciples at the peak of Martial Apprentice can step directly into the Martial Master realm." A strange smile blossomed on Changxiao's face. Instantly producing over 500 martial masters. Even when arriving at the Ironbone sect, they can strut proudly. In another manner, Changxiao stood there dumbfounded. 3 or 4 tenths. "I family, can a family as big as yours only get this much?" The family head explained to him that some of the medicinal herbs were very precious, but no one was buying them. Seeing Changxiao's eyes welling up with tears, he screamed, "Sect Master Jun, don't cry. I'll immediately arrange for people to find them." "My dream is shattered again." Wang Donglin happened to appear behind him at this moment. "Sect Master Jun, may I see the medicinal herbs you are missing?" He looked at Wang Donglin, somewhat surprised. "Elder Wang, you haven't returned to the Kangshan sect yet." He smiled and said, "I'm about to depart. I happened to pass through Qingyang County, so I stopped by to discuss some business with family head I." He took the note and read it carefully. These medicinal herbs were indeed extraordinary. Cephadiclin 999, omnipotent poison thunder. Wang Donglin still hadn't taken his eyes off the paper. "My analysis ring can store 50 portions." Changxiao was as happy as if he had found treasure. "Elder Wang, sell them to me, sell them to me." Wang Donglin smiled slightly. "This medicine only costs 5 million at market price. I'll give it to Sect Master Jun and I can just free up space in my ring." Changxiao secretly cursed, "Rich beyond humanity." Then he started to quote, "Since that's the case, I'll send Elder Wang some pills I refined myself. I hope Elder Wang won't mind." The item in Changxiao's hand glittered. Wang Donglin was greatly surprised. This is a physique pill. The Kangshan sect had also participated in the auction, but due to fierce competition they only managed to buy 3. He immediately beamed with joy. I didn't expect Sect Master Jun to also be skilled in alchemy. You truly surprised me. The healing pill was also refined by you, right? These 2 pills have astonishing effects. You must be a master alchemist. Wang Donglin changed his attitude. But if you refined them all yet only give 1, he held his new treasures, laughing joyfully. These are priceless, so many at once. My medicine vault is now valuable, and even the packaging is so special. Changxiao feigned indifference, just a small pastime. On the way back, Wang Donglin spoke softly with Changxiao. Sect Master Jun, upon my return I will arrange for our 2 sects to form an alliance, he responded with a happy smile. Good, I, Jun, have countless enemies but have never formed an alliance. This is a first. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Elder Wang, I hope you can keep my alchemy a secret. Wang Donglin quickly flew up but still managed to answer him before leaving. No problem. If anyone asks, the healing pill and physique pill were refined by my Kangshan sect and entrusted to the I family for auction. Thank you, Kangshan sect, for your protection. Changxiao then also sped up, rushing back to refine elixirs. The refining time for martial master pills is certainly not short. It's best to buy more seeds for the ingredients and have Elder Wei help me plant them myself for future needs. As he walked, something suddenly wrapped around his foot, and his entire being was instantly enveloped by a surging spiritual energy. Changxiao was confused. What's going on? The spiritual energy spoke insidiously. Finally, Wang Donglin has left. A person appeared stealthily. This esteemed one feels that it's better to speak with Sect Master Jun alone. He introduced himself. The third-rate evil sect, Demon Fiend sect, Qingyang County Branch Master Bo Zhangyao has specially come to borrow Sect Master Jun's head. Changxiao had long known something would happen, so he quickly drew his sword. Third-rate evil sect branch master, you certainly held your composure. You only appeared now, but this is my first time being cornered by an enemy by a creek. He stood firm, radiating powerful aura. Judging by your aura, you're also a peak martial sect, right? But Sect Master Huang was just defeated by me, and he was also a peak martial sect. You, a mere martial sect, where does your confidence come from? Suddenly, another wave of spiritual energy came from deep within the forest, and another person walked out from behind. Who said there was only one of us? It wasn't over yet. The third one hadn't appeared yet. 3 peak martial sect Master Jun, you should just surrender. Another person appeared with a strange smile. Sorry, he probably won't be able to appear. Footsteps confidently moved forward and the voice carried a hint of arrogance. That old fellow's body wasn't well. He's already lying down. A slender female figure appeared and contrary to her seductive posture, her hands were already stained with blood. That figure was Shi Jingwan. She spoke proactively. This humble woman also wishes to join the battle. What do you all think? Seeing Jingwan, Changxiao was very surprised. You, Palace Master Shi, she softly asked. Sect Master Jun, I'd like to visit your sect. Would that be possible? Would it be a bit abrupt? Changxiao immediately stiffened. Your hands are stained with blood and you came here just to visit? He felt the atmosphere was a bit off, as he suspected. Jingwan sighed lightly. Is this atmosphere really suitable for such a request? Sorry. My younger brother also often says I can't read the room. She then smiled innocently, as if nothing had happened. But I really can't tell. A casual joke eased the tension. Changxiao secretly thought, so Palace Master Shi is this kind of innocent and naive type, Jingwan then continued. However, Lear also taught me a way to break the awkwardness. Before she could finish speaking, a cold wind suddenly swept past and Changxiao stood there dumbfounded. The arrogant fellow from earlier had been cleanly dealt with by Shi Jingwan, her charming face showing no mercy. Killing people is just to break the atmosphere. Changxiao didn't know how to react. He hadn't expected this to happen himself and secretly sighed. 1% yandere attribute. The remaining 2 quickly urged each other. First kill Jun Changxiao, then deal with that little girl. Everyone was furious. How dare you ambush us? Do you think our Demon Fiend sect is made of paper? The 2 attacked simultaneously. Changxiao was excited. Palace Master Shi, let's each take 1. I can handle 1 alone. The person emanating purple spiritual energy attacked first. Changxiao grinned, thinking proudly. Playing with electricity, huh? You've picked the wrong fight. The person loudly shouted the move. Purple Lightning Tiger. Changxiao stood leisurely in front of him, then introduced, my little tiger is still in its infancy, you know. This move has a bit too many calories. He's gotten a bit chubby, he commanded his companion. Pang Pong, let's do a combo move together. Roar. Changxiao pounced. Space immediately became chaotic and nothing but mixed light could be seen. Changxiao smiled contentedly. This taste is truly exquisite. After finishing, he turned to Jingwan. Palace Master Shi, I'm done here, I can go help you. But his eyes flashed with panic in the next second. Before he could speak, Jingwan had already dealt with the other person herself. Sorry for making a mess here. She looked around aimlessly, then smiled. I can't see, can I? Jingwan calmly continued. Oh right, Sect Master Jun. I can't visit your sect today. Then she showed 2 tokens. I found this branch master's token, which is his death token. The Demon Fiend sect already knows, but it's not certain if this token recorded his final moments before death. Jingwan calmly reminded Changxiao. So I need to return to my sect to make arrangements in case the Demon Fiend sect retaliates. Sect Master Jun also needs to prepare in advance. The revenge of a third-rate sect should not be underestimated. Changxiao certainly had no intention of refusing. Palace Master Shi. My Ironbone sect has many who are called big shots. We don't mind 1 more Demon Fiend sect. Meanwhile, in Southwest Yang Prefecture at the Demon Fiend sect branch headquarters, the 5th Elder also held 2 tokens. A minor branch master died. What mission was he carrying out before his death? His subordinate reported. It's a 7th-rate sect, but it possesses a divine blade with a weapon spirit. The person using this blade art at the martial sect realm can defeat a peak martial sect. He smiled after hearing this. Such a divine weapon truly belongs only to my demon fiend sect. If that peak martial sect minor branch master has been killed, then the subordinate continued. This subordinate believes we can send 10 peak martial sects to raise the Ironbone sect to the ground. The 5th elder waved his hand after hearing this. No need. Currently, we only know that this blade can at least kill a peak martial sect, but we don't know its ultimate power. Although peak martial sects are not rare, they cannot be wasted just for trial and error. He deliberated seriously. Such a divine weapon will surely be coveted by many. We must retrieve this blade as soon as possible, so that's that. Send Zhang Xie to take action. The subordinate's face immediately changed. Grand Branch Master, is it overkill to dispatch a martial king to deal with a 7th-rate sect? The 5th elder lowered his voice, somewhat displeased. No need to say more. I know you've always had an opinion on Zhang Xie's conduct, but completing the mission is the priority. The subordinate said no more, bowing his head slightly. Yes, this subordinate will go notify Zhang Xie to depart immediately. The 5th elder narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, Zhang beggar, don't let me catch you with any more leverage this time or else. One sunny morning in Zhang family town, Zhang Xie's tone was icy. Wandering the Zhanghu, my brothers on the road respectfully call me King Zhang Yama. I have fought countless battles in my life, and no one has ever dared to oppose me. He pointed decisively, commanding, I'll say it again, let go of it. Zhang Xie fiercely snatched a candy stick from a little boy's hand. I queued all morning just for this biscuit, let go. The little boy also pulled back and forth. The money you bought the biscuit with was money you just tricked out of me. This biscuit is mine. Zhang Xie glared fiercely. This king tricked it with his own skill. And is your business scholarly? Is this called tricking? Just then, the little boy's mother called from inside the house. Gushan, come home for dinner? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xie quickly snatched the candy stick, then licked it a few times, mocking. The little boy angrily shouted, Zhang beggar, you cursed villain, ambusher. As he savored the candy stick, he arrogantly said, Dare to challenge me. This king has never been afraid of anything below the 5th rank. He appeared content after claiming his prize, a candy stick. Suddenly a mocking voice came from behind. Zhang beggar, snatching snacks from a child. You're as inhumane as ever. The bald man with a mark on his forehead immediately scoffed. I really don't know why the Grand Branch Master keeps you. He threw something at Zhang Xie, who quickly caught it. You have a mission. Zhang Xie opened the newly received instructions, disdainfully saying, Ironbone sect, exterminating a small sect actually requires this king to personally take action. The bald man reminded Zhang Xie, the main thing is that divine weapon. You must get your hands on it. I won't mention how you secretly showed mercy in previous missions. This time Zhang Xie interrupted him. I'll go early and come back early. Next week I also have a fight scheduled with that territory scheming Tong. With that, Zhang Xie's figure flashed, creating a tremor, and he instantly disappeared. The bald man remained, suffering greatly. He coughed a few times, fuming. Cough, cough, that beggar definitely did it on purpose. At night, the Ironbone sect was holding a bonfire party. Chang Xiao raised his cup in high spirits. This time we completely defeated the Holy Spring sect, upholding the prestige of my Ironbone sect. Everyone in the sect shouted in unison. Sect Master mighty, Ironbone mighty. Xiaomo also happily raised her cup to toast. Thank you, Sect Master, for your cultivation this past year. Little sister toasts you. Chang Xiao handed the wine cup to Qianqin. Just a little bit, it won't affect the evening. Xiaomo's eyes welled up with tears, feeling aggrieved by the scene before her. Why do I have to eat a bunch of dog food even when I'm toasting? Li Fei walked over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. You'll get used to it. When did these two start secretly? Over here, Chang Xiao lightly tapped the system screen a few times, then took out a pile of elixirs as a reward. Today this esteemed one is very happy. All disciples who participated in the battle against the Holy Spring sect, each person a bottle of aptitude transformation liquid, and unlimited body sculpting pills tonight. Xiaomo quickly claimed her reward and drank it all. 47 was skillfully grilling skewers nearby. In one corner everyone sat together. Chang Xiao said casually, I'm a good person. No, I'm a wolf. Qingyang was stunned and reminded him, Sect Master, didn't you invent this werewolf game? Why are you so bad at it? The fire of the brazier still burned brightly in the night, blending with the joy of the Ironbone sect. Just then, Xingqian suddenly asked Chang Xiao, Sect Master, you said Palace Master Shi is very formidable. He also frankly replied, not just formidable. I'm quite weak fighting her right now after all. He folded his arms and sighed, looking down. 2 peak martial sects can basically be said to be instant kills, striking very fiercely. Didn't you see how exquisite Palace Master's eyes moves were? Swoosh is her move. As he was speaking, Qianqin appeared from behind him and the air turned exceptionally cold. Clarify that. Hearing her voice, he turned pale with fright and dared not say another word. Chang Xiao angrily scolded his disciples, making them all flee in disarray. You heartless little rascals, you didn't even remind me. Immediately after, Qianqin had quickly grabbed his clothes. Qianqin coldly tugged at his collar and asked, Are you still planning to instigate Qingyang to make excuses for you? Chang Xiao was too scared to say a single wrong word. No, I wouldn't dare, not even if I became a martial emperor. The next second an attack came from outside the sect. Qingyang and Xingqian were shocked by the abnormal reaction just now. Xingqian innocently asked, Who is attacking the sect protecting Array? The power is so strong. Over here, Qianqin was staring in wide-eyed surprise. Suddenly she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, appearing incredibly intimate. Zhang Xiao suddenly stood up and with one foot he stomped down, immediately cracking the ground. He walked with an uninhibited stride. "Let me see who's sending me some benefits. Cough, who is the enemy?" Behind him was Qianqin covering her face. A kiss mark was still on Zhang Xiao's face. He just curled his lips. "For the sake of that kiss I'll hit you 2 less times," Qianqin blushed. And when she saw the Ironbone sect disciples looking at her with strange expressions, she became even more embarrassed. Qianqin then glared at them. Seeing the terrifyingly cold aura emanating from her eyes, Xiaomo, Li Fei and the others Amidala chuckled nervously. "Zuiji, drink more. You were quite spectacular when you were drunk last time." "Yeah, you cried so loudly when you were drunk. Do it again." Zuiji innocently didn't understand what the two of them were saying. Qianqin's junior sister spoke up asking for her instructions. "Senior sister, enemies have arrived. Don't we need to help the sect master?" She merely replied coldly, His trump cards are terrifyingly numerous. We don't need to go, just stand by and watch." Qianqin glanced at Elder Wei. "Besides, didn't you see Elder Wei still calmly drinking wine?" Her junior sister felt puzzled. "Elder Wei, isn't he a recluse of the sect? Over here." Elder Wei continued to drink calmly, thinking to himself, "A martial king has already come as backup? Hey, interesting. Not only has Jun Kid's strength greatly improved, but his ability to stir up trouble is also quite something." Here Chang Xiao was directly confronting Zhang Xie. He asked, looking at this unstable array, "Is your excellency a martial king?" Zhang Xie immediately introduced himself. "Demon Fiend Sect's Zhang Xie." He still had some regret. "Your defensive array is quite complex. It hasn't shattered after taking one punch from me." Standing inside the defensive array, Chang Xiao coldly said, "If you can't break it, then just go back quickly. We don't welcome the Demon Fiend Sect. We're still having a party and don't have time to entertain you." Zhang Xie had an impatient temperament and he was already somewhat annoyed at the very beginning. He channeled his inner force, preparing for battle. "Kid, you're relying on this array. That's why you're not afraid of anything, right? If 1 million jin of force can't break it, then how about 2 million jin?" As soon as his words fell, he furiously roared the demonic dragon fist technique, then concentrated all his spiritual energy in his fist. He punched forward fiercely. Dust billowed. His feeling, Zhang Xie felt, was a bit off. He continuously exerted force trying to break the array. But inside the array, Chang Xiao still casually picked his nose, mocking him. Watching Zhang Xia's efforts to break the array, Chang Xiao couldn't resist making a few sarcastic remarks. "Don't cry if you can't break it. I didn't know your martial kings have such poor mental fortitude." Zhang Xie looked at him and grinned. "I finally understand why the Grand Branch Master sent me here to a 7th-rate sect, but this makes it more challenging." The next second, Zhang Xie unleashed all his inner force. His body tensed, emitting a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. Zhang Xie roared demonic dragon's rending strike, continuously punching forward. Moments later, only a loud bang was heard, but no one was visible. Inside the array, Xingqian and the others were still engrossed in drinking. Zuiji and Qingyang were both dead drunk. Qingyang carried Zuiji off to rest. "It's getting late. Let's break up. Everyone return to your rooms to rest." In the blink of an eye, it was already morning the next day. As soon as dawn broke, someone was continuously punching and kicking. It was Zhang Xie. He was still trying to break the array, cursing, "Damn it, I've been fighting all night and this protective barrier is getting brighter and brighter." Suddenly a mocking laugh came. "Hey, you worked all night and it's still not much." Chang Xiao peered out from the cliff like a cocoon, smiling. "Old Zhang, this hole you dug. I'll have to specially hire someone to fill it in later. Will your Demon Fiend Sect pay for it?" Chang Xiao, wearing clothes like a bug, looked down and smiled sarcastically. "But I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You wasted an entire night's worth of firepower. Seeing your stubbornness makes me admire you." The more he provoked, the more irritated Zhang Xie below became because he could do nothing. "Our Ironbone sect has just been established. Although the disciples are full of vitality, high-end combat power still needs to be supplemented. How about it, old Zhang, considering a career change?" Zhang Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. "I presume your Demon Fiend Sect has already investigated and knows about the many wonders of our Ironbone sect. You've personally experienced the power of the sect protecting array. I can assure you that after joining, Martial Emperor and Martial King realms will be easily within your grasp." Zhang Xie also honestly replied, I didn't read the information my superiors gave me carefully before burning it, so I don't know what wonders you have. I was thinking of fighting you all, snatching the blade and then rushing back to fight with my neighbor, who has time to leisurely read those materials." He looked thoughtfully into the distance. "And what I ask for is definitely not something your small sects can provide." Zhang Xie suddenly plopped down on the ground, his voice aggrieved. "Since I can't break your turtle shell, then this king will wait here. I don't believe you'll never come out." So he sat there waiting for his opportunity. Chang Xiao smiled cunningly again. "It's easy if you have demands. You'll definitely become this venerable one's subordinate." He held a bottle of pills in his hand. A total of 52 martial master pills had been refined, but currently the sect has a total of 67 peak martial apprentices. He frowned helplessly at the pills in his hand. It still wasn't enough to distribute. He had to go collect more medicinal ingredients. But that Zhang Xie was constantly blocking the entrance, making it impossible to leave. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Chang Xiao vigilantly glanced around. The green dragon crescent blade couldn't defeat a martial king. It was too wasteful to use an uncontrollable blade to deal with one person. and it was certain that the Demon Fiend sect would send other experts. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized. Changxiao sharply turned his face. "A little dragon, you're awake," but something was still amiss. His eyes suddenly widened, reacting abnormally. He looked at Little Dragon in frustration, his face filled with terror. "What kind of demon are you?" A burst of flames suddenly erupted, spreading into a huge fire before his eyes. Changxiao frantically shouted. The fires reached the ceiling. He gaped at the raging fire, filled with fear. "It's over. Qingyang is going to ask me for repair fees again. My secret stash," the system reminded. "As Little Dragon's owner, you can ignore its flames." Hearing a scream from inside the room, Qingyang and Zuiji also looked at the fire. Zuiji looked on in horror. "What fire attribute martial art has the Sect Master researched now?" Qingyang's face was serious, his soul almost leaving his body. He immediately picked up a pen and paper to record. "In my estimation, 4 trees and 3 walls have been burned. These will all be counted as repair fees." From inside, Changxiao emerged, still engulfed in scorching flames, cursing. "You system, my ancestor." Looking at him, his clothes were completely burned off, leaving only charred pants. He said angrily, "You only said I wasn't afraid of fire, but you didn't say it didn't include my clothes." The system immediately replied, "You didn't ask me, I thought you knew." The more it spoke, the more Changxiao fumed. "You clearly wanted to see me naked." The system even teased him. "No, you're mistaken." Suddenly his eyes widened, his face grim and unpleasant. Changxiao looked at the densely packed disciples on the training ground, astonished. "Why are there so many disciples on the training ground?" The system then replied, "I forgot to remind you. Today is the sect martial arts competition." It didn't forget to tease him a few times. "My goodness, since you're already naked, isn't it better to have more people?" Changxiao looked at the flames burning on his body and asked doubtfully, "Then why did Little Dragon suddenly get angry again? When will the fire go out?" The system replied again, "Little Dragon may have entered a dormant evolution state, so the time the fire will extinguish cannot be determined." Changxiao's face suddenly turned serious. He calmly said, "The fire is getting bigger and bigger. If I don't find an open space, it might cause damage. HMPH, consider this a benefit I'm providing to the entire sect." Thinking this, Changxiao channeled all his inner force and loudly announced to his disciples, "All disciples leave the training ground. All female disciples, close your eyes and turn around." He rushed onto the training ground like a moth to a flame covered in fire. "Male disciples, if you don't want to get beaten, close your eyes too." Several disciples were stunned, still discussing among themselves, "Is it my illusion? It seems the sect master is naked." Another disciple was also dumbfounded. "Is the sect master playing such a big game now?" Changxiao rushed out naked and engulfed in raging flames. He commanded, "The flames are getting hotter. All disciples retreat quickly." Suddenly an angry curse came, freezing him for 5 seconds. "Ugly pervert." He covered his private parts with one hand, and as soon as he turned around he saw Qianqin and quickly explained, "Qianqin, listen to me. I can explain." Qianqin was furious and immediately covered her junior sister's face beside her. In broad daylight, Changxiao frantically explained, "Qianqin, calm down. My little dragon is angry." Qianqin's gaze grew colder and colder. She looked at him. "Cursed pervert." Immediately after, she concentrated all her strength in her palm and struck fiercely. The force Qianqin unleashed was like a huge ice mountain. Her junior sister beside her asked worriedly, "Won't the sect master get hurt?" Qianqin, irritated, disregarded it. "That pervert will sooner or later be frozen and lose all resistance." The scene shifted to outside the array. Zhang Xie slightly moved his ears. He sensed some sound. Looking in from outside the array, Zhang Xie felt puzzled. This sect was so lively, sparkling, and he could feel both extreme heat and extreme cold. Suddenly, with a bang, something fell in front of him. Zhang Xie carefully judged, "It actually reached me here, and this interweaving of cold and hot auras can even pose a certain threat to me." In the hazy smoke, Zhang Xie was somewhat surprised to discover something. Changxiao gradually appeared, his face covered in a thin layer of ice from being hit by Qianqin's spiritual energy just now. "Only Qianqin cares about me. Wasn't that a slap in my face?" He wore ice armor, with Little Dragon on top, looking incredibly handsome. "This is to prevent me from exposing myself, so she gave me a set of ice armor," Changxiao said to Little Dragon with satisfaction. "Little Dragon, you've also successfully evolved. Your evolution direction isn't a fire dragon, but a 5-clawed divine dragon." He grinned contentedly. "This is the true dragon of Huasha." He immediately struck a pose in front of where Zhang Xie was standing. "Zhang Xie, you've also witnessed the strength of my Iron Bone sect, haven't you?" Changxiao enthusiastically invited him again. "This venerable one invites you to join again. How about it?" Zhang Xie looked at the ice armor on Changxiao, thinking blankly. Extreme cold ice armor. The terrifying temperature emanating from the sect's divine beast. More importantly, he looked at Changxiao's provocative attitude. "This kid is too good at putting on airs." Suddenly, at this moment, the ice layer cracked with a kacha sound, and then the ice armor shattered, gradually revealing his cocoon-like body right in front of Zhang Xie. He looked at Changxiao, too surprised to speak. Changxiao was dumbfounded. "Qianqin, you didn't remind me this skin expired so quickly." From inside, Qianqin could hear his screaming name. Qianqin just replied coldly, "Who told you to wear ice armor, and why are you standing so close to Little Fire Dragon? Hurry and find a place to change." She extended 2 fingers, estimating his appearance from below. "But you rascal!" Qianqin looked at him with loving eyes. "Your figure isn't bad." Changxiao calmly tapped his fingers. Qing Yang listened blankly to his complaints. Ever since Little Dragon woke up, in just a few days it's eaten a month's worth of the sect's meat supply. He sat there with a serious posture, wearing a silly mask on his face. It seems I'll have to avoid Zhang Xie, go around the mountain and buy more food. Qing Yang innocently asked. Sect Master, what do you plan to do? Why do you have paper stuck to your face? Zhen Changxiao replied shamefully. This seat can't face you right now. Then he held up a string of full rings. As long as I fill these rings with meat, it'll be enough for you and Little Dragon for a year. In a corner, Zhang Xie was sitting deep in thought, musing to himself. These past few days I've tried all sorts of martial skills from external to internal. But this protective barrier remains unmoved. Must one be at the Martial King realm or above to break through it? Suddenly his expression changed. Had he made a new discovery? Zhang Xie suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Haha, the little mouse is finally coming out of its hole. On the cliffside behind the Ironbone sect, a figure was rapidly descending from the high cliff. His blank mask was lifted, revealing a triumphant face. After Little Dragon's evolution, its strength has reached first grade. This time I'm going to clear out all the meat within 100 li radius. He was swiftly running along the cliff when a voice suddenly spoke. Host, I just thought of something. I don't know if I should say it, he replied indifferently and coldly. If you don't know whether to say it, then it's best not to. As Zhen Changxiao landed on a rock platform in the middle of the cliff, the system notified him again. Since you have such a thirst for knowledge, this system will mercifully tell you. Because you haven't reached the Martial King realm, you don't know that Martial Kings have a special skill. They can form a spiritual sense within a certain range. All living things within this spiritual sense have nowhere to hide. Upon hearing this, Zhen Changxiao abruptly stopped. You mean? At this moment, Zhen Changxiao saw someone below from his high vantage point. The black shadow at the foot of the mountain was Zhang Xie. Zhang Xie, emanating killing intent, gathered a surge of power, preparing to strike. His eyes were sharp and a provocative smile played on his lips. This king has been waiting for you for a long time. Without hesitation, Zhang Xie stomped his foot and the rocks beneath him shattered. The attack rushed straight towards Zhen Changxiao. It was the soul reaping strike. Zhen Changxiao immediately cursed furiously. Damn system, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhen Changxiao moved nimbly, dodging the attack in midair. However, when he looked back, Zhang Xia's soul-reaping strike was indeed hot on his heels. The light shot straight towards him. A hair's breadth away, he had no time to defend, and perhaps Zhen Changxiao had already been hit. A huge explosion echoed in the air. Qingying stood there blankly, only able to watch the billowing smoke from the explosion. From the hazy smoke, Zhen Changxiao still walked out proudly. As he walked out proudly, he remarked with lingering fear, fortunately, this seat's cloud-soaring steps have been mastered. Otherwise there would be a bottomless pit on the ground now. His face darkened as he thought of something. However, the most urgent matter was, Zhen Changxiao pointed at Qingying and ordered, Qingying, quickly go back and get me a set of clothes. Although the explosion just now didn't injure him, a large section of his clothes on his back had been burned to tatters. He warned him not to let anyone see. Why is my luck with clothes always so bad these days? He was still smoking. Zhen Changxiao sighed, just a slight brush hurt so much. I can't imagine if his move had hit me directly. Seeing his pitiable state, the system told him, does that even need to be said? That's the power of a martial king. You are only a second-grade martial sect after all. The realm gap is too great. He lay motionless, turning to Little Dragon to complain. Little Dragon, I'm getting beaten like this all for you. Zhen Changxiao cursed it. Damn it, this seat almost couldn't keep his chrysanthemum for you. Can't you show a little sympathy? Little Dragon, however, ignored him, turning its head away. Zhen Changxiao cursed it even more furiously. Damn it, you dare pretend to ignore me. He ignored Little Dragon and pondered with a headache. Tisk, there's no way to go out and buy groceries now. I wonder how many days the remaining jerky can last. Finally, he reluctantly made a decision. Forget it, if there's no meat, we'll eat vegetables. Upon hearing this, Little Dragon immediately leapt up, reacting strongly. Zhen Changxiao told it, no more meat. It widened its eyes as if struck by a thunderbolt, and its eyes burned with rage, flames about to erupt. Finally, its rage erupted into a blazing fire. It burned, turning the table it was on to ashes. Seeing this, Zhen Changxiao cried out in anguish. My 100-year-old chrysanthemum wood table, Little Dragon said furiously. It's fine to beat my master, but you dare stop me from eating meat. Zhen Changxiao was stunned and cursed it again. Damn it, this thing is definitely going to turn against its master. Within those wildly flaring flames, something was changing. Little Dragon roared furiously, word by word. A mere martial king ant dares to force me to eat vegetables. It transformed into a giant form, and Zhen Changxiao watched in astonishment, sweating profusely in shock. Finally, he cried out in panic, Hey, little ancestor, you're not allowed to burn the house anymore. Zhen Changxiao rubbed his forehead with his hand, a headache. All right, let my brain process this first. Looking at Little Dragon's newly transformed appearance, he cautiously asked, You mean this is an awakened ability gained after evolution? Entering battle form, combat power multiplied. The dragon human was filled with power and said coldly, That's right, I call it dragonification. Zhen Changxiao immediately mocked it. Dragon human, to me you look like an ugly monster. And an ugly child at that. The dragon human arrogantly folded its arms and huffed in annoyance. I still need to undergo many more evolutions to fully complete dragonification. He looked at the dragon human's angry expression and reluctantly praised it. Although you do feel a lot stronger, the opponent is a martial king and likely second grade or higher. You ugly child, fuming, as long as he's not a peak martial king I'll show him what it means to be a proper human. With that it turned and stomped away in annoyance. As it walked its foot tripped. After only a few steps before even leaving it fell to the ground with a thump, yet it still had the audacity to boast about going to teach the martial king a lesson. Where you fall you stand up. The dragon human got up and defended its earlier clumsiness. It's nothing, I'm just not used to dragonification yet, I'll go teach him a lesson. After a few more steps, reaching the doorway it stumbled and fell flat on its face again. Its face was now covered in mud, yet the dragon human still gestured wildly and loudly said, "It's nothing, I'll go teach him a lesson immediately." Before it could finish, Zhang Changxiao angrily cursed it, "Teach a lesson, my foot. Brother, learn to walk first. Wait for my good news." With that the dragon human soared into the sky, flipped over the wall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Changxiao watched its receding figure feeling uneasy. What the hell, it feels so unreliable. Xiaomo peeked out and asked him, "Sect Master, who was that who just jumped off the cliff?" Zhang Changxiao's face darkened as he replied, "It was Little Dragon." Xiaomo was stunned. "Of course it's Little Dragon, but isn't that a cow?" Hearing something amiss he turned back suspiciously and asked Xiaomo, "Wait, you just said cliff?" She looked at him innocently. "Yes, senior brother has changed the design. Behind that wall is a cliff." As soon as Xiaomo finished speaking, Little Dragon's cries for help came from behind the wall. Little Dragon was in free fall from a great height, and no one could save it, its eyes and nose streaming miserably. Meanwhile the martial king was waiting like a spider for a fly. He walked along muttering to himself, "Yesterday, Zhang Changxiao took one of my moves. Even if he had life-saving equipment he must be at least severely injured." Suddenly something dropped in front of him, sparkling and blasting the ground apart. Little Dragon slowly poked its head out of the smoke. It was scorched black, its face covered in soot. Cough, cough. "Next time I must check the sect map more carefully before—" It hadn't finished speaking when it saw the martial king appear before it. Little Dragon was consumed by rage and suddenly stood up. "Based on your aura, you're the martial king who dared to block my path to roasted meat, aren't you? What do you want now? Surrender directly, or should I teach you a lesson with force?" The martial king froze for a few seconds, unable to react, standing motionless. After regaining his senses he immediately waved his hand in panic, shooing it away. "Help, the ugly monster has turned into a spirit." Little Dragon immediately cursed upon hearing this. "Ugly, my foot, I am one of the 4 divine dragons." Alright, at this moment the martial king slowly recalled, "Dragon, so you're the little dragon that was circling Zhang Changxiao yesterday, aren't you? I didn't expect you to have this form." He stared intently at Little Dragon, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Just changing your appearance makes you think you can scare me? Don't you know this king's strength?" Little Dragon disdained to say more. It swung its fist and charged towards the martial king. The martial king reacted quickly, extending his hand in time to block Little Dragon's attack. A mere small fry dares to overestimate itself, both unleashing their full power, their moves clashing. After some resistance the martial king was still punched in the face by Little Dragon. Little Dragon delivered the final blow, sending the martial king flying several hundred meters away. The martial king was sent flying, no longer able to resist, and the surrounding rocks shattered. The martial king's nose and mouth bled. Cough, this power, a high-grade martial king? Before he could recover, Little Dragon had already charged furiously, giving him no time to think. Little Dragon vented its fury, charging at the martial king with blazing flames. "Feel my anger at losing my roasted meat?" Little Dragon furiously punched and kicked, every move hitting its mark. The martial king was beaten dizzy, no longer knowing where he was, only able to endure the attacks. Too violent, too violent. If he continued to defend passively like this he would sooner or later be crippled. Thinking this he suddenly struggled, unleashing the dragon break technique. However, his struggle was in vain. Before he could counterattack he was mercilessly beaten by Little Dragon again. The dazed martial king slowly narrowed his eyes, the scene before him becoming blurred. Somewhere the martial king sat with his hands tightly shackled by chains, completely powerless. He woke from his stupor, took a few deep breaths and muttered, Isn't this a cow?" Suddenly he was fully awake, his eyes wide with terror, and the next second he let out a frantic scream. The roasted meat cow, Zhang Changxiao, appeared before him from nowhere, his voice icy. "It seems you've been beaten silly. You still want to eat this seat's Little Dragon?" He looked down at Zhang Xie, smiling sinisterly, his voice full of danger. "Martial King Zhang, welcome to the Iron-Bone Sect's purgatory." Zhang Xie looked at him defiantly. "Do you really think these 2 chains can trap me just by appearing before me like this? Aren't you that demonic beast?" he said, then loudly shouted, struggling with all his might to break free from the chains. Zhang Changxiao coldly slapped Zhang Xie, his spiritual energy fully unleashed. "Where's all this nonsense coming from?" He began to list Zhang Xie's crimes. "This slap is for my disabled butt." Zhang Xie looked at him in astonishment and asked in return, "You only injured your butt after taking one of my moves?" Zhang Changxiao stared at him, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and asked, "Since you are already my prisoner, I will ask you one more time, do you accept this seat's friendly invitation? Otherwise what awaits you is torture that cannot be avoided even if described." Zhang Xie fell silent, lowering his head, indicating his defiance. Then he looked up at Zhang Changxiao, smiling arrogantly. "I am a martial king, how can I be threatened by a mere martial sect like you?" Zhang Changxiao immediately pulled out a piece of paper. Then let's wait and see. Not understanding what he was about to do, he then used the paper to slice between Zhang Xia's fingers. The paper tore between his two fingers, then he pulled over a table and kicked its edge fiercely, making Zhang Xia cry out in pain. He cursed painfully. Damn it! Then a thick wooden stick mercilessly smashed down. He leapt up, dodging the fatal blow, and Zhang Xia fell forward. He suffered a great deal this time. After some torment, seeing that Zhang Xia seemed a bit tired, Zhang Changxiao squatted down, looking at him with schadenfreude. He looked at Zhang Xia with a wicked smile. How about it, scared now? Zhang Xia still had the strength to curse. Are you crazy? What kind of ordinary torture is this? Zhang Changxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, since that's the case, you asked me earlier why I only suffered minor injuries from your move. Then he gave another sinister smile, extending his palm towards Zhang Xia. Experience the reason for yourself. At this moment, Zhang Changxiao took him to another place, tying him tightly to a chair. Zhang Xia glanced away, not looking at him. What trick are you playing now? My endurance is beyond your imagination. Moreover, with your sect's intelligence capabilities, it's impossible for me to join. Hearing him say that, Zhang Changxiao had a flash of insight. Intelligence capabilities? What is he looking for? Or who? Thinking this, he turned to leave. Forget it, you're so stubborn, asking won't help. I'll just beat you first, then we can talk. Walking outside, Zhang Changxiao reached out and touched a button, which was the infinite rampage mode button. After setting it up, Zhang Changxiao didn't forget to take the opportunity to taunt him. The show is about to begin. See you in 12 hours. The curtain slowly closed and Zhang Xia remained bewildered. 12 hours. Zhang Changxiao walked away leisurely, only hearing Zhang Xia's desperate scream from inside the tent. Now they just had to wait for 12 hours to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. In a flashback, a bowl full of food and fish lay before them. Sister, there's still meat and fish left. Where did you get them? A girl smiled at her younger brother and said, Sister stole the food from the inn. Hurry and eat. The brother also affectionately pushed the bowl towards his sister. Sister, you should eat too. I can't finish all this, the girl told her younger brother. Sister has already eaten some. You go ahead and eat. Hearing this, the little boy wolfed down the food in the bowl. Just then, a group of people suddenly arrived, and one of them said, I wonder why food always disappears so mysteriously. Seeing this, the girl quickly hugged her brother, protecting him. The leader commanded, grab this thief and sell her to the pleasure house. Two other people swiftly dragged the girl away. The little boy was too weak to do anything, shouting desperately, Sister! The little boy exerted all his strength, yelling and hitting the leader. Let go of my sister! The man angrily punched the little boy fiercely. You stinking beggar, you dare hit me! The girl was taken away by those people and she still turned back, shouting loudly for her brother. Over on Zhang Xia's side, a little boy was also badly beaten, lying on the ground, loudly shouting, Sister! His face was covered in wounds, and in despair he continued to call out, Sister! Back in reality, Zhang Xia was still calling out, Sister! In his nightmare. He struggled to break free from the chains, suddenly swinging his arm forward, unleashing a burst of power. Zhang Xia suddenly realized that even with his meridians sealed, he could still feel this power. Suddenly something made him stop. He looked in horror at Yuan'er, who appeared from nowhere, her eyes filled with tears, her whole body trembling. Seeing the food in Yuan'er's hands, Zhang Xia realized that this meal and the beating had brought back his memories. He hesitated before speaking. Suddenly Yuan'er burst into tears, her cries echoing throughout the sect. A fist swung angrily. Several of Yuan'er's senior brothers angrily questioned Zhang Xia. Made Dudu cry, he defended himself. I didn't mean to. Changxiao tapped the table with his hand, thinking of a solution. Dudu also failed. It seems I need to delve deeper into customer psychology. Sitting alone in his room, Changxiao suddenly asked, Where is Di Shangqian? 2 days ago I gave you the message. Did father reply? A long arrow flew from the front, and he casually caught the arrowhead between two fingers. Sure enough, I shouldn't have told them the story of Li Fei's flying daggers. This method of intelligence transfer is getting stranger and stranger. Changxiao opened the intelligence letter to read. Sister is missing, wants to use the Demon Fiend sect's intelligence network to find her. After reading, he quickly destroyed the letter with a spell, sighing softly, I wonder if this Zhang Xia fellow is naive or foolish. Who would let go of a martial king? It seems these two treasures I just drew won't be staying. Soon the letter was burned to ashes by his cyan vortex, leaving no trace. Zhang Xia looked disheveled but still smiled arrogantly. Sect Master Jun, haven't you given up yet? Your torture is indeed unusual. It has actually increased my physical strength quite a bit. While talking to himself, he suddenly jumped in fright, his eyes wide with terror. Changxiao appeared from nowhere in the swirling smoke. He was casting a spell, his eyes flashing with an enchanting red light. Zhang Xia, I'm warning you again, put on this golden circlet, and you will no longer be mortal. Zhang Xia asked aggrievedly. When did you warn me? He stretched out a hand and a circlet like a golden band appeared. He had already lost patience with Zhang Xia. You arrogant and unreasonable Zhang Xia, quickly surrender. The new circlet was already on Zhang Xia's head before he could react. About a few seconds later, the circlet seemed to react to him. At this moment, the notification panel displayed the contents of the surrender command. Effect: take out the surrender command, shout surrender at the target, and it can force the opponent to submit. Disadvantage: can only issue one surrender call to the target. Martial Apprentice, Martial Master 3 months, Martial Sect, Martial King 2 months, Martial Emperor 1 month, invalid for Martial Saint and above, 200 contribution points. Suddenly Zhang Xie displayed his power. Chang Xiao looked at him, showing off his strength, also revealing a satisfied expression. After being tortured for a few days, his cultivation has indeed improved again. Such a powerful general, if I don't recruit him, how can I accomplish everything? He licked his lips, very excited, looking no different from those villains. This 2-month surrender command only makes you obey my words. To keep someone's heart forever, I still need my silver tongue. Zhang Xie punched down fiercely, and the ground tiles shattered. Most surprisingly, Zhang Xie suddenly knelt before Chang Xiao, still wearing the circlet on his head, and obediently called him master, obeying his words. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely join the Iron Bone sect. Chang Xiao looked down at him, a victor's smile on his face. You don't need to call me master, just call me sect master. Speaking of which, do you really believe the Demon Fiend sect will wholeheartedly search for your sister? He lowered his head, sadly replying, the sect master found out about my request in such a short time. It seems the Iron Bone sect's intelligence capabilities are also very strong. Zhang Xia's heart was filled with bitterness, yet also immense helplessness. I've been in the Demon Fiend sect for a long time and have never received any news of my sister. I also know the Demon Fiend sect wants to use this to tie me down, so I won't want to leave. But besides the Demon Fiend sect, I don't know who else has intelligence capabilities beyond the ordinary that can help me find my sister. Chang Xiao raised 2 fingers. First, you still can't shake the sect protection array. Second, you can easily defeat a Martial King level protective beast expert. He then raised 3 fingers. Third, gather your intelligence within 2 or 3 days. Chang Xiao spread his arms, indicating that all these good things were what he did for Zhang Xie. The body sculpting room has increased your physical strength many times over. Mysterious power made you submit. All of these are wonders you won't find anywhere on the Starfall continent. And these are just a corner of my Iron Bone sect's wonders. Although I can't guarantee it, we will definitely find your sister. Hearing him say this, Zhang Xie gently looked up at him, deeply moved. Chang Xiao stepped forward, bent down, touched Zhang Xie's shoulder and spoke some recruiting words. But unlike the Demon Fiend sect, which wants to use you as a killing tool, my Iron Bone sect will wholeheartedly help you. The more he spoke, the wider Zhang Xie's eyes grew, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. According to my intelligence, you've neglected your cultivation for news of your sister over the years, and your strength has remained at 2nd grade Martial King for a long time. I can help you become a Martial Emperor, a Martial Sovereign, an existence that can traverse thousands of miles in an instant, and your heart will also be much lighter. At this point, Zhang Xie knelt with clasped hands full of reverence. Zhang Xie, I am willing to join the Iron Bone sect. Just then, the system suddenly rang with a ding, notifying sect members phone, sect contribution points phone. Chang Xiao still had a satisfied smile on his face. As expected, he needs to join completely voluntarily. Relying solely on the surrender command isn't enough. Chang Xiao suddenly shouted, displaying his power. From today on, you will be the first elder of my Iron Bone sect. Next, we will together accomplish the boasts we've made. Just then, a noise suddenly came from outside, and both reacted. He glanced in that direction, his tone displeased. Someone else is attacking the sect protection array again, Zhang Xie guessed. It might be the 10 martial sects the Tianxia sect arranged for me. I thought they were too slow, so I already rushed here myself. Chang Xiao tutted, stroking his chin, and thoughtfully asked Zhang Xie, we haven't provoked the Demon Fiend sect yet, have we? Zhang Xie, do you know their specific strength? Zhang Xie told him what he knew. I'm rather undisciplined, so I'm not very clear, but the Demon Fiend sect headquarters also has quite a few martial sovereigns. Hearing this, he surprisingly patted Zhang Xie's shoulder. It's not a solution to always be blocked by them at resource points. He looked at Zhang Xie, and at this moment a plan seemed to form in his mind. This venerable one has a plan, but it requires some sacrifice from you, Zhang Xie. Looking at Chang Xiao's cunning eyes, Zhang Xie was a little scared, alas. Outside the sect, a large explosion occurred at this moment, and the few people trapped in the formation were very anxious. How can this sect's protection array be so tough? It's been several days and Elder Zhang still hasn't come out of the Iron Bone sect? A leader from the Demon Fiend sect consoled. Don't worry, the formation master sent by headquarters is also breaking the array. We'll be in soon. Looking over here, their trusted master was also diligently breaking the array. Suddenly he frowned sharply, a look of displeasure on his face. This perhaps the master was sensing some anomaly within the array. Inside the array, that pitch-black space still glittered with countless light dots like stars in the night sky. The formation master subconsciously opened his eyes to sense it, his face covered in sweat. What the hell is this? It feels too fantastical. Calls rose and fell. Master, Elder Zhang. Zhang Xie slowly opened his eyes. He was beaten black and blue, and hearing the calls, he slowly regained consciousness. Elder Zhang, wake up quickly. Elder Zhang, come to your senses, the leader of the Demon Fiend sect anxiously asked. Elder Zhang, who injured you so badly and threw you out like a broken rag. After Zhang Xie regained consciousness, he coughed a few times. Cough, cough, who are you calling a broken rag? The old man also hurriedly explained. Elder Zhang, you're awake. I didn't say it, the person who threw you out said it. Zhang Xie recalled the scene at that time. The moment he was thrown out, he was completely stunned. I threw you, Elder Zhang, back to you like a broken rag. Zhang Xie sighed helplessly. Never mind, the old man quickly ordered. Quickly leave. Suddenly Zhang Xie spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he also shouted, the Iron Bone sect has an expert. Seeing this, several people from the Demon Fiend sect also quickly ordered, "Return to the branch." Going back a few hours, Zhang Xiao stretched out a hand and hugged Zhang Xie's arm. He was sobbing, tightly embracing Zhang Xie. "Zhang Xie, I've wronged you." Hearing this, Zhang Xie also endured the pain and said, "For the sect, what's a little grievance?" The arm hugging Zhang Xie suddenly bulged with muscle, and in a flash he mercilessly slammed Zhang Xie to the ground. Not only that, Zhang Xiao's muscular arm grabbed him again. Pulling him up, he didn't hesitate to give Zhang Xie a brutal slap across the face, twisting his face. Then, with a series of kicks, he directly kicked Zhang Xie. At this moment, Zhang Xie was half dead from the beating, slumped on the ground, eyes rolled back, blood and snot gushing from his nose like a fountain. After mercilessly attacking Zhang Xie, he rubbed his wrists and said with a sly smile, "You're covered in wounds, only then can you fool them outside. My Ironbone sect is too strong, it will make the Demon Fiend sect somewhat wary of attacking." Zhang Xie was disoriented from the beating but still struggled to raise his head and complain. "But Sect Master, I think you have some personal grudges, don't you?" Hearing this, he immediately retorted, spouting nonsense. "This venerable one is magnanimous. How could I beat someone half to death for revenge for my arrogance?" At this moment, Zhang Xie's face was beyond recognition, and it was too late to regret. He decided to accept my other bad reputation. Was it a bit hasty? The camera quickly cut to the Demon Fiend sect branch nestled in lush trees. At this moment, the injured Zhang Xie was lying in bed. Someone was casting a spell to heal him. The Grand Branch Master also asked him with confusion, "Qingyang County, how could someone there injure you so severely? What is the opponent's cultivation level?" Zhang Xie propped himself up and sat up, recounting. "It was an old man from the Ironbone sect. I was completely defeated," he recalled with a look of terror. "His cultivation was at least peak Martial King or even." Zhang Xie hesitated for a long time, then spoke again. "Martial Sovereign." Hearing this, the Grand Branch Master was startled. He frowned slightly, feeling wary. A Martial Sovereign, an expert of such a level. Extremely rare even in Tianyu Imperial City in southwest Yang Prefecture. The Branch Master again felt puzzled. "But there are no traces of spiritual energy on your wounds. Perhaps the opponent didn't want to take your life." Zhang Xie pretended to raise his hand to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. "That's right, that old man spared my life and told me to go back and report not to provoke the Ironbone sect." Hearing this, the Grand Branch Master also showed an uneasy expression. "Is that so?" He thought he would retreat, but unexpectedly he was planning other schemes. "It seems I must contact headquarters and send another Martial Sovereign." Zhang Xie was roaring inwardly at this moment. "It's over." Seeing the situation was not good, Zhang Xie coughed a few more times. "Cough, cough." That he said a few more evasive words. "Is it that easy to invite a Martial Sovereign from headquarters?" The Grand Branch Master snorted lightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Don't you know those Martial Sovereigns are idle all day, doing nothing but drinking tea, teasing birds and boasting, just waiting for something to do?" Zhang Xie could only sit aside and recite Buddhist scriptures at this moment. Now things have really gotten out of hand. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Grand Branch Master, urgent news from headquarters." The subordinate knelt and reported, "The third-rate sect, Tai Kun sect, suddenly attacked our sect's mine. Headquarters demands that our Southwest Yang Prefecture branch also send several experts to support." The Grand Branch Master immediately roared in anger. "The Tai Kun sect is truly audacious. This is clearly a declaration of war." Zhang Xie, sitting aside, also breathed a sigh of relief. The Branch Master then turned and instructed him, "Zhang Xie, there's no time for you. Go back to Zhang family town and recover slowly." He also obediently responded, "Yes." Zhang Xie no longer lingered and was preparing to leave at this moment. He still felt a bit indignant and displeased. "After all, I was seriously injured for the Demon Fiend sect, even if it was fake, but I was just dismissed immediately. Evil sects are indeed evil sects. If you are incompetent, you can only fend for yourself." Zhang Xie glanced at the Demon Fiend sect, a look of disgust clearly showing on his face. "Since that's the case, there's nothing to be ashamed of for me, Zhang Xie, to leave here." Suddenly Zhang Xie remembered Chang Xiao's earlier instructions. "Oh right, the Sect Master said that after I deal with the Branch Master I can take these 2 pills. Chang Xiao took out 2 pills and asked Zhang Xie, "Do you want a mid-grade healing elixir or this body sculpting pill?" An adult doesn't choose, an adult takes both. Zhang Xie calmly replied, "Let's eat them together." He quickly swallowed both pills. The moment the pills went down, Zhang Xie clearly felt it. My injuries seem to have vanished instantly, but I don't feel anything else." Someone approached him from behind, a bald man with a mark on his forehead. He grabbed Zhang Xie's shoulder and scoffed, "Zhang Xie, I heard you were dragged back like a dead dog after being beaten. You've really brought shame to us Martial Kings, haven't you?" Zhang Xie impatiently raised his hand and shook him off. "Get lost, I'm not in the mood to fight you." It seemed like a gentle flick. The man was already sent flying, directly crashing into the gate, indicating the immense force. Looking back at that flick, Zhang Xie was still somewhat dazed. Is this my power?" Zhang Xie could feel a surge of power contained within his fist. To confirm, Zhang Xie lifted the man with one hand and slammed his head down onto a stone. He was driven mad, babbling incoherently, "Potato chips, you're beautiful." Little Blackie revealed a chicken leg. Zhang Xie stood dumbfounded, unable to believe it. "How did my strength increase so much? My power is now at least 1.9 million. Is it the effect of that body sculpting pill?" He was in a state of panic, unable to believe he possessed such terrifying power. Calling it an immortal pill would not be an exaggeration. Realizing this, Zhang Xie was ecstatic. Changing jobs was the right decision. Next, he returned to the Ironbone sect. Seeing Zhang Xie return, Jun Changxiao leisurely sat on a tree and called out, "Elder." He greeted him warmly. Welcome home. As soon as he returned, Zhang She bowed respectfully to report information. The sect master was recruiting forces. Zhang She felt fear and would definitely be completely loyal to the Iron-Boned sect. Zhen Changxiao also quickly jumped down from the tree. He paused and asked, "Recruiting forces? I don't think I did anything to recruit." Zhang She politely said, "That divine pill, perhaps it's the sect's heirloom treasure?" He earnestly explained his current physical strength. "That divine pill directly increased my strength by 200,000, raising me from a second-grade mid-level martial king directly to a second-grade high-level martial king." Hearing him marvel at the divine pill, Zhen Changxiao happily, "Oh Ed, you're talking about the food our sect frantically devoured for the 4th time, aren't you? We have body sculpting pills whenever we want them in our sect." Hearing the words frantically devoured, Zhang She was also somewhat stunned. To make Zhang She fully believe, he looked at him and suggested with a smile, "It's all right if you don't believe it. Today happens to be the sect examination, so let me open your eyes." At this moment a competition was taking place in the Iron-Boned sect's training ground. 2 disciples were fiercely competing, constantly moving, attacking and defending. Zhen Changxiao and Zhang She were watching the match. After a while Zhang She commented, "Although the cultivation of these 2 disciples is a bit low, they are both mid to high grade within their respective ranks, which is very rare. These 2 are probably disciples specially trained by the sect, right? They have boundless futures." Looking back at the training ground, 1 person had already been defeated. Qing Yang raised his hand to announce the result. Squad C finishes. Luo Shang defeats. Zhang San becomes the second to last in Squad C. Zhang She, standing nearby, was completely bewildered. He began to retort with dissatisfaction, "They were so clumsy, what's wrong with them?" Zhen Changxiao, however, leisurely ate snacks as if it were commonplace. "Calm down, our sect doesn't lack geniuses now." He also introduced many special features of the Iron-Boned sect to Zhang She. Besides the body sculpting pills and body sculpting room you tried, the sect also has a movement technique room, training tower and other miraculous cultivation methods. If you haven't become an extreme grade genius yet, it only means you're too lazy. He said leisurely while peeling snacks, "Right, this competition is to select new inner disciples. You're an elder, so you can get to know the true elites of our sect." Suddenly a blade appeared. It was Ji Shangqian who walked onto the stage with a blade. "Senior Brother Long, this is the position for new inner disciples, and I, Ji Shangqian, am determined to claim the next spot." Another long spear swept across the stage. Long Xiang walked onto the stage with an imposing aura to accept the challenge. "Then you can only blame your bad luck for drawing us." Xiang's gaze sharply focused on the target ahead. He carried burning flames wielding a long spear and charged rapidly towards Ji Shangqian. Ji Shangqian quickly blocked the attack with the mistress's cleaving blade art. Zhang She watched the match on the stage dumbfounded. Both of them were extreme grade. Ji Shangqian grabbed Xiang's long spear, one short, one dangerous. Xiang's grip on the spear also tightened. A long spear carrying burning flames slashed straight at Ji Shangqian, who dodged the attack. Zhang She sat below watching with great interest, unable to help but exclaim, "If inner disciples all have such aptitude, it's certainly no problem for our sect to become a 4th-rate sect." Zhen Changxiao chuckled coldly, "Elder Zhang, you don't yet deeply understand the Iron-Boned sect. I don't blame you. As the first elder of the Iron-Boned sect, the future will be far more than just this small scale." He revealed a proud smile. "My Iron-Boned sect's goal is to be the strongest sect in the Starfall continent for all eternity." Hearing him say this, Zhang She was stunned. The sect master actually had such a grand plan. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He heard Zhen Changxiao, "Oh, again, Li Shangyan was about to lose. Du Sha probably needs to practice more." On the stage, Xiang swung his spear, knocking both of Ji Shangqian's weapons out of his hands. When the spearhead pointed directly at his neck, Ji Shangqian surrendered. "I lost." At this point victory and defeat were decided. Zhen Changxiao walked onto the stage. "All right, congratulations to all the new inner disciples. Our sect's inner disciples have officially expanded from 7 to 22. He also encouraged the disciples. "I have seen the efforts of the disciples. Losing to our own people this time is nothing to be ashamed of. Fight again next time." Ji Shangqian was blaming himself for not securing a spot, wondering how his master would punish him when he returned. Zhen Changxiao approached and called his name. He glanced at Ji Shangqian. "Do you know where you lost?" He raised both hands, his tone playful, "Because times have changed and the strong have changed their hairstyles." Ji Shangqian was stunned after hearing this. After a few seconds, Zhen Changxiao patted Ji Shangqian's shoulder reassuringly. "You didn't lose badly to Xiang. After all, he has both sect martial arts and ancestral secret techniques." Ji Shangqian sighed dejectedly. "My pharmaceutical hall is still a combat unit, yet it ended up like a medicine hall, scoring 0. At this moment, seeing someone approaching, Zhen Changxiao pulled him up. "Bon voyage." Old Wei looked at him with one eye and scoffed in a deep voice. "Little Li, it seems your pharmaceutical hall's pills will be halved next month." Ji Shangqian immediately admitted his mistake. "Old Wei, I was wrong. I'm going to water the medicinal garden now." Although he said that, Old Wei actually didn't blame him. "Forget it, I'm just joking with you. I'm not some evil spirit. Go cultivate." Hearing this, Ji Shangqian quickly responded with a yes and ran off. Only then did he turn back and recognize, "Sect Master, you've also recruited a new martial king?" Zhang She quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Wei." He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was surprised by Elder Wei's unfathomable depth, not only seeing through his cultivation at a glance but also speaking so calmly. More importantly, Zhang Xie observed that Elder Wei's aura was serene yet fluctuating, making his strength difficult to gauge. Could the martial emperor lie I fabricated to the branch master actually be true? Suddenly, a hand violently grabbed Zhun Changxiao's wrist. Elder Wei grabbed Zhun Changxiao and hurriedly pulled him along. Sect Master, I have great news to report to you. In his haste, he suddenly noticed Elder Wei's hand was trembling. What could make Elder Wei so excited? Elder Wei pulled Zhun Changxiao quickly to the territory of the Back Mountains medicinal garden. Zhun Changxiao, disheveled, asked blankly, Elder Wei, why are you rushing us to the medicinal garden? He pointed behind him. Sect Master, please look at the valley over there. Following Elder Wei's finger, there was a dazzling pink. Zhun Changxiao and Zhang Xie both opened their mouths in unison. This is, Zhun Changxiao stared dumbfounded. So there are circular rainbows? This thing looks quite special too. Too bad I can't post it online, otherwise it would definitely get over 100 likes. Fortunately, Zhang Xie was there to educate him. Sect Master, what nonsense are you saying? This is a sign of spiritual energy revival. Hearing this, Zhun Changxiao suddenly woke up. Oh no, I exposed my lack of knowledge. Elder Wei, being knowledgeable, then explained. In ancient times, Starfall Continent was once a vast continent where heaven and earth were filled with abundant spiritual energy, and breaking through to Martial King or Martial Emperor was not difficult. He mused as he spoke. But the ancient supreme powerhouses still fought hundreds of battles, eventually shattering the entire Starfall continent, which is why we have the 13 continents today. Zhun Changxiao was stunned, revealing a hint of fear. The continent was shattered. What kind of power is that? And I, a mere martial sect, am but a small shrimp. Elder Wei spread his hands, a calm and composed posture. Although the continent's spiritual energy was destroyed, ancient spiritual energy still scattered throughout various worlds. Although hidden in the mountains, long-term accumulation will also lead to this spiritual energy gradually reviving. Zhang Xie also seemed well versed in this. After spiritual energy revives, abundant spiritual energy will be occupied by the strong. The strongest sects on the Starfall continent today are mostly built in places where spiritual energy has revived. The Demon Fiend sect is also like this, and there is another undeniable benefit to spiritual energy revival. Many colorful spirit stones will appear at this time, and where spiritual energy is present it will condense into spirit stone veins. Zhang Xie suddenly became serious. The Demon Fiend sect cannot afford to be distracted by our sect. That's because you are now fighting over their mine. Zhun Changxiao wondered if he had heard the key point. As he was blankly thinking about ways to get rich, spirit stones are hard currency. Getting a spirit stone mine, wouldn't that be like opening his own bank? No longer joking. Zhun Changxiao seriously focused his thoughts. If the Demon Fiend sect cannot deal with me in a short time, then the treasures I bought can be saved for later use. He suddenly thought of something, his eyes sharpening. Wait, this spiritual energy revival has attracted so many people to fight over it. Wouldn't that mean both fortune and disaster for us? Elder Wei's expression was calm. That's right, this colorful light has just appeared, and in a few days it will illuminate the entire mountain. Realizing the reality, Zhun Changxiao held his head, flustered and panicking. Wouldn't that be impossible to cover up? We simply can't withstand the attacks of the various sects. He looked at the spiritual energy revival light gradually dissipating, and Zhun Changxiao frantically cried out again, Don't disappear, I was just talking nonsense. Colorful light, please come back. For you I can fight Chen Haonan to the death. Zhun Changxiao said, Let's go and see together quickly. Then the three flew upwards together. At this moment the scene shifted to the back mountain of the Ironbone sect. The three had chased to the place where the spiritual energy traces were. Looking at the red firelight in front of them, Zhun Changxiao asked, Elder Wei, what's with this appearance as if it's about to be bathed in fire? Elder Wei bent down to examine it closely, then said, Perhaps it hasn't met the conditions for revival yet. So the colorful light dissipated midway. Standing in the open space, Elder Wei suggested, Perhaps because there's too little spiritual energy here, the spiritual energy revival couldn't sustain itself. How about this? I'll plant another medicinal garden here to improve the situation. Zhang Xie also offered his opinion. We can take this opportunity to set up an isolation array here. A powerful array like the sect protecting array. The sect master must be a grand master of arrays. Zhun Changxiao's face turned pale and he glanced at him. Zhang Xie and Elder Wei both agreed. Good idea. With an absolute array we can fully incorporate the revived spiritual energy into the Ironbone sect. These two kept talking, leaving Zhun Changxiao no room to speak. He covered his face and helplessly blamed himself. I'm a pure 24K array knowledge idiot. System, help me out. Zhun Changxiao focused his mind, listening to the system analyze relevant treasures. There are indeed arrays, but they are rarely found in the primary shop. It is recommended that you look in the intermediate shop. He scratched his head and called out. The intermediate shop costs 100 contribution points to open each time. I only have 1200 points in total. How is that enough to spend? Just then, Qingyang rushed in to report. Sect Master, someone has come to the mountain gate seeking to join the sect. Zhun Changxiao was overjoyed at the news. Someone has come to deliver contribution points. He walked, turning back to Qingyang and saying, Recruiting disciples, you can handle it directly. Anyway, it's happened many times before, he simply replied. Sect Master, you'll know if you go out and see. Zhang Chongxiao's gaze swept over. Did he see something amiss? Looking back, there was actually a long line of people waiting to join the sect. The crowd stretched from the sect gate to an unseen end. Qingyang whispered in his ear, "Sect Master, the news of us leveling the Holy Spring sect has spread." Zhang Chongxiao, however, seemed very interested. The queue was as long as a COVID test line. He revealed a triumphant smile. "My contribution points can be spent freely now." Zhang Chongxiao said, "This time a single batch of new disciples consists of a full 999 people, breaking a new record of 2,254 contribution points, plus with the sect reaching the required number of people, the mission panel has refreshed again. This way, once the disciples complete their missions, I'll earn at least another 2,000 contribution points," he mumbled while eating, completely like a nouveau riche. "System, keep drawing for me until I get a divine artifact, nouveau riche." Contribution points drained rapidly, and the system replied after receiving them. Contribution points 2,000. Zhang Chongxiao cursed under his breath, back to his old ways, but indeed you get what you pay for. He looked at the newly purchased items happily saying, "I spent over 2,000 points, but I also bought a few good things. This is definitely a divine artifact among divine artifacts. Alright, now to test its function. The first victim is the Evergreen Sect's Aptitude Enhancement Array. After use, one immediately gains Array Master Aptitude, becoming a Junior Array Master from then on, worth 200 contribution points." Zhang Chongxiao used up everything in one go, his eyes filled with the light of newly acquired knowledge. Zhang Chongxiao entered an unfamiliar space. He muttered to himself, "Is this array knowledge? It's too vast." Back in reality, Zhang Chongxiao contentedly took out another book. Sure enough, he instantly grasped the array knowledge. "System, you're truly amazing. It feels like an illiterate person suddenly became a top student. It's exhilarating." Next is the introduction to the improved version of the Keeman 32 arrays. These 32 advanced arrays were created by an array grandmaster from the myriad worlds continent with his life's work. Later it was modified by a powerful being, divided into Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, Ultimate, and Supreme editions. Advantages. After modification, the array laying method has been simplified, making it suitable for beginners, worth 1,000 contribution points. Zhang Chongxiao happily calculated, "With the array knowledge and the 32 array diagrams, it won't be long before I can create an isolation array." Then he turned to look at the remaining items. There were still a few treasures that required collecting special materials before they could be used. "It seems I'll have to go scavenging again." Zhang Chongxiao began to practice according to the instructions. "So let's first try setting up a 10-fold spirit gathering array." At this moment, Qingyang was busy acting as a guide, telling the new disciples, "Please come this way to the kitchen to collect your meal tickets." Before they could enter, the building in front of them suddenly exploded with a boom. A blazing fireball rolled into the courtyard, scaring the honest disciples. Qingyang wasn't surprised, merely introducing, "That's our sect master. Everyone remember to be polite." After bandaging up, Zhang Chongxiao continued reading. His hand trembled a bit while drawing the array, causing the lines to be crooked and the array points uneven. He didn't expect just a few basic errors to cause such a serious explosion. He began to feel discouraged. Is this painting or a chemistry experiment? The sect's foundation is still weak. A few more explosions and it'll be over. Zhang Chongxiao suddenly remembered something. Right, there are still a few medicinal recipes that need materials. How about? In a blink he had arrived beside the beautiful Qianqin. Zhang Chongxiao called out to Qianqin. He smiled and told her, "Great, this time it's just the two of us without those annoying guys following." Qianqin smiled and replied, Initially moved, she later felt disheartened. That was when Zhang Chongxiao, looking at a map, said, "Another 30 li north and we'll reach the Myriad Beasts Mountain in Wyong Prefecture. It's said that the fiercest beasts here can reach Martial King Cultivation, and we can find many crystal cores and precious materials." Qianqin was so angry her chest felt tight looking at her money-grubbing boyfriend. "Are we going to get rich now?" she asked. "Hey, didn't you say you'd take me sightseeing? Is this it?" Zhang Chongxiao nonchalantly admitted. "That's right, I also wanted to take the opportunity to practice array methods by the roadside. You know, those arrays that explode at the slightest provocation. If you put an ice shield in front of me, the exploding arrays won't be a problem. So bringing you along is killing two birds with one stone." Qianqin was speechless with anger, cursing inwardly, "You're truly a genius." Zhang Chongxiao thought she was praising him, so he shyly demurred, "Stop, if you keep praising me you'll have to do it the whole way." Along the way he kept doing comical things. For example, "This kind of array requires a lot of practice to master. Let's start here. Qianqin, prepare the ice shield." Sometimes he'd be flustered by small mistakes. "Oh no, I drew this part wrong." Zhang Chongxiao wasn't discouraged in the least. He turned around and said with a smile, "Qianqin, ice shield." But she had already erected an ice wall in front of him. In the desolate dense forest a wolf was gnawing on its prey. Suddenly it noticed a strange creature. Just as it was about to bare its fangs and roar, it had to close its mouth again. Zhang Chongxiao coldly stated, "We're only at the foot of the mountain, yet so many adventurers have met a tragic end. This Myriad Beasts Mountain is indeed exceptionally dangerous." He stood side by side with Qianqin and the majestic white tiger, continuing, "But for me this is a great place to farm equipment. Let's go." "My little darlings." Facing hundreds of hungry eyes, Zhang Chongxiao just smiled and said it was time to let these fierce beasts know who the real master here was. Continuing to follow this eccentric pair, the darker the color, the more dangerous the area. The map of the Myriad Beast mountain range is indeed good. Qianqin next to him complained, it's just too expensive, it used up all your 200 coins. Zhang Chongxiao quickly defended, but it's not much, this is after I desperately haggled. Second brother sells them for 20 apiece. He brushed aside the money issue and raised his hand saying, let's go, our target is the most dangerous area. The two hunters witnessing this scene started to whisper, which young lady is that bringing her servant out to play, and they want to go to the most dangerous place, probably just one fierce beast would be enough to kill them. Zhang Chongxiao listened, fuming, what's wrong with your eyes, what young lady? What servant? I'm the sect master, I can swagger into the most dangerous places. Qianqin suddenly said, I'm thirsty. Zhang Chongxiao immediately served her tea and water like a servant. Your Majesty, please drink. Qianqin took it and replied, you may withdraw. The two hunters were speechless, and he said he wasn't a servant. Suddenly, they were surprised to discover something. How can a mid-4th grade spiritual beast appear here? The two quickly warned the master and servant. Golden-striped leopard, quick, get out of the way, that fierce beast is equivalent to a 4th-rank martial master. The golden-striped leopard charged towards where Zhang Chongxiao and Qianqin stood. Qianqin merely waved her hand lightly, splashing the water from her cup into the air. Zhang Chongxiao immediately leapt into the air. The golden-striped leopard, bewildered after touching the water, was completely frozen solid in an instant. Zhang Chongxiao landed just in time, kicking and shattering the ice, and the golden-striped leopard vanished. The two hunters were stunned in place. They looked at the man and woman before them, both convinced that these two were top-tier experts. Zhang Chongxiao complained as he walked, Qianqin, didn't we agree not to freeze them? It's shattered into smithereens, there's no material left. Not even Little Dragon can eat it. Qianqin, however, didn't take the blame for herself. Are you blaming me? Zhang Chongxiao had never won an argument with her, so he replied, let's just say it's a change of pace for Little Dragon, like eating ice cream. But in my experience on the journey ahead, fierce beasts aren't the most difficult opponents in this dark forest. Human hearts are more sinister than fierce beasts. A sharp iron sword pierced a man's palm and a fierce voice rang in his ear. Little brother, is this your first time in the Myriad Beasts mountain range? The shameless bandit mocked. How could you not know? Meeting our rogue mercenary group here means you hand over 90% of your earnings. We're not bad people. Since it's your first offense, just leave all your valuables and 1 arm each and you can go. While he was still gloating, karma arrived, specifically in the form of a foot stomping on his head. Zhang Chongxiao said righteously, speaking to the person behind him. Kid, quickly take your injured companion away. What are you still doing here? Watching the show? Haven't you seen a robbery before? The victim quickly left, leaving the criminal cornered by Zhang Chongxiao. Hand over what you stole. It's my turn to rob you. A moment later, he already had a pile of coins in his hand, his tone full of pride. Indeed, this is the fastest way to collect them. He looked at the pile of jewels he had acquired, saying contentedly, the few teams of bandits I just robbed all seem to be called Blood Wolf something. A few more times and I can upgrade all the sect's equipment. Qianqin, take these treasures back to the sect. I'll reorganize them. In the next 2 days I'll forge a new set of defensive armor. This is a life-protecting magic artifact capable of withstanding all attacks below 100,000 jin. He turned and tempted Qianqin. Let's quickly test it out. Give me a few punches of 100,000 jin. She didn't reply but threw a punch. Zhang Chongxiao bore the full impact of the blow, screaming in pain, and asked, Qianqin, how much force did you use? Qianqin softly replied, just a little over, more than 100,000 jin. This thin armor of yours is truly a treasure. Though thin, its defense is excellent. Zhang Chongxiao, lying on the ground, asked, then why did you? Qianqin replied bluntly, why did you hide a spatial ring in your pocket trying to stash away private money? After revealing the truth, Qianqin said, let's go, we're not far from the nearest forbidden zone. I heard there are martial sect level fierce beasts there. Zhang Chongxiao followed her here. Passing through the white mist, she commented that this forbidden land seemed a bit cold. After the two left, a huge axe appeared. A bandit and another large man were conversing. This is the guy who robbed you, the bandit from earlier affirmed. That's right, Deputy Captain Zhang. It's him. He stole everything but my underwear. Deputy Captain Zhang took a quick look and rated them. These two are not simple, but they entered the forbidden zone without any preparation. They'll surely be either dead or severely injured. Disciples from such prominent sects on external training always carry many treasures. But he also excitedly ordered, gather all nearby members of the Blood Wolf team. We'll give them a big surprise at the forbidden zone's exit. The forest is about to welcome a new battle. The couple entered the ice forest. After an investigation, Zhang Chongxiao said, I didn't expect such a large ice stream to be in the forbidden zone. Legend says that cold iron accumulates in extremely cold places. He looked at his ice-covered arm, smiling. This is one of the important materials for refining a mid-grade cold glow sword. We're going to get rich. I have a feeling that clearing this dungeon will be enough to refine several of them. But with so many ice caves, who knows which one has cold iron? If we search them one by one, it'll take years. Qianqin observed, thinking it's clearly a blessed iceland. Yet it's eerily quiet, without even a single ice-attributed fierce beast. Zhang Chongxiao was muttering something beside her. I drew this Dragon Seeker rod in the lottery a few days ago. I wonder if it's useful. The Dragon Seeker rod suddenly moved, surprising Zhang Chongxiao. You're reacting. He walked in the indicated direction and seeing a flower asked doubtfully, what's that? Zhang Chongxiao looked at it suspiciously. Isn't that ice pearl grass? The book said it's not a precious medicinal herb. System, is your Dragon Seeker Rod a buy one get two free defective item? Suddenly a sound made him pay attention. Zhen Changxiao looked into the depths of the cave, asking himself in confusion, strange, there are water droplets in this extremely cold place, and I clearly feel a wave of heat emanating from the cave, a mix of cold and heat. There must be a great treasure here. He called his wife. Qianqin, quickly, let's start treasure hunting from this cave, she suddenly warned Zhen Changxiao. Sect Master, quickly dodge. He listened to her words. Bewildered, several sharp ice spikes fell, almost turning Zhen Changxiao into a pincushion. He shouted loudly, my goodness, the sky is falling. An icy fanged mouth appeared. A frost version king of the forest suddenly appeared. The system notified the host, you're really lucky. This is a second-grade ice crystal lion beast belonging to the same rare category as the purple lightning thunder tiger. Zhen Changxiao exhaled a cold breath. No wonder the temperature seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees again. He looked resentfully at the treasure in his hand. Why did this thing lead me right to the ice crystal lion beast mouth? Dragon Seeker Rod, Self-Destruct Edition, automatically seeks out the most dangerous place within 3 kilometers, thereby helping the user meet a tragic end. Zhen Changxiao angrily threw the item. Screw you. Facing the frost giant beast, he casually said, alright, it's only second grade, equivalent to my own second-rank martial sect Cultivation. Seeing it breathe fire, he wasn't surprised. It can even play with fire. Zhen Changxiao's hand also produced similar flames, and he simultaneously said, besides roasting meat, my spirit glow fire hasn't had a chance to be used for other purposes, so much so that I even forgot it's also a combat skill. Flames enveloped Zhen Changxiao. He rotated his arm to cast a spell, then sprayed a pillar of fire towards the ice lion. It was shocked by this terrifying power, but not overly afraid. It let out an ice lion roar, and the ice beneath its feet shattered, but no one was visible. The ice lion discovered Zhen Changxiao above its head. When did he get there? He landed on it, wreathed in flames. Zhen Changxiao smiled and chanted, spell. The ice on the lion's body began to melt. It started to panic, unsure what to do. Zhen Changxiao punched, his face full of excitement. Die, I just happen to need high-grade ice-attributed crystal cores. Stop, just as his eyes were prepared to witness his victory. Familiar spiritual energy appeared, and a crisp fairy-like voice rang out. Stop, Qianqin stopped Zhen Changxiao, explaining that the ice crystal lion beast was still useful. Witnessing Qianqin's sudden actions and expression, Zhen Changxiao became suspicious. This was the first time he had seen such an expression in Qianqin's eyes, calm yet utterly cold and ruthless, like ice, indifferent and emotionless, as if she had never known him. The two stopped their spells and faced each other. The ice crystal lion beast trembled, tears streaming from its eyes. Qianqin asked in surprised confusion. Tears? She gently stroked its face and asked, what in this world do you still long for? Powerful cold energy emanated from her. She proposed to the ice crystal lion beast, form a contract with me. Become my contracted beast. In its eyes there was only Qianqin's small figure. Seeing the barrier around Qianqin and the ice crystal lion beast, Zhen Changxiao was secretly puzzled. Didn't they say contracted beasts are hard to form a contract with? How is it so simple? It took me many master pills to subdue that clumsy tiger. Perhaps Qianqin's ice-attributed cultivation technique is of a higher grade, forcibly subjugating the ice crystal lion beast's will through her skill. However, Qianqin's cultivation technique seemed to make her even colder. Zhen Changxiao murmured, no, this isn't coldness, but ruthless indifference. The contract between Qianqin and the ice crystal lion beast was complete. So Zhen Changxiao raised a pokeball and called out, Qianqin, I have an item here. When you don't need it, you can put the ice crystal lion beast inside. Let's call it Little Ice. You're the ice goddess. Riding Little Ice was simply a match made in heaven. Without looking back, Qianqin coldly thanked Zhen Changxiao. She ruthlessly held up the pokeball, taking Little Ice inside. Seeing her cold actions, Zhen Changxiao was just speechless. After it was done, Qianqin, indifferent and expressionless, walked and urged him. Let's go, there are still many forbidden zones to explore. Zhen Changxiao looked at her back and sighed. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is this? It seems all of Qianqin's emotions have vanished. Suddenly he loosened his collar and smiled. Good, in that case. He reached up to stroke his hair, murmuring to himself with a self-satisfied look, let me, Zhen Changxiao, be the first to awaken her true feelings. In the forest a giant python opened its mouth wide, revealing 4 sharp fangs. Zhen Changxiao gently grabbed its neck, tied it into the shape of a quadruped and happily showed it off with both hands raised. Qianqin, look, a puppy. He beat a panda black and blue, then introduced it. Qianqin, this is a bear. This forced the panda to hold up a sign clarifying, I'm a raccoon. He used a chicken as a bow and arrow to shoot arrows, calling it a chicken arrow. However, Qianqin's attitude remained cold. He secretly thought, this isn't good. The deeper her cultivation, the colder she becomes. Time passed, night fell, and Zhen Changxiao stood with his arms crossed looking at the crescent moon, sighing. It got dark so quickly. Let's find a place to set up camp first. He turned and pointed ahead, suggesting, Qianqin, there's the sound of water over there. Let's camp there tonight. She slowly walked over, agreeing to his suggestion. The waterfall roared and Qianqin sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her cultivation technique. Zhen Changxiao handed her a fish, saying, it's my first time grilling fish, so there are still many imperfections. Qianqin took the fish and Zhen Changxiao sat beside her, encouraging. Although my cooking isn't as good as Dudu's, just eat a little if you can. She sat there eating fish while he sat there chatting with her. Qianqin, your current state reminds me of our first meeting, but the longer we've been together, the clearer your place in my heart has become. Zheng Changxiao looked up at the moon and compared, "You're like this waterfall, indifferent to everything as you flow along." Yet he turned to her, speaking tenderly, "Besides you, I truly don't care about anyone else anymore." His words startled Qianqin. She froze, her face flushed hot, and she stammered shyly, "All right." The smooth-talking Zheng Changxiao leaned back comfortably, one hand supporting himself on the ground, one hand reaching out to stroke Qianqin's head, secretly chuckling, "This is my Qianqin?" A howl rang out, startling Zheng Changxiao, and his hand, which had intended to stroke Qianqin's head, hung motionless in midair. He gasped in anger and reprimanded loudly, "Where did that stray cat come from, meowing in the middle of the night? Don't you know I'm in a good mood and I have work to do tomorrow?" Suddenly, Zheng Changxiao heard a faint voice enter his ear. "Don't mind me, you two run." He stood up and walked towards the source of the sound, admonishing as he went, "Qianqin, take a quick nap. I have to work overtime to save a few people." Qianqin looked at him and gently reminded, "Then remember to come back early." Half an hour ago in another scene, a huge wild ox was charging ferociously forward. Facing it was a muscular man, Zhang Shang of the adventurer group. He used his cultivation to block the ox with both hands. His junior brothers behind him cheered happily. "Brother Shang is mighty." He gritted his teeth, struggling to stop the ox, and turned to urge his junior brothers, "Still have time to flatter? Give me a hand, we must finish quickly. The longer we delay, the more likely we are to attract other ferocious beasts." His junior brothers replied in unison, "Understood." They didn't know that a pair of red eyes was watching them. Hidden in the darkness of the forest, pairs of red eyes flickered. Zhang Shang held the ox's two horns tightly, and the horns began to crack. He punched, and the two horns shattered, the huge wild ox collapsing to the ground. He urged his junior brothers, "The smell of blood will definitely attract other ferocious beasts. Quickly collect the materials and then leave here." However, his two junior brothers stared in another direction, trembling as they called him Brother Shang. Zhang Shang turned his head and was startled. High on the branches in front of them, bats hung upside down, staring at them. He shouted, "It's Gale bats, and they're all first-grade fierce beasts." The bats stirred slightly. They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth. The swarm of bats flapped their wings and flew toward Zhang Shang and the others. Zhang Zhang's eyes lit up as he coldly watched them. He sprang from the ground, kicking a bat away. He instructed his junior brothers, "I'll stay to block them. You run first." While delivering a sky-shattering punch to another bat, he turned and yelled at his junior brothers, "What are you still hesitating for? Staying here will only drag me down." His junior brothers ran off. Zhang Shang landed firmly, and the bats he had struck down rumbled to the ground, startling the alpha bat. It turned and signaled to the other bats, and half of the swarm immediately flew towards his junior brothers. A bat flapped its wings, attacking a junior brother from behind. Zhang Shang attacked while looking back and calling him, "Ei Shui." He stood firmly on the ground, watching the swarm of bats circling him, and mused, "To block me, these beasts actually understand tactics." He watched as his junior brothers struggled to resist the bat swarm. One junior brother gritted his teeth, desperately grabbing a bat with both hands, cursing, "No way to run, damn it, I'll take a few down with me even if I die." He furiously punched the two bats in front of him, muttering to himself, "I'll take this opportunity to clear a path for my brothers." Exhausted, he spoke his last words, "Brother Shang, let's be brothers again in the next life. Brother Shang, let's be brothers again in the next life." Zhang Shang was still surrounded by the bat swarm. He furiously punched two bats, and the bat's sharp claws extended, attacking Zhang Shang, fiercely throwing him against a large rock behind him. He rubbed the bleeding wounds on his arm, tears streaming down. Zhang Shang lamented, "Heaven, are you going to wipe out our brotherhood here? Please, I'll sacrifice my life for everyone's survival." Zheng Changxiao stood directly above the large rock Zhang Shang was leaning on. He casually remarked, "That, in my opinion, do you resemble the Laotian sect?" His voice suddenly sounded, startling Zhang Shang. Suddenly, Zheng Changxiao was completely black, with only his two eyes shining, staring intently forward. A group of bats were successively struck down, falling in front of Zhang Shang. Zheng Changxiao smiled, secretly praising Zhang Shang and the others. As expected, those below martial sect realm were absolutely suppressed. This adventurer group was both brave and loyal, worth recruiting. Zhang Zhang's junior brothers, covered in wounds, happily said to each other, "Third brother, it seems the bats have all been forcibly pinned to the ground. We've been given a new lease on life." The controlled bats on the ground now opened their mouths and began to howl, their piercing sounds echoing through the forest. Zhang Shang and the others couldn't bear it, covering their ears tightly, their faces contorted in pain, their heads feeling like they would explode. Zheng Changxiao merely said softly, "Invisible sound but just high-pitched, no skill, no emotion. Stop making noise." The bats still howled incessantly. Zheng Changxiao, his face dark, told them, "I told you to shut up," he shouted furiously. "What are you still like a fart?" His voice echoed, breaking the bats' cries, causing them to spit blood. Zhang Zhang's junior brothers silently watched the blood spill across the sky. Zheng Changxiao clapped his hands and instructed them, "All right, everyone, look here, centered on me." He announced that the first official recruitment for the immortal sect in Myriad Beast Mountain had begun. 6 people were buried in 6 mounds of earth with 6 wooden plaques bearing their names stuck into the mounds. Zhang Shang reminisced to them, "Gentlemen, let us be brothers again in the next life." After that, he turned to Zheng Changxiao and thanked him. "Hearing you mention the Iron-Bone sect, you must be Sect Master Zheng. I've long heard your name. My 3 brothers and I owe you a favor." Zheng Changxiao asked Zhang Shang in return, "It seems the name of my Iron-Bone sect also has some renown, so what have you considered about my invitation to join?" Zhang Shang respectfully replied, "Zheng Changxiao, I apologize for disappointing the Sect Master. My brothers and I just discussed it, and we all don't want to be tied down. After all, we're rogue cultivators, accustomed to freedom. but if Sect Master Jun needs help in the future we will definitely do our utmost. After speaking he turned to a junior brother and said, Ashan, quickly collect the Gale Bat materials and give them to Sect Master Jun. Hearing Zhang Zhang's refusal, Jun Chongshao's face turned ashen, furious. How dare he refuse me? He licked his lips, his eyes shining, his face full of cunning, secretly thinking, are you forcing me to use my eloquent tongue? Jun Chongshiao began to use his unique skill, saying to Zhang Shang, loyalty ha, I see you also have extraordinary talent, but because you're a rogue cultivator, without cultivation techniques, without weapons and without guidance from powerful experts, your talent can't be fully unleashed. If you were stronger, could you have saved those 6? Fortunately this time you met me. If you encounter such a dangerous situation again next time, you 20+ people will truly have to be brothers again in the next life. Such dangerous situations often arise suddenly, and only then will you know how important strength is. Like now. With that, Jun Chongshiao glanced to the side and the ground suddenly shook, leaving Zhang Shang and the others dumbfounded. Before their eyes were 2 giant wild oxen, twice the size of the previous one. Everyone cried out in panic. It's the parents of that ox monster. The ox father opened its mouth, launching an attack. Zhang Shang rushed in front of Jun Chongshiao, wanting to protect him, loudly warning, Sect Master Jun, quickly dodge. Jun Chongshiao, however, calmly called out, Zhang Yi. He turned to the wild ox, smiling. Feel the mighty power of my iron-bone sect. With that he leaped up, aiming a sky-shattering blow at the ox's head. The beef was already cooked in the hot pot. Jun Chongshiao stood in front of the spicy and clear broth hot pot and criticized Zhang Shang and the others. How many times have I told you? Thinly sliced beef only needs to be cooked for 15 seconds for it to be tender. Zhang Shang smiled and thanked him. Then we owe the Sect Master 2 more lives. Fortunately the Sect Master doesn't mind. We all agree to join the Iron-Boned Sect. On one side Jun Chongshiao was yelling at Zhang Zhang's junior brothers, you must have dipping sauce and add some celery and don't forget the cilantro. On the other side he was comforting Zhang Shang, I understand your previous refusal. You worried that your brother's aptitudes were ordinary and I wouldn't take them. But in my Iron-Boned Sect what we lack least are geniuses, because we are not transporters of geniuses, we are merely producers of geniuses. After speaking, Jun Chongshiao continued to pick beef from the pot, while Zhang Shang stared at him in a daze after eating and drinking their fill. Jun Chongshiao instructed Zhang Shang and the others, when you arrive at the Iron-Boned Sect, go directly to Li Qingyang and tell him I sent you. When Qianqin and I are not around, he is the big boss Li of the Iron-Boned Sect. Zhang Shang stood there listening to him, thinking, why does the Sect Master always use vulgar language? Just then the system prompted, congratulations host for completing a hidden quest, bravely stepping forward, gaining 500 contribution points. Hidden reward activated, storage space of the ring increased 10 times. Jun Chongshiao rolled up his sleeves, massaged his arm and murmured, did the villain steal so much ring space? I almost forgot this system's most useless tool. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, I once entered the space of this ring. Is it different from other rings able to hold living things? Then it must be a divine artifact of a different grade. With one sword, the stone was split in half. Jun Chongshiao held the precious sword and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a mid-grade cold glow sword. Second-grade fierce beasts are like fish on a cutting board. This left the ice crystal lion beast behind him dumbfounded. However, Jun Chongshiao then felt a bit regretful. It's a pity it's ice attributed and doesn't match my attributes. I should give it to Qianqin. He turned and smiled at Qianqin, who was riding on the ice crystal lion beast back. Qianqin, we've explored all the forbidden zones on the Myriad Beast mountain range map. Next is the legendary habitat of Martial King level fierce beasts. No one has ever returned alive and there's no map. What do you say, can we raise this place to the ground and open up a new territory on the map? The two walked and chatted, unaware that a dark shadow behind them was watching them. The huge dark shadow made a sound, laughing, aren't you afraid of death? Beast hooves were walking step by step. It was a pack of wolves led by a wolf with a mark on its forehead. It was an ancient wind wolf, an evolved form of the Gale Wolf, with strength ranging from mid-5th grade to high 5th grade. Jun Chongshiao frowned, complaining to the system with an impatient expression. It's wolves again. Am I going to slaughter all the wolf tribes on the Starfall continent? Even Little Dragon found wolf meat unappetizing. There were at least 400 or 500, not worth the effort. The wolves surrounded Jun Chongshiao on all sides. The system told him that the host seemed to be allergic to wolves. Jun Chongshiao pleaded with the system, Earthflame Wolves, Gale Wolves, Ancient Wind Wolves, there's nothing new. Let me fight a Lingming Stone Monkey. The system immediately cried out, Lingming Stone Monkey, host wants to die, don't drag me into it. Host forgot something. Besides killing, wolves also have a hidden attribute. Jun Chongshiao asked the system in surprise, are you talking about wolf cavalry? Just then he saw a masked man riding a wolf holding a wolf-tooth club. He scratched his neck, thinking, it seems as long as I'm injured but not dead, there's more work to do. He immediately unleashed burning body bathing fire and declared to the wolf pack, I, the cavalry general, declare that from now on your wolf tribe will be an important combat unit of my sect. Jun Chongshiao also reassured the wolf pack, don't be afraid, I, the general, will gently subdue you. Seeing this, the wolves' eyes widened in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. The wolves tucked their tails and fled. It looked back in fear. Seeing Chongshiao smiling brightly, holding a rope and jumping towards it, it screamed in terror. The rope was flung out and Chongshiao had already tied its 4 wolf legs together. He held it high, showing off his trophy. The 100th one, success. Qianqin, sitting on the ice crystal lion, raised her hand and called out to him, you scoundrel, get over here quickly. Chongshiao sighed, muttering to himself, oh dear, Qianqin's nickname-giving talent is really lacking in aesthetics. a dignified sect master reduced to a scoundrel. Qianqin pointed at the frozen wolves and asked him, "There are already 200 over here, isn't that enough?" Changxiao shrunk his head, cold sweat dripping, stunned. He secretly calculated, "My monster farming efficiency is completely crushed by hers. If I can't beat her in quantity, I'll have to make up for it in quality." Thinking this, he immediately turned around decisively and said, "I can sense that a few of the strongest ones have already secretly run off, probably the Wolf King and its cronies." Changxiao quickly charged in one direction, shouting loudly, "None of you will escape today." The entire forest resonated with a huge noise. Birds flew away startled, and the running wolf pack suddenly stopped. The alpha wolf moved from the middle to the front. It cursed angrily. "Which dog thing is it?" It said these two humans were just a pretty couple experiencing the forest easy to swallow whole. A wolf timidly said, "Brother-in-law, I also didn't expect them to be so abnormal." The alpha wolf urged the entire wolf pack, "Quick, run at full speed towards the Holy Land, only there can we save our lives." The entire wolf pack responded in unison. Suddenly, a wolf loudly warned everyone, "Color, color, wolf." The alpha wolf turned its head and scolded it. "Why are you so scared you can't even speak your native language?" "How embarrassing." Changxiao was seen holding high. The wolf whose 4 limbs were tied replied, Sorry, it took a lot of effort to tie up this elite 5th grade ancient wind wolf, so the commotion was a bit loud. You all keep running, don't mind me, I can still catch up." Immediately after, the 2 alpha wolves opened their mouths and shot out wind projectiles. Changxiao held 2 spiritual talismans in his hands and the 2 forces collided, creating a huge explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the wolf pack was still roaring when suddenly a wolf's eyes widened, seeing a wolf lying motionless at the sight of the explosion. Changxiao loudly mocked the wolf pack. "Oh dear, you hit your own kind." He attacked the wolf pack with both hands. Wherever he struck, the ground cracked. The wolf pack dodged nimbly. Changxiao suggested to the alpha wolf, "Although the strength and speed talismans I personally refined are only half as effective as the system's genuine ones, at least they last for an hour. You're the Wolf King, right? Let's discuss this." He pressed both hands on the heads of 2 wolves on the ground, staring at the alpha wolf and negotiating. "If you surrender to me in exchange, I will spare the lives of your subordinates. Take your time to consider. I know you understand human language." The alpha wolf roared furiously, baring its teeth. The mark on its body gradually appeared and powerful spiritual energy permeated its entire body. Changxiao nodded in praise. "Indeed, a high-grade 9 fierce beast has its pride and won't surrender so easily. It seems I must use absolute strength to suppress it. Let me show you." He punched the alpha wolf hard on the head. It staggered back a few steps, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed full wind. A tornado shot out from its mouth, fiercely attacking Changxiao. He still stood firmly, calmly saying to it, "Let me give you a basic physics lesson." He drew an arc with both hands from bottom to top, explaining, "There is no wind in a vacuum." He smiled, unleashing his self-created mountain-splitting palm, which was the mountain-splitting Buddha palm. He struck the tornado with his palm, and the tornado was dispersed, vanishing without a trace. The alpha wolf was dumbfounded. Changxiao, all black, smiled triumphantly, his eyes sparkling. "Isn't the power impressive? Next is speed." Many figures of Changxiao appeared around and above the alpha wolf. He sneered at it. "Feel what it's like to be surrounded by one person." Changxiao punched the alpha wolf in the face. Some of Changxiao's figures attacked it simultaneously. Other figures cheered from the outside, and the alpha wolf fell to the ground. Changxiao stood in front of it, proudly raising his hand. "Remember back then a high-grade 5 fire dragon beast forced me to use Southern Peach. Now I can defeat a high-grade 9 with my bare hands, unrivaled among peers." Seeing the alpha wolf still roaring, its eyes filled with murderous intent, Changxiao asked it, "Beaten to this extent and you still won't surrender?" Propped himself up, thinking, "My soul strength still can't bear to forcibly memorize a high-grade 9. Threats won't work, it seems I'll have to switch to seduction." So he gently persuaded the alpha wolf, "Little king, you've seen my strength. Follow Big Brother and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." Changxiao said, sitting down and smiling brightly at it. However, his smiling face, full of cunning, only made the alpha wolf tremble even more. Suddenly howls rang out, startling both Changxiao and the alpha wolf. He turned to look in the direction of the sound, discovering it was Qianqin's side. Could she have encountered some danger? Changxiao and Little King both rushed over. He secretly analyzed the situation. Qianqin wouldn't torture wolves and dogs for no reason. These sounds are so tragic. She must have encountered a difficult enemy. Nothing must happen to her. The ice crystal lion roared, its eyes gleaming, baring its sharp teeth. It let out a roar and sharp ice shards shot out from its side. The ice shards charged towards a plump furry figure. That furry hand punched out, shattering the ice shards, its teeth still stained with wolf fur. The giant gorilla grabbed a wolf with one hand and one of the wolf's legs with the other. It threw the wolf to the ground, and Qianqin had already jumped above the gorilla's head. She raised both hands, condensing ice power. She unleashed the ice prism lock move, an ice blade connected to an ice chain attacking the gorilla's head. However, when the ice blade touched the gorilla's head, it shattered as if just tickling it. It looked up, reached out to grab Qianqin, catching her off guard, leaving her no time to dodge. She couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" It held her tightly in its palm, its eyes glinting. It bared its teeth, looking at Qianqin. She lowered her head, spiritual energy emanating from her entire body, mocking the gorilla. But a beast is a beast after all, unable to distinguish between true and false. Qianqin transformed into frost, startling the gorilla, which found its palm completely covered in ice. The ice shard shattered and its hand was empty. Qianqin appeared at the back of the gorilla's neck, attacking it with her sword. A sword tip left a mark on the gorilla's shoulder. It was unharmed, turned to glance at her and smiled. Qianqin hastily jumped back, worriedly muttering to herself, "What strong defense," the gorilla roared. Opened its mouth wide and charged towards Qianqin. It wanted to bite her to pieces. At this moment Changxiao had already arrived. He slammed his shoulder hard into the gorilla's cheek. It staggered back a few steps to maintain its balance. Changxiao and Qianqin both landed on their feet. He stood in front of Qianqin, shielding her, and cursed angrily at the gorilla. "You bastard, how dare you touch my woman?" The gorilla scratched its cheek with a finger, looked at him blankly, then roared back at Changxiao. "Your grandpa came for the buffet." Hearing this, Changxiao looked puzzled, muttering to himself, "How can this beast speak human language?" The gorilla turned completely black with anger, gritting its teeth and cursing him. "You're the beast, your whole family are beasts." The divination sticks in his hand kept shaking. Changxiao somewhat helplessly comforted it. "It's not good to have too many treasures. Don't worry, monkey, your life doesn't depend on this divination." Hearing him say that, the ape's forehead bulged with anger. It roared furiously, "Your whole family are monkeys," shaking the divination sticks until now, and finally there's a result. It grabbed the divination sticks from Changxiao's hand and shouted, "It's out." While the ape was making its move behind him, Changxiao was still carefully studying the divination result. "Is this it? Not bad, at least in form." The ape furiously slammed its fist onto the ground, shattering it, sending stones flying. It was exasperated, letting out a roar. Changxiao mused, "Indeed, second master didn't lie to me." The divination result Changxiao had shaken out was, "I am Yanue. Yanue is me." Changxiao was unusually calm, saying, "This is the move second master promised to teach me only after I became a martial sect." He lifted his foot, then angrily stomped, cracking the ground beneath him. Changxiao said, "This is my first time integrating with the Green Dragon Crescent Blade in actual combat, and I'm still a bit unfamiliar, so I'll apologize in advance." He clasped his hands enthusiastically, announcing, "I might accidentally turn you into a monkey with broken arms and legs." The ape was stunned for a few seconds. It became even more enraged, furiously smashing the hard rocky ground. Changxiao began to circulate his energy, quickly seeing through its intention. What, feeling threatened, want to use a big move? Its two thick arms were wrapped in strange vines, and it triumphantly said, "Go to hell." The ape seemed to be reinforced, its two arms abnormally thick with the vines. It no longer had any qualms, and with a wave of its hand, its fist heavily struck the ground. Because of that punch, the ground beneath Changxiao's feet continuously cracked. He struggled to maintain his balance, and his momentum was quite impressive. However, Changxiao was the cunning one behind the scenes. He suddenly blurted out, "What a pity." Changxiao stomped heavily on the ground, using the force to easily leap onto the ape's huge arm. He let it know, "This venerable one is metal overcoming wood." Changxiao swiftly attacked, effortlessly breaking through the ape's two new layers of armor. He shot down like a sharp arrow, thus piercing into the ape's body. His face was stained with a little blood, and he exclaimed regretfully, "You forgot to hold back." Changxiao faced the Wolf Rider Hall, which had now submitted to him. Changxiao looked at the piles of wolves around him, couldn't help but sigh a few times. If only he had known he could subdue the wolf tribe this way, this venerable one wouldn't have bothered acting friendly. What if something unexpected happened? But he still smiled happily. The harvest this time was not bad, he could go back. Changxiao led the wolf pack like a tour guide. "Attention, attention, please choose the Immortal Sect tour. Follow me. With so many people, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we'll sleep during the day and travel at night. Let's set off quickly." He kept promoting, "Believe me, joining the Immortal Sect is the wisest decision your wolf tribe can make." He looked at the ape, still somewhat reluctant. "Too bad this monkey is too big to fit into a spatial ring, and its meat is too tough to cut. What a waste, what a waste." The ape lay stiffly there. Meanwhile, something drilled out from the top of the ape's head. Tiny figure appeared, mocking a few words. "Humans are indeed humans. A little power makes them arrogant." Not bothering to investigate whether it's true or false, it seemed to genuinely resent Changxiao. "Immortal Sect, huh? We're not done yet." Changxiao and Qianqin walked out, Changxiao holding a large chicken drumstick. Qianqin couldn't help but sigh. Finally, out of this forest, Changxiao innocently tore at the drumstick, saying, "Eating meat every day, even dreaming of meat when I sleep. I'm severely lacking in vitamin C," Qianqin replied while eating a flatbread. "As long as we're out of sight of these adventurers, we can ride Little Ice back to the sect." Changxiao gnawed for a while, until only bones were left of the chicken drumstick, when he suddenly realized something. "Speaking of adventurers, don't you think this exit is too quiet? Indeed, too quiet is not right." A barrier suddenly formed around Changxiao and Qianqin, and someone immediately jumped out, laughing triumphantly. "Gotcha," the heavily bearded man spoke. "Recently, your performance in the Forbidden Zone has caused quite a stir, so I specially prepared this spirit-suppressing array. Once caught, no one can use spiritual power unless I permit it." The bearded man grinned, showing off his white teeth, and mocked, "No matter how powerful a master is, without experience in the world, they're doomed. There's only one outcome for those who dare to offend our Black Wolf Gang: death. Now you're like fish on a chopping board." Changxiao blankly tapped the invisible wall around him. The bearded man thought he had won and began to threaten, "Hand over all your spoils and I'll give you a quick death." However, Changxiao easily broke free. He calmly and casually supported Qianqin and walked out. "Qianqin, mind the step." The bearded man looked at the array stone in his hand, questioning his existence. "What the hell is this? When I bought the spirit-suppressing array, the seller even said this array stone could control a martial king for at least 3 quarters of an hour." His 3 casts were 12 minutes. Changxiao just snatched the array stone from the bearded man's hand. Come, let me see. He kindly helped him appraise it. The array is loose and the spiritual energy is scattered. This can at most control a peak martial sect for a moment. You've been conned, however. The man immediately swung a huge axe at him. Changxiao simply blocked it with one hand. The axe blade was bent by Changxiao like paper. He took the opportunity to evaluate it. This axe also looks like street junk. The bearded man immediately jumped away, putting distance between them. So what if you're powerful? We have over 500 brothers. I don't believe we can't kite you to death, Changxiao sneered. 500 newly hatched bandits, believe it or not, I can blow a breath and send you all to meet your ancestors. Changxiao and Qianqin were surrounded by the crowd appearing small. The bearded man impatiently ordered loudly, all talk and no action, brothers. Attack together. Changxiao calmly took a breath and gently blew. However, a huge wind appeared, almost blowing the bearded group away. He struggled to resist but still encouraged his teammates. It's just some wind, be careful, don't let them escape. Finally, the wind stopped. The bearded man opened his eyes and what met them was soft blue fur. His group now faced those giant wolves. The bearded man exclaimed, ancient wind wolves. Without another word, each wolf gave these little brats a swipe. Those poor bandits. What started as robbery turned into willing tributes. Changxiao was seen happily collecting items in several large sacks from everyone, his eyes gleaming. You're too kind, I'm just here for tourism and I even receive gifts from the locals. The big bearded man is quite cooperative. Don't say that. The Blood Wolf gang is known for its hospitality. Changxiao rode away on his windwolf, and before he left the bandit mocked him politely. Sect Master Jun, take care. Changxiao enthusiastically replied, alright, keep accumulating, I'll visit again in a while. The little mountain bandit waved his hand. Come play again sometime. Before he could finish, the big bearded man punched him. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting again? After just one time I only had my underwear left. Back at the sect, Zhang Shang was sitting at the main gate, and a junior brother next to him said, Brother Shang, the eternal sect is truly extraordinary. We've only been here a few days and we've already seen so many things that can be called miracles. We really clung to the right leg this time. But Zhang Shang didn't think he was that great, so he needed to be more vigilant. Such a magical sect could easily be coveted by outsiders. Zhang Shang had excellent hearing, and soon caught a peculiar scent. He immediately jumped up and loudly rallied everyone. A large number of fierce beasts are charging, but you're very confused. Brother Shang, how could fierce beasts appear here? Zhang Shang confidently replied, when has my nose ever been wrong? The scent is so strong, they're clearly all high-grade fierce beasts. Changxiao returned riding an ancient wind wolf, and he praised the disciple, good sense of smell. Changxiao and Zhang Shang sat there, looking cool, and raised their hands to greet everyone. Disciples, this venerable one has returned. Qingyang and Xiaomo quickly came out to welcome him. Qingyang said, Sect Master, these are ancient wind wolves, and all of them are above high-grade 5th rank. Xiaomo excitedly said, Sect Master, are these for us as mounts? Changxiao smiled and said, that depends on your ability. If you can't even defeat your own mount, then forget it. Just as I returned, a hidden weapon flew over. Changxiao quickly caught the dart. Seeing the note on it, he thought, a message as soon as I return. What happened? Is the martial worship hall in such a hurry? After hastily reading the letter, his expression turned a bit grim. Changxiao only had time to give orders. Qingyang arranged these ancient wind wolves in the spirit energy revival area in the back mountain. Zhang Shang, choose a wolf and follow me. Changxiao continued, Qianqin, please help the disciples establish contracts with the ancient wind wolves. Everyone make sure to complete this quickly. He was sweating profusely, his expression tense, because the Eternal Sect was about to face its biggest crisis ever. The scene shifted to Qingyang Prefecture, where the prefect held a small banner. Prefect Xie stated that the day he feared most had finally arrived. He stood before the battle lines worried. Zhenyang Commandery has launched a war, and southwest Yang Prefecture has become a chaotic battlefield. It won't be long before the flames of war spread to Yang Prefecture City. A small 9th-grade Qingyang Prefecture against a 6th-grade commandery will only result in widespread suffering. Prefect Xia's hearing was excellent, and he soon detected a faint movement. He sighed, the atmosphere is too quiet, even the sound of insects is gone. The night sky was filled with stars, and the space was unusually silent, yet something appeared. This person wearing a mask rode a wind wolf into the mansion. Prefect Xia's voice came from inside. Who are you, sir? Has Zhenyang Commandery sent someone to scout Qingyang City? The wind wolf quickly leapt. The main gate swung open, carrying a hint of coolness and a booming voice. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. Immediately after, Prefect Xie charged out, attempting to subdue the opponent with an eagle claw technique. But Zhang Shang was no ordinary person. He blocked the move directly, and the ancient wind wolf also landed. Prefect Xie landed lightly. Secretly analyzing based on their aura, this wolf-human combination is only at the martial master level, yet they managed to withstand my attack unscathed. He became even more worried. Indeed, it's a 6th-grade commandery. Even their scouts have such strength. It seems the situation is very serious. Prefect Xia's resolve soared, and he furiously charged again, determined to capture him alive and extract information. Prefect Xie of Zhenyang Commandery launched a direct attack at Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang parried with his spear, employing a human-wolf fusion technique. This spear strike looked incredibly formidable. Prefect Xie was stunned. This attack power. He raised his hand to receive the blow. A single wolf-human, yet his attack power was even greater than 2. Prefect Xie impatiently charged forward. No, I must treat him as a martial sect-level opponent. The slender Zhang Shan was engaged in close combat by Prefect Xie, and he began to make his move but suddenly stopped at a critical moment. The person on the rooftop holding a megaphone and wearing a familiar costume spoke. Failed assassination of the prefect's mansion. This person was Zhen Changxiao. He shouted like a director. Excellent, that's it. Prefect Xie was bewildered by this irreverent generation joining the cultivation world, and Zhang Shang obediently bowed. Director, you've worked hard. After a few minutes of calm, Zhen Changxiao explained. Upon receiving news of Zhenyang Commandery's war, I immediately rushed to see old brother Xie. Prefect Xie told him again. It's only a matter of time before the war spreads here. Brother Zhen, I was just about to consult with you. The Eternal Sect is the only sect the people of Qingyang City can rely on. Zhen Changxiao stated solemnly. On my way here I observed that Brother Xie has reinforced the city and recruited martial artists to form a reserve, but if I may be frank, in a war of this scale these measures are too insignificant. Prefect Xie himself was also greatly troubled. How could I not know? But for the safety of the people I can only do my best to defy fate, because I understand that in the face of absolute power, Qingyang Commandery might forever become a thing of the past. Zhang Shang was still playing with the Wind Wolf. The two of them turned around and Prefect Xie asked, Brother Xie, don't be too pessimistic. By the way, what do you think of the combat power of this wolf cavalry? Prefect Xie truthfully replied, it's clear this wolf cavalry is still in training, but his assessment of Zhang Shang is also very high, though their actual combat power is hard to predict. They're only at the martial master level, yet they can fight a martial sect for so long. I wonder how terrifying they would be at the martial sect level. Zhen Changxiao chuckled. To be honest, I have over 500 such wolf cavalry in my sect. Prefect Xie was immediately stunned, panicked and disbelieving. A team of over 500 martial sects, Brother Zhen, don't exaggerate so much when boasting. Zhen Changxiao showed no sign of joking, replying thoughtfully, Wolf cavalry can be considered a pseudo-martial sect team. They are very suitable as strategic chess pieces, but to turn the tide of battle we need to prepare in many aspects. He said with a tense expression, among them we are facing an extremely cruel task. Prefect Xie was greatly shocked. Brother Zhen, you mean? Zhen Changxiao thought of the days to come. Over 500 high-grade 5th-rank ancient wind wolves consuming at least 10,000 jin of fresh meat daily. Food and lodging truly wouldn't allow it. Prefect Xie and Zhen Changxiao both looked worried. We can't afford to raise them. Back at the Eternal Sect, Zhen Changxiao was drawing in the air, contemplating. Soldiers and horses move, provisions proceed in war. The first step is naturally to prepare military supplies. Currently, the main source of income is elixir auctions, which only covers the reconstruction of the sect and the daily expenses of disciples. The equipment and rations for the ancient wind wolf cavalry are a huge expenditure. And the bigger problem is that such a vast quantity of meat is difficult to procure long-term. Zhen Changxiao clapped his hands and at the same time came up with a solution. It seems I have to go clear a new territory. Standing before the perfect array, he cheered happily. Excellent, this array setup was a success on the first try. The signs of spiritual energy revival are completely hidden. The system interface LM appeared next to him, displaying. Sect contribution points met. Sect buildings upgraded to level 5. Spirit Beast Pavilion function activated. Zhen Changxiao's expression relaxed considerably. My contribution points are overflowing again. It seems my disciples have been very actively completing missions while I was away these past few days. Let's see if there are any treasures in the Spirit Beast Pavilion that can solve the current predicament. Zhen Changxiao pressed the activate button on the system, but a new space opened before him. Facing the cool portal, he couldn't help but exclaim, The Spirit Beast Pavilion is too grand. Walking inside, Zhen Changxiao stared blankly at the suspended scrolls. There were 4 scrolls, each containing primary wind control technique, primary fire dance technique, primary thunder shock technique, primary solid earth technique. He summoned the primary solid earth technique. It recorded information about the fire dance technique. Primary effect, can help a contracted beast comprehend the primary fire dance technique. Condition, 1 fire element contracted beast, 2010 fire element cores from 1st to 9th grade. Zhen Changxiao quickly studied it. He pondered, is this a skill to help contracted beasts improve their combat power? Little Dragon is also fire elemental, so I'll use it as a guinea pig. No, to test its power. He carefully rearranged the scrolls. This one is thunder elemental, I can use it for the fat fox. As for earth elemental, there's that dumb wild boar. It seems my overall combat power has greatly increased, and during this expedition to the Myriad Beasts mountain range he also snatched and picked up many cores enough to refine these beast skill scrolls. Let's try the power of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Zhen Changxiao came to the Spirit Beast Pavilion facing his several pets. He crushed the scroll and imparted all its knowledge to Little Dragon. Little Dragon emitted a faint aura and its eyes were surprisingly filled with knowledge of trigonometry. Zhen Changxiao had Little Dragon spew out a huge cloud of fire, the flames raging. The next second, fire dances continuously rained down, and Zhen Changxiao quickly dodged. He dispersed the fire dances one by one, taking the opportunity to analyze. Each fireball deals about 50,000 jin of damage, and there are so many of them that even my hands are starting to feel numb. He muttered to himself, if I can't disperse that cloud of fire, the fire dances will keep falling. This isn't like a submachine gun, it's an infinitely reloaded divine submachine gun. Zheng Chongxiao concentrated his power, but the system rated it as primary fire dance technique. He punched out, then said, if primary is like this, how terrifying will higher levels be? I'm suddenly looking forward to other skills, and at this moment Little Dragon's stomach suddenly rumbled. Zheng Chongxiao had no choice but to give it a supersized giant chicken drumstick. He wanted to be depressed, but this skill consumes too much stamina. Little Dragon is already this hungry after just one use. Fortunately, Little Dragon is in the spatial ring, so it has time to replenish its meat. Besides actual combat, how else can it eat while fighting? Zheng Chongxiao lifted the calf and told it, alright, it's your turn to try the solid earth technique. But before he could speak, it was already listless. Zheng Chongxiao stated, you're too much trouble to raise, I'd rather die than do it. Damn it, why do I feel like you're so skilled at using illusion at times like this? The system notified the host. Look, what did I just find in the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Zheng Chongxiao read the contents of that scroll. Zheng Chongxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Primary Beast Pill, effect, a nutritional elixir. After fierce beasts consume it, not only can they quickly replenish stamina, but they also won't feel hungry for 10 days. Condition 156.470 Jin of beast meat. Jin anti-hunger grass not available. Root. Even more exciting was that 1 Jin of meat could stave off hunger for 10 days. This was exactly what he needed now. Zheng Chongxiao was overjoyed. With this, it would be impossible for 500 ancient wind wolves to starve. A trip to the city. After a period of collection, Zheng Chongxiao returned with a large bundle of grass. He secretly laughed. It seems next time I want to buy anti-hunger grass, I'll have to go to other cities because Qingyang City has almost been swept clean by me. Zheng Chongxiao muttered to himself, once I refine the beast pills, I can support even an army of 10,000 beasts. If those guys from Junyang Commandery really dare to come, this venerable one will make them regret not having 2 more legs. Zheng Chongxiao commented, I didn't expect the refining to be so quick. With the items, Zheng Chongxiao called for his pet. Little Dragon, let me taste it. Little Dragon was very obedient, eating whatever it was given. Its eyes immediately lit up and then its small body continuously spewed fire. Zheng Chongxiao kept encouraging, good, indeed it's the system. The firepower is instantly at full strength again. Zheng Chongxiao looked at the dumb pig. Dumb pig, it's your turn now. The dumb pig, after taking the pill, struggled to support its body. Zheng Chongxiao was full of anticipation. Solid earth technique, the name sounds like a defensive skill. This aura should be a big move, right? The dumb pig roared, and then a small mountain gradually rose beneath Zheng Chongxiao's feet, but the dumb pig was already exhausted and collapsed. The mountain also couldn't get any higher. Zheng Chongxiao's hope turned to despair. Damn it, your hope is shattered. This pig, you held back such a big move for so long and all it produced was a pile of dirt, and you shamelessly look so exhausted. Zheng Chongxiao was so angry his blade was shaking with rage. What do I need a useless thing like you for? His eyes were full of disgust. He picked up his knife, intending to make a colorful pork dish, but fortunately Fat Tiger pulled him back in time and the dragon leopard beast's flames quickly ignited. Zheng Chongxiao called out discontentedly, Fat Tiger, let go, I'm going to slaughter this pig. Little Dragon spewed fire. Today we're making a whole roasted pig. Zheng Chongxiao smiled, waiting for guests to arrive. Welcome, esteemed guests, 2 gentlemen. Elder Ma stepped forward and said, Sect Leader Zheng, long time no see. Elder Ma tasted the tea in his hand, expressing his concerns. Sect Leader Zheng, your fellow disciples are truly worrying. The Demon Fiend sect has already spread word in the Jianghu that after resolving the mine issue they will target the Iron Bone sect. He handed over an invitation. Zheng Chongxiao also felt very helpless. After all, he had only dragged away 1 martial king from them, so they certainly wouldn't let it go easily. Now I have a ton of things to deal with. No time to waste on them. Elder Ma suggested, I have a good idea that can help you deter the Demon Fiend sect. He pulled out an invitation. Chongxiao took it and looked a little surprised. In 7 days it would be the celebration banquet of Hengshan Palace. Elder Ma explained, the senior of Hengshan Palace is the only teacher in Qingyang County who once served at Tianyu Academy. During his teaching he cultivated many outstanding geniuses, many of whom became city lords or high-level powerhouses, he continued. If we can establish a good relationship with the senior, the Demon Fiend sect wouldn't dare to act presumptuously. Chongxiao pondered for a moment. A teacher who had cultivated numerous heroes across the land was indeed worth befriending, but he asked doubtfully, what is Tianyu Academy? Does one need to study there? Upon hearing this, Elder Ma almost spat out his tea. His face turned green as he explained in detail, Tianyu Academy is a martial arts holy land. Its dean is a martial emperor peak powerhouse and also a top-ranked master on the Starfall continent. All martial kings above 4th rank in Southwest Yang Prefecture originated from there. Peng Jun couldn't help but scoff. He doesn't even know about Tianyu Academy, truly ignorant. Elder Ma, is it worth offending a powerful sect like the Demon Fiend sect for them? Chongxiao strongly disliked this person. Who is this kid? Elder Ma awkwardly replied. He's our sect's strongest disciple, Peng Jun. He's always ranked first in the Kangshan sect, so he's a bit arrogant, he reminded. Peng Jun, Sect Master Jun is our ally, be polite. Chongxiao suggested, if you doubt the Ironbone sect's strength, why not let your disciple compete with one of ours? Peng Jun arrogantly replied, why not? I accept the challenge to your sect's strongest disciple. Elder Ma also found it interesting. Sect Master Jun, take this opportunity to show the Kangshan sect disciples your strength, and it will also solidify our alliance. Chang Xiao was the proposer, but it clearly presented him with a challenge. He thought this matter was a bit tricky. He had to ensure victory while also considering the Kangshan sect's reputation. After all, they were allies, so the attitude and teaching level had to be appropriate, not letting the disciples go too far. Chang Xiao was still busy choosing, not very focused. This kid is too arrogant. Qingyang isn't good either, always so serious. His teaching style is too strict. Li Fei and Xiaomo aren't good either. These two are too crude, it would affect our sect's image in the eyes of our allies. Chang Xiao was very troubled. Zui Ji is unbeatable, which could easily leave this kid Peng Jun with psychological trauma. Li Shangtian can only use killing moves. Long Ziyang only knows how to use his spear like a dragon without restraint. Disciples being too excellent is also a headache. How can we have a friendly match? He suddenly remembered right. There's one more person like grasping a flower in the cold winter. Chang Xiao clapped his hands, overjoyed. Good, that's settled. The young man entering the arena was Tian Qi. Before he went on stage, Chang Xiao carefully instructed him. Tian Qi, you are the most ordinary-looking disciple in our sect. Aren't you abnormal enough for readers to remember? Now seize this opportunity in the friendly match to give a good performance. As soon as he got on stage, Peng Jun asked, You are the Iron-Bone sect's strongest disciple, Tian Qi, right? Chang Xiao had already instructed him earlier. You are the Iron-Bone sect's best actor disciple, Tian Qi replied helplessly. In a sense, yes. Peng Jun started to move, charging forward aggressively, wanting to spar. Tian Qi leisurely retreated, dodging the blow. Our sect's Tian Qi was still hesitating. Too fast, didn't you say not to suppress him? Peng Jun didn't know the other party was acting with him, and he was also trying to fight seriously. The rock spreads its wings. Tian Qi effortlessly dodged it as he gathered power to punch. Chang Xiao's words seemed to echo in his ear. Why punch so hard? Do you want to knock him down with one punch? Mind your measure. Though what would have been an ordinary punch had its force reduced significantly, not even using any strength. But in Peng Jun's eyes the force was still considerable. No wonder Elder Ma praises you so much, Tian Qi urged himself. Don't be so stiff, at least say a few lines. He also tried to act arrogant. You're very strong, keep going. However, his forced demeanor confused Peng Jun, and Tian Qi's posture became even more rigid. Peng Jun threw another punch, apparently believing in this one. Tian Qi agonized and hesitated for a long time. Should I dodge? Constantly dodging, does it make me seem unable to suppress him? Or should I pretend not to react, not dodge, and take his punch head-on, letting him feel the impact of hitting me? However, Tian Qi did not dodge this punch. Peng Jun was still acting mysterious. This move is my 15 years of cultivation, yet you dare to take it head-on? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? But Tian Qi was completely stiff, without a trace of pain on his face. Peng Jun was confused again. He didn't react at all. Tian Qi urged himself. React quickly. If you don't feel pain, how can you act? So he pretended to clutch his stomach and groaned in pain for a few minutes. Peng Jun was infuriated. Are you humiliating me? Tian Qi awkwardly scratched his head and said, Actually, respecting an opponent requires giving it your all. Sorry about that, I'll be serious now. He then changed his expression, gathered his strength and sent Peng Jun flying with a punch. Peng Jun flew backward for dozens of meters, seemingly unstoppable. Fortunately, Tian Qi stepped forward and caught him. Tian Qi softly said, You didn't spit blood after taking my punch. You're not bad. Luckily you didn't hit a wall, or senior brother Qingyang would deduct my food allowance again. In the end, Peng Jun also conceded, seeing Tian Qi's tone, and said with a smile, Well said, Peng Jun, I surrender. You are indeed the strongest disciple in your sect, right? Tian Qi humbly and honestly replied, I'm not sure if I can even make it into the top 10, but you definitely won't make it into the top 100. Chang Xiao felt helpless with this obedient disciple. This kid was too blunt and spoke the truth all at once. Peng Jun magnanimously announced, Sect Master Jun, rest assured, today Penger has found his life's goal. Upon returning to Kangshan sect, I will diligently cultivate, striving to enter the top 100 of the immortal sect. Chang Xiao waved to him. Little Peng, keep up the good work, I believe in you. Meanwhile, Elder Ma was solely focused on pulling his disciple home. Quick, don't embarrass me anymore. Chang Xiao smiled and commented, Although he lost in strength, his character is not inferior. It seems the disciples of Kangshan sect are also good. Alright, time is running out. It's time to start the money-making plan. Chang Xiao stood atop a high mountain, mysteriously saying to Qingyang, as the second-generation chief disciple, concurrently chief planning engineer, construction supervision director, logistics accounting director, and marketing CEO, he continued, You know best about our sect's current financial situation. The popularity of elixirs at auctions has also reached its peak. Qingyang still looked bewildered and was pulled away to work. Sect Master, haven't you been going out stealing chickens and dogs recently? The income isn't small. Chang Xiao pretended to cough, hinting. What's stealing chickens and dogs? That's called adapting to poverty, not a long-term solution. You come from wealth, what do you know about 100 horses? Speaking of specialization again, Qingyang immediately pulled out an abacus. This young man, immersed in his own world, began to calculate. The sect master wants to switch to horse breeding. In this regard, the disciple happens to have some research. The horse breeding process in Desi County is very strict with excellent physical fitness, but the price is a bit high. Horses in Jiaori County consume less feed but are smaller, however. In terms of speed, it has to be those privately bred horses, but they are very expensive, all over 10,000 taels. Qingying sincerely stated that he actually bought 6 such horses before, which could instantly fly 100 li, which was well worth the money. However, buying horses is already expensive and raising them is even more expensive with top-grade feed and medicinal herbs. Our sect's finances really can't afford so many. Changxiao felt extreme shock. After spending some time together, I've gotten used to your position as Vice Sect Master, but I forgot that your family is actually a prominent household in Qingyang County. But he still had to say. However, your vision is still a bit narrow. I don't want to buy horses but to do business related to horses. Qingyang immediately understood. His fingers on the abacus moved even faster. You mean to open a horse farm? Indeed, the horse consumption market is not small. Even the most ordinary one costs 50,000 taels, but it takes at least half a year from foal to adult, not to mention breeding. The hay alone costs 3,000. Those horse farms can sell horses at high prices by relying on their long-standing brand and reputation. Otherwise, it's easy to lose money. Changxiao sinisterly smiled. I'm targeting horse feed. Something all horse farms want to buy. Qingyang was puzzled, selling horse feed, but in the eyes of the world, this industry has too low a profit. Changxiao couldn't help but yell at Qingyang. The world is ignorant. What is food? It's a necessity. It's the oil of another world. Do you know how much money you can make selling this stuff? Enough to casually host the world's biggest soccer event. Cheaper than Changxiao's bicycle. And they deliberately don't sell it, manipulating prices. I queued for several days just to add 30,000 yuan worth of gas. The camera cuts to Ai Manor. Shang Yi walked over to his beloved warhorse. My little darlings, today I'll let you taste something new. He brought the elixir to the red horse's mouth, repeatedly reminding it. Remember, Sect Master Jun is an extraordinary person. The beast pills he refines must have their extraordinary qualities. The red horse trustingly bit off the entire pill. So after tasting this pill, its entire body immediately began to emit raging flames. The red horse bit Shang Yi's clothes, making him even more terrified. Then it uncontrollably dragged its owner forward. The old man was thus forced onto the horse's back. The horse galloped several laps in the courtyard at an astonishing speed. Only Shang Yi's cries for help could be heard. Just like that, the sunset had already fallen at the gates of Ai Manor. The servants watched the horse and its owner run all day, discussing amongst themselves. This thing has been running for 7 or 8 hours straight and it's still so fast. Did it take some kind of tonic? No tonic could have such a good effect. I heard the Immortal Sect opened a new elixir shop selling elixirs that are crystallized herbs containing methanol or something. They sent a sample to the family head this morning, saying it was a sample. Shang Yi was in tears. Almost dying, he weakly cried out, "Stop, I can't take it anymore." Meanwhile, the Immortal Sect's 4S store was having a super big sale. Xiaomo leaned against the wall, asking doubtfully, "Sect Master, people raise horses with hay. Whoever heard of beast pills? No wonder there hasn't been a single customer since opening this morning." Changxiao still confidently and leisurely pieced together a puzzle. "Don't rush, we already sent samples to all the major families this morning. We have to give customers time to experience the effects, right?" His eyes could not hide his ambition. After multiple experiments, this venerable one discovered that beast pills not only keep them full for 10 days, but their true efficacy will surely make everyone unable to refuse. Xiaomo boredly said, "You make it sound like these beast pills can turn horses into dragons." However, a large crowd of people, all heads of families, surged outside the door. Though exhausted, they continuously shouted, "Sect Master Jun, quickly, I want 20 beast pills. This old man will buy 50. I want 100 cash." Changxiao sinisterly looked at everyone's hairstyles. They must have experienced the effects of the beast pills, right? Shang Yi said, "I don't know if it keeps them full for 10 days, but I believe a protagonist like Sect Master Jun wouldn't make empty promises." Shang Yi's eyes gleamed. "My little red ran for an entire afternoon after eating it, and didn't even pant afterward. More importantly, its body grew larger, and its fur became shinier. It felt like a horse worth 100,000 suddenly transformed into one worth 300,000. Changxiao proudly curled his lips. Methanol beast pills can help fierce beasts grow rapidly and even break through their limits, but to achieve this effect they need to eat a bit more. Right? Eat a little more, buy a little more, then he can have money. According to the script, Changxiao immediately quoted a price of 500 taels per pill, no credit. All the family heads immediately felt confused, thinking it would be something else. They approached Changxiao to discuss. 500 taels per pill, Sect Master Jun. This price is too cheap. It will easily lead to large-scale hoarding by famous horse farms. And with such good effects, the refining materials must be very precious. I know Sect Master Jun cares for the common people, but you can't lose money either. But an alchemist like Changxiao knew very well. Cost, it's less than 13 taels in total. Before he could finish, all the family heads started arguing. The entire shop with so few people was so noisy. "Sect Master Jun, what's the output of these beast pills? Tens of thousands a day are no problem. Then we need to open branches quickly. Don't just open in Qingyang City. My family is in Laoji City. You see, other cities have shops under this old man's name. What do you think, Sect Master Jun? In the future, you'll only need to take a small percentage of the profit. This old man also has some here, and they're shops that bloom on 3 sides in the city center. Night falls over the Immortal Sect." Qingyang was meticulously calculating today's income. The profit was considerable, even more than expected. Qingyang said, "The Immortal Sect's 4S store order income is not bad." "It's not bad again, is it?" Changxiao was currently enjoying his impending wealth. A serene and peaceful green forest, birds flying in all directions. He stood sternly before 2 animals lost in thought. A 9th grade rock leopard, a 5th grade wild boar. According to the training requirements, I should spar with the rock leopard, but for the materials to refine beast pills. After careful calculation, he immediately rushed up and kicked the skinny wild boar away. Pick the plump one, this skinny cat. Scram that piece of meat, don't run. Changxiao pointed at the map. Currently, all inner disciples and some capable inner disciples had been dispatched to hunt. This not only honed their combat skills but also incidentally allowed them to capture some beast meat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Changxiao still had his golden equipment, but he simply sat there calculating. Currently 45 chain stores had opened in various cities in Qingyang County. This was their sect's primary pillar industry. He checked the calendar and there was a new arrangement. It was actually the day of old man Shangguan's birthday. Changxiao was in high spirits, casually selecting a few wooden planks as a birthday gift. At the entrance of Junyang City, Changxiao walked into the city looking around. Although Junyang City was not as large as Qingyang City, it was bustling with people, though most of them didn't seem to be locals. They were probably here for the birthday celebration. The system suddenly issued several warning tones consecutively. Warning, warning, peak martial sect detected. Warning, warning, peak martial sect detected. Warning, martial king detected. Changxiao gradually became nervous. So many martial kings and martial sects, they must have come from other counties, right? No wonder Qingyang County was considered a remote borderland. This place was full of powerhouses, the system also reminded him. With so many strong individuals, it's recommended that the host doesn't act recklessly. Changxiao replied seriously. Understood. My character isn't that of an impulsive hothead. Changxiao frowned deeply and murmured. But if someone provokes me, I don't mind obliging. System big brother, quickly, what would happen if I used the heaven-defying life-snatching blade with my current cultivation? The system's efficiency was also high. It quickly finished analyzing. Junyang City will have corpses strewn across 1,000 li and not a blade of grass will grow. Changxiao pondered with annoyance. Then how should I keep a low profile? At the Shangguan Manor, Changxiao looked at the plaque hanging on the door, thinking, these few characters actually give me a feeling of 1,000 armies. The person who wrote them is definitely not simple. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder and called out, Brother Jun. It was Prefect Xie. He explained, this calligraphy is from the Dean of Tianyu Academy. Looking at it for too long will damage your mind. Changxiao was surprised. Brother Xie is here too. So it was a peak martial emperor's work, no wonder. Prefect Xie put his arm around Changxiao's shoulder and walked in, saying, every time old man Shangguan's birthday banquet rolls around, powerful heroes gather. Let's keep a low profile and be invisible until the banquet ends. An announcement sounded. Qingyang City, Prefect Xie Guangkun arrives. Sect Master Jun Changxiao of the Immortal Sect arrives. The bustling hall immediately erupted in whispers. Is Jun Changxiao the one who defeated the Sect Master of the 6th-rate Holy Spring Sect? I didn't expect him to be so young. A true young hero. People's gazes also turned to him. A mere youngster defeated a 6th-rate sect yet attracted so much attention. That person seemed to look down on others. This backward place, people from Qingyang City are truly frogs in a well. It's normal for them to be short-sighted. That's right, just a bunch of ignorant peasants, someone spoke up. Peasants? Don't you know this 9th-rate little genius is a business master and also an advocate for eco-friendly lunchboxes? But this was more like adding fuel to the fire, a green-haired man sneered. Eco-friendly? They're so poor they're selling lunchboxes. How much money can that low-class business make? Don't tell me they're collecting horse manure to grow vegetables. 9th-rate little genius, that's hilarious. These taunts all reached Changxiao's ears. He couldn't help but drop his spatial ring on the ground, deliberately shouting, oh no! So after the ring fell, a large pile of money spilled out of it. A small mountain of gold coins. Everyone was dumbfounded, cold sweat dripping. Changxiao, meanwhile, was fully immersed in his act. Oh dear, the interest from the past 2 days fell out. What to do? What to do? Won't so much money attract malicious intent? He also took the opportunity to show off his many spatial rings to 2 people. Fortunately, only one fell, otherwise it would have been a disaster. The 2 people who had just looked down on him were already drooling. Selling lunchboxes actually makes so much money? I don't know, maybe we should go back and try to study it. A booming voice rang out. Thank you all for traveling long distances to attend Shangguan Hong's 300th birthday banquet. The person who appeared was Shangguan Hong. He smiled kindly. Distinguished guests, please take your seats. But his gaze immediately fixed on what he wanted to see. He darted forward like the wind, jumping up and loudly shouting, Sect Master Jun. Everyone was stunned. Is old man Shangguan still so lively at his age? Changxiao, still in a daze, helped the old man steady himself. Shangguan Hong was beaming when he saw him. As expected, the rumors are true. The genius of our Qingyang County is truly handsome and refined. Changxiao humbly replied, not at all. My handsomeness is merely ordinary. Shangguan Hong took the opportunity to whisper, my precious granddaughter adores you. She's probably hiding in some secluded spot, secretly admiring her idol. Meanwhile, that poor pillar was crushed. A curse rang out. Old man, the little girl is hiding behind the pillar, furious and wanting to spit blood. You confessed everything before she even said anything. How can Brother Jun still maintain his mystique with me? At the dinner table, Changxiao gently picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. He carefully put it in his mouth, chewing with difficulty, sweat beading on his forehead. The prefect turned his head in confusion. Sect Master Jun, we've eaten together before, but I've never seen you eat so elegantly. He stiffly whispered his explanation. Understand, this is called refinement. My fans are watching me. I must maintain a perfect image. As soon as he finished speaking, the people sitting nearby glanced over, whispering and radiating killing intent. Old Man Shangguan's granddaughter is a famous beauty, how could she fall for that servant? Among Old Man Shangguan's grandchildren there's only one like her. Chang Xiao was deaf to the continuous mockery around him. This time various factions sent their young and promising talents specifically to propose marriage to Miss Shangguan. He didn't expect this brat to get a head start. Should we just eliminate him directly? How can we, top geniuses, be inferior to a small-town kid? Suddenly he felt he could no longer tolerate it and began to speak casually. All you county lords think yourselves superior, but merely talking isn't satisfying enough. Then he turned to Shangguan Hong asking for permission. Old Man Shangguan, I apologize for disturbing your birthday banquet, but this mosquito is buzzing in my ear. If I don't swat it, my hands will itch. Far from being angry, the old man happily sipped his tea. Our Qingyang County has been looked down upon for a long time. It would be an honor for this old man if you young talents could show some strength. He even subtly raised an eyebrow. This old man will give you another chance. Suddenly, Shangguan Hong stood up abruptly and shouted, Talented heroes from all counties, if you wish to spar, this old man welcomes it. He also added a warning. But if anyone harbors resentment after losing and seeks personal revenge, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Then he quickly sat down. Winking at Chang Xiao with interest, Zhu Lingchen, exterminate Holy Spring, subdue Martial King. My granddaughter tells me about your deeds every day. I value you, so bring honor to our Qingyang County. Hearing this, Chang Xiao confidently cracked his knuckles. Hiss, I've been so focused on everything else, I almost forgot I'm still a muscular man. Then Chang Xiao drew a line on the ground, sparking like fire. To avoid you thinking I'm bullying you. He gently moved his chair to the empty space in the middle of the table and with a sinister smile announced to them, I shall sit right here welcoming challenges from all heroes. As long as you can make me leave my seat, you win. A man annoyed by Chang Xiao's mockery stood up abruptly. A mere 9th grade county to be so arrogant and presumptuous, he said no more, directly kicking Chang Xiao. I'll teach you a lesson. I am Xie Jun from Liang County. Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao easily subdued him with one hand. Too many can't remember. Next, seeing this, 2 others rushed forward, one shouting loudly, together. Thus the 2 were kicked away as soon as they approached. Others, seeing this, still refused to give up and continued to charge. As expected, Chang Xiao punched each person. His movements were extremely fast, giving those who rushed up no chance to strike. Do you know how formidable I am in a one-on-one fight, you little brats? The prefect's face was ashen as he watched person after person being kicked away. Sect Master Jun only hits people in the face. Isn't he offending all the factions? Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Is Sect Master Jun deliberately acting so arrogant to demonstrate Junyang County's strength? Deter them from easily starting a war? Thinking this, he secretly gave Chang Xiao a thumbs up. Sect Master Jun, I understand your intentions. Meanwhile, Chang Xiao was beaming. Fighting was truly exhilarating. Afterwards he gently clapped his hands and spoke. Everyone, he smiled sinisterly, looking at the people lying spotted on the ground. Move aside. The elders also felt some apprehension at this sight. To have such cultivation at such a young age, truly a young talent. This old man was no match for him back then. Shangguan Hong leisurely sipped his tea, secretly evaluating. His footwork is subtly mastered. Each move only grazed the skin, without causing serious injury. Since I took office, his level of cultivation at this age is definitely in the top 10. Then he looked at Chang Xiao, who was still smiling proudly. It is truly a blessing for our Qingyang County that such a genius can manifest himself. My precious granddaughter indeed has good taste. Meanwhile, Han Jia was meticulously drawing something in a corner while exclaiming, I never expected to personally witness Sect Master Jun being so arrogant. After finishing, the young girl looked at her drawing of Chang Xiao, thinking, my sisters will definitely be green with envy. After the banquet, Shangguan Hong sincerely thanked the guests. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. This banquet has wine and martial arts performances. Please enjoy yourselves. Although they were somewhat apprehensive, they forced smiles. Thank you for your hospitality, old man Shangguan. After everyone had dispersed, the old man suddenly called out to Chang Xiao, Sect Master Jun, please stay. The old man cheerfully spoke, we meet as if we've known each other for ages. I wonder if you would be willing to stay at my manor for a few more days, he politely replied. It would be an honor. The prefect beside him whispered, Sect Master Jun, old man Shangguan has taken a liking to you. You must seize this opportunity. He looked mortified. Seize what? The old man wants to marry his granddaughter to me, but I already have a beloved. As soon as he turned around, Shangguan Hong called out to Han Jia, Gee, our only Sect Master Jun is here, come out quickly. Walking behind, he couldn't help but wonder how to get out of this. Should I refuse? That way it won't affect the relationship between the Shangguan grandfather and granddaughter. He gently curled his lips, complaining, my damn charm, I've never seen anything like it. A scene of him rejecting the young girl immediately flashed in his mind. Miss, you've loved the wrong person. Jun's heart is already taken, please go back. Grandpa, if it's not him, I won't marry. Sect Master Jun, where else can I find a grandson-in-law as excellent, dashing, handsome, and powerful as you? Chang Xiao stroked his chin, and at this thought he couldn't help but frown. This farce must be stopped quickly before they get too deeply involved. After a while, Han Jia also walked out in small steps. The young girl cheerfully waved and greeted him. Sect Master Jun, I've finally met you in person. Before Han Jia could continue, he interrupted. Miss Shangguan Jun is currently in a phase of striving for his career. Personal matters will have to wait. Unexpectedly, the young girl was more interested in other things. Can I join the Iron Bone sect and become your disciple? Hearing this, his face changed. Huh? Before Changxiao could react, Han Jia asked a series of questions. Sect Master, your profile says you're 1.8 meters tall, but that feels a bit off. Brother Li Qingying is so busy every day, does he only have time to eat when he sleeps? Can Brother Yi Xingchen break Brother Xiao Zuji's defense? He looked at the talkative young girl with an ashen face. Are Sister Xiaomo and Brother Li Fei an official couple since they're always together? Who does Brother Sect Master like the most? Is it Senior Sister or Hall Master Li or the mature woman? He couldn't take it anymore. So he turned to question Shangguan Hong. Old man, you want me to take your granddaughter as a disciple? Your intentions aren't pure, are they? The old man guiltily retorted loudly. Nonsense, this old man is trying to help you overcome your sect's tribulation. If Jier joins the Ironbone sect, the Demon Fiend sect won't dare to attack you. It's not because this girl nags me every day. I'm just so annoyed I'm letting her go. Seeing his disdainful expression, the old man waved his hand trying to retain him. What kind of expression is that? Aside from a minor flaw in her mouth, our Jier's martial arts talent is extremely high. Suddenly, Han Jia took out a small booklet. The young girl joyfully introduced it while Changxiao flipped through the booklet. Brother Sect Master, this is a palm technique I created in my spare time. Please help me revise it, after all. Sect Master Jun appeared originally to solve Qingying City's martial arts problems and guide martial arts. He had only looked for a moment when his eyes widened in surprise. To be able to create martial arts at such a young age, this child's talent is too good. I, as Sect Master, cannot do this. Changxiao immediately took out a talisman. He lightly demonstrated a few moves, explaining, when performing the third move, the spiritual energy should flow through the Shaoyin meridian, increasing power by 30%. The fifth move allows for offense and defense to switch, deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Finally, when collecting the move, the spiritual energy does not dissipate but gathers in the dantian, not exploding outwards. If it explodes, it's like the sky collapsing. After finishing, he stood firm, marveling. This palm technique is gentle. The original physique should be high-grade low-level, but after modification, it can reach high-grade high-level. Miss Shangguan's martial arts talent was indeed astonishing. Han Jia, seeing this, her eyes lit up. Sect Master Brother has finished modifying it. Grandpa was so dazzled he only managed to modify it to mid-grade. Hearing this, his lips curled slightly. The Insight Talisman was a divine artifact for analyzing martial arts. The system suddenly appeared, weeping bitterly while clutching a talisman. 200 times he finally remembered me again, just get used to it. Who told that guy to have so many moves? And he's so fickle. Han Jia and Shangguan Hong stood aside, watching in confusion, thinking, why is this person muttering to himself? Has Sect Master Jun been driven crazy by Jier so quickly? Changxiao meanwhile was arguing with the system. Who's fickle? I'm very devoted. After a while he agreed to stamp the paper. Great! Shangguan Hong jumped with joy. Shangguan Hanjia, congratulations, from now on you are an official disciple of my Ironbone sect. This is Han Jia's admission contract. The Shangguan Hanjia notification of admission to the Ironbone sect. It read, Sect members 20155000. He turned his head and asked the young girl with a smile, Han Jia, do you still need a few days to say goodbye to Grandpa? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man pulled out a large package. No need, this old man has already packed her luggage for her. You two can set off now. After some time traveling, they finally returned to the sect. Han Jia couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. The young girl couldn't hide her excitement as she praised. The sect is even grander than I heard. It must be Brother Li Qingying's money. As soon as she finished speaking, the young girl asked a string of questions. Sect Master Brother, are the other senior brothers and sisters in the sect? Can I use the map to test Senior Brother Zuji's defense? Brother Xiaofei is having fun playing soccer. Will he accidentally hit me? Is Senior Sister Qianqin the Sect Master Brother's official partner? Changxiao broke out in a sweat after hearing all this. They were finally home. Now she could go bother the other 2,000 plus people. Just then, Qianqin walked out of the gate to greet them. Sect Master Brother. As soon as she saw Han Jia, she immediately stopped and mockingly questioned, is this going to a birthday celebration? Or bringing back a new sister? Hearing this, he cried and whined, running over. Qianqin, this journey was so tiring. Unexpectedly, Han Jia was even faster than him. The young girl rushed to Qianqin like a gust of wind, getting there first. Senior Sister Qianqin, the young girl suddenly stopped as if she remembered something. Oh right, Senior Sister Qianqin is Sect Master Brothers, she thought, and quickly changed her address, making Qianqin blush. Sister-in-law, I'm Sect Master Brothers' newly accepted disciple, Shangguan Hanjia, and I'm a loyal fan of both of you. The young girl successfully won Qianqin's favor this way. Qianqin, a little embarrassed, praised, what a cute new disciple. Sister-in-law, no, Senior Sister will take you to your lodging. From now on I'll call you Jier, and later I'll take you to get your sect uniform. The young girl nodded quickly, agreeing repeatedly, completely disregarding Changxiao. He followed behind, complaining loudly, nobody's taking care of it, it's covered in dust, and I still have to go complain to the Calvary Hall, but we've finally gotten rid of that girl. Before he finished speaking, someone crashed into him, making him spin dizzily. It took him a moment to regain his balance. Changxiao quickly inquired, rushing over. Wolf Cavalry Hall, where are you all rushing off to? One of them turned and replied, Sect Master, you're back just in time. We just received news from the Martial Worship Hall. Death Valley has been surrounded by several evil sects from Wying County, he asked in confusion. After destroying Black Hawk Hall, someone still dares to attack me? Which disciples are trapped? As soon as he replied, his face became murderous. Senior brother Zuiji and senior sister Xiaomo. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao quickly leaped onto the back of a wolf cavalry mount and ordered, What are you waiting for? Let's go. He angrily thought, You little rascals don't know your own limits. If we're late, you'll lose your chance for real combat. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, a group of people faced a tall figure. He revealed a cunning smile and ordered, Your Ironbone sect has been quite powerful recently. Rumor has it in the Jianghu. Your equipment and cultivation techniques are extraordinary. How about lending them to a few of our sects? Zuiji, far from being afraid, retorted. 2 6th-rate sects, 2 7th-rate sects, Xiaomo continued. Are you trying to rob us, you evil sects? He threatened with a laugh. If that's what you think, I can't help it. If you hand them over willingly, it won't be considered robbery. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide, looking at them somewhat fearfully. Why did it suddenly feel so cold behind him? He ignored those feelings, flexed his muscles and showed off his sturdy arms. No, they're just a bunch of novices. At the same time, he displayed his muscular physique and still dared to mock. Truly won't give up until he hits rock bottom. He boasted of his immense power. Let me open your eyes and show you how powerful our Bloodflame Gates cultivation technique is. Someone outside shouted, Elder is mighty. But he triumphantly brandished his fist and charged forward, yelling, Open your dog eyes and behold the ancestral magnificent technique of Lord Liexin. However, Zuiji stood there motionless, showing no sign of dodging. Before his fist could even touch Zuiji, it rebounded and struck him in the face. He was stunned by his own attack. What's going on? Who am I? Where is this? I clearly threw the punch, so why am I the one who got hit? Everyone around watched him fall, dumbfounded. Wow, it truly is an ancestral technique. The backfire power is too great. An old man walked forward, smacking his lips and sarcastically remarking, What a waste from Bloodflame Gate, can't even deal with a junior. Before he could finish, Xiaomo kicked him away. Since that's the case, let our Wind Dance Pavilion show you what it means. Everyone else was speechless, looking at the two lying together. Why aren't they staying home and enjoying their retirement instead of interfering? Just then, the muscular man woke up and warned Elder Niu to be careful. These two youngsters are unusual. The old man weakly struggled to stand up. Indeed, your immortal sect is a bit strange, but martial sects aren't as weak as you think. Then both of them gave the order. Disciples, all of you attack. I don't believe 500+ people can't catch these 30-odd kids. At this point, Zuiji and the others had already prepared their shields and their sharp spearheads were also revealed. Attack, they shouted in unison. Immortal formation, Zuiji said to his junior brothers. Those evil sect minions are all yours. He, Xiaomo, and another disciple charged forward. As for those old geezers, leave them to us, their junior brothers proudly provoked. Let's see who finishes first. Zuiji also agreed. Then everyone charged forward simultaneously, without further agreement. Those people were caught off guard and so both sides began to fight. Zuiji rushed to the front, attacking the elders. However, in that instant he seemed to reflect another figure. Xiaomo took advantage of their carelessness and rushed forward to kick, while another person also used the furious dragon kick to kick a ball. The ball rushed towards them, astonishing them. Impossible, how could they know Lord Liexin's ultimate move? The others, far from being afraid, proudly charged forward. What a good day. The old man specifically spared his life to interrogate him for the secret technique. Zuiji softly mumbled, These two must be elders from Thunder Hall and Demonic Sect, right? A mere 7th-rate sect. Peak Martial Master, please bother you two. Then he lightly pushed them both away with a palm, sending them flying. Go play over there. That guy was beaten black and blue. He continuously attacked, not forgetting to say disdainfully, If your realm isn't martial sect, you're not fit to fight against our immortal sect's inner disciples. Then Zuiji charged forward with a muffled roar. He was rushing smoothly, but was knocked down by Xiaomo's punch. Xiao, Zuiji, how dare you? However, they also successfully pushed down a person on the other side. As soon as Zuiji finished fighting, he questioned, You two are just showing off, aren't you looking at the surroundings? Without further ado, he circled around and with incredible speed knocked them all away. The junior brothers are almost done cleaning up. If we dally any longer, we'll lose, his junior brothers also responded. Senior brothers, take your time acting. We'll take care of the stragglers here. Their eyes immediately lit up, looking at the muscular man without another word. He fiercely slammed his hand to the ground, then knelt down, begging for mercy. 3 young heroes, please spare my life. This lowly one is just a low-grade martial sect, with an old mother above and a wife and children below. In the dense forest, strange sounds echoed continuously. Changxiao, riding his beast, galloped at an astonishing speed. Zuiji, we're coming. As soon as he saw Zuiji, Changxiao shouted in astonishment. Too late, his face suddenly stiffened and he spoke with a tone of reproach. Who told you to attack so quickly? How long did it take us to rush here with all our might? Only half an hour. Zuiji still stood there dumbfounded. He helplessly retorted, Sect Master, the opponent only had 2 low-grade martial sects and a bunch of minions. To be honest, this efficiency is a bit slow. Hearing this, Changxiao could only lower his head helplessly, gently rubbing his forehead. Now opponents of equivalent strength are rarer than endangered animals, and you actually monopolize them. Didn't we say to share blessings and misfortunes? His gaze sharpened as if he had a new plan. All right, 1 trip missed and 2 trips. Let's go, we can't let the wolf cavalry run in vain. No, not long after, deep in the old forest in a misty area nestled in a quiet mountain. Under Hall, the small fishing rod dropped into the water, ripples spreading across the surface. The Hall master sat leisurely, muttering to himself, I don't know why, but my heart has been restless all day today. Could it be that an enemy has come knocking? At this moment Wenchu stood behind, respectfully bowing and advising, Hallmaster, you worry too much? Our Thunder Hall headquarters has nearly 5,000 disciples. Who would dare to be so foolish as to seek death here? The Hallmaster suddenly exclaimed. A bite? Immediately after, that unlucky servant was pulled out of the water along with a huge beast. That's true if anyone really dares to come. The Hallmaster's face gradually showed a cruel and cunning expression. I'll let them know the consequences of offending our Thunder Hall. Suddenly, a noisy scolding came from outside. What faction are you? State your names. Are you really wolves, daring to cause trouble at Thunder Hall? Are you tired of living? Quickly gather all disciples. However, Wenchu thought this was normal. It seemed it was just a mob. Hearing him so proud, the Hallmaster only reminded him a few times, Wenchu, you go handle the aftermath. Immediately after, he returned to fishing diligently. Don't disturb my elegant fishing. Suddenly, Wenchu stammered. Hallmaster, a tall figure quickly walked towards him. A familiar voice echoed in the silent space, Thunder Hallmaster, right fishing, enjoying yourself indeed. At the same time an unlucky guard was crippled, dragged across the rough ground. You're so leisurely. Do you know that just now in Death Valley, a few weak disciples of my insignificant immortal sect were surrounded by a group of your elders? The person who arrived was none other than Changxiao. He brought his brothers and charged in menacingly, almost tearing his clothes. As Hallmaster, you should be reasonable, so I've brought people to collect compensation. This scene terrified Wenchu, who frantically reported, Immortal sect, we've never had any dealings. Is there some misunderstanding? At this moment the Hallmaster also realized the seriousness of the situation. He softly said to Wenchu, Wenchu, the other party is clearly hostile. In just a blink of an eye the Hallmaster exuded a powerful killing aura. He made a vast space blur, thinking, a mere low-grade martial sect and a dozen martial masters dare to rob in broad daylight. The Jianghu is too chaotic these days, although I don't know how you broke through our mountain gate. The Hallmaster's old fox face inevitably showed a lewd smile, as he smugly thought, it seems you didn't check the calendar before robbing. This venerable one is a quasi-5th-grade martial sect. Come, my precious crocodiles in Thunder Lake are hungry. A mass of blue liquid appeared behind him. The space instantly fell silent. Your precious crocodiles. At this moment Changxiao revealed a triumphant smile, pointing forward with a confident tone. Are those piles of dog meat behind you? A fierce beast quickly appeared behind the Hallmaster and Wenchu, scaring them pale. Changxiao's beast quickly gained the upper hand, easily dealing with the Hallmaster's pet in the blink of an eye. This scene made the Hallmaster break out in a cold sweat, and he stammered, High-grade ancient wind wolf king. Suddenly a large hand tightly grabbed Wenchu's collar, making him tremble. In just a few seconds he was mercilessly thrown forward by his own master. He even reminded him, Wenchu, buy me some time. Immediately after, he reluctantly left. He thought to himself, a gentleman's revenge is not too late. I'll hide at Bloodflame Gate for now. At this moment below, Wenchu was facing Changxiao's fury, his cold voice echoing throughout the vast space. We haven't finished discussing compensation yet. Where are you going? The next second, Wenchu was hit squarely by a punch from Changxiao. He quickly fell onto the hard ground. Immediately after, Changxiao's foot stomped on the ground. He remarked sarcastically, as expected of a 7th-rate evil sect so self-indulgent. He quickly pulled out paper and pen, recording the current situation, hoping the strength guarding the sect would be better. Not only that, with just a gentle gesture from Changxiao, those who were initially watching ran away without looking back. Why are you still watching the show? Go quickly and loot their treasury. When you rob, don't leave empty-handed and don't be greedy for wealth or lust. Take all valuables and gather at the mountain gate in half an hour. The next target is the Bloodflame Gate, a sturdy building. The sentry was swiftly sent flying in a panic, his face etched with extreme fear, always thinking that these evil sects did these immoral things due to lack of cultivation methods, never expecting that even human lives were treated as dirt. Meanwhile, Changxiao overwhelmed everything, fiercely threatening those who blocked his way. I originally intended to spare your lives. In an instant Changxiao ruthlessly stomped down. But this venerable one has changed his mind. Beast like you, his face was only cold, shouldn't exist. In an ancient and quaint place, the Wind Dance Pavilion, a familiar voice continuously echoed in the silent space. Originally, this venerable one only intended to give you a minor punishment for your bullying behavior. Images of countless unfortunate people engulfed in raging flames, yet on the way here he heard much about massacres, sect exterminations, rapes and looting. Who knows how many innocent people died unjustly. These evils were no different from those people of the Bloodflame Gate. Back in reality, Changxiao fiercely declared, therefore this venerable one must play the role of Asura. His toughness struck fear into the Hallmaster. He repeatedly and loudly rebuked Changxiao. Jun Changxiao, you are truly audacious to have annihilated the 4 major sects of Wyong County all at once. However, Changxiao's blade instantly cleaved out. He showed no mercy to these human villains in his hands. Changxiao continuously emphasized his status. The god-slaying hall will never let your immortal sect go. His blade was so powerful that even the building behind was affected, and in just a few seconds it was split in half. Meanwhile, Changxiao maintained his cold demeanor, his voice firm. Even if immortals appear, they cannot stop this venerable one's blade. At the same time, in another place, the Ghost Hand Sect, the fourth elder stood respectfully, listening to the sect master's lecture. This immortal sect is truly too arrogant, but one must admit they have the strength to be arrogant, having wiped out the minor demon sect, Thunderhall, Bloodflame Gate, and Wind Dance Pavilion in one go. Even two of those sects left no living thing, the old man's voice echoed continuously in the small room. Elder Song, fortunately you strongly advised me at the time not to clash with the immortal sect. Otherwise now, however, the fourth elder paid no attention to these words. He thought to himself with difficulty, my soul origin is still in Jun Changshao's hands. If anything happens to him, I'll be finished too. How can I not consider him? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, holding a large letter, his voice urgent. Sect Master Elder. His next words stunned the fourth elder. The God-Slaying Hall had sent an invitation, the letter read. All sect masters are invited to gather at the God-Slaying Hall's subaltar in Wyong County 3 days from now, to discuss the recent arrogant actions of the immortal sect. Meanwhile, on Changshao's side, he held his head in his hands, a gloomy expression on his face, his voice also becoming hesitant. So, however, the next second his terrifying expression disappeared, replaced by a blank and puzzled look. The God-Slaying Hall is a third-rate sect with a subaltar in Wyong County. Now they are leading the evil forces of Wyong County to gather people, preparing to eradicate our sect. His words were soon confirmed by Luo Chu. That's right, the elder Song whose soul you're holding sent the intelligence this way. Her words exhausted Changshao. He leaned back tiredly in his chair, lazily saying, just drove away the third-rate evil demon sect, and now I've provoked another third-rate sect. Meanwhile, Luo Chu maintained her serious demeanor, continuously bringing new information. Sect Master, according to intelligence, the God-Slaying Hall has over 20 evil sects under its command, with overall strength far exceeding that of the evil demon sect. Tomorrow, 2 martial kings, 12 martial sects, and countless disciples will arrive at our immortal sect. Luo Chu continued to inform him. Perhaps your actions this time were a bit too emotional. Meanwhile, Changshao looked very disheartened. He said listlessly, Hallmaster Luo, if given another chance I would still butcher those scum. Suddenly, Changshao's expression changed. He seriously returned to the main topic. In one's life there are some things you must do, otherwise you'll never feel truly complete. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Night quickly enveloped the entire vast space, objects on the branches emitting strange lights. Meanwhile, Xiaomo asked doubtfully, Sect Master, I didn't expect us to have so many luminous pearls. Immediately after, Changshao enthusiastically explained, Luminous pearls, what are those? This is my new invention. He shouted, lights on, and everything was quickly set up, everyone scrambling to report their situations. Great, now we can work overtime. Work overtime? Are there subsidies, Sect Master? Subsidies? What are you talking about? This is a major sect matter. Every disciple has a responsibility. Suddenly, the city lord ran over, shouting, Sect Master Jun. He urgently reported to Changshao the situation. The evil sects of Wyong County were approaching aggressively, yet you still had time to set up a stage. However, the surrounding space remained unusually quiet. After the city lord delivered a series of new messages, nothing seemed to change much. Only Changshao responded indifferently. Since they've traveled so far to visit, we should also prepare to receive our guests. His words made the city lord beside him feel surprised. He asked doubtfully, You're planning to fight? Don't do that. The opponent is aggressive. It's better to hide first, and then pretend nothing happened after the storm passes. Immediately after, Changshao leapt away, leaving the city lord standing motionless in astonishment. Prefect Shay, you have prepared the necessary tools. Changshao was already standing there, ready to welcome new guests. This time, this venerable one wants the world to remember the motto of our immortal sect. Immediately after, a few hasty strokes fell, and a line of neat characters bearing the writer's majesty gradually appeared. Born a hero, died a valiant spirit. After finishing, Changshao did not forget to praise himself. No matter who comes or what their background, my Taishuan sect has only one word, fight. This scene left the city lord beside him very confused. Suddenly he spoke joyfully. With Sect Master Jun's words, Xie is also willing to sacrifice himself and advance with you. But if Wyong County already wants to hide, then what about facing Junyang County's opponents later? As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord received a triumphant reply from the other party. Changshao laughed loudly. Then let them see what it means to have the blood of Qingyang County. Suddenly his expression changed, and his gaze focused on the distance. Changshao silently watched the crowd in the distance approaching. It seemed they had arrived earlier than expected. Meanwhile, the city lord appeared unusually anxious. He stammered, No, that's not right. These are all martial artists from our Qingyang County. The man leading the crowd quickly spoke impatiently. The evil sects of Wyong County have long oppressed and killed the people of Qingyang County. Sect Master Jun sought justice for the people and established the dignity of Qingyang County, yet today they still dare to come. The crowd behind advanced aggressively. Under his command we decided to fight side by side, to live and die with the immortal sect. Changshao cupped his hands in respect. Cautiously said, 3 years ago, the entire Hechung sect, 5,320 people, were annihilated by the Wind Dance Pavilion. However, the next second, a triumphant smile appeared on his face again. A year later, the entire family of 6 people of Prince Wang's in Miaoyang City tragically died at the hands of the Thunder Sect. The Wyong evil sects have oppressed Qingyang County for so long. Eradicating evil and punishing the wicked is something my immortal sect must do. This shocked the approaching people. They stood motionless, listening to Changxiao state the facts. I know you all have the heart to eradicate evil and seek justice for the common people. Changxiao suddenly lowered his head, a trace of sadness flashing across his face. It's just that this battle let my immortal sect bear it alone. But his eyes were filled with determination. The opponent has sent several martial sects and even martial kings. All of you here are heroes of Qingyang County and cannot sacrifice yourselves like this. Changxiao's words angered everyone present. They continuously shouted, what's there to fear? We are willing to share hardships with the immortal sect. Suddenly, a black foot stepped out, and at the same time an old voice rang out, oh dear. It seems this old man will have his eyes open today. They say people fear death, but there are actually people lining up to die. The mysterious person continuously walked towards the crowd with a cheerful expression, and quite a number of them too. The newcomer was an old man in black, which further accentuated his mysteriousness. Wantu Xian of Dianjing Valley has specifically come to see off the immortal sect. Suddenly he threw out a skull, shouting, hit the road. This scene terrified the people opposite. They continuously shrieked, high-grade martial sect in just a blink of an eye. The skull had already landed, causing a huge explosion. The explosion quickly swept through a large area, and those unfortunate enough to be standing nearby were not spared. Suddenly, the mysterious old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He continuously exclaimed, oh, to be able to block 70% of my power. Little brat, who are you? A sturdy hand was propped on a nearby rock. Li Qingyang's familiar voice rang out. You destroyed our main gate in just a few seconds. He unleashed all his anger in a counterattack, and you still dare to ask who I am? However, the mysterious old man had quickly withdrawn his weapon. A trace of fear appeared on his face. He thought that one palm strike could shatter his skull. Li Qingyang stood there looking nonchalant, continuously provoking the other party. Li Qingyang of the immortal sect. This scene left Changxiao standing behind, speechless. Why does he feel cooler than me? These words made the mysterious old man feel disheartened. He continuously muttered, so young yet capable of such a powerful palm strike. However, the other party laughed heartily. Old man Wan, you were actually scared by a junior as soon as you appeared. Some strange spells gradually appeared around him, merely a motley crew, yet requiring us old geezers to act. This scene made the people present exclaim in surprise. Too fast, another high-grade martial sect. This strong reaction made the mysterious old man's previously stunned expression even more surprised. Let me tear you into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, a sturdy foot tightly gripped a tree branch. A person in sturdy armor was hanging under a large tree branch. He continuously muttered. Evil Spirit Sect. Title. Suddenly, Shamo's voice came. Hey, you're so old, yet your bones still look quite flexible. This scared him, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. The person in armor quickly got up. He soon saw Shamo standing above with a joyful expression on her face, and he sarcastically said, but getting old does make one senile. I've been following you for so long and even made quite a bit of noise, yet you didn't notice anything at all. The person in armor quickly fled, but unfortunately was blocked by Shamo. If Wyong County only sends people of your level to stir up trouble, others were also scared by his timely reaction. They continuously accused the person in armor. I think you should be sensible and not humiliate yourselves. The atmosphere around quickly became noisy, with the crowd continuously arguing. God-slaying Hall, everyone, I've warned you long ago that this immortal sect is a bit sinister, yet you are still so careless. Suddenly, a huge foot stepped over, followed by an unfamiliar voice. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, said a fierce and burly man, the owner of that giant beast. He shouted, that's the mindset of a strong person. Shangba, let's charge together and crush them. Facing the imminent danger, Zuiji calmly signaled Li Qingyang, senior brother, can you leave this cat to me? Immediately after, the burly man rudely charged towards him, appearing very fierce. The ground beneath Zuji's feet instantly had countless tiny fragments. Layers of earth cracked open like this, and thousands of small magic thorns grew from below, attempting to hinder the burly man's movements. However, everything seemed to be in vain. The giant tiger could still easily approach Zuiji. But it seems the terrifying sight can only go so far. This scene made Li Qingyang continuously mock. Is that all you've got? In a flash, Zuiji successfully rendered the burly man unable to fight. He was continuously beaten by his opponent. I thought I'd have to use one more degree of power. What a waste of my anticipation. Scram! Immediately after, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at Zuiji in astonishment. Suddenly, Li Qingyang looked at Tian Qi. He curiously asked, Junior brother Tian, why are you suddenly eating vegetarian today? These words made the other party exclaim in surprise. Vegetarian? Li Shangtian's eyes wavered slightly. He quickly clarified Tian Qi's confusion. No, I'm waiting for the ones behind me. The surrounding space fell silent again. Suddenly a strange banner appeared in the distance, and a group of mysterious people were walking forward together with mysterious postures. The masked man in white revealed a disdainful smile. No wonder they had the guts to annihilate our Wyong County's 4 major sects, so every disciple of the immortal sect can fight to a draw with an extraordinary high-grade martial sect. As he spoke, his voice lowered again. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the masked man in white moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye he was suspended in midair. Li Fei and Zhang Xie then said, how about us martial kings? The 2 masked men in white immediately charged forward fiercely. Li Fei swung his palm violently, blocking the masked man's attack. Immediately after, he fiercely kicked the masked man's palm with his knee. Both masked men in white were knocked to the ground by Li Fei, and even the ground cracked. Looking at the two injured masked men in white, Zhang Xie spoke, "Two first-grade martial kings, little Yeji. Are you up to it?" Li Fei confidently replied, "It's only first grade, I can fight them." "Hey, Elder Zhang," Li Fei asked in confusion, "why are you wearing a mask?" Zhang Xie's eyes flashed with mysterious red light as he replied, "I haven't officially left my old sect yet, so I need to keep a low profile." The masked man in white roared impatiently, "How dare you mock a god-slaying hall martial king?" The masked man in black also gritted his teeth and said, "We must teach you a lesson." At this moment, Zhang Xie's steps already began to move. No sooner had the masked man in white finished speaking than Zhang Xie's foot was already near his eyes. A female voice rang out, "One second-grade martial king, one comparable to a peak first-grade martial king." Zhang Xie was slightly startled, and Li Fei on his side was equally surprised. A woman wearing a red mask had appeared and engaged Li Fei and Zhang Xie. "If I hadn't come today, I'm afraid our two initial-grade martial kings from the God-Slaying Hall truly might have suffered an unexpected defeat at your hands." She revealed a seductive smile. "But since this sovereign has arrived," she then sent both of them flying far away with a single strike. Li Fei and Zhang Xie landed in front of Changxiao. Li Fei warned, "Sect Master, be careful." Zhang Xie also vigilantly said, "This woman is at least a mid-grade martial king." Suddenly it was pitch black in front of them. The woman in red stepped forward and lightly stroked Changxiao's chin. "This must be Sect Master Zhen, I presume. I've long heard of your esteemed name indeed." At this moment, a spear in Changxiao's hand was also pressed against her stomach, and he was somewhat surprised. "The God-Slaying Hall actually values our sect so much?" The woman in red still spoke unhurriedly, "and specifically sent one." The system displayed her rank as peak martial king. The woman in red revealed a seductive and threatening smile. "Not bad, you can actually discern my cultivation. Good, now stretch out your neck and die." At this moment, Zhang Xie and Li Fei also rushed over from behind her. The woman in red raised a hand and gently waved it, and a huge force blew both of them away. Li Fei and Zhang Xie were sent flying backward, and the two masked men in white from earlier cursed, "How dare you sneak attack us, Elder Bai, a peak martial king, truly overestimating yourselves." The two immediately struggled to their feet and said in unison, "Then sneak attacking you should be fine, right?" Both were beaten black and blue. Zhang Xie spoke, "Sect Master, we'll leave that peak martial king to you." Li Fei continued, "As for these two martial king chickens, we'll take care of them." Changxiao revealed a wry smile, "You want me, an initial grade martial sect, to fight a peak martial king? Are you trying to rebel? But since my disciples can all fight above their level, it would be too embarrassing if I couldn't." He opened his mouth to ask the system for help. The system immediately provided information. A peak martial king, regardless of martial skill, has a minimum combat power of about 5.3 million. And even if you use a strength enhancement talisman, you can only reach 3.3 million. Changxiao struck a battle pose, still communicating with the system in his mind. "In other words, even with my green dragon crescent blade, I'm still over 1,000,000 points behind her." The system also prompted, "Actually, there's also some good news for you." The system stated, "After my painstaking cultivation, you can now withstand a few attacks with your physical body." Changxiao dejectedly replied to the system, "So that means I come with a sandbag attribute? Thanks a lot. 18 generations of your ancestors." Changxiao's entire body emitted blue power. The woman in red also praised a few words. "You can actually emit an aura that makes me feel a hint of threat. These must be the divine weapons the Demon Fiend sect wanted to seize. Truly impressive." She then revealed a calculating smile and stated with certainty, "However, the Demon Fiend sect is out of the picture, because from now on it belongs to this sovereign." Changxiao's soul left his body. He suddenly saw something. It seemed like pink petals. Elder Wei held a young girl's hand as if they had known each other for a long time. "Zhao, it's been decades since we last met, hasn't it?" Zhao said tremblingly. Wei Lang. Changxiao looked at the scene before him, feeling uncomfortable. "How is this plot so melodramatic? If that's truly the case, wouldn't it be a victory without a fight?" No sooner had Zhao finished speaking than she slapped Elder Wei directly across the face. "You scoundrel, you abandoned me all those years ago." Changxiao was stunned. "Was this an Asura field?" Old man Wei extended his hand. Elder Wei tightly grabbed Zhao's hand. "Can you please not hit me in front of so many young people? Where will I put my face? Come, let's go over there and reminisce." Then the two went to another spot away from everyone's gaze. Yi Xingchen, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Wei is truly still vigorous in his old age." Just as they were relaxing, two masked men in white suddenly appeared. "Everyone from Wyong County, attack! How dare they capture Elder Bai? We'll flatten the immortal sect." Changxiao looked at the crowd surging towards him and merely Isekai'd as expected. Quite a few minions have been drawn in. Ahead was a formidable army, looking very fierce. The martial artists from Wyong County were at least martial masters, numbering several thousand in total. "Now if you wisely kneel and beg for mercy, I guarantee you a quick death." Seeing such a vast army, City Lord Xie, fearing they couldn't win, could only advise Changxiao to retreat. "Brother Zhen, the enemy's numbers are too disparate. Let's retreat for now. While there's life, there's hope." But Changxiao didn't listen. "Retreat? Such an excellent opportunity for my disciples to hone their combat skills is truly rare and hard to come by." Changxiao smiled cunningly, his eyes as if he wanted to devour the army alive. And no one must escape. Zhu Hong and Ma Yongning heed my command. Chang Xiao stood before them without fear. Chang Xiao merely spoke softly, yet it was enough to strike fear into people. Beating a dog behind closed doors, the two obeyed the sect master's order, assenting. The two drew their swords together, their aura immensely powerful and fearless. The two together drew a line. Cross this line and die. The people opposite were dumbfounded. They actually called this huge pit a line. The two masked men in white still showed no fear, speaking with defiance. Don't panic, only a few of these inner disciples are slightly stronger. We can still crush them with sheer numbers. Zuiji rotated his wrist to warm up. Human wave tactics. I train my body every day. If you can even scratch me, Zuiji will use all his strength. Xiaomo stood by, only able to open her mouth wide. I concede. Is Zuiji about to enter berserk mode? Zuiji's eyes flashed with light. Those who dare to offend the immortal sect die. Zuiji, with his strong body, charged towards the crowd. He rushed in like a fierce beast, one person alone enough to defeat dozens. Suddenly, two people ambushed him from behind. Die, kid. He didn't even bother to turn around to block. The two thus swung their weapons and chopped at him. To the two's surprise, their weapons shattered upon hitting him. He forcefully pushed dozens of people into the abyss. Other onlookers broke out in cold sweat, seeing dozens of lives pushed into the abyss in one breath. Invulnerable to blades and spears, immense strength. Is this still a human? Chang Xiao watched, only giving a wry smile because his disciple was too powerful. Zuiji, you've evolved from a meat shield into a thunderous hammer. Zuiji was about to kick that person away when two more masked men in white rushed towards him. They looked dangerous, but before they could do anything, both were already covered in wounds. The masked man in white was so shocked he was incoherent, unable to believe he was helpless against Zuiji. What kind of hidden weapon is this that it can actually harm me? A martial king. No sooner had he finished speaking than many small red dots appeared on his body. Knowing he was targeted, he clamped his mouth shut, but it was too late, and a series of bang-bang sounds rang out. Bullets flew at the speed of light, but the masked man in white could deflect them barehanded. The masked man in white wasn't worried about these bullets, but for those of lower cultivation, he wasn't sure about these hidden weapons. If I had been vigilant earlier, these would be nothing to a martial king like me. However, for those below martial sect, just as he expected, people around him fell one after another, either dead or severely wounded. He had recognized the source of these bullets. The attack came from that mountain. On a seemingly peaceful mountaintop not far away, countless snipers held sniper rifles ready to tear their prey apart at any moment. Can't harm martial kings anymore. Sniper Hall, heed my command. Switch to Plan B. Focus on martial masters. Commence sniping. The Sniper Hall commander observed through a telescope while analyzing the situation. Make good use of this. It's not every day you get thousands of live targets to practice on. The masked man in white reminded everyone to be wary of the bullets from the mountain. Everyone pay attention. Guard against attacks from that mountain. Don't panic, they're just minor tricks. As he spoke, he roared in a low voice, total assault on the life and death stage. First, cut off their sect master's head. One moment he was shouting loudly. The next he was speechless. It turned out that a group of fierce summoned beasts had appeared before him, leaving everyone stunned in place. Chang Xiao chuckled softly. Cut off my head? Wolf cavalry. His voice was gentle, yet filled with killing intent. Go up there and cut off their heads. A large pack of wolves rushed forward, looking very fierce, revealing sharp fangs. Xiaomo, riding a wolf cavalry, charged fiercely towards the enemy. The wolf cavalry cooperated flawlessly. 2 against 1, either crippled or injured. Attacked like this, that fellow was actually unharmed. Each wolf cavalry's combat power was actually comparable to a martial sect, but unfortunately, a skeleton's strength was also comparable to a peak martial sect. This old man doesn't eat vegetarian food. Li Shangdian suddenly appeared behind him. The fellow who was just bragging was now speechless. You don't eat vegetarian? I don't think that line should come from a supporting character. Saying that, he decapitated him with a single blade strike. Xiaomo also easily defeated that withered skeleton, while Zuiji forcefully lifted an opponent weighing hundreds of jin more than himself. With eyes half open, he easily defeated over a dozen people, his subordinates falling one after another. The 2 masked men in white were utterly shocked and helpless. How can this be? Aren't they a 7th-rate sect? How are they all as strong as monsters? One masked man in white was so furious he couldn't bear to watch any longer, deciding to unleash his ultimate move. If this continues, all of us will die here. Dagang, I'll use a secret technique to block them. You seize the opportunity to escape first. Dagang was worried about his brother, Qianzhe, but if he did that, Qianzhe would circulate his energy, and a malevolent spirit appeared behind him. Oh, is that the Heaven and Earth Incarnation? Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. It was Chang Xiao. That skill of yours seems pretty good. Impossible. This secret technique allows me to reach 3rd-grade martial king. How can you still get close to me? Chang Xiao honestly replied, that's because, before Chang Xiao could finish speaking, Qianzhe dealt him an earth-shattering blow. He smiled contentedly, thinking he had defeated Chang Xiao. Taking a Dharma idol strike at such close range, you'll surely be pulverized. But not long after, his smile froze. Chang Xiao's voice rang out, startling him. You play a bit dirty, sneak attacking me while I'm talking to you. What I was trying to say earlier was, suddenly a huge force surged from beneath the ground. Qianzhe was startled. Chang Xiao stood inside a colossal mud golem. Dharma idol, this sovereign can do that too, Chang Xiao said to that fellow with an utterly contemptuous tone, and it's far more majestic than your puny initial great martial king one. Dagang couldn't stand it any longer and immediately charged towards Chang Xiao. Qianzhe worried for him, playing tricks. This old man will fight you to the death. Dagong, stop. Suddenly an aura emanated from somewhere, causing everyone to pause faintly. Elder Wei's voice came. Zhao, stop messing around. Qianzhe trembled in fear. This aura is... Suddenly, the system notified and Changxiao didn't understand what had happened. Alert, alert, encountering super high-level suppression. Green Dragon Crescent Blade automatically retracted. High-level suppression. System, what's happening? The system continued to explain. Detected aura of a super powerful expert within the Immortal Sect, currently evaluating. Evaluation complete. Level, 4th grade Martial Emperor. Zhao dodged Elder Wei's attacks and the surrounding earth and stones shattered. Zhao smiled slightly. Wei Lang, you've actually become a Martial Emperor too, yet you're still as gentle as ever. Completely holding back when you attack me. Elder Wei gently warned Zhao. Zhao, you two should go back. With me here you can't act, and besides your subordinates. Elder Wei quickly observed the situation. It seemed no one could stand straight anymore. Elder Wei smiled kindly. I'm giving everyone a chance to retreat. Everyone, your lives are important. Disperse now. Changxiao walked up from below, standing beside Elder Wei, admiring him. Elder Wei, you're actually a martial emperor. No sooner had he spoken a sentence than everyone dispersed. This sovereign truly wants to cling to your thigh. Elder Wei and Changxiao chatted together. Fortunately, the god-slaying hall sent Zhao this time, so there's no need for a deadly battle. Thinking back, I was quite unrestrained in my youth, can't you tell? So you were a man of romance in your youth? Changxiao was stunned. It seems your romantic history could indeed fill books and not just one or two. Elder Wei smiled softly, recalling some past events. Actually, I was a bit unrestrained in my youth. Suddenly, Elder Wei spat blood and Changxiao was also startled, crying out worriedly. Elder Wei? Changxiao cast a circular light barrier protecting them both. Elder Wei, I just used an array to block potential eavesdroppers. You truly are a ladies' man. As a martial emperor, to be beaten to the point of spitting blood by a martial king-level lover, that's not yielding. That's clearly an elder giving way to a junior. Elder Wei explained hoarsely, it's not Zhao's problem, my body has issues. Does that mean you have sequelae from a severe injury? Elder Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There are old injuries, but they wouldn't be life-threatening. Elder Wei bitterly confided in Jun Changxiao. Actually, I have an incurable disease. Although I've reached the 4th grade Martial Emperor level, my strength is actually declining day by day. Once it flares up, there's no way to save me. I'm just a cripple in a Martial Emperor's shell now. Jun Changxiao worried about Elder Wei and suggested he return to his own sect for treatment. But the system prompted, even if it's a difficult illness, there must be a way to treat it. I have healing pills here, but mid-grade healing pills are useless. The system then explained to Jun Changxiao that mid-grade healing pills are only effective for martial sects and below, completely useless for martial emperors, and, according to the system's findings, Elder Wei's body is like a leaky balloon. His spiritual energy is severely scattered, and the system's current level cannot save him. Jun Changxiao quickly understood the problem. Are you saying that as long as I keep upgrading the sect's level, I'll find a way to save Elder Wei, right? Go, accelerate the mission progress. Jun Changxiao returned to the sect, pondering how to cure Elder Wei. The prestige of a martial emperor can indeed deter most forces, but if someone were to make a mad dash, Elder Wei being ill wouldn't be able to protect them. Only by truly improving the sect's strength can we prevail, the system reminded him. Then why not quickly check the rewards received from this mission against the God-Slaying Hall? A long emerald-green jade stone appeared before Jun Changxiao. This jade stone had now become part of his eye. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sword Dao aptitude. Outside, Yi Xingchen and Zhu Hong had been waiting for a long time. He slowly descended to the ground. The two were already waiting. Then he slowly drew his sword, his expression terrifyingly calm. Without a word, he rushed towards the two disciples. Zhu Hong struggled to block while Yi Xingchen, knowing better, leapt away to dodge. 3 swords converged at one point. Sect Master, you are also a sword cultivator. Zhu Hong gently assessed his strength, and his understanding of the sword is very high, even surpassing Yi Xingchen, but unfortunately still a bit inferior to mine. Yi Xingchen seriously scrutinized himself. Dual cultivation of sword and martial arts like me, in both his sword Dao and martial Dao far surpass mine. He was certain he was also a powerful sword cultivator. I was a martial emperor in my previous life, how could I be completely crushed like this? Yi Xingchen looked at the sect master and could only sigh. This sect master makes me feel like I'll never see his peak. It seems Yi Xingchen has gradually given up. Am I destined to never surpass him in this life? Jun Changxiao held a mysterious bottle in his hand. As expected of a system product, it was extraordinary. It made my sword Dao aptitude surprise even Zhu Hong and little Yi. He held the mysterious bottle in one hand and had the other in his pocket, walking and pondering. This showing-off mission is complete. Next, which disciple should I give this newly acquired top-grade aptitude enhancement liquid to? Suddenly Jun Changxiao sensed someone behind him. As he felt, a sword slowly emerged. It was an orange-haired man with a stern face. Yi Xingchen held a weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. Long Ziyang stuck his long spear into the ground, squatting on a nearby stone stool, panting. He sighed, reminding himself only 5 days left. Suddenly a voice called him from the rooftop. Long Ziyang? It was Jun Changxiao, who had come to ask Long Ziyang why he was so dejected. Qingying was very worried about your state a few days ago, so he reported it to me. But I was busy dealing with matters in Huayang County and hadn't had a chance to ask you. Upon seeing the sect master, Long Xiang immediately stood up and reported honestly, "Sect master, I've caused you and senior brother to worry." Long Xiang shyly revealed the problem that had troubled him for a long time. This disciple wants to go home to participate in the family martial arts tournament, but this disciple originally ran away from home and was fortunately taken in by you. Zhen Changxiao was completely confused. Family martial arts tournament, identity of a wealthy family's scion, who is your family? Long Xiang honestly replied, "This disciple is a direct descendant of the Long family of Dragon King City." Zhen Changxiao looked bewildered, seeing the man's consistently proud expression. So the Long family must be very powerful, right? The sect master forgot that he had spies in various forces and had plenty of intelligence. Long Xiang continued to talk about his family. In southwest Yang Prefecture, the most powerful in Qingqi City is Wang City, followed by Longying City, and the Long family is the head of the three great families, he continued speaking while Zhen Changxiao listened blankly. As far as this disciple knows, the Long family's strength can fully contend with a fourth-rate sect. Not only in martial arts, but the Long family's industries are also exceptionally powerful. The annual income of Qingyang City probably can't even compare to a fraction of the Long family's. Damn, this kid is practically born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Zhen Changxiao invited Long Xiang to sit down and asked about the situation. "Sit down, don't stand. Long family's influence is so astonishing. Their ancestral martial arts must also be top tier. So why did you run away from home and come to the Eternal Sect?" Long Xiang pondered. The Long family possesses countless unique skills: Dragon Roar Palm, Arrogant Dragon Spear. For other sects, these secret manuals would be enough to become their foundational treasures. This disciple was born with a high-grade spiritual root. These martial arts are also fitting, but for some reason, he recalled those difficult days of being ridiculed despite his efforts. This disciple couldn't comprehend these unique skills. Any martial art can sustain the Long family, Long Xiang continued. But how can martial arts from other sects compare to the Long family's unique skills? And so this disciple gradually became the worst among his peers. They bullied me. Long Xiang silently recalled those terrifying days. No, after all, this disciple is also the eldest grandson of the direct lineage. No one dared to show their attitude to my face, but those contemptuous glances became increasingly unbearable for this disciple. Zhen Changxiao grew angrier the more he listened, clenching his fists. Until one day the elders proposed that this disciple's right to practice martial arts be revoked, and that this disciple, Long Xiang spoke bitterly. Zhen Changxiao, listening nearby, felt even more indignant. They actually told this disciple, the eldest grandson of the direct lineage, that he couldn't learn the family's ancestral martial arts. The elders' decision must have been to strip you of your heir status. Long Xiang felt as if the last straw had broken. They actually wanted him to give up martial arts. They forced me to take over the family's business, worth hundreds of billions, but why would a disciple want such fleeting things? What are hundreds of billions? Is it meaningful? Zhen Changxiao was completely stunned after Long Xiang finished speaking, instantly deflated. The system also felt indignant for its host. What fleeting, my ass, hundreds of billions? This lord in his previous life toiled to death and his salary was only that much. Host, this kid looks down on people. Don't let him look down on you again. Kill him, Long Xiang cried, looking at Zhen Changxiao. A true man should wield a sword, cleave the heavens, and become a supreme expert. Who would want to earn that paltry silver? Sect Master, you must understand my feelings, right? Not just Zhen Changxiao. Even the system felt this kid deserved to die. Oh dear, I feel four dissatisfied eyes glaring at me. Seeing Long Xiang's unawareness of his own good fortune, Zhen Changxiao immediately clutched his head and poked his forehead hard. You brat, you're too condescending. How dare you flaunt your wealth in front of this lord? Do you know how much hardship this lord went through to earn that paltry silver? Long Xiang cried as he recounted, and Zhen Changxiao grew even angrier. Sect Master, this disciple truly isn't showing off, but my business talent is far inferior to my martial arts talent, and you're putting on this pathetic act again. Long Xiang recalled that he had learned some strange things in the past. Back then, my father even tricked me into inviting you to teach me something called the Great Numbers Heart Method martial art. Market analysis palm, but after listening to a few sentences I felt dizzy, and even after studying for a few months I had a cultivation deviation and fell unconscious. Long Xiang sighed. And my father can still use his knowledge and martial arts to maintain the Long family's industries, but if 100 years later Long Xiang, this unfilial descendant, inherits the family business, not to mention the competitors outside. Zhen Changxiao calmly listened as Long Xiang continued. Just the elders, aunts, uncles within the Long family could completely devour my direct lineage title. In the face of absolute power, no amount of money is more than a fat sheep. Zhen Changxiao stood up, hands on his hips. A common man's innocence is his downfall. This lord has also personally experienced this recently. Zhen Changxiao spoke as the sect master. You've been in the Eternal Sect for some time now. You must be aware of the sect's potential. Our sect's martial arts are surely not inferior to the Long family's. He turned to Long Xiang. Smiling, he said, the news that the Eternal Sect now has a martial emperor overseeing it has spread. This lord has decided to accompany you back to the Long family. Although this lord is not very capable, intimidating those restless members of the Long family for my disciple is certainly within my capabilities. Zhen Changxiao clasped his hands behind his back, looking at everyone. Although our sect follows the righteous path, the tradition of favoring our own with double standards is a must. See, if I deploy the entire sect, the expenses would be too great for this lord to bear. It's decided. This time I'll just bring a few inner disciples to cheer you on. Long Ziyang felt saved. Crying, he said, "Thank you, Sect Master, thank you." But as soon as he entered the sect, Long Ziyang's illusion was shattered. He was assigned a wolf cavalry, and the senior brothers around him asked, "Junior brother Long, how's the scenery in Longyang City? You're so rich, did you embezzle it all?" "Junior brother Long, are there many beauties in Longyang City? You must have many admirers, right?" "Junior brother Long, I heard that men in Longyang City have special hobbies. Do you?" Long Ziyang grabbed Xiaomo's neck, not giving face to his senior brothers. "Senior brothers, even if you're seeking death, you don't have to be so tense about it, do you? Don't you usually ignore your senior and junior sisters too? Get lost, I'm straight." Even Zhen Changxiao suspected Long Ziyang. "Actually, I also wonder why you single dogs are so curious about this aspect, Sect Master." Zhen Changxiao returned to his role as Sect Master, reminding everyone, "All right, that's Longyang City ahead. Put away your jesting attitudes, we're here to cheer on Ziyang, not to sightsee and check in." He chuckled softly, charming countless maidens, then went into serious mode. "Show me the aura of our eternal sect." Ahead was the city gate of Longyang City, guarded by two soldiers, one of whom recognized something. "Ah, that's..." The two guards immediately looked vigilantly at Zhen Changxiao's wolf cavalry. The ancient wind wolf beast wanted to attack. "City, it seems there's someone on its back." The wolf cavalry charged towards the city gate with killing intent. As soon as Long Ziyang arrived on his wolf cavalry, a grand show began. Everyone around was dumbfounded, staring at him as if he were a rare animal. Long Ziyang loudly announced, "Ah, Long Ziyang, I'm back." The five entered the city gate together. Zhen Changxiao spoke. "Ziyang, you've been in the Eternal Sect for some time and you know the sect's potential. Why don't you talk to your elders and have them invest a small sum of money?" Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled through the half-open door and a money toad leaped out, directly hitting Long Ziyang on the head. A curse rang out. "Unfilial son, you dare to come back?" The two behind him desperately tried to dissuade him. "Father, calm down." "That's right, eldest brother, don't be angry. Ziyang is just young and ignorant." The eldest brother gritted his teeth in anger. "He dared to abandon the Long family's business and run off to cultivate. Is that being young?" He pointed at Long Ziyang's face and ordered, "Which obscure sect did you run off to learn martial arts? And you even brought back a bunch of low-life friends," Xiaomo whispered. "Sect Master, it's the real deal." "Good," Zhen Changxiao immediately replied. "Take it away, the five of us will split it when we get back." Second uncle stood by, smiling kindly, trying to secure a share for himself. "Brother Ziyang has been promising since childhood. Perhaps he was taken in by an unusual sect, like one that has recently been overwhelmingly defeating other sects." His fame was booming. Suddenly, second uncle emphasized, making Long Ziyang's heart skip a beat. "Like the Eternal Sect?" Zhen Changxiao had no choice but to hand the money toad to Qianqin, reporting, "Your Majesty." Long Ziyang worriedly pointed at Zhen Changxiao's confident appearance. "That second uncle, I was indeed taken in by the Eternal Sect. This is Zhen Changxiao, the Sect Master of the Eternal Sect." Both the eldest brother and second uncle frowned. "Sect Master Zhen?" Zhen Changxiao's smile was bright and confident. So young and ignorant, he openly claimed the money toad as his own and even bargained with his disciple. The eldest brother scoffed loudly. "HMPH, he hasn't learned any skills, but his cheek has certainly thickened." Zhen Changxiao thought unhappily. "Damn it, why do I feel like this old man is scolding me?" Second uncle lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Ziyang, second uncle knows you want to save face coming back to the Long family, but you shouldn't lie so casually. Since you're going to lie, why not say you invited the strongest martial emperor from 1,000 years ago to the Long family?" Yi Xingqian was suddenly mentioned, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Isn't that the famous Emperor Yi Xingqian?" Seeing this, Yi Xingqian secretly appraised the Long family's second eldest, who was quite eloquent. The eldest brother clasped his hands and suggested, "I don't know what benefits Ziyang promised you all to agree to act here, but the Long family is about to hold an internal discussion. Please leave, everyone." Zhen Changxiao turned and nudged Long Ziyang with his elbow. As expected of a prominent family, very cautious. "It seems if I don't show some real skill, this lord will be considered a swindler." Long Ziyang merely forced a smile. "I am ashamed, Sect Master, for putting you through this." Zhen Changxiao's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. "It's nothing, it's just that I'm naturally handsome and dashing, which makes many people in this world jealous." "The patriarch of the Long family at your service, Zhen Changxiao." He unleashed his full power with an imposing aura and shouted loudly, "Here to visit." His voice shook the heavens and earth. Both the elder brother and second uncle were greatly surprised, unable to believe their eyes. A second-grade martial sect, could he really be? The second uncle's face showed worry and sweat beaded on his forehead as he secretly thought, "I went through great lengths to drive Long Ziyang away, so that my son Long Zishan could become the next heir of the Long family. If Ziyang truly has powerful backing, then Zishan's position would be in danger." His mind was filled with thoughts. "No, even if it's true, I must find a way to make it false." The elder brother hesitated. "So it was Sect Master Zhen. I apologize for my earlier offense." The second uncle turned around and interrupted. "Elder brother, he's only a second-grade martial sect, 4 grades lower than me. How could he be the renowned Sect Master Zhen? I suspect they are fraudsters taking advantage of the boy's inexperience." The second uncle frowned unhappily and suggested, "Do you dare to let me examine you? Ziyang, if this Sect Master is fake, then you are a sinner for inviting a wolf into our home." Changxiao turned around, puzzled. Ziyang, this old man wants to drive you out of the Long family with every word. Is there some hidden reason for this? Ziyang immediately replied, if this disciple leaves, his son can rightfully become the Long family's heir. The second uncle seemed to have heard Ziyang's words. He pointed at Ziyang and argued with unreasonable rhetoric. Everything I do is for the future of the Long family, Ziyang continued. Sect Master. Second uncle is a 6th grade martial sect, and he has also cultivated the Long family's unique martial arts, he continued. His strength can be said to rival an 8th grade martial sect. The second uncle immediately unleashed his fighting spirit. Did you hear that, kid? You're only 2nd grade, you'd better drop the idea of deceiving my Long family. Ziyang bent down, clasped his hands and humbly said, but Sect Master, after all, he's a relative who has cultivated his whole life to reach 8th grade. His disciple earnestly requests you to show mercy and give the Long family some face. Changxiao listened puzzled and asked, how much is some, how much is enough? Ziyang tried to gesture with his hands, his tone a bit playful. Roughly, just a tiny bit. He just leisurely joked while the second uncle stood there fuming. He recalled how Long Zishan always beat him badly in every family martial arts competition. Sect Master, you can hit him however you like. This disciple trusts you to uphold justice for me. The second uncle could no longer hold back. He suddenly unleashed his power and shouted loudly, you're going too far. He loudly declared the name of his next move, Dragon Roar of 9 Heavens. Flames raged, rushing towards Changxiao, yet he remained calm and composed. He calmly revealed a scornful smile. I was just about to try out the new martial skill I just drew. Just as the flames approached him, Changxiao smiled cunningly. The ball of fire was guided by an aura and changed direction. The second uncle couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, impossible, my martial skill evaporated. His flames gradually disappeared in Changxiao's hands, condensed by him. The flames condensed into a peculiar shape, this crimson firmament blazing blade. Changxiao smiled proudly. The appearance is not bad either. The Crimson Firmament Blazing Blade, a martial skill that condenses spiritual energy into a physical form. Created by Emperor Crimson Firmament, its killing intent pierces the sky, mighty and fierce. The longer its power is gathered, the greater its might, easily bullying opponents one level higher. For a fire elemental martial artist, cultivating it is like a fish in water. No, like fire meeting oil, grade, divine grade, mid-tier. I am very puzzled as to why you can cultivate it. You should know that this martial skill requires an extremely high level of yang energy, making it unsuitable for women and even more so for homosexuals. Changxiao forcefully flexed his muscles, proving, you're going too far. This venerable one is 100 straight. He sarcastically asked the Long family's second elder. Is this not enough to prove my identity? Or do you wish to personally experience a strike before acknowledging this venerable one as the sect master of the immortal sect? Faced with the tip of the Crimson Firmament blazing blade, the second uncle retreated in horror, waving his hand. No need, it was this humble one who was blind. Please, Sect Master Jun, show mercy. The elder brother beside him also gradually felt fear. The aura Sect Master Jun unleashed just now made even my hands and feet go weak. Now isn't this saying that Ziyang has met a benefactor? Changxiao proudly showed off to everyone. What do you all think of the martial skill I just created? All our male disciples can learn this move. He was surprised to find that everyone did not react as he expected. What kind of expressions are you two making? Yi Xingqian's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The cultivation technique in my body is actually running at its maximum without control. Qianqin suddenly felt strange. Legend has it that only when encountering a peerless cultivation technique of the same quality would an automatic antagonistic state appear. She looked at Changxiao's cunning smile, wondering how many divine-grade cultivation techniques he still had hidden. Long family's backyard. Ziyang coldly placed his weapon in front of him, when suddenly a voice sounded, standing here in the middle of the night waiting for your husband, your aura is unstable and your spirit is restless. Changxiao asked with concern, Ziyang, are you worried about tomorrow's family martial arts competition? Ziyang sighed and replied helplessly, yes, Sect Master, although every cultivation technique of the immortal sect is miraculous. This disciple only recently joined, and the Long family's cultivation techniques are also very powerful. This disciple feels he doesn't have much of an advantage. If only I had a few more years of cultivation. He sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, his words full of resignation. I heard that after learning of this disciple's return, many Long family disciples emerged from seclusion preparing to face him. They are all prodigies of the Long family, with cultivation at least at 7th grade martial master, while this disciple only recently broke through to 4th grade martial master. Changxiao jumped down, smiling lightly. This must be second uncle's trick, deliberately letting you know that those insignificant brats have come out of seclusion to disturb your mind. Indeed, in this world, only this venerable one is the kind sect master of the immortal sect. He revealed a cunning smile. And a kind sect master has always been very good to his disciples, and of course you are no exception. Here for your supper. Changxiao handed over a strange divine medicine. Family martial arts competition cheating device. Ziyang broke out in a cold sweat, asking doubtfully, Sect Master cheating device, what do you mean? Changxiao didn't answer, only urged. Don't mind the details, just know it's a good thing, drink it quickly. Ziyang didn't hesitate, immediately obediently drank it all in one gulp. Suddenly his eyes widened, emitting a strange power. Long Family Martial Arts Arena. The referee stood on stage and loudly announced Long Family Elite Showdown, first match. The two stood in the center of the spacious arena. Long Xian versus Long Xiang, the spectators began to discuss amongst themselves. Isn't Long Xiang that good-for-nothing with no martial arts talent, who was reassigned to economics? To be placed in the elite group, this must be the patriarch's arrangement. Wanting other elites to pretend to fight him, Chang Xiao leaned back in his chair and said, Xiang, this eldest grandson hasn't been little excluded by the family. He smiled confidently. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. Yi Xingqian and Xiaomo immediately stood up. They loudly cheered for Xiang. Immortal Sect's Long Xiang is the strongest in the Long family, nothing special, just commonplace, they shouted in turns. Who dares to defy the heavens? Xiang will smash him to pieces. Xiang awkwardly looked up. Oh my, these are 4-line quatrains, as expected. All the senior brothers are both scholarly and martial, Xian scornfully mocked. As Second Master said, the Immortal Sect is nothing but a bunch of parvenus completely lacking the dignity of our great family, he sneered. I'm very curious, how can you, a 4th-grade martial master, challenge a 7th-grade martial master? Did you get stupid from being out in the world? Have you forgotten how your elder brother Long Zishan beat you all over the arena last time? Then he smiled cunningly and cast a spell. Since that's the case, today I'll help you recall that feeling of fear. Suddenly, Xiang tightly squeezed Xian's cheeks. Xiang's face was cold and Xian painfully knelt. 4th grade, that was yesterday. Don't you know that every disciple of our immortal sect is constantly sharpening their bones with knives every second? Xiang pointed at Long Zishan and declared war. Our duel. Long Zishan stood above, smiling contemptuously. At the same time, Xiang also said, I hope you won't be as weak as this guy. Su Xiaomo sighed, looking at the ongoing match below, and couldn't help but feel it was a waste of time, complaining. A bunch of chicks pecking at each other, how boring. Didn't they say these were all experts who just emerged from seclusion? Is this all? Yi Xingqian also felt bored, his voice faint and uninterested. They are basically high-grade martial masters considered experts among their peers. The most exciting match is the upcoming final, especially Chang Xiao, who had already fallen asleep from boredom. He was still sound asleep, unconscious despite the loudspeaker blaring loudly, until the end of the match and the start of the final. The family elite group final began. Although the match had officially started, the two still chatted casually. The long-haired man spoke first. Through observing your previous matches, although your cultivation seems to be around 6th grade martial master, your actual strength can be said to be unrivaled below the peak martial master level. Coincidentally, your cousin here is exactly at the peak martial master level. The red-haired youth was not to be outdone, fearlessly retorting. Do you still think you can crush me like you did when we were kids? The most common thing our immortal sect disciples do every day is challenge opponents above their level. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth swiftly spread his legs, taking a stance. Preparing to attack, he rushed forward at lightning speed, shouting, Feel my 10 years of wrath? The long-haired youth found it very interesting, revealing a cunning smile. The two collided violently, creating a huge explosion in the center of the spacious arena. The white-haired elder stood above, watching the battle, very surprised by this power. The gray-haired, long-haired man couldn't help but frown at this moment. Su Xiaomo and Chang Xiao were watching the match with great interest, occasionally exclaiming. In the arena, the long-haired man tightly squeezed the red-haired youth's neck. Suddenly the match became strange, no longer a fierce confrontation, but merely like a brotherly fight. You brat, running off without a word to wander. What if someone tricked you with your current cultivation and sold you off? The red-haired youth struggled, angrily saying to him, What are you doing? Every family martial arts competition you beat me black and blue. Xiang's injuries only healed after a month. The long-haired youth in a senior manner patted his head. Still blaming me? If you have the guts, sign up. If I showed mercy, that would be your greatest humiliation. You learned a bit of martial arts and dare to talk back to me. Have you forgotten who used to cover for you when you were little? The black-haired man on the stand softly said to the person next to him. Second Master's son is once again going easy on Long Xiang, just like before. The gray-haired, long-haired man hissed word by word. This unfilial son, he truly isn't afraid of being laughed at by others, he stammered. Do we not need to bother with him and proceed with the plan? He looked down at the arena, thinking, he'll understand eventually. Finally, after a struggle, the two separated. The long-haired youth held a comb, combing his hair. Little brother, after the match you'll obediently stay in the Long family with me. Do you know how much I've been bothered every day since you ran away? I'll give the heir position back to you. He smiled at the youth. I'll find a way to solve the issue of not being able to cultivate the family's inherited martial arts. Let me see in front of the patriarch. Who dares to have an opinion about my brother? But unlike the earlier teasing, the red-haired youth said seriously, Brother, this younger brother is already capable of protecting himself, so there's no need for you to go to such trouble. Before the other party could say anything, he immediately issued a challenge. Don't believe me, please enlighten me. The long-haired youth was also a little surprised by his attitude and then revealed a playful smile. He began to use his power. Good, I also wanted to test your strength. Finally serious, he summoned the soaring dragon steps like a tiger with wings. He quickly rushed towards the red-haired youth. Yi Xingqian also quickly recognized this footwork. His face instantly turned angry and he frowned. It's very similar to my soaring dragon steps, like a simplified version. Sure enough, he continued to use the cloud soaring steps ultimate move, which further solidified his guess. That's right, Yi Xingqian doesn't understand. Did the Long family get my inheritance from 1,000 years ago? So my emperor's tomb is still there. At the same time, the gray-haired, long-haired man also turned around and said proudly, this is exactly the footwork stolen from the Night Emperor's ancient tomb ruins. However, the immortal sect's movement technique is not weak. Upon hearing this, he looked disdainful. Trampled by you chickens and dogs. Although he couldn't hear these words, the killing intent emanating from Yi Xingqian made his whole body tremble. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? On the arena, the match continued. The long-haired youth showed no mercy, fiercely kicking the red-haired youth, sending him flying, then immediately chopped forward with a palm. I've long heard that immortal sect disciples all have astonishing defensive power, and it's true. This time he used another ultimate move, the Dragon Roar Cannon. The youth also used his ultimate move to block Slay. The youth's ultimate move was like a drill, drilling straight into the dragon he had unleashed. The spear striking like a dragon, the powerful move swiftly split the dragon in half. Not only that, it continued to rush straight towards the long-haired youth. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly thought of a way to block the dragon roar. Power erupted again, and its terrifying oppressive force even cracked and sunk in the arena ground into a deep pit. The youth quickly retreated, dodging the eruption of power. Still, I have to acknowledge you as my senior, worthy of being my elder brother. Even the Dragon Roar Pagoda, which requires a martial sect to learn, you've already mastered, growing stronger with each battle. He laughed happily, praising the young man. You rascal, less flattery. My spiritual energy is almost depleted, yet I still can't hurt you. This might be his last chance, so he exerted all his strength. If this move still doesn't work, I can only concede. Yi Xingqian still observed the match intently, and couldn't help but secretly admit that a mere peak martial master could possess such astonishing aura. Long Zishan truly was a top-tier genius, however a surge of aura erupted, even forcing him, standing by, to pay attention. It was the white-haired man who suddenly became gloomy. How did this old man's aura suddenly become so turbulent? It seems things are about to change. Interesting. Zishan raised his hand forward, preparing to strike, and a huge red power emanated from his body. The old man in green also exclaimed, Long Zishan can actually unleash an attack of this level. Quickly prepare to save him. Suddenly his words stopped and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The old man in green looked at the silent family on the stands, lost in thought. Why did no one in the family show any worry? Ziyang then spoke, even the strongest power is merely a mountain breeze blowing past the ear. Then he created a powerful shield blocking Zishan's attack. The previous attack slid to both sides, shattering the ground beneath Ziyang's feet. He stood in the midst of Zishan's powerful attack completely unharmed. The spectators also discussed in surprise. Facing a martial sect-level attack, Long Ziyang could still advance step by step. Another person next to him continued, Is this still considered a battle between martial masters? Zishan continued his attack, but Ziyang remained unharmed after a while. Zishan's attack also stopped. He revealed an amused smile. Even the Dragon Roar Pagoda couldn't harm you in the slightest. I find the immortal sect more and more interesting. I was your elder brother, but it seems from now on I'll be your junior disciple. Ziyang was also exhausted, breathing heavily. Ha, if Big Brother had dragged it out for a few more seconds, I would have been the loser, Zishan coldly retorted. Stop with the useless talk. Your brother isn't someone who can't accept reality. Then he raised one hand high and loudly declared, I concede. Suddenly, something flew past Zishan, an iron leg heading straight for Ziyang's chest. He gently looked down at his chest where a fist had already blocked the attack. It was Yi Xingqian who used his hand to block for Ziyang. He showed a mocking smile. An old man still dares to ambush a junior. Do you have no shame? The long-haired old man retracted his weapon. The immortal sect is indeed extraordinary. Its disciples are all exceptional. Ziyang also grabbed his sleeve and questioned, Father, what are you doing? Why did you ambush Ziyang? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and ordered, Men, escort the young master to rest. Suddenly, a tremor came from the air. The old man in green appeared, standing before Ziyang and Yi Xingqian. He angrily and sternly asked, Second brother, what exactly do you want? You've crossed the line. The long-haired old man also impatiently replied, Elder brother, you still ask what I want? Of course I hope the Long family can have a better future, he continued, gritting his teeth in anger. Long Ziyang has been exceptional in both civil and martial arts since childhood. There's nothing about him that isn't the strongest in the Long family. Even in business, the Long family has developed rapidly these past few years, all thanks to his ingenious ideas. Seeing the old man in green's ashen face, the long-haired old man continued. But ever since Ziyang ran away from home, Zishan was able to pick up some benefits and gained the title of young master. Why is this? Now that Ziyang's martial arts have advanced by leaps and bounds, will Zishan be relegated to a supporting role again? I asked why this happened. His emotions reached their peak and he loudly shouted, Is it just because of those two damn words, eldest grandson of the direct lineage? The long-haired old man placed his hand on his chest, questioning with eyes full of resentment. Back then, you were just a martial artist, clueless about managing the family, yet you still took over the family position. I didn't resent it. Because you are my elder brother, I willingly took on the role of assistant for you and for the Long family, he complained for his son. But Zishan, my son, is a rare genius in a century, a well-rounded genius, yet he can only forever remain subordinate. Even outside the Long family, no one knows his name. Then the long-haired old man's voice softened slightly. The Long family today has loudly declared that it must change. The old man in green also hesitated after hearing his words. The adjutant next to him suddenly reported, "Patriarch, it's not good." Then he whispered something into the old man in green's ear after hearing it. His face completely changed and his eyes became dull. Suddenly, the old man in green raised his hand and punched the adjutant, sending him flying far away. A dagger had already pierced the old man in green's body, leaving him only able to speak weakly. "Old man Jay, are you crazy?" The adjutant bowed his head in admission of guilt but showed no remorse. "Patriarch, please don't blame this old servant. If it weren't for young Master Zishan's strategizing these past few years, the Long family would have declined long ago. Young Master Zishan deserves the heir's position, but because of your Martial King prestige we could only resort to this." At this moment the long-haired old man also spoke. "Elder brother, don't worry, I swear I won't harm you or your son. You just need to agree to abdicate. Give way to Zishan." An extremely terrifying expression appeared on his face. "I swear to kneel in the ancestral hall for the rest of my life, no longer stirring up trouble. Elder brother, don't force me to use force." Zishan also spoke from behind. "Father, what you're doing," then he strode forward to the long-haired old man and continued, "is also for the Long family. Is status really that important? As long as a son is strong enough to contribute a little to the Long family, it's not a waste of his efforts. Besides, everyone says only the patriarch can leave a lasting legacy." He turned back to look at his father behind him, still smiling. "Everyone knows Zhuge Liang's reputation, yet he merely assisted Emperor Lu. Although a son is not a strategic genius, he doesn't consider himself incapable of being suppressed by others. Besides, Ziyang has been protected by a son since childhood. He won't bear any ill will towards me." Chang Xiao stood watching from a distance, secretly praising his good eloquence. Xiaomo stood next to him, asking in confusion, "Sect Master, what is he talking about? Who is Zhuge Liang?" Chang Xiao also opened his mouth wide, surprised. Although Zishan said this verbally, he also felt exhausted inside. He didn't expect a fight to be so tiring, and he still had to worry about family matters. Chang Xiao walked over from a distance. The sky was very blue, but he still frowned. Zishan also turned around and continued, "True dragon, you should probably try your luck." So the two young men looked at each other in surprise, secretly astonished. Ah, right, there were two people arguing in Dragon City. The black and white-haired one grabbed the long-haired one's neck and shouted, "You're so old and still want to rebel. If Zishan hadn't begged me to give up the position of young master, do you think I would have favored Ziyang? And you stabbed me. Who gave you such courage?" The long-haired one was not to be outdone. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Old man Ji's stab, we've practiced it thoroughly. At most it suppresses your cultivation for a few hours, then it'll recover." The two of them argued and fought like that. "I have to say, your Long family is indeed extraordinary." Above were Chang Xiao and Long Zishan leisurely watching them. Long Zishan sighed helplessly. "These old folks usually don't get along, but once they argue they go back to being like kids." Chang Xiao rested his chin on his hand, looking bored, saying, "I died suddenly in my previous life from overwork. What about you?" he replied nonchalantly with a smile. "Gambling, ball games, music, none of it worked. When I was so poor I had no choice, I just turned right at the bridge." Chang Xiao smiled bitterly after hearing it, and asked, "So you were a gambler? Now that you've reincarnated into this life, do you have any grand ambitions?" Long Zishan answered seriously, "When I first arrived here, I thought that with my 12 years of ordinary knowledge from my previous life I would surely be able to crush everyone, but I was wrong. This fantasy world is full of talents. Compared to them, I'm just developing a little faster than ordinary people. And there aren't all sorts of system cheats like in novels, nor have I encountered all sorts of idiotic opponents who insist on fighting me to the death." Hearing this, Chang Xiao was shocked and wanted to spit blood. He still continued nonchalantly, "So I decided to be an idler, quietly enjoying wealth like a fake gem. Anyway, I don't have to pay back those usurious debts from my previous life." The more he listened, the more heartbroken he became. Then his face turned serious and he spoke solemnly, "However, if I were to talk about my goal in this life, I actually have one." Long Zishan uttered his final grand ambition. "I feel that in my previous life I was Vietnamese, a descendant of the dragon, which is why I was reborn into this Long family. Since I am a descendant of the dragon, I must live like a dragon. So I want to lead the Long family to become a noble family," he continued, with a hint of regret on his face. "Unfortunately, my spiritual root is only of middle grade and my strength has now reached its limit. As a patriarch without strength, I cannot lead the family to prosperity, but Ziyang is different." At this point Long Zishan's face was beaming with joy and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards. "With Ziyang's spiritual root, I can collect various family martial arts secrets for him, helping him become a great powerhouse. He has the strength, and I have modern knowledge. The Long family will definitely soar." Chang Xiao asked him and expressed his opinion. "But didn't you just say you wanted to be a fake gem? The Long family's current status is not weak. Wouldn't it be great to continue like this?" Why are you so insistent?" he replied nonchalantly with a smile. "There is a principle in this world that weakness is a sin. I can't just sit back and watch the Long family decline to nothing before I start working hard. Besides, I also need to maintain my image." "You were hiding in the crack of the door," suddenly spoke Brother Zishan. "I heard you lost the martial arts competition today." Hearing the call, Long Zishan turned to look over. Yue ran to his side as she spoke, happily pulling his arm. "Brother Zishan, don't be discouraged. Anyway, Big Brother always said he wasn't good at martial arts." Chang Xiao sneered after hearing this. Hey, my countryman has assimilated quite well into this world. Then an extremely shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face and he even cursed. Holy crap! He looked at the whispering crowd in front of him, secretly thinking, it's not just not bad, it's very good. No wonder he wants to be a fake gem. Long Zishan was talking to 3 people in front of him. Ewer sweetly said, Brother Zishan, are you hurt? Then another girl said, Brother, don't be afraid, I'll protect you from now on. Brother Z, quickly teach me that puzzle game you mentioned. And the one with the side-swept bangs leaned against the pillar saying nonchalantly, HMPH, you weakling, what are you protecting? Let big sister worry about it. Long Zishan turned to look mockingly at Changxiao, who was petrified in the corner. Brother Jun, you heard it too, I'm very busy right now, let's talk later? Changxiao cried in his heart. Why do I suddenly feel like my life has been a complete failure? Qianqin walked past and saw him, then reminded him, what failure? Everyone is already ready. We can return to the sect anytime. He turned to look at her. Qianqin, Changxiao whispered to her. Qianqin, there's a very fun game called puzzles. Do you want me to teach you? What nonsense are you talking about? It sounds quite impolite. Qianqin was a little annoyed when he said that, and suddenly she started to stammer, but about what happened in the Long family today, will we also contend like the Long family in the future? Contend for the sect master position? Changxiao was very surprised to hear this, and deliberately retorted, contend for the sect master position, are you talking about our children? Qianqin's face was already flushed red with shyness. Changxiao burst out laughing when he saw her current state. Qianqin could actually be shy, and she was already standing there dumbfounded. He reached out to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't let our descendants fight each other. He laughed nonchalantly. For the sake of our future handsome boys and beautiful girls, I will conquer a very, very vast territory. When they grow up, each of them can get a city or even a country, so they won't have to fight each other. Qianqin looked up at him, blushing, and he said to her, Ah, right, Ziyang said his uncle has 7 or 8 children, so we can't lose to them either. After hearing this, she was too ashamed to speak in the cold wind. Suddenly, outside, heavy rain poured down with thunder and lightning. A voice came from inside the mansion. Sect Master, why are we rushing on our way in the middle of the night with rain and thunder? Someone then replied, the Long family's business is settled. Shouldn't we hurry home to cultivate instead of indulging in debauchery here? It was Su Xiaomo and Changxiao walking in the rain. Xiaomo asked him in confusion, isn't Long Ziyang coming back with us? He calmly replied, some things he must decide for himself. Then the young man walked in asking as he went, Sect Master, when are we going back, Sect Master? Long Zishan appeared from somewhere, his voice stern as he reminded him, Z, I told Sect Master Jun that you need to stay and inherit the Patriarch's position, so they've already left. They all understand, after all. Every banquet comes to an end. Su Xiaomo's face turned ashen after hearing this. After he heard it, he said, Brother Shan, didn't you tell me since childhood that the hardest thing in life is to find your ideals and stick to them? I think I've found mine. In the forest, several gray wolves walked in the rain. Changxiao rode on them and a young man's figure appeared in the distance. That person was Long Ziyang, standing in the rain completely drenched. Sect Master, why are you returning home without calling your disciple? Seeing him, Changxiao smiled happily and said, it seems you've made your decision. Long Ziyang knelt down, clasped his hands and kowtowed. Sect Master, Long Ziyang will forever be a disciple of the Eternal Sect. Even if you expel me, Ziyang is willing to steadfastly protect the Eternal Sect, only asking that if the Long family encounters a powerful enemy in the future, the Sect Master would lend a hand. Changxiao listened, then extended his hand, saying, good, you indeed didn't disappoint me. Then I, the Sect Master, will help you resolve the Long family's future worries. Saying that, he flung the item in his hand forward, speaking to Long Ziyang as he did so, we are descendants of the dragon, we don't need anyone's protection. Long Zishan picked up the paper and looked at it. It read, catch one of your brothers and I'll give you a supreme spiritual root. He shouted loudly so the people leaving ahead could hear. Sect Master Gu, did you mean you also share the surname Long? It's not about the surname Long. Dragon is just a name. Anyone can have it. Lineage is what matters, understand? In a spacious building, Changxiao plopped down on a chair, sighing in relief, finally home. However, thanks to this long journey, he discovered a cruel truth. The Eternal Sect's current internal situation was not good enough. He acutely noted that the martial arts given to disciples were too few. They even had to explore and create other techniques themselves to cope with various special combat environments. Unlike large families like the Long family, where techniques could practically be stacked into warehouses, suddenly a notification popped up on the system screen. Host, you finally activated one of your internal wisdom and cultivation. The system reminded the stingy host, what are you waiting for? Go shopping with your contribution points. If you're so stingy, when will your disciples ever make a name for themselves? Speaking of which, the system was so angry it kept nagging Changxiao, making him feel guilty. At the same time, it didn't forget to tempt him with a big sale. You haven't actively bought anything in a long time. What's the point of having so many points? Do you know I lost the best retailer title in February because of you? Coincidentally, on March 8th, this system is launching a super deep discount with big promotions on all items. The system was complaining when someone outside shouted a notification. Sect Master, Deacon Zhao from the Sect Certification Organization requests an audience. The system was interrupted midway, so angry it lost control of its language, nearly having tempted that miser to spend money. Deacon Zhao handed Changxiao a strangely shaped piece of paper and said, Sect Master Jun. Before this, the Eternal Sect's strength had already surpassed the requirements for a 6th-rate sect, only lacking in numbers, but with your recent promotion of the sect's image, the numbers issue has also been resolved. So I'm here to deliver the certification. Chang Xiao took the item he offered and politely replied, Deacon, you've traveled a long way and even delivered it personally. Thank you for your trouble. No need to be polite, he replied respectfully. The Eternal Sect actually received a Class A rating. Deacon Zhao naturally had to take it seriously. The system reappeared but was no longer angry. Ding, he glanced at the screen. Congratulations, host, your sect has been upgraded to 6th rate, rewarding 2,000 contribution points, 200 achievement points. Experience Talisman X1, sect contribution points 6,600 5,000, sect achievement points 2200 5,000. His smile gradually became twisted and cunning. Thinking of the experience talisman, he trembled with excitement, making Deacon Zhao puzzled and remind him. Sect Master Jun. As if someone had taken his rations, Chang Xiao suddenly burst forth with power, leaping back fiercely. His face contorted, leaving the deacon speechless. His action caused the deacon to completely lose his grip on reality. His glasses shattered, revealing a pair of dull eyes. What the hell? He actually broke through from 2nd grade martial sect to 5th grade martial sect in one go. Where is this? Who am I? What kind of garbage was I cultivating before? After a moment of wild gesticulations, he returned to normal, politely saying, Old habit, I just break through when I get excited. Deacon Zhao, please don't laugh. The scene just now infuriated Deacon Zhao, but upon closer thought he secretly grumbled. How does it sound so reluctant? If I couldn't beat you, and if my superiors didn't forbid it, I would definitely show you the profoundness of my cursing knowledge. After saying that, he saw Deacon Zhao off, but Deacon Zhao seemed dazed. Chang Xiao didn't forget to politely remind him, Deacon, take care. Next time I'll strive to reach several ranks in one go so you won't have to make so many trips. After seeing him off, he happily turned around and winked at the system, teasing, 1 talisman increased 3 minor realms, you still care about me a lot. The system turned around, finding itself slumped on the steps, complaining, Why is my life so bitter? I encountered such an iron rooster host, so stingy you could squeeze water out of him. I'm so tired I want to die. He again broke out in a cold sweat, secretly judging, Did you overdo it? This guy's voice is trembling like he's actually going to die. Looking at the system's exhausted state, he also felt a pang of guilt. I'm in a very good mood today. How about I try spending some money? This instantly startled the small screen, which immediately transformed into an enthusiastic shop owner speaking respectfully. Host, God, what would you like? I have products here that I would stake my life on. Its words became very long, leaving its host speechless. Item list, please take a look. His eyes lit up, ready to sweep clean this general store, maliciously smiling. It seems they're all good things, let's go all out. Meanwhile, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the Starfall continent, a young man flew out of a pile of rubble. He channeled his internal energy and sprinted, with 5 people behind him determined to capture him. One person shouted from afar, He Woody, put down the 7 profound aura fragment. We'll spare your life. Hearing them say that, he turned and replied, I risked life and death to obtain this treasure from the 7 profound Saint Venerable's tomb. If you want it, trade your lives for it. Hearing this, they were furious, eager to kill him and seize the treasure immediately. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being merciless. They charged madly, attacking him fiercely, but his shield blocked them. The attacks whistled past, shattering the rocks on the ground. Unfortunately, he was hit by a heavy blow and collapsed to the ground. Struggling to get up while fighting 5 people, He Woody couldn't help but sigh. Fighting so many Saint Monarchs at once is still too much. But this scroll left by the 7 profound Saint Venerable, even if it's just a fragment, might contain the secret to breaking through to Saint Venerable. Taking advantage of He Woody's weakness, the Saint sects flew over and surrounded him, preventing his escape. One person seemed to kindly advise, He Woody, it wasn't easy for you to reach the Saint Monarch realm. Don't risk your life for a secret manual. Besides, the small island can barely withstand our power. Do you want to be buried at the bottom of the sea with it? Indeed, the volcano behind was also roaring and erupting. The sky was like a coming storm. He held the scroll high and said, Gentlemen, this item is indeed too hot to handle. He will put it down today. As for who it belongs to, please contend for it with your abilities. Several old Saint Monarchs smelled the sweetness and immediately prepared to fiercely snatch this fat prize. Although he appeared to put it down, He Woody secretly plotted, HMPH, a bunch of greedy fools. When I cultivate to a higher realm, I will definitely avenge being besieged today. He forcefully tossed the scroll high and shouted, Go contend for it. Suddenly, a ray of light sucked the secret manual into it. Watching the treasure disappear into thin air, everyone was momentarily confused about what had happened. Several old Saint Monarchs looked at each other and asked, He threw it. Where's the secret manual? I didn't see anything. It just vanished instantly. He Woody, do you still like to play tricks? He Woody was also stunned, asking in confusion, My goodness, where's my scroll? It was so big, how did it just disappear when I threw it? Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately explained anxiously, Hey big brothers, don't move, I clearly threw it, on the other side at Changshao's place. The secret manual lay in his hand. He asked the system blankly, Is this the technique left by the 7 profound Saint Venerable? The system affirmed, That's right, don't let its current supreme grade fool you. The complete version will definitely surpass divine grade. He looked at the scroll in his hand and commented, Truly extraordinary, I can feel a deep resentment clinging to it. It was the system's shameless interception that caused such resentment, making Changxiao wonder what kind of grievance its owner experienced to accumulate such resentment. Lost item Light Break. This martial skill was created by the 7 profound Saint Venerable of a higher plane, gathering 7 colored light to form the immense power of 10,000 Jun. The moves are powerful and the momentum is heaven-shaking. Unfortunately, it's only a fragmented scroll, so it can only form a single 1 profound light break, greatly reducing its power. It costs 1,000 points and is an initial supreme grade. If it were complete, its grade would surpass divine grade. Changxiao held the lost light break, his emotions surging, overjoyed. Surpassing divine grade, am I about to turn my life around? Surpassing divine grade is just the beginning. Why are you so excited? He was daydreaming when Li Shangdian handed him a report. This guy stuck a dagger directly into his head. Sect Master, new news. His emotions were soaring, so he didn't mind. It's fine, I'm in a good mood, I forgive you. He had just finished reading the secret report, and his bleeding stopped. 9th of September, an unannounced visit. Sect Master Jun is visiting the Eternal Sect, he ordered his subordinates. Inform the entire sect to prepare for a thorough cleaning to welcome our guests. He glowed with happiness, then frowned at Su Xiaomo. Why are you throwing garbage into the trash can? Hurry up and empty it. He froze, his temper flared. Look carefully, the bedding must be neat and square. That's what's proper. He stood there, astonished by his abnormal behavior. Master taught me that quilts and hair are a person's appearance. Hair can be messy, but quilts absolutely cannot be wrinkled, understand? He forcefully patted the bed, his face still grim. This area is the most important. Clean it thoroughly for me. Repeat 3 times. Clean it thoroughly, thoroughly, thoroughly. You are all inner disciples, which is why I'm entrusting this to you. Not a single speck of dust must be missed. He pushed 2 disciples to clean, not allowing any carelessness. Li Shangtian and Su Xiaomo sat dejectedly, badmouthing him. A dignified martial emperor reduced to sweeping toilets. If it weren't for you bribing me with 2 new cultivation techniques, I would definitely, he said to this guy. Brother Zishan, I was wrong. I want to go home and inherit the family business. His subordinate paid respects to him, and looking at the pile of luxurious buildings, knew that he was simple-minded, indulged in play, and neglected his cultivation. Lear, though arrogant, still praised him a little. If he wasn't somewhat handsome, I really wouldn't want to look at him twice. Shi Jingxuan, palace master of Manhua Palace, was eager to see him. Lear, your prejudice against Sect Master Jun is still deep. The little girl pouted aggrievedly and said to her, Palace Master, I really don't understand why you're so good to him. As far as I know, you've never shown this attitude towards any other man since childhood. A bunch of stinky men gathering to establish a sect must be dirty and messy. What's there to see? She warned the little girl. Lear, never underestimate the Eternal Sect and Sect Master Jun. For the Eternal Sect to rise so domineeringly, it must have its unique qualities. Although this trip is named a visit, the main purpose is to learn from them, so we must display an elegant demeanor. Cannon fire sounded, welcoming the distinguished guests. His entire sect was there to greet them. He cheerfully went forward, warmly welcoming Palace Master Shi to visit. She wasn't paying attention to the path and bumped into a wooden pillar with a bang. Palace Master, the path is this way. She blushed shyly and said, I'm sorry, I was rude. I was distracted by everyone's welcoming shouts, and momentarily took the wrong path. As for the broken pillar, I will compensate for it. He felt embarrassed, but she took the initiative to admit her mistake. Sect Master Jun, I've long awaited this reunion. She enthusiastically clasped his hand. Ah, Sect Master Jun's hand is soft and smooth, very delicate. For a moment I thought it was a woman's hand. He didn't know what to say. Ah, the hand Palace Master Shi is holding belongs to my disciple Qianqin. Qianqin awkwardly lowered her head and apologized again. Oh dear, I'm very sorry, I recognized the wrong person again. Everyone around noticed how elastic her hand was. Because my eyesight isn't good, so I often rely on hearing and smell to identify people. I have an impression of Sect Master Jun because your scent is very unique. I didn't expect Miss Qianqin and Sect Master Jun to have the exact same scent. He and she both felt a little shy and awkward hearing Shi Jingxuan say this. Ahem, she felt shy, her face red, blaming him. It's all your fault, but he didn't care, turning around to defuse the farce. Palace Master Shi, you've come from afar. I'll be your guide and show you around our eternal sect. On the bustling path people come and go. Please follow me this way. Everyone can also check the flyers in your hands. They list the recommended attractions by our strongest disciple, Yi Xingchen. Shi Jingxuan and Lear went to visit. Lear, is there anything noteworthy on the recommended list? Besides the big words restroom, everything else was very ordinary, and the sky was blue. She was objectively evaluating him. Sect Master Jun, although everything seems simple, I still found many extraordinary aspects. There are many lush, unusual herb gardens. In the herb garden, although most of them appear to be ordinary medicinal herbs at first glance, spiritual energy contained in each herb is at least 10 times more concentrated than ordinary herbs. Even in his training ground, she felt that many items had just been moved from the ground. If I'm not mistaken, those things you temporarily put away are the key to cultivating powerful disciples. She sincerely expressed her feelings. I know, expecting Sect Master Jun to trust me and show me the true foundation of the Eternal Sect after only a few meetings is wishful thinking, but I believe our 2 sects will definitely be able to rely on each other in the future and form an alliance. He was currently contemplating this deep-minded woman. Just casually strolling around she could observe so many hidden meanings. It seems Palace Master Shi, like Ran cannot be judged by appearances, she smiled, teasing him. Anyway, Sect Master Jun has such a unique aura, he certainly can't be a bad person. He was truly impressed by her. No, she's the sweet, silly version. Her lips suddenly moved. Oh right, one more thing, she said, looking at him. Next month is the Huashan Sword Conference. Sect Martial Arts Conference. Sect Master Jun might consider participating. He was startled by her words. He smiled very strangely. Huashan Sword Conference. Are there also Taishan, Songshan and the 5 great sword sects? Yes, but I don't get along well with the 5 great sword sects. I don't like their aura. He was pondering her intentions. Hengshan, Songshan, Taishan, Hengshan are at odds with the 5 great sword sects. Female high martial arts born with a defect. He was trying to figure out who she really was. Damn it, could Palace Master Shi be leader Dongfang? Jing Chen waved goodbye happily. Sect Master Jun, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. I also look forward to your visit to the Hoan sect. She bowed to Tian to say goodbye. We'll be going now. See you at the Huashan Sword Conference next month. Sect Master Jun made Tian blush as she violently pushed Changxiao. I told you to stay away from me, but you never listen. He trembled in pain but still stubbornly deluded himself. He once heard of identifying women by scent. I never thought I'd witness identifying handsome men by scent this time. Even the system couldn't help but jump out and object. Handsome man, my foot. But Changxiao still shamelessly indulged in self-admiration. Objection overruled. Palace Master Shi is truly a remarkable person. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped his shoulder. It was Yi Xingchen. Changxiao turned around and asked doubtfully, Xingchen, is something wrong? Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen casually teased him. Didn't you say you'd give me the 7 profound aura fragment if I cleaned the latrines? Yi Xingchen's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Changxiao looked at him and said helplessly, I know you're eager, but let's talk about this later. However, those innocent bright eyes made him unable to resist, so he had to speak. All right, go to the back mountain. Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes anymore. Back mountain. At this moment Changxiao was drawing an array, also saying that the complete 7 profound aura breaks grade surpassed divine grade with astonishing power, and even a fragment's power was not to be underestimated. Immediately, a light enveloped the two of them. So it's safer for us to practice in this barrier. Yi Xingchen frowned, thinking, this cultivation method is not only powerful but judging by my martial arts experience from my previous life, its profoundness has already exceeded imagination. Moreover, I also feel that this cultivation method hides the secrets of realms beyond the martial emperor. Changxiao then explained, the 7 profound aura break uses the body's spiritual energy to draw various attributes from heaven and earth, gathering them into an energy shockwave. I remember when I first obtained this secret manual, I couldn't even understand it. Time passed day by day, and the more he listened, the more he marveled. Indeed, such advanced martial arts, even I would need half a year of study to grasp a little clue. Suddenly he turned around. A ball of red power condensed in his palm, showing off, startling Yi Xingchen. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I understood. Although I never tried its power, I could already condense the crimson light. Changxiao also cunningly smiled and controlled it, condensing a ball of power, which left Yi Xingchen dumbfounded. Spherical energy, incredibly pure in its condensation method. It wasn't over yet. Yi Xingchen was also shocked to discover this posture. Could it be the secret to cultivating the 7 profound aura break? But the secret manual didn't mention it. Did the sect master comprehend it himself? He continued to hold the light ball, striking an attacking pose, and even smiled. I didn't expect watching so many comics in my previous life to have such benefits. Then Changxiao muttered a migogu to himself and then shouted, shooting out the light ball. Yi Xingchen watched in surprise, but it seemed there was a problem with the move. Both of them watched helplessly. Changxiao asked doubtfully, why is it so soft? Is the incantation wrong? As he spoke, he hastily destroyed it and explained to Yi Xingchen. Everyone has a first time. Maybe I didn't control the force well. This time it will definitely be fine. He didn't give up and tried again, shouting Kamehameha, but it completely failed. Changxiao was flustered and at a loss. How can it be so weak and powerless? I'm clearly so young and strong. He started to become impatient, gritting his teeth. This venerable one doesn't believe it. He tried the move again, but it failed every time, and the light ball even fell to the ground, startling Changxiao. Then a series of light balls shot out, but it still didn't improve. Finally, he was exhausted and panting. Damn it, this cultivation method must be fake. System, I need an explanation. The system immediately appeared and asked dejectedly, Host, I highly suspect you often watched more than 180 minutes of comics in your previous life. Only an idiot would shout out the name of a move for the enemy to hear. And you were dawdling for half an hour before even launching the move. But Changxiao still stubbornly put on an act. What do you know? You have to shout out the name when fighting to have momentum. Secretly launching a move is cowardly and not imposing, not to mention the readers wouldn't even know what move this venerable one is using. As he spoke, he raised his hand to attack. In short, your 7 profound aura break is too trash. What surpassing divine grade? It's just a choo-choo from a cartoon. Just like that, the true power terrifyingly erupted, destroying everything in its path like a laser beam. Master and disciple were dumbfounded. Bad news, this barrier can at least withstand attacks below the Martial King level. Immediately, someone came to report, Sect Master, the previous attack blew a large hole in the back mountain array, so Elder Wei hurriedly. The spiritual energy has already begun to recover. If it's not concealed immediately. Chang Xiao was stiff with disbelief. The entire Qingying city could see the towering phenomenon. He quickly flew away. The barrier had been shattered by the previous move. Chang Xiao flew over in a hurry. I'll mend the heavens. Then he flew to Elder Wei to deal with it together. Upon arrival, he casually asked, didn't spiritual energy only start recovering in half a month? How is the spiritual energy here surging like boiling water now? Hearing him say this, Elder Wei's face grew increasingly grim. Indeed, but just now, a pure spiritual orb shot from somewhere, causing the spiritual energy here to resonate and explode. He was furious about this matter. If I catch which little scoundrel in the sect was messing around, Wei will humph. He just smiled awkwardly beside him. Ahem, Elder Wei also discovered an even more important matter, but thanks to this incident I realized we were too careless before. The quality of spiritual energy here is incredibly rich, beyond my imagination. If I'm not mistaken, there's he deduced the power of Mount Immortal. The super huge spiritual stone mine. The screen showed blue shimmering spiritual stones emitting powerful spiritual energy. At this moment his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of Tianjun Spiritual Stone Mine Financial Company. Isn't that the Immortal Sect becoming a money-printing factory? I'm the general manager, and Tian is the chairman. Elder Wei then added that the current barrier was not strong enough to suppress such a large-scale spiritual energy diffusion. Sect Master, let's take this opportunity to study and consolidate the barrier. At least raise it by one level and also expand it as much as possible, ideally covering the entire Mount Immortal. He naturally stretched his limbs effortlessly. No problem, leave it to me. Elder Wei complimented him again. Sect Master can arrange a barrier of such a scale, truly gifted. Elder Wei was about to praise him when he suddenly sobered up. Are you only learning it now? He, on the other hand, lowered his head, determined to ask for assistance. Opposite over hypotenuse, adjacent over hypotenuse, opposite over adjacent. He read for a few seconds, then closed the book. Bang, bang, he tossed the book up. Done. For a math prodigy like me, he boasted. Cramming at the last minute is common. Then he twisted his body and formed hand seals. His technique was extremely agile and skilled. He channeled his energy and soared into the air, then landed and struck the ground with his palm, shaking everything around him. The trees swayed violently, and suddenly a green gas erupted, enveloping the entire mountaintop, and then the entire Mount Immortal. Mount Immortal was completely covered by a cat-shaped barrier. At this moment, Elder Wei was already very shocked by his domineering power. Unbelievable. This strength of concealment barrier. Even in my prime I would probably be fooled, but why does it look like a cat from home? He pointed proudly at it. What cat? This is an idiot. If you have a mine at home, of course it has to be telepathic. He casually asked Elder Wei. How long will the spiritual energy recovery process take? 1 hour or 2 or 3 hours? Elder Wei estimated, based on my experience with such a terrifying scale of recovery, at least a week. He was stunned when he heard Elder Wei say that. What? That long? I was planning to mobilize disciples to mine today. Since that's the case, I'll go back and rest first. When he was about to go back to rest, he found himself unable to move. Why can't I move? Then the system appeared and prompted him to read a book. His face turned ugly when he saw the effects and drawbacks of this array. The book stated that this array had low requirements but top-tier concealment strength. There was only one small drawback. After activating the array, the caster could not move. Once they moved, the array would immediately collapse. Both he and Elder Wei were dumbfounded when they learned he couldn't move. This was simply a bolt from the blue for him. He still tried his best to appear fine. HMPH, it's just a week without going to the toilet, a challenge this venerable one can handle. Elder Wei, please help me find some hemorrhoid medicine. Oh, and remember to be discreet, don't let anyone know. Elder Wei had already gone to help him. Sect Master, don't worry, this old man am very trustworthy. He calmly pretended to sleep, thinking it was just one nap anyway. It's just this posture. He now somewhat regretted it. He should have prepared a bed in advance. Warm quilts, soft mattresses, graceful posture, and the surrounding scenery was also very beautiful. Under the influence of the spiritual energy release, he slept with drool flowing down. Suddenly he woke up with a start, eyes hazy. There's no one here. The chirping of insects, the cool moonlight. Simply hypnotic, he suddenly realized everyone had already gathered here. Yi Xingqian tried to suppress a laugh, looking at him. Sect Master is awake. I've brought your hemorrhoid medicine. Little Su Xiaomo kept praising him. Sect Master's sleeping expressions are truly diverse. I watched for 2 hours, and not a single expression was repeated. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this resentment. Elder Wei, he shouted loudly. Didn't you say you were trustworthy? After asking everyone, Elder Wei actually told this to Sun Wukong, then this little girl told Xiao Zuiji. Zuiji told Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian gossiped with you via voice transmission. He shifted the blame to Su Xiaomo. Then you directly used telepathic communication to the entire sect. Were you unintentional or deliberate? He also tried to defend himself, but his eyes practically screamed hypocrisy. Sect Master, it was definitely unintentional. I only told Tian Qi. I don't know how the entire sect found out. Meanwhile, in Qingyang City, 2 men were silently observing, and one of them asked his servant, "What's the origin of that mountain over there?" His servant had already inquired, "Sir, that mountain is called Immortal Mountain. It's the territory of the Immortal Sect which has recently become famous." "Sir, I think you're worrying too much. How can a mere 6th-rate sect withstand it?" His master waved him to be quiet. This person showed a strange expression when he saw that idiot barrier. This immortal sect is a bit sinister. Sect Master Jun's usual week. While he was trapped in the barrier, his disciples came to accompany him and watched him have a great time. The next day, his disciples mocked him again. "New disciples, this is our sect master. Don't mind his silly posture, you must respect him in the future, remember." He could only think to himself, "Damn it, another tour group. Qingyang, this kid is also starting to turn bad." By the 3rd day, Su Xiaomo started to boast to earn more contribution points. He proactively announced, "For just 5 contribution points you can take a photo with the sect master. Only one chance. Come on, painter, hurry up. No need to be too detailed. How much we earn depends on you all." He could only stand there motionless. On the 6th day, Tian brought him food, but he blushed and said with a wry smile, Tian, to avoid going to the toilet, I haven't eaten or drunk for a week." On the last day he was unsealed, his limbs twisting. "You traitors, you had a great week, didn't you?" He smiled strangely, his limbs trembling. "Running here to mock and trample on this venerable one's authority, you all." His smile became eerie. "Feel this venerable one's accumulated wrath of a week, right?" He suddenly became silly again. What are you all drinking?" Yi Xingqian showed off the new drink to him. "Sect Master can move now. While you were maintaining the array, Elder Wei took us to mine the spiritual stones. I must say, the spiritual stones in the mine are of excellent quality, and some even formed spiritual liquid. You just need to crack the outer shell to drink it, and it's delicious." Gulp, gulp, his eyes widened as if struck by lightning. "The drink is delicious, these are spiritual stones, the market price starts at 10,000 each, you wasteful broth." Suddenly Tian inserted a straw into his mouth. "Try it." He also tried to drink it. Gulp, gulp, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He felt very refreshed. "This tastes like milk tea. And a hint of mint? Exquisite, exquisite." Lu Wanna raised her hand to display her results. "Sect Master, I created this drink. Spirit stones originally have no taste, only immense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in spirit stones is rich, but if spiritual energy is injected into them using a special method, they become very delicious." She also found that in addition, because everyone's spiritual energy attributes are different, various flavors are produced. For example, Sister Tianchen's is a cool mint flavor. Senior Brother Yi, with his fiery temper, exudes the taste of rice wine. Dudu's is sweet sugar flavor. Senior Brother Qingyang's is watermelon flavor. Hallmaster Li's is green tea flavor. Senior Brother Xiao's taste is a bit bitter, like the coffee the sect master once described, and other senior brothers and sisters each has a unique taste. He was struggling internally, thinking, "Oh my god, a sip costs thousands of taels, my heart aches, but I have to admit it's really delicious." The little girl continued to explain. "Currently, according to the rankings, Elder Wei's taste is the best, with a rich cherry flavor." He drank and asked the little girl's thoughts, and then, "What's the worst tasting?" The little girl said helplessly, "Senior Brother Zhuhong and Senior Brother Ma Yangning. Perhaps because the 2 senior brothers cultivate pure sword Dao, they are incompatible with good food." He watched the 2 disciples sitting disconsolately. "What kind of taste is that can make 2 ancient dragon-style martial arts masters so listless, like old cranes who lost their dogs?" He took a sip. His eye sockets bulged with green veins, feeling as if his throat was repeatedly slashed by 1,000 swords, and it was a bit sour. No, not sour, but the taste of metal soaked in water for a long time. He and the 2 disciples sat in a corner like people who had lost their rice bowls. The taste of these 2 is practically a hidden weapon. Drinking it would kill people. He praised the little girl's discovery as incredible, turning spirit stones into delicious delicacies. "Our Dudu is truly a culinary god." The little girl was very happy with his praise. No, the title of culinary god can only be earned by winning the culinary god competition. This is the biggest chef competition on the Starfall continent, and only true master chefs are qualified to participate. The little girl blushed. Participating in the culinary god conference is Dudu's dream since childhood. He smiled and encouraged the little girl. "In my heart, Dudu is already a unique culinary god. However, since it's Dudu's dream, how about I take you to the culinary god conference? When will the conference be held?" The little girl was overjoyed to hear him say that. "Really, Sect Master, but it's still a long way from starting. And before that, Dudu needs to pass the Southwest Yang Prefecture's preliminary round. Only by entering the top 10 will she be qualified to participate in the All-Starfall Continent Culinary God Conference held half a year later." He gently encouraged the little girl. "Then you have to work hard and practice, create more delicious dishes for the sect." The little girl made up her mind. Now the spiritual energy within the sect is at least 20 times richer, and the cooking ingredients are getting better and better, so Dudu will definitely succeed. He suddenly realized, right, I was so busy talking that I haven't had a chance to fully appreciate it. Spiritual energy permeated the entire sect. With such rich and pure spiritual energy, our immortal sect will definitely flourish in the future. He speculated about the future of the sect. Suddenly, the little girl sensed his aura. "Sect Master, your aura seems to have suddenly changed." He smiled and said, Haha, my state of mind fluctuated a bit and I accidentally broke through again, he firmly told his disciples. For the sake of our immortal sect, and to end the oppression of these powerful forces, I cannot allow myself a moment's rest. He clasped his hands and circulated his energy. All right, after many rounds of selection, the team for the Huashan martial arts tournament has finally been determined. He specially built a stage for his disciples. Painter, where are you? Give me 500 rays of light. Excellent scholar, unbeatable debater, the immortal sect's most intelligent disciple, the scholar team, he shouted loudly to introduce the cheerleading squad, and over here were the future saplings. Although a bit intellectually challenged, their mission was equally important. Yi Xingchen was a little angry with Xiao Zuiji. HMPH Xiao Zuiji, you actually secretly read books and your intelligence is completely messed up, he gesticulated to the entire sect. Let's go. When the immortal sect acts, grain turns to chaff. The next day, the entire sect set off. The mountains were majestic. He began to point out the map for everyone. Then he gestured wildly at his disciples, but no one seemed to understand. Su Xiaomo asked Yi Xingchen what this meant. Boss, what does the sect master mean by this? He replied blankly. You ask me, who should I ask? Gesticulating wildly but saying nothing. Who knows, but there's only one meaning, which is that he's going to pick up a gun and kill these beasts. A few days ago, he went to gather information. Old man, what local specialties does your village have? The old man only knew fear. Then he revealed his demonic face and fierce mount. We'll pay a high price. This scared the old man into hiding in his house. Then the sect members chased after him, and he ran over to scold him. Yi Xingchen, I told you to gather information, not to scare people away. Look at your smile, even I find it awkward. Does such a small matter require me to personally intervene? All right, quickly let the wolf pack enter the mountain to forage. He was investigating here. Although this village is a bit strange with no doors open in broad daylight, it won't affect my communication skills. Open your eyes and watch carefully. He walked towards a house. Woof woof, do you have a dog? But he accidentally kicked the door off. He forgot that he had recently broken through several levels from drinking too much milk tea and hadn't yet controlled his strength. I'm sorry, I will compensate for this door. Suddenly a knife struck out. Damn bandit, I'll kill you. The homeowner mistakenly thought they were a few ruffians. Damn bandit, I'll kill you. He still calmly resolved the misunderstanding. Brother, I merely wanted to eat some organic vegetables, so I knocked on the door to ask. The homeowner was still very wary of him. You're still greeting people in such a scary way. If my skin wasn't thick enough, wouldn't my head have been cut in half by you? The homeowner still fiercely retorted without fear. They're all prosthetics. Why do you do such heinous things? Do you still have the dignity of a martial artist? He was very surprised to see the homeowner had lost a leg. The homeowner still misunderstood, looking distressed. Even if it costs my life today, I will never let you snatch my sister. Suddenly a girl ran out and he was stunned. No, don't touch my brother, I'm willing to go with you. The homeowner panicked. Kier, what are you doing out here? Quickly go back inside. The little girl, her eyes welling with tears, said, Brother lost a leg for Wyong County. Please don't hurt brother anymore. I'm willing to return to your bandit stronghold with you. He felt things had escalated. Wait, first put away that look of hostility. He smiled cunningly. Next, please correct yourself. I am not a bandit. I am just an ordinary sect master of a super powerful sect. It was just an accident. Do I look like a bandit with my handsome face, gentle smile, and mild demeanor? Do I? The homeowner's reply annoyed him. Damn it, you two young men, look again closely. Someone like me was voted by readers as the second most important figure in the immortal sect, second only to Sister Tianchen. Behind him, Yi Xingchen reported, Sect Master, we have guests. He looked up and saw a massive army before him. Quickly, prepare the taxes and women, hand them over. One of the bald men said, I'm a very impatient person. If they're not ready within the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, I guarantee there won't be a single living soul left in your village. The homeowner jumped in front of him. I apologize, I misunderstood you all just now. Everyone hurry up and leave. It's very dangerous here. You scum, if it weren't for all the able-bodied men in Widang village going to the front lines to fight Junyang County, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in our Widang village. The bald man revealed a scornful smile. Ha ha ha, fighting Junyang County, you heroes are certainly going to die. Look at you, didn't you only save your life by losing a leg? He and his companion chuckled lewdly. Anyway, they're not coming back. Women and money are going to waste like this, isn't it better to give them to us? Kid, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, the homeowner retorted. Although all the men in Weiyang village have left, it doesn't mean the spirit of Weiyang village will be lost, the homeowner shouted. Everyone, where did the villagers suddenly come from? Charge and kill the enemy, you haven't even been born yet. The old woman will fight you to the death. We people of Widang village will only die in battle, not surrender. The entire village was filled with a fierce aura. Even knowing they might die, the hooligan smiled sinisterly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of old, weak and disabled people. Not even enough to sharpen my knife. Suddenly, a pair of feet jumped up and stomped on the hooligan's head. He could no longer bear it. The first additional rule of the immortal sect. His eyes were sharp, killing him before he could even catch his breath. For those scum unworthy of being human when they embark on the path of reincarnation, all members have a duty to assist them with all their strength. Now, at his feet the hooligan had turned into a puddle of blood with shattered stones everywhere. After he killed the hooligan, he announced menacingly, "Today, before you leave," he swept his sharp gaze over them, "have you all left your wills?" The bandit angrily glared at him, flaunting his power. "Who are you, demon, to dare to be presumptuous here? Do you know who we are? My third brother is from Dongtu." He suddenly jumped up. "Who are you? Where are you from? I don't care at all." He channeled his spiritual energy to create flames. "I have only one principle: those who dare to harm the families of the National Defense Army soldiers." He widened his eyes and announced, "There is only one outcome: death." His profound energy erupted even more. "And surely Weiyang village wasn't the first village you've ravaged or those people you've trampled upon, I declare. You are sentenced to death." He had no forgiveness at this moment. "Senior sister, although these bandits deserve to die, I feel that the sect master's state is somewhat abnormal, even more so than last time." He was still madly slaughtering the bandits, his anger burning. Tianchen also felt it. Sure enough, his state of mind was a bit unstable. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had advanced too quickly recently, but ultimately it was also because the crimes of these bandits touched his inverse scale. She recalled last time, ever since he met Long Zishan at the Long family, he often talked nonsense, as if he still retained memories from his previous life. Once he got drunk on milk tea. He told the elders that in his previous life he risked life and death, fighting for 1,000 years to achieve the peace of their generation. The elders sacrificed themselves one after another, so as a junior he would never easily forgive. No matter who dared to defile the families of heroes, he was still madly killing, his anger reaching its peak. But it shouldn't be so arbitrary. She stood before the raging anger, quietly observing, "That's right, indulging in killing will only change his nature." Although he was usually a shameless nuisance, she absolutely believed in and supported him. She walked up to him, almost getting hurt by him. She wiped his face with a handkerchief. "Your face is all dirty, I'll have to wash your clothes later." "Stop." He saw her and returned to normal, his usual smile reappearing on his face. "Tianchen." He hugged her and showed affection. "Tianchen, do you know how dangerous it was just now? My mind was filled with only killing and I almost didn't recognize you." Li Qingyang brought up the old topic again. "All right, eldest senior sister has already comforted the sect master, so there's no need to use Yi Xingchen as a human shield to stop the sect master." He heard Qingyang say this and his whole body stiffened. Then the homeowner respectfully thanked him. "Thank you, heroes, for your assistance and for saving the lives of the old and young in Weidang village." He blushed awkwardly. "It's nothing, just give us more organic vegetables. You know, in my era, wanting to eat pesticide-free vegetables and fruits was harder than climbing to heaven." He looked at him blankly, not knowing what he was talking about. "Organic. Last era's herbicide," he said excitedly. "Herbicides, to cut weeds you must dig up the roots. Do you know where the lair of those bandits is? Just the approximate location is fine. I'll take people to wipe them all out." Then the two sat down and he pointed out the bandits' lair. He bade farewell to everyone. "Everyone, this is where we part. We have other matters and cannot stay and play, but of course we will also clear out the bandits' lair along the way. In the future you won't have to worry about them anymore." Before leaving, he also gave the homeowner a pill. "Kid, here's something for you. I guarantee it'll be good for your leg. After all, we still need your strength to protect the villagers. The method of use is a bit complicated. Listen carefully." He looked at the pill in confusion. "Unwrap the bandage on your leg, take 2 pills and wait 3 seconds. Then when he returned to the room, his face turned grim. "Brother, why are you always hiding in your room? Come out and eat." The little girl was very shocked when she saw him. He turned around, tears streaming down his face. "Sister, my leg has recovered." The camera cut to a loaded gun. Yi Xingchen was also surprised. "The people in this bandit stronghold are all strong. They must all be elites." He smiled disdainfully. "Elites?" He smiled brightly. "I love bullying elites the most." Attack! The sect members broke in, and several enemies were killed before they could react. "Enemy attack," he chuckled. "Ah, system, is this the 47 power you mentioned? This is clearly more powerful than an anti-tank cannon. This kind of power is indeed very suitable for group battles." He wondered if he was a gamer in his previous life. Then his sect members broke in. "I want the location of all bandit strongholds nearby." The guard at the gate cowered, trembling with fear. "Then kill me. If I reveal the locations of the other bandit leaders, they'll tear me to shreds." Chang Xiao looked at him, approaching step by step. "Oh, so you're afraid of them, but not me? You must have realized by now that I'm not a good person, right?" Chang Xiao angrily cast a memory restoration technique. He held a map in his hand, smacking his lips. "Tisk, wouldn't it be better to cooperate?" The gate guard had already collapsed to the ground. "At least you'll get to die intact." Li Qingyan came to report to Chang Xiao that the sect master had cleared out all the bandits. "Oh, what's that in your hand?" Chang Xiao replied. "A map I just confiscated from that fellow." Chang Xiao frowned, thinking, "It seems the journey to Manhwa this time will be quite busy." He ordered, "Qingyang, remember to distribute all the loot and grain taken by those bandits to the villagers. Sect master, rest assured, after finding the treasury, I've already arranged for the junior disciples to do so." While clearing the treasury, Li Qingyang discovered a strange compass. "By the way, while searching the treasury, I found something very peculiar, like a compass." Chang Xiao carefully examined the compass. "This compass, it's a bit like a Kiman Dunjia plate." He curiously twisted it, and the compass emitted a faint green light. Chang Xiao suddenly realized this was a treasure map. Those who covet my treasure come and find it then. Changxiao was expressionless. Why does it feel strange? He retracted his aura. Never mind, I'll study it later when I have time. The system screen popped up. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission. Eliminate evils for the people 2. Earning 500 contribution points. This is a series mission. It is recommended that the host seize the opportunity to discover more hidden missions. Changxiao murmured, some things, even if they're not missions, I absolutely must do. Then Li Qingying swung his sword and chopped down the city gate. Yi Xingchen unleashed his aura and roared, Li Qingying, get out of the way, burst fist as he punched. Smoke billowed, rocks cracked, and city gate after city gate collapsed. Changxiao used ink to mark the raised locations on the map. Swish swish, good, almost all the bandits have been wiped out, only this last stronghold remains. We had previously sent the Martial Worship Hall to scout the other strongholds, and incidentally investigated their crimes. However, for this particular stronghold, the 3 scouting teams were discovered as soon as they entered a 10-li radius. Changxiao sat down, pondering how to infiltrate. According to intelligence, the surrounding villages all say they haven't been robbed. Could they simply be occupying the mountain as kings? That's a bit unreasonable. He pointed at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, your light footwork is the best. Go scout it out and be careful to hide your tracks. Everyone exchanged glances. Hey, where did senior brother Yi go? I don't know. Just now when the sect master said it was impossible to approach. He was still here. Yi Xingchen alone twisted his body and infiltrated the enemy's lair. To deal with a mere bandit stronghold, I have to scout it out repeatedly. The sect master is too cautious. Wouldn't it save a lot of time if I just flattened it directly? He smiled smugly. In my previous life, I always acted alone. This time I can relax and not worry about accidentally hurting my senior and junior brothers. Do you think I have a point, you 2 hiding in the trees? The 2 observers were startled when he discovered them, and immediately jumped down to report. He entered hunting mode, his eyes flashing with a fierce red light. It seems they were professionally trained. Upon being discovered, they didn't say a word and immediately went back to report. He instantly teleported in front of one of the fleeing enemies. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, you can only... Suddenly, he stopped and retreated. The 2 suddenly attacked. Although he reacted in time, he still suffered some minor injuries. This guy, he even set up a trap. It seems the Martial Worship Hall's 3 consecutive scouting attempts have made you vigilant. In that case, show me what you've got. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. They surrounded him. He surprisingly recognized the identities of those who surrounded him. They were hit by an entire tree and didn't make a sound. Such breath-holding and stealth techniques and the weapons in their hands. You are the Imperial Army. Immediately after, Yi Xingchen engaged in a showdown with this group of Imperial soldiers. He was surrounded. The leader signaled to activate the confinement array. Then they quickly set up a barrier to surround Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen suddenly accelerated and rushed to the first person, kicking out a leg. With such speed, you think you can trap this emperor? Other soldiers came from all directions to provide support. He surprisingly praised good tactics. Although one of Yi Xingchen's feet was caught, his other leg swept across the bandits. Whoosh whoosh, they retreated. Severely injured, he was also surprised to be burned by my raging flames and still not make a sound and to quickly adjust their fighting stance. If they are truly from the military, then this team is definitely an elite unit. Others rushed forward from behind. He became serious. It seems I have to retract my attitude of looking down on you. Claws grabbed him from behind. He roared, unleashing all his strength. Let's have a good fight. He silently stood high above, observing the battle. This is the power of an army. Under Yi Xingchen's absolute suppression of strength, dozens of people actually managed to entangle him for so long. He frowned, contemplating a countermeasure. It seems before confronting Zhenyang County, I must re-evaluate our ability to fight against an army. Suddenly, he recognized an acquaintance, a man in armor riding a warhorse. He was General Shui, the 5-star general of Zunshan Prefecture. Sect Master Jun, you've come from afar. Why don't you come down and exchange a few words? Changxiao coldly descended before him. With a thud, Yi the fool, stop fighting, you've put on enough of a show. Everyone knows you're the strongest. Yi Xingchen drooped his face. I'm not convinced. Give me 5 more minutes, I guarantee I'll kill all of them. Nonsense, 5 minutes is still not enough to be embarrassing, he praised again. Sect Master Jun's disciple can entangle my personal guard for so long as expected. The disciples of the immortal sect live up to their reputation. He looked at Changxiao as if giving orders. Sect Master Jun's recent actions have truly impressed Shui. Thank you all for eliminating the bandits and protecting the villagers. Changxiao looked up at him. This guy is really tall. His aura is at least that of a martial sect. Judging by your attitude and actions, you must be from the Imperial Army. Plus your cultivation, you must be a general. Why would General Shui come here pretending to be a bandit? And if you think those bandits deserve to die, why didn't you personally act? Zunshan frowned. General, that term is a thing of the past. As for why Shui didn't personally take the heads of those scum, it's because he looked at Changxiao and introduced him to the people in the bandit stronghold. Shui and the over 500 brothers in this stronghold are all deserters from Wyong County. If we make too much noise, we'll be exposed, and Wyong County will send a large army to wipe us out, so we can only do our best to protect some of the surrounding villagers. Changxiao was surprised. Deserters, you're so strong you could be considered an elite unit in Wyong County. Is Zhenyang County so powerful that you can only gather intelligence and then flee? He frowned, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Sect Master Jun, no matter how strong Junyang County is, my Shui family has never feared anyone on the battlefield. Isn't it just death? What's there to be afraid of? Changxiao didn't understand why he didn't go attack Junyang County. Then why he fell silent. Under Junyang County's offensive, our Wyong suffered continuous defeats, but Wyong County's infantry didn't try to defend or counterattack. They only thought about embezzling military rations and profiting from the blood. And even, he spoke here with great anger, killing common people to earn military merits. He recalled being sent to eliminate a village last time. General Shui, take your men and eliminate those rebels. The official from Junyang County ordered him. He thought with difficulty, harboring rebels, isn't this just an ordinary village? And these villagers, he spoke of his territory, hoping he would change his mind, they are the people of Wyong County. That official was very displeased with his rebellious attitude. Now that Junyang County has surrounded us, soldier morale is unstable. We'll slaughter these civilians and bring back their heads. Everyone is just fighting to earn some military merit. In this chaotic world, who cares if the heads you carry are those of rebels or civilians? He was afraid to see his people die. Sir, our Shui family is by no means weaker than Junyang County's army. We don't need to slaughter civilians. The official's face darkened. General Shui, he frowned and ordered, I am a scion of a noble family. How can I risk my life with you bumpkins? Hurry and carry out the order. I know you want to disobey. The official both ordered and persuaded him, but you should also consider that by doing this we are also helping these common people escape this chaotic world. 2 children were playing when they suddenly saw him and happily shouted, Great General! Suddenly he turned around and cut down the official with a single blade. His eyes were cold. The Shui family's soldiers are soldiers, not butchers. Suddenly Changxiao raised his hand. Wait a moment. Changxiao turned around, pointed at Ren Gui and asked with a pout, General Shui, since you're an experienced individual, a white-robed general, a Tang dynasty god of war, do you still remember Emperor Taizong of Tang? He honestly replied, Sect Master Jun Shui is merely a rebellious general and now just a bandit. How dare I speak of a god of war? And what is Emperor Taizong of Tang? Hearing this, Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Phew, I thought I had another fellow countryman. Suddenly his eyes darted around, realizing something was wrong. Those soldiers kept asking, Your combined attack technique has some skill. Where did you learn it? How many more soldiers of your caliber are there? Yi Xingchen was ignored and felt annoyed. Could you pay attention to me? We're already fighting. We should at least acknowledge each other. Changxiao nudged Ren Gui with his elbow and suggested, General Shui, your army is so elite it's a waste to hide in the mountains. Are you interested in opening a new territory in our Ironbone sect? Contrary to his erratic posture, Ren Gui's eyes were profound. I originally planned to encamp here. If Junyang County conquered Wyong, we would perish with them. Changxiao immediately changed his tone. General Shui, that's short-sighted. With the situation in Wyong County clearly worsening, you need to. He suddenly became enthusiastic and passionately planned for Shui Rengui. Facing a completely new market environment, how to determine your differentiated encampment strategy and through simple energy reuse, convert accumulated potential value into existing mastery, finding your legitimate industry, achieving industry construction and communication breakthroughs. Ren Gui looked bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. Can you speak in plain language? Changxiao still tried his best to recruit. Don't work in Wyong County anymore. Come to our Ironbone sect and fully display your skills. Then Changxiao grabbed his hand and stamped his handprint on a piece of paper. After getting Ren Gui's handprint, Changxiao immediately made a decision. All right, General Shui, you're now a member of our Ironbone sect. I'll take in all your soldiers too. Ren Gui reluctantly resisted, but he could only accept Sect Master Jun. In the Ironbone sect, can Shui act without going against his conscience? Can we directly engage Junyang County in battle? Changxiao lightly glanced at him, then a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Our Ironbone sect is destined to be at the forefront of the battlefield. Ren Gui suddenly reacted, kneeling on one knee. Sect Master Jun's style, Shui has long heard of it, and I have witnessed the destructive actions of the Ironbone sect along the way. He knelt before Changxiao, willingly submitting. This humble General Shui Rengui is willing to assist my lord. This humble general is willing to go through fire and water for the Ironbone sect, and will have no regrets even in death. Changxiao grinned, looking at him and asking, Where are my cavalry? Just then a group of wolves emerged from behind the trees. Their claws were sharp and their strides were steady and powerful. Changxiao looked at them with satisfaction, then turned to Ren Gui again and asked, General Shui, your personal guards, they were originally cavalry, right? Replacing your warhorses with these ancient wind wolves can be considered our Ironbone sect's initiation gift. Ren Gui again lowered his head politely. This humble general has achieved no merit. This gift is too valuable, Changxiao simply replied. It's nothing, we have thousands of them on the back mountain. If they're not trained, they'll all turn into huskies. Ren Gui heard the word husky, not understanding its meaning, and asked, Husky? Changxiao casually replied, An ancient divine beast from my hometown, extremely fierce. Then Changxiao handed him a token and instructed, General Shui, take this Ironbone token and lead your team back to the Ironbone sect first. Later, you can find Elder Wei to arrange your riding training. He also held high hopes. General Shui, perform well when you return. I still expect you to bring me the strongest Ironbone cavalry. With that, he happily turned and left. Ren Gui still looked at him blankly. Sect Master, behind Changxiao, he immediately made up his mind. I will definitely train a husky army for you. Changxiao, however, felt a strange sensation. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? The scene switched to Manhwa with its majestic peaks. Two sect masters were slowly ascending the steps. The one walking in front spoke. Sect Master Wang, our sect was a step slow in the last martial arts debate. This time we must avenge our shame, the sect master following closely replied. Sect Master Sun, it's too early to say. As expected, the array on Mount Hua increases resistance the closer you get to the summit. Walking now is nothing. Sect Master Sun gasped for breath, turning back to say, this martial arts debate is unprecedentedly grand, with at least 20 to 30 fifth-rate sects participating. Sect Master Wang was equally exhausted. We established fifth-rate sects must work hard. It would be too embarrassing to be caught up by newcomers. Everyone else walking behind them was also panting as they had to walk. A young man spoke. Elder, this Mount Hua barrier is really exhausting. The elder, panting, replied. Of course it was set up by several powerful individuals. He was both tired and weary. The highest can even reach 5 times gravity, which weeds out the weaker 6th and 7th rate sects who can't even get up Mount Hua, let alone participate in the martial arts debate. When the Iron Bone sect members appeared, they immediately scoffed. 5 times gravity? No wonder. Xiaomo nimbly moved through the steps as if strolling so lightly. The gravity on the first level of the trial tower is already 10 times. The two were immediately dumbfounded when they saw him. The young man exclaimed, Elder, he can move so nimbly within the barrier. Could he be a disciple of a third-rate sect? The elder was also stunned, as no third-rate sect had ever participated in the Mount Hua martial arts debate, and his clothes seemed to match someone's description. A 6th-rate sect, the Iron Bone sect. Just then, countless Iron Bone sect disciples appeared flying up the slope with ease. Changxiao also appeared at that moment, shouting, Everyone, stop! He appeared handsomely on a high branch, proclaiming, You guys flying around so easily, are you showing any respect for the seniors who are struggling up the mountain? Then, with a serious expression, he gestured and ordered, One by one, no manners, next jump up the mountain. Yi Xingchen snorted and jumped up after him. Subsequently, other disciples also quickly jumped up, surpassing those struggling below. The young man remained astonished. Elder, why do they seem to be considering us, yet I feel like punching them even more? Changxiao jumped down, stood in front of them with his back turned, and said, Little ones, remember this action is called a sneak attack. He suddenly turned around, revealing a brilliant mocking smile. Yi Xingchen was already sweating profusely. Sect Master, let's hurry to the summit. Elder Lin was equally exhausted but still smiled confidently. Haha, this time first place will definitely be my Shangqin sects. Thinking of the winning scene, he became even more excited. They're firmly the number 1 4th-rate sect, and it won't be long before we get promoted to 3rd rate. Meanwhile, Xiaomo and Yi Xingchen had already arrived beside him, their 6 eyes meeting. Elder Lin seemed to have already seen first place being snatched away. Indeed, in less than a second, the two immediately bolted as if they had never run before. Elder Lin was left with only helplessness. Our first place, a loud voice came from the summit. Iron Bone sect, first to reach the summit. Changxiao smiled confidently upon hearing it, as if he had already anticipated it. The formation is almost the same as the trial tower. How could we not win? This is precisely an advantage comparable to a mid-term exam. A woman's voice came from the side. Sect Master Jun, it's truly terrifying that your disciples can actually overpower the sect master of a 4th-rate sect. He politely replied to her, and the exhausted little maid beside her. Palace Master Shi overpraises them. They just cultivate a bit better, but in reality, they wouldn't win against you all. Lear, breathing heavily from exhaustion, still didn't forget to retort sarcastically. Still can't win against the sect masters. Sect Master Jun is truly modest. He didn't refute at all, accepting it directly, which made the little girl choke with anger. I wouldn't dare. Modesty is the most hidden of my 108 excellent virtues. I never expected it to be so deeply hidden, yet discovered by Miss Lear. Shame, shame, he pointed to the crowd ahead, his expression resolute, clearly preparing to do something. The Shangqin sect is almost at the summit. Is Palace Master Shi interested in surpassing them? He said boldly. Ladies, grab my shoulders, I'll give you a ride. Jingchen gently grabbed his right shoulder while Lear on the other side mercilessly bit him hard. The little girl said through gritted teeth, I suspect you're trying to seduce my Palace Master. Changxiao was also speechless. You're thinking too much, I'm already taken. He concentrated his strength in his legs, not forgetting to remind hold tight. In a blink of an eye, the three of them swept past Elder Lin and his disciple like a gust of wind, leaving Elder Lin in existential doubt. Sect Master, what flashed by just now? Elder Lin's face was also ashen. Was it the wind? A notification came from above again. Second place, Manhua Palace. The two were instantly petrified. I was once so close to first and second place. Subsequently, various sects also arrived one after another. In contrast to their sweating, Changxiao was leisurely playing with a spirit stone in his hand, sitting in a chair with Xiaomo and Yi Xingchen behind him. He flashed a brilliant toothpaste commercial smile. Sect Masters, everyone's finally here. Let's begin the martial arts debate. Elder Lin, though defeated, refused to accept his disadvantage. Sect Master Jun of the Iron Bone sect, right? Indeed, as rumored, your strength is excellent, but he immediately started to make things difficult. The minimum requirement for the sect martial arts debate is a 5th-rate sect because only a 5th-rate sect background can possess sufficient martial arts knowledge, or even create new martial arts. The Ironbone sect has risen so quickly, their martial arts background must still be shallow. Yi Xingqian immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to act, but Changxiao signaled him to calm down. Elder Lin scoffed. However, since the Ironbone sect was the first to reach the summit, Sect Master Jun can also learn from the sidelines. With a smile still on his face, he leisurely replied, "It seems the Ironbone sect is not qualified enough." Never mind. As he spoke, he took out a yellow talisman. "I hope everyone can maintain this arrogant and impolite state later." Elder Lin was the first to step forward. "Gentlemen, I Shangqin sect will set an example. Recently I've been researching a palm technique, expected to have 9 forms, but currently I've only comprehended 5. I welcome your guidance." As he spoke, he channeled his energy and a jade-green light enveloped him. Qianyuan palm. His movements were elusive, each move packed with strength. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Just a few palms reached mid-grade initial level. Someone next to him also sighed, creating a martial art to this level. Worthy of being Sect Master Lin. Elder Lin was even more confident, as if victory was within his grasp. "With this palm technique alone I will definitely win first place in the sect martial arts debate." Suddenly another hand struck, blocking his palm. Elder Lin's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. "Sorry, I'm used to being frugal. I can't bear to see others waste things." Changxiao still exerted force and the two exchanged a palm strike. This Qianyuan palm was not meant to be struck like this. Elder Lin unleashed a move, Qianyuan palm's 5th form, and he also condensed a golden power. Qianyuan break. One strike immediately caused a huge explosion, and from his figure it was clear Elder Lin was no match. His hands were already charred black, and the smell of roasted meat emanated from the smoke. This palm contains the scorching heat of the blazing sun. A palm technique I've always wanted to incorporate but couldn't. Changxiao's voice continued to surprise him. Qianyuan palm's 6th form, a huge dragon-like force of fire, followed him. Qianyuan Xuancha, the huge air current rushed towards Elder Lin, but in the end it didn't hit him directly, only brushed past him. Elder Lin seemed to be scared out of his wits. Changxiao slowly explained, "When spiritual energy flows through the meridians, you need to flip Shaoshang and Shaoyang respectively. Only then can you truly master the Yan-Yang Qi, condensing it without dissipating, greatly increasing its attack power." Finally, he didn't forget to ask Elder Lin, whose hair had been blown out of shape, "Do you understand?" Elder Lin recovered and immediately became furious. "Meridian circulation is extremely precise. Arbitrary changes would only lead to meridian rupture. I never expected you to say that changing Shaoyang and Shaoshang can increase power." The onlookers couldn't help but discuss, and the gray-haired man worriedly said, "It's over, it's over. Sect Master Lin is notoriously narrow-minded. I never expected him to directly point out problems with my self-created palm technique." Another person interjected, "Sect Master Jun is really unlucky." Unexpectedly, Elder Lin wasn't angry at all but instead was overjoyed, praising while tidying his hair. "This is truly amazing. Sect Master Jun only made a slight modification, and the Qianyuan palm immediately upgraded to a high-level martial skill. To be able to come up with such an efficient method after only observing a few moves, Sect Master Jun is truly a martial arts master." He cupped his hands in respect. "I wonder if Sect Master Jun also has the remaining moves in mind? Can you give me some pointers?" Changxiao was of course very generous. "I've already figured out the remaining 3 moves. If based on Sect Master Lin's Qianyuan palm, I would of course tell them all." He leaned into Elder Lin's ear and whispered something. Elder Lin listened and smiled even more happily. "Excellent, these 3 moves truly deserve the reputation of Qianyuan Wushuang. It's just the final move." Changxiao whispered something else to Elder Lin, and Elder Lin understood after a moment of thought. Elder Lin immediately performed a move, Qianyuan palm's 9th form. His eyes flashed with brilliance. His entire body emanated red light, and he jumped up, unexpectedly kicking the gray-haired man from earlier. "Who told you I was narrow-minded, Qianyuan Dulong?" He gave Changxiao a thumbs up. "I told you it was a palm technique, and you said it would improve after trying it, and indeed it can surpass control." He also gave a thumbs up in response. "A bit crude, but it does have a surprise effect." Another elder suddenly spoke. Sect Master Jun, this old man's cultivation technique has also encountered many difficulties recently. Can you help this old man solve them?" Other elders also spoke up. "This old man also has some problems with martial skills. Can I discuss them with Sect Master Jun? I will definitely reward you handsomely." Changxiao smiled very confidently. "Today I came here to make friends through martial arts, and I will never break my word. I will do my best to answer." First, he advised Elder Lu, "Too much qi should not be suppressed. Spiritual energy returns to the dantian. Elder Lu can try it this way, and it should solve your cultivation's damage to the heart and lungs." Elder Lu smiled happily, patting his chest. "Sect Master Jun is a great talent. Just a few words can unravel the confusion in our hearts. If you ever need anything, just come to old Lu, and I will inform the Military Preparations Hall to fully assist you." Jingchen stood beside him. "Sect Master Jun at such a young age can make senior experts from various sects willingly come to study your solutions," he humbly replied. "I just have a bit of martial arts talent, but I am ashamed that I don't know much about your martial arts, young lady." Jingchen smiled. "Chenyan tent curtain art is a peculiar martial art. It's already not easy for Sect Master Jun to give us some feedback." He also kindly reminded, This cultivation method is unfathomable. Palace Master Shi, you must be careful when cultivating it and not be impatient. Otherwise you might suffer a cultivation deviation. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical prompt sounded. Ding, main mission completed. Gaining 1000 contribution points phone. Elder Lin's face was no longer sorrowful but beaming with joy, excitedly ushering his disciples behind him to Changxiao. Come, hurry over. He smiled, introducing Yi Xingchen. Sect Master Jun, this is my Shangqin sect's most outstanding disciple. Talent, he is ranked 89th on the Gathering of Heroes list. Please give him some pointers too. Changxiao was bewildered. What the hell is the Gathering of Heroes list? Yi Xingchen explained. The Gathering of Heroes list is the ranking of the strongest martial arts prodigies on the Starfall continent. It is divided into heaven, earth and human tiers, with heaven being the highest and human the lowest. That is to say, heaven tier is the highest, earth tier is next, but only ranks after heaven tier. To be able to enter the list, even if it's the lowest human tier, you can be considered the most outstanding young genius on this continent. He sneered. The only young disciple on the list must be ranked with rogue cultivators, and if their age exceeds the allowed limit, their name will be automatically removed from the list. Yi Xingchen recalled the past. In my previous life, my best ranking was only 9th among geniuses. In this life, I possess the experience of a martial emperor, and the wondrous martial arts of the Iron Bone sect, so I will definitely become the top of the Gathering of Heroes list. Changxiao didn't care much, only asking, I am the sect master, I can't participate in the Gathering of Heroes list. Is there a strongest sect master list? I think I'm also a strong contender. Yi Xingchen said impatiently. There's no such thing, but the Iron Bone sect can participate in the Battle of Heroes list. Elder Lin heard this and retorted, the Battle of Heroes list is too far away for the current Iron Bone sect, but with Sect Master Jun's talent, the Iron Bone sect should be able to make the list within 100 years. Changxiao seemed interested. It seems this Battle of Heroes list is very prestigious, but believe me, no matter the goal, it's not far for our Iron Bone sect. This prodigy, let me see your strength. Tianzi bowed and lowered his head, smiling respectfully. He performed the 10,000 manifestation spirit finger. A blue light shot towards Changxiao, who leisurely commented, this finger is like a gentle breeze, very well done. But the 10,000 manifestation spirit finger is more about power, like thunder and lightning. A strange purple light appeared in front of Tianzi, and Yi Xingchen struck out with the same move which Tianzi was surprisingly unable to block. He arrogantly laughed. Ranked 89th, indeed not bad, barely good enough to stay in your sect. Tianzi sat down on the ground, having entered the top 100. Somewhere Changxiao and Lu Qianqin were together when the system suddenly spoke. Host, you've always focused on benefits. Why did you give those sect masters 2 mid-grade insight talismans for free this time? He smiled and explained. Life can't always be about making enemies, we also need to make many friends. In the future, this will be the potential strength of our Iron Bone sect. He raised his hand and many green halos immediately appeared around him. All kinds of high-level martial arts and cultivation techniques were deeply imprinted in his mind. Of course, there were also the unique 18 dragon subduing palms from your records, the silent assassination art of Canaan, and the era summoning gale Bati. He, with his spiritual sense penetrating stone and spirit appreciating darkness, realized that the Iron Bone sect scripture pavilion needed to be expanded. He did this for only one purpose, to gather all martial arts under heaven. Our scripture pavilion must steadily advance like a Baidu encyclopedia. Jun Changxiao glided across the ground. Although his feet weren't moving, his speed was incredibly fast, he remarked with interest. This newly acquired Cloud Stride is quite fascinating. The mid-grade Cloud Stride, a type of shoe that increases speed. When worn, normal walking speed increases by 10. And the speed of martial arts movement techniques increases by 20. Only martial cultivators at the martial sect level and above can wear them. Otherwise, speed will not increase. He seemed to really like this new treasure, if all spiritual energy were injected into it. A layer of light would appear under his feet. This wasn't a shoe, it was practically a super skateboard. Li Fei and Xiaomo suddenly arrived with light footsteps. Sect Master, your speed is too slow. Whoever reaches the sect first treats everyone to a meal. Jun Changxiao waved his hand. Competing with me in speed, you're practically courting death. A red force shot him out like a rocket. Xiaomo watched dumbfounded. Jun Changxiao laughed heartily. Cloud Stride with 5-colored light. Someone ran out of the forest just a little bit more and I could have shaken them off. It was Ren Shan. For some reason, this kid was running faster than a ghost. Haha, I made it to the main road. I've definitely lost them. I knew it, my luck has never been bad. A white figure swept through the flowers. Their eyes met, and Ren Shan was hugged by the speeding Jun Changxiao. My apologies, I just bought new shoes and haven't mastered the braking technique yet. When he braked, Ren Shan, due to inertia, slammed hard into a tree trunk. He rubbed his aching back. I was chased by dozens of assassins and wasn't hurt, but I almost died from being hit by you. Jun Changxiao shook the dust off his shoes. Although my speed is fast, you suddenly rushed out of the bushes. Putting aside my fault, aren't you also at fault? Ren Shan was speechless. Putting aside my fault? And what else is there to say? Suddenly, several darts shot towards Jun Changxiao. Ren Shan was startled. Be careful. Jun Changxiao was unconcerned, grabbing them with one hand. 3 darts landed steadily in his palm. Oh, the Heavenly Martial Hall actually threw hidden weapons at me, a bit unexpected. A group of people appeared and the bald big man threatened. You brat ran pretty fast, you don't look like a good person, you were lucky to have run for so long just now, now you won't escape so easily. Zhang Changxiao watched boredly. "These are the assassins you spoke of?" Ren Shan was flustered. "It's them, please save me. If it weren't for you I might have escaped," the bald big man intimidated. "You brat wants to stand up for him. I advise you not to be a hero. We are from the 5th-rate evil sect Tongmo Hall, not someone a rogue cultivator like you can afford to provoke." Zhang Changxiao obediently turned around. "I'm just a passerby. You resolve your internal conflicts yourselves." The bald big man charged over. "Good for you. Let's see if you'll spit out the secret this time." Suddenly, he stepped on a clod of dirt created by Zhang Changxiao's earlier break, falling flat on his face. His facial muscles twitched with anger. He felt both pain and humiliation. This feeling of bad luck was truly strange. He immediately directed his anger at Ren Shan. "You evil brat, watch carefully. I'm going to cut off your limbs. Let's see how you still play tricks." Ren Shan squatted down and the bald big man punched the tree trunk, preparing to continue beating him. As a result, the freshly cracked tree trunk suddenly fell, smashing directly onto the bald big man. His companions were horrified. "Elder?" Zhang Changxiao stood by, watching the entire scene unfold. "Truly spectacular. System, have you ever seen a peak martial master get hit on the head by a falling tree?" The system replied. "I probably know why this kid has been chased by so many assassins yet remains unharmed." Zhang Changxiao had to admit this kid's luck was genuinely good. Not a polite remark, but true, the system also agreed. "He's practically a walking koi fish." Ren Shan continued to be chased, crying to Zhang Changxiao, "You watching the show over there, you must be a super expert. Please save me. I can pay you a reward, 100 spirit stones." Zhang Changxiao's eyes lit up. He easily dealt with those miscellaneous foes, then extended his hand towards Ren Shan. "You seem quite wealthy. Come pay up." The kid pulled out a large golden stone. "I only have this one now. I picked it up this morning." Zhang Changxiao's face turned livid with anger. The mission completed. "You're still trying to extort? You weren't chased because you picked up these assassin spirit stones, were you?" Ren Shan explained. "Theirs? They chased me not just because I picked up this spirit stone, but because I found a natural spirit stone mine." Zhang Changxiao was struck by lightning and the system exclaimed, "Host, is this kid the son of the god of luck?" After bringing Ren Shan back, everyone looked at the map of the place he described. This was the Black Demon Forest with many high-level ferocious beasts, but it was indeed very likely to hide treasures, even a mineral vein. Tianqi couldn't help but find it incredible that such a weak child had discovered a spirit stone mine. Zhang Changxiao corrected him. "His name is Ren Shan and he said he didn't discover it, he picked it up." Ren Shan then recounted what happened. "After breakfast I went for a walk and got lost. Then after many twists and turns I came to a spirit stone mine with no signs of being exploited. As soon as I took a piece from there I was targeted by the Tongmo Hall." A moment later he led Zhang Changxiao and the others to the place he spoke of. Ren Shan pointed to the cave innocently, saying, "Look, this is a cave. I picked up many spirit stones here." Li Qingyang, walking along, couldn't help but doubt his life. He said he found it by getting lost and there were at least 80 to 100 forks in the road, yet Ren Shan somehow stumbled out. Zhang Changxiao was equally shocked. "It's not that simple. Along the way I sensed martial sect level and even martial king level ferocious beasts several times," he sighed. "This kid always managed to turn in time to avoid startling them. With such luck, did he consult an oracle?" Ren Shan excitedly walked into the cave first. "There are no signs of exploitation here. It's an ownerless spirit stone mine." Suddenly, a raw stone unexpectedly fell from the cave ceiling, landing right in front of him, startling him. A huge spirit stone delivered itself to his doorstep. He said joyfully, "Go outside and see. They're all natural spirit stones." Tianqi had an idea. "Sect Master, let's bring him along when we go out in the future. Just a casual stroll could make us the wealthiest people on the Starfall continent." Zhang Changxiao looked at Su Xiaomo. "We need to send people from the sect to establish a stronghold here. Xiaomo, how do we contact the sect now?" He put his hand to his ear, hearing no response. "It seems the spiritual energy here is a bit restrictive. I can't connect." They split into two groups. "You go to a place with good signal to continue contacting and we'll go in to investigate first." Su Xiaomo left. Hello, can you hear me? My signal is bad here." He walked along thinking, Ren Shan is truly a lucky fellow. He almost got hit on the head by a stone and ended up with so many spirit stones. Suddenly he noticed the spirit stone that had just fallen. He pondered, wasn't this stone a message from heaven telling Ren Shan not to explore the cave any further? But Zhang Changxiao quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. "I must be overthinking. What danger could a spirit stone mine pose?" Outside, Su Xiaomo climbed a tall tree to find a signal. "Hello, Tianqi, can you hear me?" Yes, we found a spirit stone mine in the Black Demon Forest." "Yes." "Send a few strong disciples over." "Yes, I'll pick them up then." Suddenly, there was a huge commotion from the cave. Su Xiaomo's face changed drastically, her eyes bloodshot. He jumped to the pile of rubble. He frantically said to the other side, "Tianqi, mobilize all strong practitioners in the sect. The cave just now is just a pile of rubble. The sect master and the others are trapped in the mountain." On Zhang Changxiao's side, the group had already delved deep into the cave. Ren Shan asked what was that commotion just now. Zhang Changxiao casually replied, "There are often small earthquakes in this forest. Sometimes it's just a ferocious beast stomping." "Don't worry," he couldn't help but marvel. The deeper they went, the more crystals there were, and the bigger their size. This mine is even larger than ours. But he also couldn't help but be vigilant. "I remember Elder Wei once said that spirit stones are very attractive to ferocious beasts, and such a large mine in the Black Demon Forest which is full of ferocious beasts." Suddenly he noticed, besides the sound of dripping water, why can't I hear any insect chirps? Zheng Chongxiao reminded. Everyone stay alert, this place might not be simple. Water dripped from above onto Lu Qianqin's shoulder. The water here is getting colder, after thinking she said, and there's a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation in the water. There might be ice or water attribute ferocious beasts here. Zheng Chongxiao and Li Qingyang froze at the same time as if they had seen something. He cautiously reminded, Qianqin, don't move. Li Qingyang also whispered, Senior sister, don't look to the left. Lu Qianqin was puzzled. If I don't look to the left, I won't. As soon as she looked, she discovered a black snake covered in eyes wrapped around her left shoulder. She didn't hesitate, immediately freezing the black snake with ice. After doing so, she still put on a brave front. It's just a small snake, I'm not scared. After she finished speaking, piles of snakes fell from all around her. Lu Qianqin froze. Zheng Chongxiao only dared to watch from the side. It's over. With Qianqin doing this, they're about to surround us. Li Qingyang was also speechless. Sect Master, let's go behind the ice layer to whisper. Then Lu Qianqin, regardless of friend or foe, shot ice chunks everywhere. The snake swarm was completely frozen and clattered to the ground. Lu Qianqin panted, her face flushed. Alright, finally wiped out this swarm of snakes, you can move now. Zheng Chongxiao and his group then broke out of the ice. Not only the snakes, but they too had been completely frozen. Qianqin, turn around, I need some quiet rest. He waved his hand. Qianqin, why are you shy? Fear of snakes is a human instinct. Li Qingyang inspected the snake swarm, his face turning grim. Sect Master, these are multi-eyed snakes. These snakes are best at concealing their aura and invisibility, which is why we didn't discover them. In terms of individual strength, they're not very strong. However, the biggest characteristic of multi-eyed snakes is he held up a snake and said, they're gregarious. Zheng Chongxiao's face also changed drastically. Lu Qianqin's scream came and he hurriedly ran over. Qianqin, your face is as white as a statue. Are you alright? Zheng Chongxiao looked at her. She was already too stunned to say a word. He then looked ahead. A snake nest filled with dense countless snakes. Ah, these big ones are multi-eyed snake kings. I feel like there are at least several thousand snake kings. He broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder this spirit stone mine didn't even have a single insect. It turned out to be the lair of these giant snakes. Xiao Zuiji then remembered Renshan. Upon mentioning him, where's Renshan? Was he taken by a snake? Li Qingyang replied, now is not the time to worry about him. With so many snakes, a few of us probably can't handle it. Meanwhile, Renshan was still trapped in the ice, unable to escape. Ah, is anyone coming to save me? Everyone rushed forward to kill snakes. Zheng Chongxiao reminded, don't use large-scale martial arts like Seven Profound Aura Break and Crimson Firmament Blazing Blade. If we accidentally collapse the cave ceiling or affect the mine, then we'll only be able to right our wills here. His entire body was soaked with sweat, but the number of snakes showed no decrease. Damn it, how many snakes are there here? The system spoke. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll answer you. There are a total of 96,321 multi-eyed snakes in this cave. Given the host's studiousness, this system will go with the flow. No, it will be compassionate and release a new mission. A new mission panel popped up. Elite mission, within 120 seconds. Eliminate all multi-eyed snakes in this abandoned spirit stone mine. Remaining time 119 seconds. Zheng Chongxiao's anger intensified. Are you messing with me? I can't use large-scale offensive martial arts here. With nearly 100,000 snakes, even if they lined up for me to hack, I couldn't finish in 2 minutes. He looked at his disciples. They certainly wouldn't last long enduring countless snake attacks at the same time. Moreover, these snake fangs are poisonous. Even Xiao Zuiji with his strong defense wouldn't last long. He decided, in that case I can only use this trump card. Zheng Chongxiao retreated to the back, reminding everyone, you all cover me for a while, I need time to charge up a big move. He channeled energy and golden light appeared, condensing a long sword in the air. The snake swarm suddenly stopped collectively, then turned and ran away. Li Qingyang was pleasantly surprised. The Sect Master's aura is too overbearing. The multi-eyed snakes were scared away. Li Qingyang didn't think so. They weren't scared away. They sensed their lives were threatened, so the snake swarm gathered into a huge mass. They want to retreat and gather strength to counterattack. The snake swarm charged over. The disciples couldn't stop them at all. Damn it, we can't hold them. They charged at Zheng Chongxiao simultaneously. Sect Master, be careful. Lu Qianqin suddenly struck from behind, creating an ice wall to block the snake swarm. Ice shackles, she urged. Hurry up, you pervert. I can't hold on for too long either. Zheng Chongxiao was also ready, revealing a victorious smile, and reminded, that's enough, all of you retreat. This venerable one is about to open a cheat. A ferocious beast was enjoying its meal when it suddenly heard someone step on a branch, making a snapping sound that attracted its attention. The beast was startled, turned back, and growled warily. Suddenly it saw the scene before its eyes, its body stiffening, and a look of panic appearing on its face. In front of it was a large crowd of people, completely encircling the area ahead. Xiaomo coldly looked at the person next to her. Tianqi, why did you bring so many tagalongs again? Tianqi turned and said, you only said the Sect Master was in trouble, and everyone was a bit agitated when they left. Completely unable to suppress their aura, they swept past like the wind, chatting as they went. Qingyang County and many sects on the way were attracted to us, but I didn't have time to deal with them, so I kept following them. Xiaomo turned thoughtfully, thinking to herself, I can't let these people discover my new spirit stone mine. With that, she shouted at the people behind her, ordering, The Ironbone sect is conducting business. Idlers retreat 100 miles or else. A group of people from other sects immediately channeled their cultivation techniques, creating dazzling fireballs which then instantly shot forward with their power. A massive explosion shook the ground and several trees were almost uprooted by the powerful energy, sand and stone flying everywhere, and the front was chaotic. When they realized what had happened, several large boulders behind them had already been blasted with a huge hole. A few people nearby were dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Xiaomo still calmly turned around thinking, those unafraid of death can keep following. She left a few disciples capable of sensing strength to prevent any fearless tagalongs from continuing to cling. Xiaomo was a little worried at this moment, her face covered in sweat, and hurriedly said, "Go find the sect master quickly." The spirit stone mine suddenly collapsed. "I'm worried there are high-level ferocious beasts inside." Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, ferocious multi-eyed snakes were everywhere. It gleefully stared at the prey before it. Changxiao held a long saber condensing saber chi in front of him. Only then realizing that this saber technique was difficult to retract, he swung a wave of saber chi forward. This was the all-purpose conductor's baton. He said with a triumphant smile, "Everything is under control." Changxiao shouted, "Line up," then swung a wave of saber chi towards the disgusting snake swarm. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened, watching in surprise as the snake swarm was dealt with one by one. A single saber could actually suppress so many ferocious beasts, preventing them from moving freely. His eyes sparkled. The upper realm, a divine weapon of this caliber must come from the upper realm. Changxiao thrust his saber through the bodies of the snake swarm, shouting, "Except for this one." He swiftly swung his saber, hurriedly finishing off those monsters. "Move fast." Changxiao unleashed a powerful attack, tearing the snake swarm apart, their heads and bodies separated. A single decisive slash. One person among the group spoke after seeing the attack. "Sect Master, it seems you've demolished the entire mine." Changxiao unhappily smacked his lips. "Alas, the saber is too long and difficult to retract." "That's precisely its inconvenience." Cracks had already appeared in the stone. The entire cave was crumbling, filling them with fear. Yi Xingqian was a little panicked. It was about to collapse. Changxiao had a stern expression, as if thinking about something, and murmured, "It would be a bit time-consuming to dig it up again if it collapses." He angrily pointed his long saber towards the side. "Did I tell you to collapse? Stop it." The long saber sliced through several stones, opening up another exit. Changxiao's expression was blank, thinking to himself, "Oh, so the aura emanating from this hard-to-retract saber is actually effective even on inanimate objects. It's just a bit disrespectful to Comrade Newton." Yi Xingqian still watched with worship in his eyes from behind. "The upper realm, definitely the upper realm." Changxiao's eyes were sharp and his smile was cunning. "In that case, before retracting the saber I can play more tricks." Not long after, the disciples outside arrived and they were dumbfounded, unable to speak. "Is this what you said? Was the sect master actually crushed under the collapsing mountain?" Xiaomo was equally surprised, letting out a cry of, "Ah!" Xiaomo watched Changxiao swinging his long saber to clear a path, stammering, unable to speak. This was a bit different from what he had seen before. Changxiao looked around in surprise. Didn't I say only a few people were needed to guard this place? Why did you send so many?" He turned and shouted behind him, "Qianqin, come here." Changxiao looked at her sternly and solemnly. "My time is almost up, you stand here, don't run around." Qianqin was still confused, her head full of question marks. With that he fainted onto the beautiful woman next to him. Xiaomo was startled and shouted, "Sect Master, Sect Master." Changxiao lay there resting, watching his disciples busy at work, not missing a single piece of ore and even acquiring over 90,000 core crystals. Such luck was truly astonishing. He turned and struck up a conversation with the person next to him. "Ren Shan, this unlucky kid unexpectedly joined our Ironbone sect, and he's being treated very well." Ren Shan let out a hum with a hint of foolishness on his face. "From childhood I've always had everything my way, and it was a bit boring. After meeting you I felt unlucky for the first time, so I decided to join." Changxiao looked at him helplessly. "So lucky he even wants to find bad luck. This guy hasn't experienced the trouble of having only a tiny bit of luck left." At this moment the system spoke, chatting idly with Changxiao. "Speaking of luck points, because the host recently pacified bandits and gained a new title, the host's luck points have increased." The system notified, "Title Greatest Hero, bonus 5 points." Changxiao was overjoyed, his heart blooming with happiness. "Wow, then my luck score wouldn't have increased 5-fold? Wouldn't I be able to easily use super powerful items from now on?" "Luck points." Ren Shan looked at Changxiao's unusually happy expression, a little worried. "Sect Master, why are you suddenly so happy?" The system continued to notify, "Anomaly detected, unusually high data, luck value is infinite." Ren Shan said foolishly with an innocent smile on his face, "Sect Master, I just sneezed and unexpectedly broke through my recent bottleneck." The system, amidst Changxiao's depression, cried out, "5 luck points, indeed, without comparison there's no harm, his luck value is infinite. Changxiao's can't even compare to a fraction of his." Changxiao lay there, only able to complain tearfully, "System, am I really the protagonist?" The system consoled him, "Good boy, we don't know these chosen ones. Now that your luck score has increased, it's a good time for me to send you the reward for the rat extermination mission." The system notified, "Congratulations, host, for completing an elite mission. Receiving 1 experience talisman, 1 bottle of top-grade aptitude enhancement liquid." "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission within the specified time. Receiving 1 bottle of mid-grade array aptitude liquid, 1 bottle of mid-grade sword Dao aptitude liquid." Qingyang peeked out of the cave holding a few core crystals. Has the sect master already passed his weak period? Changxiao stomped fiercely on the ground. The system notified the host of a successful breakthrough to 8th grade martial sect. The system was still calling out incessantly. The host has successfully broken through to 9th grade martial sect. Changxiao was full of energy, exuding an indescribable power. Let the breakthroughs come even more fiercely. Children, I'm only a few steps away from being a martial king. Speaking of which, doesn't he look like a villain? Changxiao looked at his disciples, smiling cunningly. Children, bring out your goggles. The disciples ignored him, leaving Changxiao feeling disappointed. He thought it was a big deal. So he's just leveled up a few times. That's commonplace. What's there to be surprised about? Delaying business. Changxiao was helpless and depressed. Alas indeed, showing off in front of familiar people always fails. These kids have seen it all. It seems I need to recruit some new disciples. Changxiao shook 2 rolls of ancient texts, saying with a smile, based on past experience, once I reach peak martial sect, a new mission will unlock. After completing it, combined with the array aptitude liquid and sword Dao aptitude liquid, I will be the rarest sword and martial duel king, and also an array master. Changxiao looked at the world with narrowed eyes and keen interest, 2 secret manuals in his mouth. In the future there will be more things to surprise those kids. Guys, is he starving? He's even holding 2 secret manuals in his mouth. Blue sky, white clouds, bright sunshine. A few days later in Qingyang City, in front of the city gate, a mysterious black-robed man on horseback drew his bow and aimed at the city. Arrows whistled, piercing straight into the city tower's plaque. This seemed to be a declaration of war. The declaration of war hung there. Changxiao picked it up, looking at it with a solemn expression. Finally, this day has come. Jianyang County is no longer just sending troops to probe. City Lord Shay was deeply worried, his forehead covered in sweat. Jianyang County's 200,000-strong army split into 2, heading towards Wyong County and Riveryong County respectively. Changxiao listened to him speak, burning the letter in his hand. They just notified us in advance that if we don't surrender, they will flatten the entire Qingyang County, Changxiao said with a stern face. Once Wyong and Riveryong are conquered, we in Wyong, Qingyang, Riveryong and Qingyang will face the enemy. City Lord Shay stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. If Wyong County and Riveryong County choose to resist, they can at least hold out for a year and a half. We still have some time to recruit troops. Changxiao immediately replied, no they won't. I just returned from Wyong County, it's already in ruins there. A year and a half? He looked into the distance, his eyes unusually serious. Even if they resist, lasting a week would be a luxury. I'm afraid I'll witness firsthand the speed of a French battle. In this way, with 200,000 troops marching rapidly, they could reach Qingyang County in just 1 month. Leaves fell one after another as if foretelling an ominous sign. Changxiao's voice continued to resonate. At the fastest, it will still take a month. He looked thoughtfully at the city below. This piece would eventually be torn apart. City Lord Shay gritted his teeth, feeling very displeased. This time, Jianyang County sent Great General Bai Ruohu. His White Tiger Legion is the elite of the elite, never defeated. Qingyang City is in danger. A person appeared from nowhere, interjecting into the conversation between Changxiao and City Lord Shay. Bai Ruohu, one of the 10 great generals of Southwest Yang Prefecture. Southern Suppression God of War, the White Tiger Legion has slaughtered countless, excelling in cultivation, military formations and defense. That person continued seriously. My Shay family army has only been defeated once, and it was by his hand. His title as God of War was forged in a sea of blood and mountains of human corpses. City Lord Shia's forehead was covered in cold sweat, fear in his heart. My Qingyang City only has 50,000 regular troops and they can't even be called elite. Sect Master Jun, everyone should seal off their mountains then. Ordinary wars don't involve sect forces. Changxiao's face was grim. He seemed to have given this very serious thought before speaking. In chaotic times, sects can seal their mountains for self-preservation and cultivate in peace, but I cannot do that. Changxiao turned around. His back seemed to carry many unspoken thoughts. He spoke. My Ironbone sect disciples are all for the people of Qingyang City. I teach them martial arts, teach them divine techniques, and now I'm supposed to teach them to hide alone, to avoid enemies when they come. Even if I were the sect master, they would hate me for it. Changxiao spoke, thanking City Lord Shay. My Ironbone sect will stand on the front lines. City Lord Shay looked over, somewhat surprised. Just a moment ago he was timid, but now he's somewhat worried. Changxiao's aura surged, his hair flying, erupting with power like a Super Saiyan 3. What meaning does a person's life hold if there isn't someone like you willing to guard it to the death? The system notified. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to peak martial sect, unlocking the mission Eliminate Corpses IV. Jianyang County attacks. Qingyang County is in peril. The host must lead disciples to resist foreign invasion and successfully defend Qingyang City. Changxiao smiled triumphantly. His eyes filled with anticipation and excitement, borrowing the words of a great man. Although my Ironbone sect is still very young, we are never afraid of dying in battle. Changxiao held an arrow in his hand, asking confusedly, is this a demonic blast arrow? Sealed with the berserk spiritual energy of an array, when fired, it produces a massive explosion with power comparable to a peak martial master. He showed a disgusted expression, yet couldn't believe that this was what directly led to the Wyong County governor's surrender. Did the entire county surrender to Jianyang County? At this moment, a girl came to report. It was Luo Chu. the Zhenyang County Army used a series of demonic blast arrows to destroy a city in Wyong County. The Wyong County governor announced his surrender right then and there. Chang Xiao casually examined the arrow carefully. After surrendering, this governor could also receive an idle post. Unfortunately, the people of his county all became slaves, their descendants enslaved for generations. This was a choice to live on their knees. Luo Chu solemnly reported to him. Although the governor had surrendered, a few cities in Wyong County also chose to fight to the death. But being isolated and unaided, the Riveryong County governor probably could only gather the county's forces to contain 100,000 Zhenyang County troops. A battlefield scene appeared before their eyes. Luo Chu thought for a moment, then continued. However, according to the Martial Worship Hall's reconnaissance intelligence, the power gap between them and Zhenyang County is too great. Failure is only a matter of time. Chang Xiao curled his lips into a smile. A few thousand disciples against hundreds of thousands of troops. In this battle we're still at a bit of a disadvantage, but Elder Wei told me he would give me a surprise in half a month which would raise our Iron Bone sect's strength by another level. He sat in his chair and continued to discuss with Luo Chu. Although the Qingyang County governor was absent, the person he selected was indeed very capable. The 8 city lords of Qingyang County are all resilient and decisive individuals, all determined to declare, the city stands, we stand, the city falls, we fall. Suddenly 2 arrows shot from somewhere unknown. Chang Xiao and Luo Chu were nimble. He didn't even need to move, his hand could catch things. Chang Xiao took the letter in surprise. It read, Urgent report, Qingling City in Wyong County has been occupied. To suppress other cities, hundreds of thousands of people in the city were killed by the Zhenyang army. Luo Chu frowned, reading carefully. The general who breached Qingling City was Miao Kuei. After massacring the city, he led 10,000 cavalry straight towards Qingyang Prefecture. She pondered. It seems he intends to rely on the cavalry's mobility for a long-distance surprise attack to suppress our morale. Chang Xiao flicked the letter. It instantly burned to ashes. With just 10,000 cavalry, he thinks he can come to my Qingyang and flaunt his power? He shouted loudly. General Shui, where are you? General Shui, come quickly, I am here. He sat casually, smiling sinisterly. Half an hour later, the wolf cavalry will be assembled. Chang Xiao chuckled maliciously, his eyes full of calculation. I want them to shed blood. General Shui cupped his fists, bowed his head and accepted the order. Luo Chu looked at General Shui's departing back, filled with doubt. Why does this General Shui resemble the Shui Rengui from the intelligence report so much? Impossible, how could such a person come to such a small sect like ours? I must be overthinking it. The camera cut to a forest where ancient trees reached the sky and hooves clattered. The leaders were triumphant. General Miao's strategy is brilliant. After breaching Qingling City, immediately attack Qingyang Prefecture, catching them off guard. Catching them unprepared, we are sure to capture it easily. With such success, General Miao will surely become Marshal Bai's top general. The 3 leading generals all revealed sinister smiles. It's just that after Qingling City fell, the brothers haven't had a chance to let loose. Another person spoke. After we capture the first city in Qingyang Prefecture, how shall we celebrate? The leader lecherously looked at his subordinates behind him. If we achieve such a great feat, the women in the city will be yours to choose. Just then their horses suddenly braked sharply, whinnying a few times, their front legs rearing, refusing to go forward. The leader angrily looked away, surprised. What's going on? Why are the war horses suddenly startled? He widened his eyes in horror. On the hazy moonlit cliff was the silhouette of a mighty beast. It was the wolf cavalry, an extremely powerful wolf. Its mouth was slightly curled as if in provocation. It looked at the men, then suddenly turned and left, leaving them stunned and unprepared. The leader shouted ecstatically, It's the ancient wind wolf king, quick, chase it and capture it. He smiled excitedly. Such a rare wind elemental fierce beast, if I offer it to Marshal Bai, I will surely ascend to glory. The wind whistled through the leaves. The moon was already halfway across the sky, indicating the pursuit had been long. The wolf cavalry stopped beside a cliff. From a distance the leader looked triumphant, having run himself into a dead end. Suddenly, he looked closely and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is there an extra person? He rode his horse, looking ahead, and shouted. Boy, is this wolf yours? Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. The person calmly called out Miao Kuei's name. In the moonlight it was our protagonist, Chang Xiao. He and his adorable little dog showed enthusiastic and friendly smiles. This venerable one has been waiting for you for a long time. Miao Kuei gritted his teeth in horror. He turned to flee, while also reminding the people behind him, It's an ambush, quickly retreat from this valley. Chang Xiao's mouth curled slightly as if everything was under his control, his eyes gleaming with malicious light. Several cute little dogs also started appearing on the cliff. Chang Xiao, hands in pockets, said excitedly, I'm afraid you came, but you won't be able to leave. Chang Xiao's soldiers rode wolves majestically, galloping under the moonlight. During the night raid, Chang Xiao and his group began to clear out Miao Kuei's army. Whose hand was on Bogu's shoulder, they bravely attacked the enemy. The men were caught off guard, all flustered, their attacks weak and ineffective. If you have the guts, follow me. The fierce wolf pack pursued relentlessly, biting at them with sharp teeth. The die is cast. After a while the small fry were all dealt with. Everyone lay on the ground beneath the valiant soldiers and our powerful little wolves. The 2 fleeing men kept galloping their horses. Miao Kuei angrily asked, Where did these wolf cavalry come from? My cavalry were all scared witless and directly killed by them. A subordinate timidly replied. General, I heard that a small sixth-rate sect in Qingyang City previously had a few wolf beasts. Could it be them? Miao Kuei was clearly displeased, looked back and said, a few? There were thousands of them just now. Is this a force a sixth-rate sect can cultivate? Zhang Changxiao, appearing from nowhere, also chimed in. Exactly. Do you know how much it costs to raise them? Miao Kuei felt a chill down his spine. Breathing heavily, he no longer dared to speak loudly as before. Zhang Changxiao simply walked leisurely, but his speed left both master and subordinate stunned. He lectured while speaking to the leader. Your cavalry are all left in that valley. Aren't you going to find a proper burial ground for them there? He smiled wickedly, pointing his long saber at Zhang Changxiao. You brat, without the wolf cavalry, do you think this general fears you? Boom 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 boom. After a few exchanges, Zhang Changxiao remained motionless. He still sat leisurely on his mount. What did you just say about wolf cavalry? Before he could react to why there were more wolves, he was already attacked by the pack. Scared out of his wits, Zhang Changxiao even seized the opportunity to give him the middle finger. Miao Kuei lay on the ground, vaguely seeing Shui Rengui reporting. Sect Master, the wolf cavalry has cleared out 10,000 enemy troops. One of our men was injured, but he only sprained his ankle jumping off a wolf. His face was bruised, but he still tried to prop himself up, waiting to see what would happen next. The battle was so one-sided. The wolf cavalry was even fiercer than I expected. They could even rival tanks on the battlefield. Miao Kuei collapsed to the ground, furious. You sneak attacked. If we were in a real battlefield formation, my iron cavalry would not have suffered such a tragic defeat. He angrily raised his head and shouted, and Marshal Bai will not let you off. My great general of Zhanyang will kill each and every one of you. He had just looked up when he revealed a shocked expression. Even the blood vessels in his eyes burst, showing how serious the situation was. He trembled under Shui Rengui's pressure, stammering, Shui Rengui, 5-star general, General Shui Rengui. Shui Rengui coldly interrupted his nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he was beaten black and blue by Shui Rengui. Spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, Shui Rengui cupped his fists respectfully to Zhang Changxiao. Sect Master, I will temporarily detain this Miao Kuei. He must know a lot of Zhanyang Army's military intelligence. Zhang Changxiao gazed at Shui Rengui's departing back after he finished reporting and couldn't help but hesitate with worry. Old Shui, as far as I know, Bai Ruohu is only a 3-star general, right? Shui Rengui turned around, his face grim. I'm sorry, Sect Master, 5-star General Shui Rengui is no more, Zhang Changxiao said seriously. Then old Shui, what about the battle you mentioned earlier where you were terribly defeated by Bai Ruohu? Shui Rengui dragged the enemy by hand and shoulder, turned and left. No matter how powerful an army is, as long as they still have humanity, they will have weaknesses, but Shui and General Shui never regretted that decision. Zhang Changxiao, hands in pockets, thought thoughtfully, did I inadvertently bring a great god home? It's just that Bai Ruohu suddenly lost 10,000 iron cavalry. I'm afraid he'll be vigilant for a while now. He smiled, more excited than ever. For every day you delay, you'll encounter a stronger iron-bone sect. Back in the city, good news arrived. After the general and the cavalry regiment disappeared, the Zhanyang army stationed in Qingling City, Wyong Prefecture, was delayed. Zhang Changxiao smiled slyly. But this news is not as surprising as what Elder Wei told me. He happily sat in his room absorbing the surrounding items capable of refining 5,000 Martial Master pills from high-grade medicinal ingredients. He pressed the system with his hand. Qingyang told me that all disciples had reached the peak of martial arts, coupled with the Martial Master pills. Before him was a vast and magnificent city. My Iron Bone Sect's 2,524 disciples have all reached Martial Master level and above. The camera cut to a small corner of Qingyang City, where people bustled in the streets. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the old man, making his wig fly off. An earthquake? No, he didn't say that. The old man whose wig flew off was startled. An earthquake? Look towards the Iron Bone Sect. A majestic fire dragon appeared in the street. They shouted in surprise, Golden Dragon? Zhang Changxiao stood beneath the giant dragon. Thousands of people breaking through to Martial Master simultaneously actually stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a dragon. With the help of the spiritual dragon, the disciples would probably all be at least high-grade first-level Martial Masters after breaking through. With that, he blinked. With over 2,000 Martial Masters being born simultaneously, we must be the first to break the Guinness World Record on the continent. A young man was punching and gathering chi, exerting all his strength in a single punch. Hey, those who watch for free but don't like or subscribe to the S channel. 1,000 Jin heavy punch struck with a boom. 280,000 Jin. He was full of energy and power, having condensed a spiritual core and reached first-grade martial sect within 1 year of rebirth. He grinned happily. In my previous life it took me 5 years to reach martial sect, and my strength was only around 200,000 Jin. Now I'm confident I'm invincible among those of the same level. Just then a not-so-light pressure suddenly came from behind him, instantly freezing his smile. Zhu Hong came out early in the morning with hot weapons to tinker with. Good morning, senior brother. He broke out in a few drops of sweat on his forehead, secretly comforting himself. I should have surpassed Zhu Hong by now, right? The camera cut to another place shrouded in mist where a fairy sat alone cultivating on a mountaintop. Qianqin closed her eyes and meditated. This girl is two beautiful brothers, she frowned, beads of sweat on her forehead, seemingly troubled. A white-haired old man, but he was not an immortal. He appeared in Qianqin's subconscious. After you break through to Martial Sect, you can go to Northeast Luzhou to find the Profound Ice Pond. He smiled and instructed, with your aptitude and physique coupled with the Grand Profound Ice Heart Art, your cultivation will definitely improve rapidly, but remember, speaking of which he hesitated, then continued to instruct, you must keep your mind as calm as still water. Otherwise, once your state of mind fluctuates after entering the Profound Ice Pond, you will suffer the invasion of 10,000 years of cold ice chi, making life worse than death. Qianqin stood on the high cliff thinking calmly. Grand Elder, although I have broken through to Martial Sect, I can never truly achieve a mind as calm as still water. After saying that, she coldly turned and left. I cannot delay any longer. The camera cut to another place, Zhan Chongxiao's residence. He stared blankly at Qianqin. She wanted to go out for training. Zhan Chongxiao asked worriedly, is your cultivation at a bottleneck? How long do you plan to train? Qianqin stared at Zhan Chongxiao expressionlessly. Depends on the situation. Perhaps 10 years, perhaps 100 years. Hearing this, Zhan Chongxiao was so shocked he almost spat blood. He looked at her dejectedly. Qianqin, if you want to leave, you can just say so. No need to beat around the bush. She still replied coldly, no, it's something I must do. Zhan Chongxiao unhappily forced a smile. After repelling Zhanyang Prefecture, then you can go. The Ironbone sect needs to maintain its top combat strength right now. Qianqin turned around and replied decisively, okay. Zhan Chongxiao began to provoke her from behind, speaking very loudly, deliberately letting Qianqin hear. After Qianqin leaves, who should I talk to about life ethics? Palace Master Shi is so cute, she should be very approachable, right? He kept muttering, and Qianqin had already started to get angry. Hallmaster Li is also very good. Dudu's body should be easy to flirt with. Just then, a slender jade hand grabbed Zhan Chongxiao's collar, startling him but not too much. Qianqin glared angrily at Zhan Chongxiao. You're coming with me to train. He just smiled subtly, satisfied. He happily stroked Qianqin's head, saying dotingly, whatever you wish, and she still maintained a charmingly petulant look, utterly adorable. The sound of a man's footsteps came. The man reported, Sect Master, there's activity from the Zhanyang Prefecture Army. Zhan Chongxiao, who had just been acting flippantly, immediately became serious upon hearing the man's words. They are marching rapidly towards Qingying City, he mused. What must come will come. The camera cut to another place, the Zhanyang Prefecture Army camp. A subordinate bowed, standing respectfully before the leader. Marshal, do you really want to mobilize troops to attack Qingying City? Give me half a month more and I will definitely capture Haiyang Prefecture and all stubborn resistance points. The man waved his hand impatiently. Half a month is too long and the progress is too slow. The speaker was none other than Bai Ruohu, the marshal of Zhanyang Prefecture. He continued, capturing Qingying City can tie up Haiyang Prefecture's forces. This is the meaning of a lightning war. He frowned, his eyes full of cunning and calculation. But the prefecture lord said that there are several sects in Qingying City, so we need to deal with Qingying City severely. Bai Ruohu shouted, where is Dao Yuan? A subordinate immediately responded. I am here, Bai Ruohu sternly ordered. You will lead 30,000 Tiger Might army to swiftly capture Qingying City, but there must be no mishaps. You are my beloved general. If the resistance is too fierce, I permit you to deal with it as you see fit. Dao Yuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. I understand, I will definitely subdue them. So they cannot resist. He turned and left, muttering to himself, of course. Then he added, but his tone was extreme. Before unification there must be great chaos. Without chaotic conflict how can there be peace under heaven? Dao Yuan's eyes flashed with 3 parts killing intent, 3 parts coldness, and 7 parts ruthlessness. Even if I massacre Qingying City, I will help the prefecture lord pacify the world. Today was a clear and sunny day. 2 men stood on the city wall chatting. Actually, they were discussing serious matters. Indeed, the Tiger Might Army ranked 3rd in the martial arts competition a few years ago. It can be said they are the elite of the elite. City Lord Xie looked timidly at Chongxiao. Brother Zhan, are you sure you don't need our 50,000 soldiers? Chongxiao merely put on a roguish look and smiled. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally injured our allies in such a high-level battlefield situation, and besides, he paused, looking at some of the talents standing guard on the city wall. With over 1,000 martial masters defending the city, it would probably be difficult for 30,000 soldiers to break through. The camera turned to the tightly shut city gates as Chongxiao's voice continued. What's more, I've added a few more guardians to Qingying City. I will also add a few more guardians to Qingying City. Someone next to him suddenly shouted, Sect Master. He aimed the gun and continued, guests have arrived. In the distance, thousands of enemy troops were approaching the city, kicking up dust. There were 2 enemy figures, an old man on the verge of death and Dao Yuan. Dao Yuan cunningly raised his fan and said stop. The enemy army was numerous, roughly estimated at no less than 100,000. Chongxiao smiled excitedly as if everything was within his plan, well-disciplined, truly elite. Zui Ji, let them hear the gunshots. Zui Ji aimed seriously and replied, yes. Oh, this power of democracy is truly formidable, brothers. What's the point of fighting? Just win quickly. He pulled the trigger with force and a bullet shot out from the barrel, flying straight towards the enemy army. Dao Yuan sat in his wheelchair and sneered, saying triumphantly, to dare to close the gates and resist, it seems I need to give them a taste of what's to come. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet shot towards Dao Yuan's forehead, and a wrinkled old hand deftly extended with spiritual power. He caught the bullet with just 2 fingers. Oh, he's even more powerful than Sun Wukong brothers. Wukong caught a bullet with his entire palm. He only needs 2 fingers. Dao Yuan, seeing what just happened, broke out in a cold sweat, stammering about surrendering. Shield Guard said. Then he immediately shouted for people to protect him. Shield Guard. The old man's name was Shield Guard. He smiled contentedly. This hidden weapon is truly interesting to have such power from such a distance. If this old man hadn't been here, the general would probably have died before even deploying. Shield Guard narrowed his eyes. The monarch's words are right. The waters of Qingyang City are a bit murky. Was it an expert from the Ironbone sect who made the move? Do you dare to fight this old man? With that, he flew out with great interest. City Lord Shay hastily pointed at Shield Guard and complained, he's a martial general, but martial kings cannot participate in secular wars. The other side isn't playing by the rules. Chang Xiao smiled excitedly. Rules are written by the strong. Even in another world, no one can force me to abide by them. Elder Zhang is alive. With that, Elder Zhang flew to confront Shield Guard head-on. 2 clashed palms testing each other. Shield Guard seemed surprised. A second-grade martial king. Elder Zhang, with a hint of cold arrogance, displayed his power. A 4th-grade martial king is only enough to scratch an itch. With that, he unleashed his ultimate move. A black and red aura enveloped them, greatly startling Shield Guard. Heavenly Nightmare Transformation. Elder Zhang took Shield Guard high into the sky and shouted down, Sect Master, I'll keep this martial king busy. Remember to give me overtime pay. City Lord Shay was dumbfounded and speechless. Brother Jun, the opponent is 2 grades higher than Elder Zhang. Is there any danger? Chang Xiao waved his hand and calmly said, it's only 2 grades. Our Ironbone sect is used to fighting stronger monsters. He smiled, looking to the other side. Now begins our war. The enemy began their moves. A war chariot slowly approached, looking enormous at first glance, and other cannons also aimed at the city wall. A soldier stood behind a giant cannon which showed how huge the cannon was. City Lord Shay began to sweat, doubting life. These are Spirit Stone demonic flame cannons. 1 shot is enough to destroy our city wall. They actually have 4 of them. Chang Xiao complained unhappily. The enemy has Italian cannons first. What should we do? Wait. Dao Yuan stood there with his fan saying triumphantly, Sect Master Jun, right? I Dao have one question for you. Will you surrender or not? Chang Xiao's lips curved slightly. Just Italian cannons. He looked at the imposing Zhu Hong, then continued, we choose to draw our swords. Back on the battlefield, Zhu Hong alone confronted thousands of troops. He was magnificent, his hair flowing in the wind, holding a long spear to meet the enemy. Dao Yuan merely glanced, then sneered, demonic flame cannons with death crystals, yet you only send 1 person to face them. I truly don't know if you're arrogant or foolish. Dao Yuan waved his fan and ordered, ignore him, blast down Qingyang City's dog city, fire. A small soldier immediately obeyed and lit the fuse, and the cannon immediately fired a powerful shell with flames soaring into the sky. Not just 1 but many shells. Chang Xiao calmly observed and evaluated and praised, not bad. 1 shell has a power of over 200,000 caddies. City Lord Shay stood by, pacing anxiously. Brother Jun, quickly find a way to save your disciple. Dozens of shells whizzed past Zhu Hong. City Lord Shay had fallen into complete panic. He actually let the shells shoot at us. Chang Xiao merely curved his lips, placing his full trust in Zhu Hong. You have to let the sword fly for a while, don't you? Zhu Hong merely glanced coldly at the shells, then began to act as if saying, darlings, you can't escape my grasp. He simply gently retracted and released his sword, and the shells shattered into pieces, just like how Classe rejects your confessions. Zhu Hong still stood there, maintaining a cool demeanor. Dao Yuan was dumbfounded. Have you seen how he drew his sword? The soldiers nearby were equally shocked, their faces pale, replying, no, we didn't see anything at all. Only then did City Lord Shay relax slightly. Brother Jun, your disciple is so young, yet his strength far surpasses an initial grade martial sect. Chang Xiao modestly said, it's a small matter. Zhu Hong's goal is to become a sword saint and sword emperor. City Lord Shay suddenly looked down and then hesitated. But why is your disciple heading towards the enemy camp? Couldn't he just stay on our side and defend against the cannons? Chang Xiao calmly replied. That's because his target isn't the shells, but the demonic flame cannons. Zhu Hong solemnly drew his sword and he uttered a sword move. Single character quick secret. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the shadow clone jutsu to charge towards the enemy. Dao Yuan angrily waved his fan, 1 person recklessly charging the formation. Mountain character battalion, kill him for me. Soldiers holding long spears charged to confront Zhu Hong's clones. The soldiers began to panic. He's not human, he's that. Before he could finish, a huge sword swept across, dealing with the soldiers. Immediately after, lightning imbued with powerful energy struck several large cannons, blowing them to smithereens. Zhu Hong landed coolly, turning around with a blank expression like Hu Guangxiao. Dao Yuan gnashed his teeth, veins bulging. To dare to destroy my demonic flame cannons, you are merely a bunch of scattered soldiers. I still have siege towers. At most, you'll be left with remnants. I will definitely capture Qingyang City. He continued to wave his hand, ordering the soldiers, Wind character battalion, fire character battalion, clear the way with heavy armor, maintain a stable formation and advance, leaving no opportunity for enemy sneak attacks. Forest character battalion, quickly build towers and siege engines. The camera cut to Chang Xiao, who looked down from above and praised contemptuously. To be suddenly slapped in the face like this, yet still able to calmly and steadily set up a formation, this Dao Yuan can indeed be considered a famous general. Sun Zhou walked over from behind and chimed in. He's a good prospect, but on the battlefield, talent alone isn't enough. He seriously added, analyzing, before they grow up, geniuses are just weaklings with potential. I've defeated quite a few generals in my time. Sun Zhou stood imposingly on the city wall, shouting to boost morale. Kill! In an instant Dao Yuan's rear army was ambushed. Dao Yuan was greatly startled, looked back, and couldn't believe his eyes. Enemy in the rear, how is that possible? This area is all mountains and forests, there's no place for an army to hide. Is it Wyong County's guerrilla force? He looked back, carefully observing the majestic warriors who were riding tall, powerful wolves. The soldiers of the Iron Bone Wolf Cavalry Hall were enthusiastic. It was time to put on a show. The leader of the wolf riders was mighty and contemptuous. Easily defeated, the wolf cavalry swarmed, fiercely attacking the enemy soldiers. In the chaotic battlefield, Dao Yuan still calmly pondered the situation. The strength of these wolf cavalry is close to martial sect. They can easily break through the Tiger Might army's formation, but a mere few thousand people want to take on my 30,000 Tiger Might army. Dao Yuan solemnly ordered, form the iron net array, don't give them a chance to move. The general next to him immediately waved his flag. All troops, listen up, form the iron. Before he could finish, he was attacked and disfigured. Dao Yuan was also greatly startled. A soldier ran over to report to the commander. The lieutenant orderly sent a signal, he said breathlessly to the soldier. Go, General, how do you want us to deal with these wolf cavalry? The soldier carefully replied. All troops form the Iron Maiden array. The lieutenant was suddenly surprised and asked, when did we ever train such a powerful array? A group of soldiers was forced to retreat by many cavalry wolves. It seemed Changxiao had gained the upper hand, and Dao Yuan anxiously ordered, all orderlies, form the iron net array, trap them, and move at the same time. He gnashed his teeth. Iron Buddhas, after several charges, my army has already lost 4,000 or 5,000 men. We cannot let them continue to run wild. The leader of the wolf cavalry was extremely excited at this moment. He brandished his long spear, smiling broadly and saying, finally, some resistance, otherwise this Tiger Might army would be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy revealed another trump card, and with a horse's stomp a piece of land actually sank deep down. The enemies who appeared this time were a group of people in iron armor, riding iron horses, but not from the Holy Duke. He shouted breathlessly, Iron Buddhas. His eyes narrowed and he ordered an attack. The iron-armored troops here began to attack the wolf cavalry over there. Dao Yuan sneered triumphantly, these 3,000 Iron Buddhas are personal guards bestowed upon me by Marshal Bai. 1,000 Iron Buddhas can slaughter cities and seize territory. They will surely defeat this wolf cavalry. The two cavalry leaders had already engaged. The iron-armored soldier brandished his spiked mace high, preparing to gift it to his opponent. Our lion-maned leader simultaneously endured the attacks of two spiked maces. Both eyes rolled back, and the horses and wolves, like their masters, vied to see who would fall first. The iron-armored soldier over there arrogantly said, a light cavalry dares to charge our heavy cavalry. In your next life, be a cavalryman with some brains. Our lion-maned leader began to get serious. I've had enough fun. Once I get angry, don't ask whose daddy I am, he seriously said. If it weren't for the sect master saying to record the capabilities of elite cavalry, your speed would be far too slow. As he spoke, he dealt the guy a heavy blow, knocking him to the ground. No need for teleportation. So who says I'm light cavalry? With that, he ripped open his clothes, adding to our side's prestige. We are clad in wolf armor, the strongest battle armor. The scene cut to the city wall where Changxiao and Sun Zhou were conversing. Wolf cavalry, destroy all your clothes. This indeed has the aura of a fierce general. Changxiao forced a pained smile. Old Shui, I never said that. Thousands of sets of clothes ruined just like that. How much money is wasted? Changxiao asked Sun Zhou with a bitter smile. Cultivating so many young lads into brothers, Old Shui. Can you tell me in detail about your mental journey? Back on the battlefield below, the remaining iron-armored soldiers were scattered like ripe jackfruits, falling all over the ground. The lion-maned leader was ecstatic. Anyone else? Dao Yuan was now beginning to be afraid. He ordered his subordinates, all archers fire demonic arrows, shoot them dead for me. The enemy soldiers began to draw their bows, awaiting orders. The lion-maned leader also showed no weakness, beginning to command everyone to deal with the enemy. Everyone, raise your shields, use the thorn array invented by the sect master. I don't know how effective this thorn array will be, but I already feel uneasy. He valiantly rode his wolf, fighting with all his might, moving as fast as if snatching the Golden Censer Award. He and the wolf formed an independent circular area. Dao Yuan was impatiently annoyed, acting mysteriously, and all the archers fired their arrows simultaneously, shooting them forward. The lion-maned leader merely curved his lips and activated the array. The arrows that had just been fired immediately collided with the formed circular area, bouncing back and terrifying the soldiers. Boom! Brilliant flames illuminated the night sky. Not bad at all. Changxiao rested his chin on his hand, smiling happily. The game is really simple. With a loud bang, smoke filled the air and one of Dao Yuan's subordinates covered him, blocking the attack. General, let's retreat quickly. The Tiger Might army is about to be defeated. We need to report Qingyang City's true strength to the marshal. Another voice immediately came, greatly startling Dao Yuan, who opened his eyes wide. Coming and going as you please? What do you take our Qingyang City for? Changxiao coolly flew in front of them. He loosened his collar and coldly said, Tiger Might army, huh? All troops, armor shattered. He shouted commandingly. The enemy army was immediately routed, everyone falling to the ground. Dao Yuan gnashed his teeth and surrendered. We surrender. Changxiao's lips curved into a smile. It seems my aura system is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be? The system immediately congratulated him happily. That's right. Mission processed. The system sent a notification. Ding. Defeated the entire Tiger Might army. Completed hidden criteria. Mission completion 30. The host gains 1000 contribution points. The enemy general is thoroughly defeated. Epic quest completion 50. The host gains 1000 contribution points. Jun Changxiao, after upgrading, radiates abundant power throughout his body. The system continues to remind the host that Qingyang City has been successfully defended, meeting the conditions. Epic quest completion 120. The host gains 4000 contribution points. Jun Changxiao's face shows an excited and cunning expression. Quest completion means I am about to become the leader of the entire continent. Jun Changxiao channels energy to form a sword, his other hand excitedly rubbing a ball of light. Wu Ying holds a unique skill in each hand, leaping up joyfully. Zhu Hong's eyes widen in surprise. Did the Sect Master break through to Martial King? All the disciples watch in similar astonishment. I've seen many Martial King breakthroughs, but never one of such power. Zhu Hong anxiously watches his sword suddenly fly away. My sword. Jun Changxiao hovers in the air, countless swords swirling around him. The people below continuously discuss. All the swords are flying towards the Sect Master. It's as if they're worshipping him. Meanwhile, on another cliff, Wang Donglin is cultivating, also seemingly sensing the anomaly. Another person is equally astonished. What's going on? The scene shifts to Haiyang Prefecture, where Wei Hu looks in the direction of the powerful aura. Did the sword and martial dual king break through a realm described in ancient texts? So it wasn't a legend. Since ancient times, dual cultivation of sword and martial arts hasn't necessarily led to a breakthrough to martial king. A subordinate runs to report. Marshal, that's the direction of Qingyang City. General Dao just went there and also encountered an anomaly. I'm afraid things are dire. Wei Hu turns and enters the tent. Blockade. He hears a mocking voice from inside and stops. Marshal Bai, how disgraceful. The person inside sits gloomily like a monarch. The sword and martial dual king is merely a martial general. He can't threaten us. Wei Hu bows respectfully, clasping his hands. My lord, this subordinate has been rude. Please forgive me. The old man tied up behind him roars. Our Haiyang Prefecture has no grudge with Junyang Prefecture. Why do you treat me like this? Chao Chun smiles sinisterly, pointing at the old man. Junyang Prefecture is too small to satisfy this lord's ambition. Your Haiyang Prefecture is ignorant, so let me teach you a lesson. With that, he reveals a cunning smile, saying viciously, if I want to eliminate you, you have no choice but to die. After speaking, a sword is held against the old man's neck, scaring him speechless. Just as you spoke, Chao Chun swiftly dispatches the old man with clean and precise movements. How dull. Wei Hu bows and reports, my lord. There's an anomaly in Qingyang City. Should I send someone to investigate? Chao Chun turns his head and says with a hint of playfulness, investigate? Does Marshal Bai think this will make the enemy stop their actions and strengthen their forces, then send troops to eliminate us? Wei Hu's forehead sweats. This subordinate would not dare. Chao Chun turns and leaves, casually instructing with a touch of teasing in his tone. Little Bai, no need to be so nervous. Our most important task now is to eliminate Wyong Prefecture and Haiyang Prefecture and reorganize our army. He turns to look at Wei Hu. Oh, and one more thing, did I ask you to arrange things with Martial King Dao Yuan? Wei Hu carefully replies. Yes, he is Elder Shui of the Lingyuan sect, but he is only a 4th grade Martial King, which seems insufficient to contend with the sword and martial dual king. Chao Chun reveals a sinister and cunning smile. It's precisely because he's insufficient. If Martial King Shui Dingfeng is killed, we will witness a marvel, he leisurely explains. In 5 millennia on the Starfall continent, only one sword and martial dual king, Qian Bian, has ever appeared. He's dead. The scene shifts to another location where Shieldguard runs breathlessly, probably at his wit's end this time. He's about to witness it firsthand. He breathes rapidly, gasping for air as if he's never truly breathed before. At this moment, the familiar footsteps of the sword and martial dual king appear before him. Jun Changxiao strides majestically, with an endless stream of green swords falling behind him. Jun Changxiao shakes his hand. Is this a 4th grade martial king? He turns to Elder Zhang, teasing. How ordinary to be able to beat you like this, old man Zhang. You really need to cultivate harder. Elder Zhang frowns unhappily. Ahem, do you think everyone's like you, sword and martial dual king? This martial king is not only a 4th grade martial king, but the best of the best. This is a true master among masters. Jun Changxiao proudly self-compliments. Then am I a master among masters among masters? Old man, you're praising me so much it's making me a little embarrassed. Shieldguard furiously attacks the two. Jun Changxiao still converses leisurely, while a huge snake charges forward with its mouth open. If you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes, Elder Zhang exclaims in alarm. Sect Master, be careful. Jun Changxiao swiftly and easily dispatches the snake. With a bang, Jun Changxiao effortlessly kills the snake without even moving. He sneers, quite decisive, aren't you? Running away when you can't win. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shieldguard's figure is gone. He runs so fast. It seems he hasn't died this time. Jun Changxiao uses his ultimate move, still praising his opponent. Good footwork, looks like he's from a major sect. After saying that, he unleashes his full power for a fatal blow. Shieldguard glances back worriedly, his face full of displeasure. Jun Changxiao, without doing much, has already flown above the old man's head. Startling Shieldguard, give up. Today this venerable one will use you as a sacrifice. Jun Changxiao uses the 100 hits piercing dragon claw. After that, he smashes the old man to smithereens, but just when he thinks he's dead, only a faint wisp of smoke disperses. Jun Changxiao is stunned. A substitute. Zhen Changxiao chastises himself in a daze while Shield Guard prepares to attack him from behind. That movement technique coupled with this substitution jutsu. Did this old man enter the wrong movie? A dazzling light flashes, blinding the audience. Shield Guard trembles in terror, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Abnormal black and red spiritual energy begins to appear around Zhen Changxiao's body. Your luck is bad. Not only have I advanced to Martial King, but I just drew a divine skill. The spiritual energy condenses into a cool black armor. The system displays a notification. Spirit Armor Martial Skill, Top Tier Mid-Grade Defensive Martial Skill. Transforms spiritual energy into armor covering the entire body, forming extremely powerful defense while also allowing for offense and defense. Shield Guard's face turns pale with fright. If you kill me, the Lingyuan sect will not let you off. Our Lingyuan sect is a fourth-rate sect. Zhen Changxiao arrogantly approaches the old man step by step. A small matter. As long as this venerable one smashes you to dust, who will know you died? By the time your Lingyuan sect uncovers the truth, this venerable one might already disregard fourth-rate sects. Zhen Changxiao's face again shows a villainous smile, and he contemptuously says, "Let me show the Lingyuan sect what a force bomb is." Shield Guard desperately defends. "Ignorant little thief, you will surely regret this." Zhen Changxiao channels his power. "I've already let you experience my Martial King strength, now let me show you my Sword King strength." He strikes Shield Guard with a palm, sending the old man flying far away. The old man struggles in his dying moments, saying, "You will surely regret this." Zhen Changxiao coldly replies, "So noisy." He sneers, his eyes cold. Next he will use colorful light to obliterate the body. Zhen Changxiao gently waves his hand and Shield Guard's corpse disperses like sand. Suddenly, an unknown pressure emanates from somewhere, greatly startling Zhen Changxiao. He desperately calls out to the system, "System, what's going on? Why is there such a sudden surge of pressure?" The system replies, "Host, there's bad news and even worse news." The system announces the bad news. The system has detected a martial emperor 100 miles away who has locked onto you and is rushing towards you at extreme speed. His aura is the same as the martial king you just killed. He should be from the same sect. Zhen Changxiao frowns unhappily. Damn it, this martial king must have some mechanism that notifies a martial emperor upon death. What's the even worse news? The system continues to notify. Being able to suppress the host from 100 miles away, this martial emperor has probably reached the high-level martial emperor's aura realm. Zhen Changxiao struggles to stand up under the pressure. Martial emperor or high-level martial emperor, it's all the same to me. It's not really worse news. The system starts gossiping again. I'm an uncontrollable saber against a martial emperor with an aura domain. The system calculates the host's chance of death at 99. Zhen Changxiao is annoyed and helpless. I still have another 500 years to live. The scene switches to another place. Chao Chun holds a cloth doll in his hand. Recently, the Lingyuan sect hasn't been doing well either. The martial emperor of their sect, who has been in secluded cultivation, is nearing the end of his lifespan, but among the remaining people no one can hold up. He smiles sinisterly. Only this elder Shui possesses top-grade martial emperor aptitude and is also proficient in all the Lingyuan sect's unique techniques. In a little more time, martial emperor might not even be his limit. He continues, so the martial emperor regards him as the Lingyuan sect's treasure, almost never leaving his side for fear of any accident befalling Elder Shui. Wei Hu also speaks. How could the Ironbone sect possibly threaten Elder Shui? Chao Chun cunningly says, normally it's impossible unless. Chao Chun reveals a despicable expression. Someone leads that martial emperor away for a few days. Chao Chun looks at the model, continuing to explain. The Starfall continent has a rule that martial kings are not allowed to directly participate in secular conflicts. And based on my observations of the Ironbone sect, without deploying martial king or martial emperor level experts, a mere army cannot shake Qingyang Prefecture. His face is grim and he schemes deeply. Only by enraging a furious high-level martial emperor can we use him to completely uproot the Ironbone sect, this variable, and sever the Lingyuan sect's future. By then probably no one in the Ironbone sect will be spared. Wei Hu's forehead sweats, bewildered. My lord, why are you so concerned about the Ironbone sect? Merely for them, you secretly harmed the Lingyuan sect, and you previously infiltrated Qingyang City yourself to probe their background. Chao Chun remains silent for a long time, then replies with a grim face, the Ironbone sect should not exist and the future variable Zhen Changxiao should not exist. Chao Chun turns and leaves. Little Bai, you wouldn't understand, you just need to know that I will lead Zhenyang Prefecture to a different future, so these variables that shouldn't exist must be eliminated as soon as possible. Wei Hu respectfully replies, yes. Meanwhile in another place, Zhen Changxiao is toiling away. He hands a draft to the system. System, what do you think of my plan? I will conceal my aura and fake my death pretending to perish with Elder Shui. This will surely deceive everyone. The system enters discussion mode and replies, I can only say from a customer's perspective your understanding is not deep enough, a bit superficial. Zhen Changxiao has another idea, so he discusses with the system, how about this? Let's analyze it again. The underlying logic of this design is not smooth enough. This is the nth time, it should be fine now, right? It lacks uniqueness. Where's your highlight? This is T1 version. The Martial Emperor will be here soon. How about we switch back to the first version? Zhen Chongxiao finally collapses after 7,749 discussions. System, are you making me relive my previous life again? Don't you know when I first arrived here just then? Zhen Chongxiao's eyes suddenly light up. I remember, he clenches his hands. Excitedly calculating, in my beginner's gift package there's an escape talisman. With it I can instantly escape, break free from his aura lock, and then with the Ironbone sect and my disciples, change our strategy. Zhen Chongxiao gleefully holds the talisman when suddenly he's pressed to the ground by the formidable pressure. Zhen Chongxiao looks up and a figure appears in the distant sky. He has arrived. The man with white hair and beard hovers high above Zhen Chongxiao. He is startled. Ding Feng, when he sees Shieldguard's body lying on the ground, he is even more shocked. You killed my beloved disciple, severing the future of my Lingyuan sect. He sheds bitter tears, burning with rage. This old man will tear you limb from limb. Zhen Chongxiao struggles to sit up. The Ironbone sect style of action. You people of the Ironbone sect, today you might defeat me, but you can never defeat me. With that he flies forward. You can never defeat me. The man looks at him, commending. Quite a bit of backbone. After saying that, he channels his cultivation, releasing several bolts of lightning from his hand. But it's merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a casual palm strike, Zhen Chongxiao screams in agony, his entire face disfigured. He is shocked and disbelieving. This old man did nothing, so how did he fly away? The system says. Host, what you just said about having a backbone was a bit disingenuous. Zhen Chongxiao dashes in a daze. Disingenuous? What disingenuous? Don't you know? Because bones have resilience, they don't break easily. He clutches the talisman in his hand. It's time to use the escape talisman to create distance between us. The man chases Zhen Chongxiao, charging forward furiously. You cunning brat. Zhen Chongxiao waves the talisman, and at this moment, space is torn open and the sky is ripped apart in response. An unknown minor character emerges from the spatial rift, secretly delighted. I finally escaped. 3 large question marks appear simultaneously above both their heads as their gazes meet. Zhen Chongxiao is stunned, unsure who this guy is. Who is this kid? The newly appeared person is immediately affected by the pressure, and with a rumble an unexpected explosion occurs. Zhen Chongxiao squeezes into the spatial rift, somewhat worried. System, does your escape talisman also have a summoning function? The system replied that the image was for reference only, and everything was subject to the actual product. He drilled into the space, his gaze still on the unidentified person. The newly emerged fellow was He Wudi, who collided with the old man, both of them dazed with pain. In another scene, Chongxiao successfully escaped. He was panting, wondering where that expert came from to be able to use such a powerful iron head technique. Chongxiao recovered his composure, but then became worried. How could an ordinary sect have such a high-level martial emperor? The power he exuded was even stronger than what Elder Wei had initially. The system stated that he was probably a reclusive Grand Elder, but with that dense aura of decay his lifespan was likely nearing its end. Chongxiao looked around and tentatively said, First let's figure out where we were teleported, then quickly return to the sect. We can't let the martial emperor harm my disciples. Back on the other side, Wudi vaguely opened his eyes. Did I successfully arrive in the lower realm? I think I just bumped into someone. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled to see the bump on the old man's head. 2 monsters. Wudi immediately kicked the man away in a panic. He sat up, panting. When did people in the lower realm become like, stone monk statues? Wudi angrily shouted. I've already said I don't know where that fragment of the 7 profound aura scroll went. These damn guys forcing me to lower my cultivation and come to the lower realm. I will definitely get my revenge. His hair bristled, veins bulging with anger, and the phenomenon disappeared. The after effects of lowering his cultivation burst forth and a white mist enveloped him. As the mist gradually dispersed, Wudi reverted to his youthful appearance. He clenched his hands, sweating profusely. The physical body he had painstakingly cultivated had regressed to his youth, and all his cultivation had gone to waste. He was short, yet appeared exceptionally serious. The elemental attributes of this low-level mortal realm are different from my original world. The spiritual energy is extremely weak. I have a whole bunch of high-level martial arts, but I can't adapt to this broken world, making them difficult to use effectively. Wudi frowned unhappily. But as long as I'm alive, becoming stronger is inevitable. I will definitely return to my peak. Moreover, my talent as Wudi is still there. Even the martial arts of this mortal realm, I can easily master them. The old man who had been kicked away finally made a sound indicating he was still alive. Wudi looked expressionlessly. This is a martial emperor, isn't it? My cultivation is 0 now, so it's better to stay away from such minor figures for now. He held his arms, moving with difficulty step by step. Wudi glanced behind him. It seems I'm injured all over now and without cultivation. I've become prey for a bunch of beasts. Come out. A pack of fierce wolves appeared simultaneously. A wolf quickly pounced on Wudi. He said nothing, just casually swung his hand, knocking it down with a single punch. Wudi glanced disdainfully. I am a dignified saint monarch. Even if I'm a tiger fallen into the plains now, I'm not someone a pack of hyenas can bully. Seeing this, the other wolves, not knowing their place, charged forward. Wudi grabbed one with one hand and kicked another away with a foot, appearing formidable. The other charging wolves met the same fate. 5 incense sticks later are put to rest. Chang Xiao observed for a while, sighing, severely injured without a trace of spiritual energy in his body, he should have no cultivation, yet he can easily defeat 700 or 800-pound hyenas. This is truly incredible. He sat on the tree, slowly discussing with the system. This is truly unheard of, the system's voice chimed. Perhaps he is Starfall Continent's Chang Wei, born with divine strength. Chang Xiao's lips curved, holding something in his hand. Now to use the truce card. The Ironbone Sect's crisis will be postponed for 3 months. Seize the opportunity to recruit another good talent, he suddenly wondered. But system, how do I use this truce card? Can it entangle a martial emperor? The system shouted. Trade secret cannot be revealed. With that he tossed the truce card to the old man. As if hypnotized, the old man dazedly asked, Who am I? Where is this? Back to Woody's battle. The tree was violently struck by something shaking precariously. Woody was panting, but it seemed the dog was even more exhausted than he was. Woody was utterly fatigued now, his injuries growing more severe, and his mind was somewhat blurry. He had to leave this dense forest quickly. If another pack of fierce beasts came, I might truly die here. He took a step to leave when Chang Xiao's voice suddenly came from behind. Friend, please stay. Chang Xiao approached Woody, praising, excellent at such a young age, to possess such a strong physique, truly a rare martial arts prodigy in 100 years, he continued, and Woody paused, listening. If one day you can open your ren and do meridians, perhaps you can soar to the heavens. Chang Xiao began to put on a show, gliding over several large leaves, opening his arms and inviting, if I don't go to hell, who will? My life is only for eliminating evil and promoting good and protecting world peace. I see that you and I are fated, so I specially bestow upon you a great opportunity. Woody looked at Chang Xiao, lost in thought. Was that little minion I just encountered the one being chased by the martial emperor? Chang Xiao held a piece of paper, slyly smiling. I have a secret manual here, a 10-yuan talisman, which is an application to join the Ironbone Sect. The Ironbone Sect is a super-powerful ancient sect passed down from antiquity. Woody looked speechlessly at the person before him. Just talk. Why do you keep blowing leaves? Chang Xiao paused for 5 seconds. Don't you think it gives off more of an expert's aura, and a little sexy too? Woody turned and left very decisively, leaving Chang Xiao petrified behind him. I don't want to join a sect that isn't very smart, Chang Xiao still babbled on, following behind. My young brother, I am the sect master of the Ironbone Sect. My personal invitation is a rare opportunity. In the Ironbone Sect, food and lodging are provided and martial arts resources are free. And there are many little sisters, but the little sisters are mine. Our martial arts are extraordinary. Coupled with your talent, you will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Sect Master Chang Xiao doesn't need a cooldown, he just keeps nagging. My young brother, meeting is not easy. Cherish this fate. You are at the age where you need strength the most, and meeting me, someone who can transform you, what a great opportunity. Moreover, the people of my Ironbone Sect live prosperous lives and are kind-hearted. They will definitely make you feel at home. And you are covered in injuries now. In this deep mountain forest, if you encounter an ancient wind wolf king, a little dragon, a lightning tiger cub, or a wild boar, you'll be in trouble. Woody impatiently turned around and cursed. Are you itching for a beating? You haven't stopped talking this whole way. While Woody was cursing with his mouth open, Chang Xiao quickly tossed a pill into his mouth. Woody chewed it in confusion. What is this? In an instant, Woody's previous injuries disappeared. Woody examined his body astonished. In just a blink of an eye, all his injuries were gone. Chang Xiao proudly showed off. This is a top-grade healing pill, just a little surprise for you. The most important thing is, he gloated, his face shining, I am the sword and martial duel prodigy, seen only once in a millennium on the Starfall continent. You will be my final disciple. Oh dear, just kidding. The kid's face was stiff. Woody pondered. I also need to understand everything about this mortal realm, so joining this old man's sect wouldn't be bad, he spoke. Sword and martial duel, then guiding me is barely acceptable. I've joined. Chang Xiao reluctantly accepted for now. Your arrogant look reminds me of that guy named Yi who refused to reveal his name. Woody picked up the pen and signed. From now on, Woody will be your final disciple. Don't be stingy with martial arts resources. Chang Xiao rolled up the paper, smiling smugly. Of course, people in the martial arts world call me young Master Chang Xiao. Honest and reliable, I would never deceive anyone. The system spoke. Host, are you really accepting him as your final disciple? What about the goal of 100,000 disciples? Chang Xiao secretly smirked. Don't worry, I've written a very clever annotation. At the end of the page, Woody signed. The annotation read, The Ironbone Sect reserves the right of final interpretation. The scene switched to the Ironbone Sect's residence. Woody was slightly surprised. Look, your sect also has quite an imposing presence. Chang Xiao enthusiastically showed off. Of course, our goal is to become the strongest sect on the Starfall continent. Chang Xiao led Woody inside, slowly explaining. But our Ironbone Sect doesn't support idlers. Since you're my last disciple, I'll give you a task every day. After turning off the lights every day, you have to close all the doors from here inwards. Woody grew more confused as he listened, sweat forming on his face. Was this the meaning of a final disciple in the mortal realm? The scene switched to another location, the Ironbone Dungeon. Dao Yuan stammered. So, Dao Yuan impatiently tapped the table. Dao was under some kind of spell and went mad. Sect Master Jun helped me, temporarily confining me here. Chang Xiao's expression was serious indeed. General Dao's situation was very dangerous at the time. I used various precious medicinal herbs from the sect to restore General Dao's sanity. Dao Yuan scratched his head, somewhat confused. No wonder I always felt like I'd forgotten something when I woke up. It must have been the poison. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for saving my life. Chang Xiao forced a smile. It's nothing. I merely cherish talent and couldn't bear to see an outstanding individual like General Dao suffer misfortune. While he said this outwardly, he thought inwardly, System, the power of the Truce Talisman is truly amazing, he recalled earlier. When I wrote Junyang County on the talisman, all the forces in Junyang County completely forgot about my Iron Bone sect's existence. It truly lives up to its name as a truce card. Chang Xiao happily invited. General Dao, the Iron Bone sect happens to have a wolf cavalry drill today. Are you interested in observing? Dao Yuan replied delightedly. It would be an honor. The scene switched to the cavalry training grounds. The wolves roared majestically. Not just one but many wolf cavalry training with warriors. Dao Yuan looked at the scene before him in surprise. Such high-level ferocious beasts, yet they could achieve man-wolf unity and strict discipline. Even my Tiger Might army is no match for the Iron Bone Wolf Cavalry. Sun Zhou humbly said, We still have a long way to go. I hope to train the Wolf Cavalry Hall into the strongest army on the continent. Dao Yuan looked at Sun Zhou. Hall Master Shui, you truly have ambition, but an army needs more than just individual combat ability. Military strategy is crucial, and a general's tactics are indispensable. Sun Zhou and Dao Yuan continued their discussion. Oh, it seems, little Dao, you also have quite a bit of research on military strategy. How about we discuss it? Hall Master Shui can train such cavalry. I, Dao, would be more than happy. Chang Xiao stood in the distance contemplating. If old Shui can complete the mission, then General Dao will be my Iron Bone sect's new general. The system spoke. Old Shui is a 5-star general. It's not impossible for Dao Yuan to become his fan. Chang Xiao's lips curved into a smile. Of course, after all, old Shui is Marshall's 5-star phoenix. 3 days later, Dao Yuan respectfully clasped his hands. Disciple, I obey my master's command and join the Iron Bone sect. I also wish to become a 5-star general like my master. Chang Xiao sat upright. Since you are old Shui's disciple, I naturally welcome you. General Dao, to welcome you, I appoint you as my final disciple. The camera cut to outside the gate. Woody watched the new disciple standing guard with him and snorted. Another one brainwashed. Woody suddenly thought of something. Why did I say that again? Back in the scripture pavilion, the muscle tendon changing sutra was being continuously flipped through. Woody secretly sighed. This Iron Bone sect is not simple. These martial arts I'm learning are very special. Even in my world, they would be considered top-tier divine skills. Closing the book, he kept thinking, but in the higher world, I became a saint by undergoing life and death trials, not by cultivating step by step. I will carve my own path, so he secretly resolved, today I will leave the Iron Bone sect and venture out into the continent. The door was pushed open. Woody walked quickly, ignoring the praises of another disciple. Junior brother, Are you closing the door again? Oh, your aura, junior brother, he has broken through to martial apprentice again. So fast, looking at the two disciples worshipping him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is a martial apprentice? He spoke again, yet didn't understand, so Woody left without looking back. Looking at one disciple, he spoke. Junior brother E's talent is truly astonishing. Every time he breaks through the 12 meridians within a few days, it's just a pity he has a serious illness. Hearing this, another disciple said, I knew it, it's time for his illness to act up again. Closing the door, Woody left the residence and said, Young Jun, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, I, the Saint Monarch, will definitely help you. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, the system's warning sounded, detecting disciple Woody's intention to leave the sect. Sect members 2527-5000. Then a jolt of electricity shot directly, making Woody's eyes roll back. After a series of operations, the system sounded, executing memory erasure. As soon as the words fell, he fell to the ground. Seeing this, a disciple shouted, Help! Junior brother, he has fainted again. Why don't we just toss him to the sect master? Chang Xiao was currently reading a report. Hearing someone enter, he looked up and saw Woody, then said, Were you surrounded by a pack of wolves in the forest and fainted? This venerable one saved you. You have no parents and no relatives on the Starfall continent, right? If so, why not join my Iron Bone sect? Hearing this, he was stunned. This, before he could finish, Chang Xiao interrupted him. No need to say more. This venerable one accepts you as my final disciple, responsible for closing the doors every day. Martial arts resources, take whatever you need. Go find Qingfeng sword and check out the introductory level. He led everyone to the Woohoo gate. Seeing Woody walk out in a daze, Chang Xiao sighed inwardly. I've said these words so many times I'm getting tired of them. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Sect members 2528-5000. Seeing Chang Xiao not respond, the system asked, Host, I've already erased Woody's memory 4 times and recovered the martial arts. Why do you still insist on keeping him? Chang Xiao patiently explained. He's only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, and he's already broken through the 12 meridians. Even a divine talent couldn't do that. Then he gesticulated excitedly. I can't understand not taking such a talent into the sect. I am the man who will gather all the super geniuses on the Starfall continent. Seeing Chang Xiao like this, the system sighed softly, but looping like this every time isn't a solution. Chang Xiao then hugged his face in frustration and said, I'm worried about brainwashing him until he becomes an idiot. I thought martial arts like the muscle tendon changing sutra would be enough to make him stay. After speaking, Changxiao looked up, secretly resolving. I don't believe it. He decided to tempt him again, notifying Qingyang that all high-level martial arts in the scripture pavilion would be open to He Wudi. At this moment, Qingyang was enthusiastically introducing junior brother He. This is the scripture pavilion. You can browse freely. The 2 back rows are the high-level cultivation technique area, which is now open to you. Looking at the stacks of books, He Wudi secretly mused, muscle tendon changing sutra, explosive fist, mountain splitting palm. These are all martial arts I've never heard of, but why do I feel so familiar with them? He walked along lamenting, as a dignified saint monarch. I should start with high-level martial arts, he suddenly exclaimed. Hey, low consumption, that's interesting. He Wudi casually glanced around, nonchalantly saying, Crimson firmament, blazing blade, barely divine grade, it's alright. 7 profound aura break. He looked to the side, blurting out in surprise. Recalling the previous events, He Wudi couldn't help but frown. I was chased to the mortal realm by the Saint Monarchs precisely because of the 7 profound aura break. Could the sudden disappearance of the scroll fragment be due to the Iron Bone sect? He then hastily opened the records and examined them carefully, and indeed it was also a fragment. Could it be mine? Looking at the handwriting on the records, He Wudi was somewhat surprised. Copy. That's right, this scroll looks new and it doesn't have the aura of a powerful expert like my fragment did. The more he read, the more surprised he became. But the content of these few pages is identical to what I remember. How could a small sect like the Iron Bone sect have a copy of such a divine technique? Could it be? He Wudi said no more, taking his questions to Changxiao. Changxiao, after hearing, asked him back in a daze, Are you asking about the founder of our Iron Bone sect? Outwardly, Changxiao remained composed, but inwardly he kept speculating. This was the first time He Wudi had asked this question. Could it be that after multiple memory loops he had finally broken through to a new storyline? Hearing Changxiao's question, He Wudi respectfully said, Yes, I heard senior brother Qingying say that our sect's founder is Sun Wukong the Great Sage. I am very curious about the deeds of the first sect master. Changxiao then revealed a cunning smile and said, Actually, these are all sect secrets. You've just joined, so I shouldn't tell you. But since you're my final disciple, I'll make an exception and tell you. As Changxiao spoke, he began to imagine. Sun Wukong wandered from Lingshanpo, went through 81 trials, gathered 108 disciples, changed Lingshan to the Iron Bone sect, and created the sect's 10,000 years of glory. To add depth to the story, Changxiao looked directly at He Wudi and continued, It's a pity that prosperity inevitably declines and things that are too strong break easily. Sun Wukong's psychic jade divine technique, even surpassing the Starfall continent, left him with pure yang and no yin, enduring the pain of being roasted by alchemical fires every day. Until he met his fated person, Miss Lin, who turned the tide. Only then did Sun Wukong achieve greatness. To make the story more profound, he turned around, feigning mystery. But fate works in mysterious ways. Miss Lin died at the hands of Wu Zhongyuan, which spurred Sun Wukong to sever emotional ties. His martial arts had already transcended the Starfall continent, and he ascended to the immortal realm on 7-colored auspicious clouds. He Wudi was astonished to hear this. 108 subordinates severing emotional ties, 7-colored auspicious clouds. Just imagining it excited him. Isn't this exactly the record of the 7 profound saints in ancient texts? The Iron Bone sect is the starting point of the 7 profound saints' descent to the mortal realm. This is great. He Wudi stopped overthinking and immediately knelt down and bowed, saying, He Wudi sincerely pledges allegiance to the Iron Bone sect now. Changxiao was stunned, wondering, Sincerely, did my story have such a strong appeal? After leaving, Changxiao snapped his fingers, waiting for the system display, and said excitedly, I've recruited another genius disciple. I'll take this opportunity to refresh some divine items. Then he revealed a confident smile, his eyes resolute. I have a premonition that I'll definitely get the urgently needed items this time. Looking at the gradually appearing black energy, he couldn't help but exclaim, Truly a divine item. Changxiao propped his chin with his hand, pondering, This isn't what I need, but I wonder if the system can tell me. Changxiao looked at the system in front of him and asked, Why do the divine items I draw always happen to be exactly what those around me urgently need? Has all my luck been used on other people? The system then began to explain. Ice Heart Art Mind like a city of ice, unaffected by anything. I shouldn't need to explain much, right? The spiritual medicine is a primary grade. It is said that Taisheng Laojun used the 6-ding divine fire, one of the 4 heavenly fires, to refine spiritual pills and medicines. Note, it's a failed product, so it can only treat martial cultivators below the martial king level. In a small courtyard, Tianqian finished her cultivation, slowly opening her eyes, feeling the changes in her body. The Ice Heart Art is indeed extraordinary, very suitable for my cultivation method, and it allows me to quickly enter a state of calm and clarity until, she paused, her face slightly flushed, then said, I saw your face, why are you so close? Changxiao, after hearing this, couldn't help but move a little closer, then replied, I wanted to test the effectiveness of the Ice Heart Art. Didn't expect it to make you indifferent even to my handsome face. It really works. Without waiting for her reply, Changxiao stood up and turned to straighten his clothes, not forgetting to say, So Tianqian's cultivation problem is temporarily solved. I also got a spiritual medicine, which I can give to Palace Master Shi to treat her eyes and see if we can win them over to fight against Junyang County. Tianqian didn't answer his words, but suddenly asked, I heard the Lily Saint sect is a sect exclusively for women. Changxiao turned back and replied, yes, I heard they're the top girl group in their county. Their combat power and appearance are both extremely high. Perhaps in the future, they can arrange a friendship for those smelly boys in our sect. Suddenly, he was surprised to see Tianchen walking towards him. Before Changxiao could speak, she quickly interjected, I'll go with you to learn about this unique fourth-rate sect. Looking at Tianchen, Changxiao couldn't help but ask, Tianchen, isn't this your limited edition outfit? Don't you think it's enough? Changxiao quickly said, and when did you change? I feel like I missed 100 million. At the entrance of the library, Meng Ying's eyes were glistening as she whined. Senior brother Qingyang, please, I also want to cultivate martial arts like my senior and junior brothers and sisters. Qingyang then squatted down and replied to the little one, Meng Yang, you're still too young this year. You shouldn't get involved in martial arts too early. Wanner, seeing this, said, Senior brother Qingyang, why don't you let Meng Ying try some mental cultivation techniques? It's rare for her to be interested in martial arts. Fearing he wouldn't agree, Wanner placed her hand on her chest and promised, and with me, her senior sister, looking after her and not cultivating martial skills, there definitely won't be any problems. And as soon as she finished speaking, the little girl leaned next to Qingyang and said, Senior brother Qingyang, I'm showing off to Meng Ying. Help me out. 2 roasted meats. Qingyang narrowed his eyes and replied, 3 meals. Wanner accepted without hesitation. Deal. Qingyang then opened the door and let the 2 in. Before they went in, he didn't forget to carefully remind them, go in. The second row on the left has some basic mental cultivation techniques. Call me if you have any questions. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanner said, Mengyang, see, I told you so. The little girl confidently walked in through the door. From now on, in any matter concerning the Ironbone sect, just mention your sister Dudu's name. Then, following Qingyang's instructions, they walked for a while and arrived. Looking at the rows of books, Wanner asked in confusion, I was just playing earlier. Mengyang, do you still remember where senior brother Qingyang said the mental cultivation techniques were? Mengyang just softly replied, I think it was the 3rd row, turn left. The 2 searched every corner and suddenly stopped. Wanner asked in confusion, I think it's around here. Mengyang looked around and softly said, Sister Lu, it seems a little dark here. Wanner, after hearing this, stubbornly said, What's there to be afraid of? I'll protect you. Suddenly, a strange rope appeared behind the 2. After a while, Mengyang ate a cookie and asked, Mengyang, you've been holding so many books and reading for a while, have you learned anything? Meng Ying replied that although she didn't understand many of the words, she felt as if these mental cultivation techniques were familiar and they seemed to be guiding her. Suddenly, the books on the ground began to disappear. Outside, Qingyang was engrossed in reading when he suddenly felt a strange aura. Sensing that something was wrong, Qingyang immediately rushed in, yelling, Do, Meng Ying. After running for a while, he saw Wanner trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. Qingyang immediately rushed over and blocked her. Looking at the person in front of him, Qingyang cautiously called out, Meng Ying. At this moment, Meng Ying was enveloped in a red aura. Suddenly, Meng Ying turned her head, revealing eerie red eyes. The little girl suddenly said coldly, 10 generations. As Meng Ying spoke, the little girl's body flew up. 10,000 years. I was also outside. With a loud bang, everything around them collapsed. Although injured, Qingyang still tightly embraced Wanner, vigilantly looking around. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he bent down and asked Wanner, Do, are you alright? Quick, get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic body that had enveloped Meng Ying chuckled sinisterly. I never thought this time it would be thanks to a little girl, and in the blink of an eye I see a peerless genius. Qingyang, seeing the demonic body approach, stepped forward to shield Wanner behind him. Seeing that he didn't speak, the demonic body said, Even 10,000 years ago, only a genius could break through to the martial emperor realm. With that, the demonic body charged forward, constantly exclaiming, Eating you will definitely be a great tonic. Seeing the demonic body about to close in, Qingyang assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, 2 fists came from behind him, blocking the demonic body. The newcomers were Zhang Xie and Elder Wei. Looking at the demonic body in front of them, Zhang Xie cautiously said, Innate demonic seed of a reincarnation left by the strongest demonic emperor 10,000 years ago. I thought that was just a legend. Elder Wei, after hearing this, continued, This demonic body which awakened 1,000 years ago once massacred half of the righteous path. I didn't expect it to reincarnate in Meng Ying again. Elder Wei then carefully instructed, Qingyang, all disciples below the martial king level who can fight, retreat immediately, the further the better. This old man will do my best to buy you time. The sect master is at the Manhwa sect, hurry and go after him. The demonic body, after hearing this, disdainfully said, A gasping martial emperor, a mere martial king, dares to speak of blocking me. Your sect is truly interesting. Your spiritual roots are also unusual. Thousands of geniuses. The more it looked at the people in front of it, the more excited it became. Heaven truly favors me. With these delicacies I will definitely advance further. In this life I will definitely revive the demonic path. Then it attacked everyone. Heaven and earth flame art, demonic path eternal. The demonic body's attack was too sudden. Zhang Xie and Elder Wei were both hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood then flying backward. Suddenly a hand from behind supported the 2, then gently placed them down. Seeing someone approach, the demonic body said, Oh, someone else dares to seek death? The newcomer didn't answer its words, only spoke to greet, Long time no see. Under the demonic body's astonished gaze, Yi Xingqian calmly walked over and then said, 1,000 years ago how majestic you were, though compared to me back then there was still some gap. The demonic body, after hearing this, couldn't help but sweat and asked in confusion, this emperor, this tone, this demeanor. The demonic body, after seeing Yi Xingqian's divine soul, blurted out in surprise, Emperor Yi. Then it quickly regained composure and respectfully said, I never expected that even someone as powerful as you would have a day of reincarnation. Yi Xingqian replied calmly, that's just because I trusted the wrong person back then. Then he smiled and said, back then I had some friendship with your previous life. In this life I will also lend you a hand. You only need to activate Mengying's innate demonic body, and together you and I will cultivate Mengying into the strongest demonic empress. How about it? The demonic body fell into thought. That works too. After getting an answer, Yi Xingqian said, it's decided then, you should recover soon too. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic body leaned into his ear, its tone sinister, but if I absorb you while you're weak, wouldn't I become the strongest demonic emperor in 10,000 years? Yi Xingqian said nothing more, immediately turned around, and threw a fist at the demonic body. As the fist condensed into a ball and was about to hit the demonic body, someone interrupted their fight. Too noisy. The newcomer was He Wudi, who walked over impatiently saying, if you're going to fight, fight properly. Why all the shouting and yelling? Before the two could retort, He Wudi said, the main gate has been blown away several times. How can I feel at ease closing the doors? Seeing him approach, Yi Xingqian said with difficulty, He kid, hurry up. In contrast to Yi Xingqian's anxiety, the demonic body only stared at He Wudi, then said, his soul felt the pressure from He Wudi's soul, and so the demonic body was sucked out of Mengying's body by a mysterious force. Seeing the demonic body subdued, He Wudi couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the venerated dojo of 7 Profound City, they even have such rare innate demonic body pets. In contrast, Yi Xingqian looked bewildered, his mind constantly roaring, what is this? Who am I? This is illogical. What just happened? Ignoring Yi Xingqian, He Wudi turned and left, leaving only one sentence. Remember to help each other in the future. And remember not to disturb me when I'm closing the doors outside the hall. Chang Xiao was asked, looking bewildered, are you here for Palace Master Shi? He still replied, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 elders with serious expressions coldly interrogated him. What's your surname? Where are you going? What's your name? Where are you from? How many people are in your family? How many mu of land do you own? After writing, Chang Xiao turned to Lear and instructed, Lear, do you have to fill out so many forms to see the palace master in your sect? They almost asked me which foot I stepped out with first today. Hearing this, the little girl replied, our palace master was raised by the elders like their own daughter since childhood, and in recent months, Palace Master Shi has only talked about your stories. The palace master is almost a fan of yours now. Seeing Chang Xiao not respond, Lear said, so in the eyes of the elders you are a pig trying to covet their cabbage. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shiver, constantly feeling as if many people were staring at him from behind to break the dull atmosphere. Chang Xiao coughed a few times, then glanced at Tian Qi next to him. Cough, cough, my damn charm. Palace Master Shi and I are just good friends. I'm here today because I recently acquired a good medicine for treating eyes. Hearing this, an elder spoke. The Palace Master's eye condition is congenital. We have visited many famous doctors, but there is no cure. Are you trying to use the excuse of offering medicine to make a better impression on the Palace Master? Seeing Chang Xiao ignore her words, she called him a playboy. Seeing the elder's displeasure, Chang Xiao and Tian Qi formed half a heart shape and said, this flower of mine already has an owner, are you relieved now? Tian Qi, however, was not so flamboyant, merely forming a small half heart shape between the two of them. Hearing Chang Xiao's words, the elders immediately shouted furiously, Playboy, playboy. Looking at the tense situation, Chang Xiao spoke, it seems I must produce real evidence to make you believe me. Then he took out a pill from his clothes and the pill's spiritual energy instantly filled the entire room. Looking at the pill before them, an elder turned to the elder next to her and asked, Fourth sister is a master of medicine, take a look. Before she could finish, the elder next to her replied, this pill contains the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, something I've never seen before. Upon seeing the pill, the elder couldn't help but exclaim, calling it a celestial elixir and saying it might be able to cure the palace master. In the hall, Jing Chen apologized, I'm sorry Sect Master Jun for letting the elders trouble you. Hearing this, Chang Xiao politely replied, it's all right, the elders are also looking out for you, but I am very curious. He glanced at Jing Chen, then said, the 4 elders are all peak martial kings and their quadruplets, their combined combat power must be astonishing, yet you can control them. Hearing this, she smiled and replied, it's not control, they just dote on me quite a bit. Jing Chen held the pill in her hand and gently spoke, is this the spiritual medicine Sect Master Jun found? Seeing this, Chang Xiao naturally replied, a few days ago I happened to encounter a master of medicine specializing in eye conditions. He was on a long journey and I helped him with some troubles. Thinking of your eye condition, I asked him to bestow this immortal medicine upon me. Hearing this, Jing Chen said with a slight blush, Sect Master Jun is so good to me. Then she brought the pill to her lips shyly saying, Sect Master Jun's handsome face has already appeared in my mind. Then Jing Chen continued speaking while consuming the pill, hoping this pill would help her achieve her wish. After consuming it, a spiritual energy enveloped her. Then dense spiritual energy covered her eyes. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I think I can see. Hearing this, Chang Xiao stood up excitedly and shouted, Excellent. Upon seeing Changshao's appearance, Jing Chen couldn't help but say with disappointment, Sect Master Jun's looks are quite ordinary. Hearing her evaluate him, Changsha suddenly froze in place, petrified. Suddenly a black spiritual energy invaded Jingquan's eyes, then a series of system prompts sounded, "Host, something's not right." The light in her eyes has disappeared again. She seems to be blind again, and her aura is rapidly changing. "Host, wake up quickly." Before the system could speak, Jing Chen spoke in a cold, icy tone. "I never expected Sect Master Jun, this perfect person whom Quanner thought of day and night, to be so ugly." As soon as she finished speaking, she flew up, looking sharply at Changsha. "How dare you disappoint Quanner?" Hearing this, Changsha's mind was in turmoil. Why had the Palace Master's tone of voice changed? She was completely like another person, and her aura had rapidly risen from initial grade Martial King to nearly Martial Emperor. Before Changsha could speak, Jing Chen coldly interrupted his chaotic thoughts. "Then just kill him." Hearing this, Changsha's face showed a hint of disbelief. Before he could speak, Jing Chen rushed over to attack, but Changsha luckily dodged. Having just dodged a move, Changsha asked the system, "This attack power is already close to a Martial Emperor. System, why didn't you tell me earlier that primary grade spiritual medicine has such a powerful effect on increasing cultivation?" Hearing this, the system replied, "How is that possible? If primary grade spiritual medicine had such an effect, I would have made you eat it yourself long ago." Then the system looked at Jing Chen before them and said, "The problem might be with her. Her current state is very similar to." After a pause, the system hesitantly spoke, "The awakening of a second personality." Hearing this, Changsha said with displeasure, "Does this little girl really have two personalities?" Suddenly, 4 figures rushed in from outside, then immediately split up, working together to create a barrier to trap Jing Chen inside. Seeing the barrier about to break, an elder spoke, "Unbrat, quickly use all your strength to help us control the Palace Master. She's in a state of eruption. If we can't control her, everyone will die at her hands." Hearing this, Changsha softly said, "Martial Emperor level, indeed, it's time to play my trump card." Then he pulled out 2 long spears and shouted, "Second Master, Third Master, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 divine souls appeared from behind Changsha. Without further ado, the 2 divine souls rushed forward together to attack Jing Chen. Seizing this opportunity, Changsha also rushed forward to suppress her. After a while, Jing Chen woke up, and seeing Changsha, she spoke, "I wonder how I should address Palace Master Shi." Hearing this, he softly said, "You should rest for a while first." Seeing the situation resolved, the 4 elders withdrew their spiritual energy. As soon as they did, an elder spoke, "I never expected Sect Master Jun to control the enraged Palace Master with just one move. His strength is extraordinary." Hearing this, the elder next to her continued, "And those 2 weapons also seem to be extraordinary." Seeing the 2 elders discussing his weapons, Changsha replied, "They're just divine artifacts, nothing to mention. I'm very wealthy." After waking up, Jing Chen lowered her head and repeatedly apologized, "I'm sorry, truly sorry, Sect Master Jun. I almost hurt you, and I suddenly went berserk again this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Changsha calmly replied, "It's a small matter. I was also just trying out my trump card. Martial Emperor level still can't hurt me, but Palace Master Shi, does this symptom of yours recur often?" Hearing his words, Jing Chen reluctantly said, "Whenever I feel lost or my emotions are unsettled, I enter this berserk, uncontrolled state, but after waking up I don't remember anything." Hearing her say this, he was a bit confused and asked again, "Lost?" Seeing Changsha puzzled, Jing Chen spoke, The moment I saw Sect Master Jun's appearance." Then, disregarding Changshao's expression, Jing Chen innocently spoke, "Although that spiritual medicine didn't restore my eyesight, it allowed me to see this world for an instant. Sect Master Jun is indeed a bit different from how I imagined him." She became more excited as she spoke. "In my mind, Sect Master Jun should at least be 3 parts aloof, 3 parts arrogant, 3 parts indifferent, plus 2 parts gentle." Hearing Jingquan's description, Changsha then reminded, "Don't let Lear read you domineering CEO novels anymore. And that adds up to more than 10 parts. Suddenly, Jing Chen looked up at him and asked, "By the way, I heard there's widespread war in your county. Haven't you been affected?" Hearing this, he replied, "This is also my second reason for visiting besides offering medicine. I hope Manhua Palace can lend our Ironbone sect a hand." Fearing her disagreement, Changsha added, "Although our Ironbone sect's strength is considerable, I'm not arrogant enough to directly contend with the forces of Lord Lu Deng of Mu County. I don't know how many martial emperors and martial kings they have. Our Ironbone sect still needs time to grow strong enough to fight them." He paused and smiled and invited, "So I hope Palace Master Shi can lend her support." Before he could finish, Changsha was interrupted. "No," an elder walked in and said, "Junyang County's strength is astonishing, and their county lord is even more unfathomable. Our Manhua Palace will not take risks for the Ironbone sect." Then another elder behind her also spoke in agreement. "Palace Master, don't be fooled by this kid. He's just a 6th-rate sect, isolated and unaided. How could he possibly contend with Junyang County?" Hearing this, Jing Chen spoke to defend Changsha. "Elders, you have never been to the Ironbone sect, nor have you seen their astonishing internal affairs." Seeing the elders fall silent, she continued, "If you saw the wonders of the Ironbone sect, you would know that helping them now isn't gambling but an investment." Seeing this, Changsha also chimed in, "And elders, our Ironbone sect is not isolated and unaided." Then he smiled, looking at the elders, and said, "One of my powerful old friends might have already arrived in Qingyang City by now." Outside the city, a guard on the city wall asked, "Who goes there?" In front of the city gate was a group of people dressed in black. The leader of the black-clad figures softly said, "The Long family's people, are you referring to Long Zishan?" He smiled, looking at the people in the city, then said, "Long Zishan is here with all members of the Dragon Group to lend support." Inside the living quarters, Jing Chen smiled widely, trying her best to curry favor. "Grand Elder, the Iron Bone sect will definitely rise in a very short time. They not only have countless geniuses, and the spiritual energy in their sect is also very dense." Seeing that she couldn't sway them, she had no choice but to continue. "And the spiritual medicine from Elder Wei contains 10 times the energy of ordinary spiritual medicine. It can be called an immortal medicine." Hearing this, the Grand Elder suddenly asked in surprise and doubt, "What is the name of the medicine their sect grows, Wei?" Without hesitation, the Grand Elder went to find Chang Xiao and asked, "Jun Brat, what is the name of the medicine your sect grows, Wei?" Hearing this, he replied, "Elder Wei." Then he spoke, "I think I've heard it. It's something like..." Stammering, he only managed 2 words, "Wei Qing." After some thought, he finally remembered and said, "Feng." Hearing this, the faces of the elders all darkened, and an elder rushed over, grabbed Chang Xiao's collar, her face as if she wanted to devour him alive, and said, "We want to personally inspect your sect." Suddenly, Chang Xiao didn't understand the situation and randomly replied, "Elder Wei, these are 4 embryos, truly our role models." Back at the sect, Chang Xiao spoke, "Elder Wei, here's the thing. In a few days, Palace Master Shi will bring her disciples and elders to the Iron Bone sect." Seeing Elder Wei not respond, he spoke, "Those 4 elders look very angry. What are you hiding?" Suddenly, Elder Wei replied with teary eyes, "Jinger, Yuer, Leer, Fenger are my lost youth." Then he spoke, "Sect Master, don't worry, I can handle my emotional life. The main issue now is what to do about Mengying's innate demonic body." As he spoke, the old man turned to look at Chang Xiao's expression. "Once the news gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Once the innate demonic body appears, it will be hunted down across the world, and the Iron Bone sect will become the enemy of the righteous path." Hearing this, a smile curled on Chang Xiao's lips, and he stretched out his hand as if summoning something. "Mengying is the sect's darling, not to mention an innate demonic body. Even if she had the Qilin Phoenix blood physique, I would still protect her. If anyone dares," as he spoke, a tank appeared, "then I'll take my Italian cannon and go reason with them." Outside, Ziyang said with a sly chuckle, "I admit you're strong, but what if I say what if?" Then he raised a flag and shouted, "If I use this large banner, how will you respond? The banner even has the large characters Yamamoto, your immortal ancestor, written on it." Chang Xiao stood on the tank shouting at Ziyang, "2nd Battalion Commander, fire!" Hearing this, Ziyang on the other side also refused to be outdone, saying, "Li Yunlong, don't let me underestimate you." Watching the two play, Sushamo couldn't help but exclaim, "The Sect Master and big brother Ziyang are having so much fun." Hearing this, Qingying next to her replied, "I heard the Sect Master say he's Zishan, a fellow countryman, and they hit it off well." After a while, both lay on the ground panting. Zishan spoke cheerfully, "Phew, it's been a long time since I've had so much fun." Hearing this, Chang Xiao happily replied, "I'm also seizing a moment of leisure now. It won't be long before Junyang County faces another crisis." Suddenly, Zishan sat up and said seriously, "Junyang County is strong, but it still can't compare to Longying City. I've arrived in Qingyang City and they have more or less some concerns, but before I came I already investigated that county governor." But then, remembering something, Zishan spoke, "This kid, some of his actions are terrifying even to recall." Seeing this, Chang Xiao stood up and softly asked Zishan, "Oh, I've also found something, let's discuss it together." Zishan suddenly thought of something and said, "I had the same idea." Both of them snapped their fingers simultaneously. Shadows darted across the branches and both landed at the same time. They respectfully said to Zishan and Chang Xiao, "Young Master, Sect Master." It was then that they realized there were people around them. Turning their heads, they were surprised to find each other looking at them and asked, "Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Martial Worship Hall?" Hearing them say this, Zishan and Chang Xiao asked, "Do you two know each other?" The Hidden Dragon Pavilion replied, "When we went to various prefectures to gather intelligence, we had exchanges with the Martial Worship Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the Martial Worship Hall echoed, "It was quite enjoyable together. We had a few fights. At least neither of us lost." The Hidden Dragon Pavilion added, "So the Martial Worship Hall is the commander of the Iron Bone sect. I heard about the Iron Bone sect's thick skin passed down through their bloodline. No wonder you're invulnerable, swords bent on you, yet you refuse to admit defeat." The Martial Worship Hall retorted, "You flatter us. Fighting with you was like entering a dragon's nest. Every move was like a dragon." Hearing them say this, Zishan couldn't help but sweat and said, "We fought and got to know each other, huh? From now on our 2 intelligence agencies are brothers." Hearing him say this, Chang Xiao next to him was in no better shape and could only say, "We'll talk about competition later. Now it's about serious business. You can even spy on each other later." The Hidden Dragon Pavilion suddenly knelt, respectfully saying, "Your Royal Highness Zhou Chaochun, the prefect of Junyang Prefecture. His behavior suddenly became strange a year ago. 10 secret realms and ancient heritage sites were discovered consecutively in Junyang Prefecture, and each time he could arrange everything in advance, basically managing to collect all the treasures from the secret realms every time. There's even one secret realm that can be opened at any time, and its opening time and location are controlled by him." As soon as he finished speaking, the Martial Worship Hall also knelt, respectfully saying, "As for the sects within Junyang Prefecture, Zhou Chaochun also seems to know their secrets. They are being blackmailed by the prefect and obey his orders, but these sects don't at all resemble 4th or 5th-rate sects. They are more like his army, just like those cross-realm sects. Then both of them simultaneously produced scrolls and said, "This is the specific intelligence." After that, Changxiao said, "Good, you two may withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished without a trace. Looking at the scrolls in his hand, Changxiao spoke with difficulty. Could Zhou Chaochun be a prophet? No, if so, he wouldn't have encountered so many setbacks at the Ironbone sect. If that's truly the case, Zishan and Changxiao both said in unison, "You've been reborn." Zishan looked at the scrolls before him and couldn't help but sigh. These were all things he had experienced, which was why he could seize the initiative. But a transmigrator like him, perhaps a variable, he never knew, and he definitely knows we're not from the same place. Otherwise, the Long family's businesses in Zhenyang Prefecture would have been enough to attract his attention. Looking at the scrolls before him, Changxiao couldn't help but sweat. This kid has already gathered 6 high-level sects, with probably over 100 martial kings, not to mention those secret hiding places. The number of martial kings cannot be estimated. Changxiao seemed to realize something and cried out in horror. Damn it, if he's a reborn person, then the Ironbone sect is the only variable in his mind. He couldn't help but turn to Zishan and say, "The truce card's effect of erasing Zhenyang Prefecture's hostile intent is useless against him." Not only that, Changxiao continued, "The words Ironbone sect are enough to stir up the greatest malice in his heart." At this moment, Zhou Chaochun was furious. "You mean to say none of you remember wanting to attack Qingyang City and fight the Ironbone sect?" Hearing this, all his subordinates replied in unison, "This subordinate deserves death, but this subordinate truly doesn't remember ever receiving such a military order." Hearing this, Zhou Chaochun gently rubbed his temples, annoyed. "No, something is very wrong. In my previous life there were no Ironbone cannons at all, yet now the enemy can be so carefree. I have no reason not to contend with him." The more Zhou Chaochun pondered, the angrier he became. "And I find that I still have no hostility towards the Ironbone sect. What kind of method is this, to be able to influence the minds of everyone in my entire prefecture?" Although angry, he inwardly comforted himself. Calm down, calm down. The opponent has such a method but only seeks to annoy me, rather than directly eliminate my Zhenyang prefecture. This indicates that the Ironbone sect's methods are devious but still not enough to confront us head-on. So he thought to himself that he needed to gauge the Ironbone sect's depth. And Zhou Chaochun called for Bai Ruohu. As soon as he finished speaking, someone said, "At your command." Seeing that the person had arrived, Zhou Chaochun said, "I didn't expect that within 3 days 200,000 elite soldiers are already ready to attack Qingyang City. You all go and prepare." After everyone had left, he called for his hidden guards. Sensing someone behind him, Zhou Chaochun said, "Go to the various sects and gather 20 martial kings." As soon as he finished speaking, the person behind him replied, "Yes." After the person left, Zhou Chaochun revealed an evil smile. "The world is like a chess game and all beings are chess pieces. But if I choose to flip the chessboard, how will the Ironbone sect respond?" Looking at a bag of beans, Zishan asked doubtfully, "Is this bag of beans your strategy for dealing with the enemy?" Changxiao replied, "Of course it's more than that. There are also a few incantations." At this moment, Changxiao's eyes were glowing and he continuously chanted, "The sky is dead, the yellow sky will rise, the year is Jiaozi and the world will be auspicious." The camera shifted to Manhua sect. Jing Chen had already brought people to the Ironbone Sect Master Jun. "I've brought a few true disciples and 4 elders to assist. Unfortunately, the grand elders have already gone into secluded cultivation to the death, otherwise a martial emperor guarding us would be even more stable." Seeing her say this, the orange-clad woman reminded her, "Quaner, that's not all. Why are you revealing all our trump cards? Be careful of being deceived by some scumbag, especially those with sweet talk, grand promises, pretending to be handsome and cool, looking at what's in their bowl while coveting what's in the pot, and being fickle." Elder Wei silently mourned for Changxiao for 3 minutes. Changxiao said, "Let's put aside the matter of fighting scumbags for now. You've had a long and arduous journey. Our chef Lu has already prepared a meal, so please eat first." The orange-clad woman coughed and replied, "Then let the disciples go eat first." "Elder Wei, isn't that Wei Qingfeng? Where is he? We have something to discuss with him." I've also made a directional sign. Elder Wei is waiting for everyone in the lakeside pavilion in the back garden. Just follow the arrows. In the lakeside pavilion, a group of onlookers was hiding, whispering to each other. "Shish, quiet down. It's not every day you come across such a fantasy ethical romance drama." As soon as he saw Elder Wei, he warmly greeted, "Jinger, Yuer, Lier, Funger, long time no see." But the orange-clad woman loudly said, "Cut the nonsense. Why did you leave without saying goodbye back then?" Elder Wei explained, "Back then my brothers had an urgent matter in the province, a matter of life and death. I could only go greet them first and then leave, but I was stopped by my father-in-law before I even saw them, and couldn't even leave a few words." The onlookers listened with great interest and commented, "Tisk tisk, the tension is really high. It seems Elder Wei will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die." Changxiao said, "Don't push, don't mess up Elder Wei's rhythm of being beaten, that wouldn't be good." but as soon as he finished speaking he widened his eyes, surprised to see that Elder Wei had somehow coaxed all 4 of these middle-aged women. The onlookers were all dumbfounded with question marks above their heads. How did you press fast forward when I was distracted just now? How did the plot suddenly jump to a happy ending? Xiaomo was excited to see this scene. I want to learn from Elder Wei. The beautiful senior sisters from Manhua Palace are visiting. I must bravely take the first step. Hearing him say this, Changxiao advised, calm down, you and I are the same, we've already missed all the steps to the solution. After his excitement, Xiaomo now saw something and froze like a fossil. Snowflakes danced and the north wind howled. Changxiao suddenly stood up and said, I never expected that our Ironbone sect would inherit Elder Wei's mantle, and it would be on the first floor of the pavilion. The children were chattering around Qingyang. Senior brother Qingyang. Seeing this, Changxiao also curled his lips into a smile, as expected of someone from the sect. His looks are second only to mine, he's so narcissistic. A little girl pushed him away and said, Uncle, move aside, don't block us from seeing senior brother Qingyang. So he and Xiaomo sat silently in the corner crying, Boo-hoo, how did young and promising become uncle? Oz suddenly rushed over, anxiously reporting, Sect Master, urgent report, Bai Ruohu of Zhenyang Prefecture is leading a 200,000-strong army on a forced march and they are less than 100 miles from Qingyang City. Changxiao also commented, they've come quickly. Please invite young Master Long to the main hall to discuss countermeasures. The camera shifted to the main hall. Zishan was puzzled. It's illogical. Zhou Chaochun dispatching troops means our prediction was correct. He is indeed a reborn person, then he should be able to judge that the Ironbone sect's strength is unfathomable. So how could he only send a 200,000-strong army? You know, before a 30,000-strong army couldn't even climb the city wall. Hearing him say this, Changxiao continued, not only that, Hidden Dragon and Martial Worship Hall both failed to find any Martial King-level combat power in their army. Unless Zhenyang Prefecture intends to abide by the rule that Martial Kings don't interfere in secular wars. He wasn't someone who played by the rules before. This move of his must be a test, but it also feels like he has a backup plan. There's too little information to deduce, so we can only take it one step at a time. Wei Hu's army had also marched to this point. The general pointed forward and said, that is Qingyang City. Should we set up camp and regroup first or directly attack the city, he ordered. Qingyang City is small, nothing to fear, and the prefect also demands a swift victory. Kill. At this moment the city gate was slightly ajar and the wolf cavalry charged, forming a spearhead formation to cut through. Wei Hu's soldiers saw this and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. General, these wolf cavalry are invulnerable and can easily tear through our battle formation, he roared. Damn it. How can a 9th rank prefecture have such powerful troops? Quickly form ranks. At this moment Zhou Chaochun stood observing from the side, sighing, effortlessly routing a 200,000-strong army. It's truly chaotic. This Ironbone sect indeed has extraordinary methods. Prefect, since you knew the Ironbone sect was strange, why did you only send General Bai's ordinary troops? Wouldn't he be in great danger? Bai Ruohu's 200,000-strong army is merely bait. How can we lure the enemy deeper without showing weakness? As for Bai Ruohu, those who dared to betray me in my previous life, let them use their lives to help me in this life. Back on the battlefield, a wolf cavalry soldier was repelled by a small soldier, both injured. The situation changed. This small soldier was a martial king, and the martial emperor disguised as a small soldier now said, taking a palm from me and only being injured, not dead, is impressive. At this moment, a group of martial emperors lined up, all exclaiming, you should be Qingyang City's strongest combat force, right? No wonder the prefect wanted us to hide among the small soldiers. You are the leader of this group of wolf cavalry, and you can take a hit from me, but who knows how many of your brothers will fall after taking a hit from me. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire wolf cavalry recovered and stood up, which surprised several martial emperors. No one died? That was a martial king's strike. Another person said, I didn't hold back at all, how could this be? At this moment the brown-haired man led the wolf cavalry to shed their armor and said, the sect master gave each of us 4 sets of heavenly silkworm armor and each of us holds a healing pill in our mouths. As long as we have a breath left we can recover immediately. With that, several of Changxiao's disciples chewed on pills as if they were candy. At this moment Changxiao blended in with the disciples and began to say, dream on if you think you can instantly kill members of my wolf cavalry. I knew you wanted to play tricks. Do you think I'd put my disciples in danger? However, these 20 martial kings were indeed somewhat surprising. Just then, Brother Long also shed his disguise and shouted, Dragon group, heed my command. Heavenly star to heavenly courage appears. As soon as Brother Long finished speaking, 5 brothers in Superman capes suddenly appeared, radiating killing intent. Changxiao praised, your Long family is truly impressive, deploying 5 martial kings right off the bat. Only after my breakthrough did I realize the Long family's true depth must be beyond your imagination. Brother Long said, not 5 but 6, with the spiritual root enhancement potion I received from you last time plus the Long family's secret techniques I've also broken through to Martial King. With that, Brother Long displayed his Martial King aura and Changxiao's eyes widened. The last time he saw this kid, he hadn't even reached Martial Sect. System, I want to report my teammate for cheating. How do I report it? At this moment, Elder Wei's 4 orange-clad middle-aged women also walked over and said, Elder Wei, we can also fight 4 martial kings, but the opponent has 20 martial kings, the gap is still too large. He then turned and asked his disciples, in the Ironbone sect who can fight a martial king, reporting. Tianchen stood up, called out her name and reported 1. Jing Chen reported 2, then Zhang Shay, Zhu Hong and Qing Yang called out their names and reported 3. 4, 5. Everyone stood in neat formation ready to face the enemy. Chang Xiao wiped his nose and said, I never thought my Iron Bone sect could field so many Martial King level combatants. As sect master I can't just stand by. I'll fly up and make an announcement. I want to challenge the 5 strongest Martial Kings among you and your hundreds of thousands of troops behind you. I solemnly declare you are not worthy. The mocked Martial Kings immediately retorted, arrogant, we are renowned Martial Kings from Zhenyang County, how could we be defeated by you all? Before he could finish, the ground suddenly began to shake, an earthquake. No, aren't we just marching with a corps? They marched and chanted, the rising sun, only I am supreme. A massive army suddenly appeared behind the main army, all talented in both civil and military arts, 100,000 strong, number 1 under heaven. Wei Hu panicked. 100,000 men, how could they suddenly appear behind our army? How is this possible? A soldier then said, Great General, we now have good news and bad news. You frog, why are you still beating around the bush? Speak. No, I just wanted to lighten the mood. The good news is that this army isn't wearing armor, they're all in yellow robes. The bad news is that each of them seems to be a martial master. Chang Xiao smiled and said, Sowing beans to raise an army, truly a divine war skill. I am now also a great benevolent teacher. Seeing him talk such nonsense, Brother Long, standing by, interrupted, Young man, I know your luck with women isn't as good as mine, but even Dongfang Bubai isn't interested in learning it, which is truly heartbreaking. Chang Xiao immediately replied, You frog, go to hell. I just think his slogan is more imposing. And the 100,000 yellow turban warriors aren't just chanting slogans. Although they are all first-grade martial masters and only have one skill, this skill perfectly replicates all the skills I use. With that, Chang Xiao immediately struck out with a palm, and instantly, 100,000 brothers also replicated the move, creating an astonishing scene of slaughter. Meanwhile, in the Iron Bone sect, Dudu and 17 were preparing wine, waiting for Chang Xiao and the others to return for a meal. Dudu called out, 17, we're almost ready with the food. Prepare a lavish banquet to welcome the sect master and the others back. Chef Dudu wielded his knife with flourish. For the first dish chopped chili fish head. As Dudu's knife work continued, Chang Xiao's 100,000 little brothers also chopped, shattering the ground. Wei Hu broke out in a cold sweat of terror. This skill is too terrifying. One move routed my army. But everyone rest assured, such a powerful skill they certainly cannot use it multiple times. All soldiers quickly regrouped to counterattack. At home, Dudu was still engrossed in chopping. 17 asked Dudu, aren't you tired from chopping so fast? No, this takes almost no energy. Bring the next plate of chili. Round 2 begins. Wei Hu watched several times and he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the 9th or 10th round? Aren't they tired? Watching Chang Xiao and the others continuously chop, he could only stand by helplessly, his smile gone, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Be destroyed quickly. So tired, Chang Xiao observed and lamented. HMPH, I never thought that 100,000 yellow turban warriors cooperating with me in slaughter would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. But fortunately, besides needing my spiritual energy, they can also borrow spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if my chopping consumed little, I couldn't use it so freely, the system then added. Also, thanks to your 2 chi cyclones, your spiritual energy recovery speed is astonishing. Otherwise, repeatedly using the yellow turban warrior skill would have long drained you dry. Chang Xiao smiled and said, A sword and martial dual king is truly extraordinary. Allowing me to simultaneously control the yellow turban warriors and fight against 5 martial kings. The martial kings were dumbfounded by his attacks. How could this kid be so difficult to deal with? If they didn't deal with him quickly, Zhenyang County's army would be completely slaughtered. But now both sides are at a stalemate. If they succeed, you all know the county lord's methods. While fighting, Chang Xiao thought to himself, if anyone can defeat their opponent and come to support, we will win decisively. Tianchen and Xingchen are both fighting mid-grade martial kings. It's already difficult for them to protect themselves. Our overall strength here is a bit weak. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Who can break this stalemate? Old Zhang, Zhu Hong, or Qing Yang? Seeing Qing Yang smash someone's head with a punch, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't Qing Yang barely able to fight an initial grade martial king? How does he look like he has a chance now? He shouted. Now or never, third master, help me. Zhang Yi of Yan is here. A pressure was released from Chang Xiao's long spear, instantly controlling that person. That person screamed in terror, it's over, why can't my body move? So the long spear pierced his heart, achieving a first kill, eliminating one person. He curled his lips into a smile and said, next, who will come to die? Kid. Seeing this, the martial kings discussed among themselves. Everyone, we can't hold back anymore. We'll all die here. Everyone, we can't hold back anymore. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Whatever desperate measures, trump cards. Bring them all out. At this moment, Chang Xiao said to Qing Yang, you just need to provide support from the side later. These high-grade martial kings, when they fight with their lives, their power is not to be underestimated. Also, kid, you didn't use some kind of chin technique that burns life force to temporarily boost combat power, did you? If so, I'll break your legs. Qing Yang heard this and explained, Sect Master, rest assured, this is my genuine cultivation. The sword just received some special treatment. Qing Yang recounted his conversation with Elder Wei. Elder Wei said to him, Qing Yang, I have 2 unique skills in my life. One is the skill of planting medicinal herbs. The medicinal herb planting manual has been inherited by Sun Wukong, so I have no regrets. The rest is my martial arts, to be precise. It is a heaven-reaching martial art created by my old friend. Practicing this martial art has two very strict conditions, and only you and the entire Ironbone sect meet them. My current situation is truly unexpected. This cultivation method is profound and heaven-defying, unfathomable. Are you willing to help this old man continue its legacy? Qing Yang heard this and asked Elder Wei in return, what are those two cultivation conditions? Elder Wei then said, the first and most important condition is to be sufficiently handsome. This is the standard set by Elder Wei's friend. The second condition is Elder Wei's inference based on his own situation. It might require attracting some romantic entanglements. If one's luck with women is too strong, they might also fail like him. Chang Xiao heard this and said with a blank expression, you frog, sufficiently handsome, and only you and the entire Ironbone sect meet it. Just as he was depressed, a guy rushed over. Chang Xiao held his spear with both hands and sent this guy back to hell with one thrust. Die? He furiously asked the unlucky martial king. Am I not handsome? The man trembled in fear and replied, spare me, you're very handsome, only a tiny bit less than that young man next to you, just a tiny bit less. Upon hearing this, his face immediately turned darker than the bottom of a pot. At this moment, Qing Yang performed the martial skill flower dance he learned from Elder Wei, thus blocking the martial king's attack. Chang Xiao observed from the side, sighing, using force against force, deflecting and repositioning. No wonder Qing Yang could unexpectedly kill a martial king. Elder Wei's old friend, he must have comprehended a few essences of Tai Chi. Damn it, I still don't understand why only handsome men can practice the flower dance. Besides Tai Chi, are there other true meanings integrated into it? The martial king beside him was talking to Xingqian, feeling that the situation was not good. Several high-grade martial kings had already been repelled. Qing Yang saw them all run away and asked the sect master, shouldn't we stop them? We can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Chang Xiao was still holding a grudge about the handsome guy and turned to say, Qing Yang, fighting can't just rely on looks, you have to conserve your strength, absolutely conserve it. Those guys are scared out of their wits. There are many ways to win without fighting. The martial kings were fleeing in all directions when a voice suddenly rang out, I grant you permission to leave. Everyone felt a terrifying aura and stared with widened eyes in horror. What was that aura just now? That person then continued. Get down here, old man. Everyone immediately knelt, stammering, Martial Emperor, so it was. Elder Wei's family made a move, scaring the children out of their wits. After a while, the battle ended. Chang Xiao said, all martial kings seal your chi seas and imprison them in the dungeon. Su Qi then walked over and said, Sect Master, the remaining forces of Zhenyang County have also surrendered. He heard this and said, hand them over to City Lord Shay. We don't have that much space to imprison them. Su Qi also said, want to refuse, Sect Master, 100,000 divine soldiers? The sect has nowhere to house them either. He said, I have a brilliant plan. Then he snapped his fingers. All 500 brothers instantly reverted to the shape of beans. Elder Wei walked over, picked up a bean to observe, secretly wondering, what kind of plant is this? It can even transform into human form. I know all kinds of herbs, but I've never heard of this. Elder Wei asked Chang Xiao for his opinion. Sect Master, can you give me a few beans? I want to study their principle and see if I can grow them again. He agreed without hesitation. Elder Wei, feel free to try, but there are still some secrets within. In terms of sorcery, we can discuss it together. If we can find a way to grow them, the Ironbone sect will definitely run rampant across the Starfall continent. At this moment, Wei Hu's shouts came from afar. I want to see the Sect Master of the Ironbone sect. I want to see Sect Master Jun. He knelt on the ground saying, Sect Master Jun, I by Ruahu am willing to surrender. Sect Master Jun, I by Ruahu am willing to surrender. Sect Master, if you don't mind, I by Ruahu wish to become your disciple. Chang Xiao and Brother Long, upon hearing this, both revealed the previous translation was incomplete and contained an unrelated phrase. The following is a retranslation based on the original Chinese, maintaining context and flow. Cunning expression, thinking to themselves, this kid is truly unlucky. Wei Hu continued, Sect Master, I can tell you Zhenyang County's military deployment. I've long felt that Zhou Chaochun is not an enlightened ruler. A great man born between heaven and earth, how can he? Before Wei Hu could finish, there was a loud bang, and a circular hole appeared in his head. It turned out Chang Xiao had drawn his gun and shot him. The previous translation was incomplete and contained an unrelated phrase. The following is a retranslation based on the original Chinese, maintaining context and flow. Tisk, you talk too much. Such a fickle person cannot be kept. Brother Long stood by, praying with clasped hands, may you have much blessing and longevity in your next life, and a wife who can stand for an entire nation. The system then notified, host, due to the truce card system skipping some unforeseen factors, its effectiveness has been reduced. The system has specially gifted you a small present. Please check it temporarily. An arrow pointed to Zhou Chaochun's hiding place, HMPH, Zhenyang County Prefect. As expected, he was hiding nearby, peeking. Fortunately, to guard against his insidious plans, I resisted using the hard-to-retract saber. Zhou Chaochun stood observing from above, then said, indeed, Bai Ruahu is still the same. Although from the battle situation, the Ironbone sect hasn't used all its cards, I have a rough idea. I still need to be cautious in dealing with them. Let's go. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something was off. Turning back, he saw Chang Xiao standing beside a cannon, waving a friendly greeting, then pointing directly at his face and saying, fire. the cannon's muzzle began to glow, then shot out a dragon's aura, hearing the dragon's roar. The red dragon glared fiercely, spewing raging fire, roaring in fury, which startled the mages below. Chao Chun was surprised. What kind of weapon is this? I never expected it to have such power. It roared and charged at him. Chao Chun watched in horror. Although somewhat afraid, he still fought desperately. Chao Chun roared, releasing his magic. He used his magical hand to block its aura. Chao Quan's eyes filled with anger, fighting the dragon with all his might. A fireball shot out, sweeping across the ground, sending rocks scattering. Changxiao quickly released his magic, aiming. The energy of 30 spirit stones is indeed extraordinary. It must not affect Qingyang City. He drew a zigzag path, preparing to release his aura. Changxiao looked around, forming a blue circle that lifted huge rocks. Xingqian and Zhu Hong blocked with their hands to avoid the magic's impact. This Italian cannon is too powerful. He looked up in surprise as if disbelieving his eyes. Xingqian and the others panicked. Has it already exploded into a pond? The system emitted a notification sound informing Changxiao. Ding, the system displays, congratulations host for completing the mission. Successfully defended Qingyang City and simultaneously completed a hidden mission. Repelled the Zhenyang County Prefect, receiving 1 bottle of green-grade aptitude enhancement liquid and 1 mid-grade Sect Master's orb, already transferred to spatial backpack. He was slightly worried. With such an explosion, Zhou Chaochun should have been repelled, right? His current strength is even greater than mine, the system consoled. But I did see him take a direct hit from the Italian cannon. Even if he's not dead, he's severely injured, Changxiao thought. I hope so, but with his severely injured body it should also prolong the time before he invades Qingyang County. In the mountains not far away, birds spread their wings and soared, and the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Zhou Chaochun sitting wearily against the mountain wall. He was startled by the Ironbone sect's magic, never expecting them to possess such powerful weapons. He had gravely wounded me. It seems even an organization with many martial kings can be utterly defeated. Both had the same thought, a shared understanding, but Zhen Changxiao laughed heartily. Wouldn't it be interesting to meet such an opponent in this life? Zhou Chaochun smiled sinisterly, finding it somewhat interesting as well. He instructed Li Qingyang to package all of Zhenyang County's battle flags and buy Ruhu's corpse. Zhen Changxiao decided to spare no effort in finding Zhou Chaochun. Since Zhenyang County had sent them vegetables from afar, they should reciprocate by sending Zhou Chaochun a grand gift. Time flew, and a few days later, outside the Zhenyang County Governor's mansion, guards stood sentinel. A soldier presented an item and reported, "Governor, Qingyang County has sent General Bai's corpse along with a declaration of war." He spoke while engrossed in reading. "Governor Zhou, that cannon fire was quite something, wasn't it? Although my Ironbone sect's strength is not comparable to Zhenyang County, it wouldn't be difficult to set up these Italian cannons all over Zhenyang County for fireworks." Zhou Chaochun's veins bulged with anger. He knew that the cannon fire would not harm anyone else or only those of no value, yet they dared to threaten him in such a way. The soldier bowed his head and continued to report, "By the way, the officer who delivered the items is waiting outside. He said the items from the Ironbone sect are..." Hearing this, Zhou Chaochun's face immediately darkened because he had paid for the transportation. The city lord instructed his disciples. Li Qingyang said to him, "Brother Zhen said that Zhenyang County won't dare to attack the city for a short while." He replied, "Yes. Sect Master Zhen calls this nuclear deterrence." The city lord sighed. "Brother Zhen shouldn't go too far. Qingyang City is temporarily safe. I'm planning a banquet to thank Brother Zhen." "Where is he?" Li Qingyang innocently replied. "A sect master just saw off the Long family friends and the Manhua sect people. He should be planning for the sect now." On Zhen Changxiao's side, he slammed his hand on the wall. Bang! Zhen Changxiao proudly expressed his feelings. "Tianxian, in this life I have always adhered to materialism, not believing in gods or ghosts, only in you." The two were immersed in an ambiguous atmosphere, whispering their feelings. "I hope there's a next life." Yi Xingqian called out his name loudly, and Zhen Changxiao blushed, pretending to turn his head to smooth things over. "Hey, whose lottery ticket won and fell on the ground?" Lu Qianqin shyly turned away, hiding behind the wall. He grabbed Yi Xingqian's collar, angrily warning, "You, surnamed Yi, give me one reason not to punish you with cleaning the toilets." Yi Xingqian was at a loss, not understanding what happened. "A sect master, calm down." He reported that a building had suddenly appeared in the sect. Zhen Changxiao looked up in surprise. Spirits seemed to swirl around the building and there were characters on the plaque. Rows of evil spirits flew out of a haunted house and appeared before them. Zhen Changxiao released his spiritual power and with a surprised realized that after completing the mission of defending Qingyang City, the sect's construction had been upgraded to level 6. Zhen Changxiao sat in the mausoleum controlling the spirits, but how could this be a haunted house? The system displayed a report, "Host, what is nurtured in the Spirit Resonance Pavilion are not ghosts, but spirit imprints." He casually picked up a spirit, asking in confusion, "Spirit imprints? You mean spirit imprints are things that can turn weapons into spirit weapons, just these little guys?" The red spirit roared at Zhen Changxiao, startling him. "I am Shudao Mountain, don't touch me, I'm in Sichuan, come eat if you dare." It kept roaring at Zhen Changxiao. This must be a fire spirit." He grabbed another green spiritual energy. "Now the crucial question is, for every minute you hold me, your life will immediately decrease by 60 seconds. Zhen Changxiao trembled with anger. This water spirit is too ridiculous. The flying spirits gathered around him, telling different stories. Back when travel was slow, wasn't the wine good enough? Why must you dabble in love standing before him with 10 targets? Zheng Changxiao helplessly clutched his face. Are these all spirit imprints? I'm afraid this isn't the beginning, he asked again. However, after entering the Spirit Resonance Pavilion, a primary grade weapon gains 1 embedment slot, and a mid-grade weapon gains 2. This means the Cold Glow arrow can be imbued with 2 spirit imprints. System explained that the Spirit Resonance Pavilion primarily contains 5 types of spirit imprints: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But occasionally, special attributes like ice can appear randomly, though the probability is low. Another voice reached Zheng Changxiao's ear. I won't acknowledge a thief as my father. He quickly jumped up. Zheng Changxiao grabbed that green spiritual energy. This cold-mouthed one must be an ice elemental spirit, it retorted. When was my mouth ever cold? He had a bold idea. To use these 2 ice flower spirit imprints to prepare a grand gift for Tianqian. In that grand mansion built with gray tiles and a red primary color scheme, Zheng Changxiao gathered everyone and announced, seeing our Ironbone sect's inner disciple team grow stronger day by day, this venerable one is very pleased. He held a weapon box, smiling cunningly. To prevent you from falling into my iron grasp today, each of you will receive a weapon imbued with a spirit imprint. Li Qingyang was bewildered. A spirit-imprinted weapon for everyone? This was a divine artifact rarely seen on the Starfall continent in 100 years. Yi Xingqian recalled helplessly. I remember in my previous life, for 1 spirit weapon, 3 or 4 sects fought endlessly, resulting in countless casualties. Zheng Changxiao held the box and walked up to each person, letting them choose. Do you want chicken or fish for your bento fare? Do you want metal or fire attribute? After you get it, remember to have the spirit imprint recognize you as its master first. Yi Xingqian was at a loss. Are we just handing out meals like this now? The disciples took their weapons, admiring them with great fondness. Metal attribute is incredibly sharp. Fire attribute is wild and fierce, suitable for you main attackers. Zheng Changxiao then added spiritual power. Earth attribute is heavy, suitable for those of you who mainly cultivate defense. Next, the wood attribute is light and airy, and the water attribute is gentle and warm, most suitable for you girls. Yi Xingqian frowned, judging. Who am I? Where is this? I'm a fire cultivator. Why was I given a water attribute spirit weapon? He raised an objection. That Sect Master Zheng Changxiao turned his head and provoked him. Are you unconvinced? Because of you, this venerable one's first kiss doesn't know how long it will be sealed away. Li Qingyang patted Yi Xingqian's shoulder to comfort him. The Sect Master holds grudges he'll definitely forget in a few decades, Yi Xingqian grumbled. Tisk. First kiss. Wasn't the Sect Master's first kiss with Li Qingyang? Upon hearing this, he immediately kicked Yi Xingqian in the face, warning, revealing the Ironbone sect's top secret, go clean the toilets for me. Zheng Changxiao took out a weapon specially made for Lu Qianqin. This sword contains 2 spirit imprints. Once she masters it, her combat power will greatly increase, he said awkwardly and shyly. By the way, the Zhenyang County matter has temporarily settled down. I wonder if we can consider a couple's trip. It's not about you going out to train, Lu Qianqin replied. I've been thinking about that too. How about tomorrow? Zheng Changxiao happily said. Great, but then he felt a bit dejected, she said. Zheng Changxiao folded his arms, looking at Lu Wanner and sighed. Our auntie is going to take Dudu on a honeymoon trip. Are you going out for training? Lu Qianqin replied. Yes, the Southwest Yang Prefecture Overlord competition is about to begin. We're taking Dudu along the way to participate. Didn't you promise her before? It was then that Zheng Changxiao realized. Oh really? Zheng Changxiao held the little girl's hand and instructed, Dudu, now is the time for your body to develop. And you have a competition to attend, so be sure to get plenty of rest. Try to sleep 12 hours a day. On the training ground, Yang Zhen panted. Although I don't know what evil method you used to make this old man forget his hatred for you for so long, if you intend to destroy the future of my Lingyuan sect, I will surely slaughter your Ironbone sect, the old man muttered to himself in a daze. It's a pity that I am now in my twilight years and my cultivation has greatly decreased, unable to directly kill Zheng Changxiao. Yang Zhen discovered someone behind him and roared, Who? Dai Lu wore a cloak concealing his face, appearing mysterious. Elder, do you also harbor resentment towards the Ironbone sect? Although your realm is high, your spiritual energy is severely depleted. I'm afraid you can no longer cause any harm to the Ironbone sect, this person then said. It doesn't matter. Dai Lu showed a strange expression and suggested, Then why don't you transfer your cultivation to me? The sky was clear. Ren Shan yawned wearily. This kid, with his hands behind his head, sighed. The sect master actually went out to play and left me with a task to wander around the sect every day to see if I could encounter some good luck. Ren Shan suddenly stopped. How could good luck be so easy to find? Ahead were Ning Duzui and Ning Duxing standing over Yang Zhen's body. He was shriveled, his face green, his mouth open, lying motionless. This kid saw the sight and yelled, hastily running away. Murder? The two exchanged glances and stepped forward. Little brother, don't panic, we didn't kill anyone, he asked. Judging by your clothes, are you a disciple of the Ironbone sect? He introduced. We are rogue martial kings from Wyong County. The two spoke in unison, making Ren Shan freeze. We came specifically to visit Sect Master Zhen, this kid asked. Sect Master, bringing back 2 martial kings, can that be considered a contribution I made to the sect? In Zhen Changshao's residence, the two knelt and reported, This humble one is Ning Duzui, and this is Ning Duxing. Zhang Xie said, I have long heard of your esteemed names. You are known for your chivalry in Wyong County. Both of you must be 5th grade martial kings, right? Li Qingyang asked. The sect master happens to be out training these 2 days, so I am handling sect affairs. May I ask why you suddenly wish to join the Ironbone sect? Don't rogue cultivators usually dislike restrictions? Moreover, with your cultivation, even a fourth-rate sect should welcome you with great ceremony. Ning Duxing reported. Wyong County has now been completely occupied by Junyang County, and we too have been fighting Junyang County on the front lines, Ning Duzui added. So we now have no place to stand in Wyong County, but the Ironbone sect is the only sect that can repel Junyang County's army, he said. Now Junyang County has a vendetta against us for destroying our sect, and we hope to continue fighting Junyang County in the Ironbone sect. He solemnly stated that the Ironbone sect is also the only force we too see hope in defeating. Two spoke in unison, cupping their fists and sincerely requesting, "We hope the Ironbone sect will take us in." Li Qingyang replied, "There's no need for formalities." Ning Duzui said, "Actually, we originally intended to present a declaration of war to Sect Master Jun." Ning Duzui recounted the incident again. "A few days ago, we noticed an old man on the road constantly muttering about killing the Ironbone sect. His aura flickered, sometimes that of a martial king, sometimes just a martial sect." He described the events in detail. "We weren't sure of his background, so we followed him, planning to find an opportunity to capture him and hand him over to Sect Master Jun." Ning Duzui continued, "But the moment we lost track of him, we found his body shriveled and completely dead, and he held a piece of paper with strange writing. And there was another piece of paper on his body. 'You can only die by my hand, Jun Changxiao.'" Li Qingyang softly said, "It seems the Ironbone sect is surrounded by danger. Fortunately, 2 martial king-level experts have joined. I'll go get the application form now," Zhang Xie whispered, hinting, "Isn't Li Qingyang a bit too casual? I'm afraid these two harbor ulterior motives." Li Qingyang motioned not to worry. "The sect master told me before he left once this seal is stamped. Ning Duzui and Ning Duxing's membership application form, alive as a member of the Ironbone sect, dead as a ghost of the Ironbone sect." The system reported to Jun Changxiao, "Sect members 5002 10,000, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 5th-grade martial kings." Jun Changxiao was bewildered. What happened? No, I just left the sect." Li Qingyang recruited 2 more high-grade martial kings. "Could it be that my luck value is too low, affecting the Ironbone sect's luck?" Lu Wanner happily handed him. "Sect master, quickly try my rice balls, they can increase your stamina." Jun Changxiao took the rice ball and ate it. "It seems taking Dudu along isn't bad. There's always delicious food." Both he and Lu Qianqin were suddenly stunned. Jun Changxiao was surprised by the rice ball the little girl handed him. "A small rice ball actually increased my strength by nearly 400,000 jin. Feel it carefully. This strength boost can last for at least an hour." He watched Lu Wanner eat her own rice ball with relish. Dudu's rice balls are getting more and more substantial. This delicious boost is incredible. But Jun Changxiao analyzed according to records, according to the information on the major forces in Southwest Yang Prefecture that the Martial Enlightenment Hall investigated for me. Only can make such an amplified delicacy. At this point, the little girl suddenly fell silent. "The Yang family of Tianyu Royal City. I won't bring up the past if you don't, and I won't force you to speak. But this time when we go to Tianyu Royal City, we will definitely encounter the Yang family," Lu Wanner said in a low voice. "Brother Sect Master, you guessed right. I am actually," she cried, "the Yang family's illegitimate daughter, the black memory that troubled the young masters and ladies of the Yang family in their childhood." Lu Wanner's memories suddenly flooded back. "Bastard." Jun Changxiao reached out his hand and stroked her head to comfort her. "Dudu isn't afraid," he comforted. "You are Lu Wanner, the pampered darling of my Ironbone sect." Jun Changxiao smiled brightly, comforting the little girl's wounded heart. His smile was as warm as the morning sun, warming Lu Wanner's heart. "For your sake, let alone the Yang family, what if I overturn the entire Tianyu Royal City?" Jun Changxiao picked up his teacup, letting his thoughts wander. "It seems my protagonist's halo still shines brightly. I actually encountered such a plot, are you implying?" Jun Changxiao rested his chin on his hand, asking casually, "You want to snatch Tianchen back to be your concubine?" The young master of the Zhen family looked up at her disrespectfully. "Your kind of sissy isn't worthy of such beauty. Besides, it's your good fortune that I, this young master, have taken a liking to your woman." His old butler pointed at him and ordered, "This is our Zhen family's young master, the richest and most powerful family in Goose City. If you want your wife to look at you with different eyes, then get out now," Changxiao said with a stern face. "Not having traveled much, I almost forgot that the law of the jungle is the true nature of Starfall Continent. The 2 thugs behind you are both martial masters. Looking at your practiced manner, you must have done many wicked deeds like this before, haven't you?" He looked at them with sharp, authoritative eyes. "Since I have come to your Goose City, I will give you 2 statements. First, Qianqin is not my wife now." Changxiao was fuming. "Second, rein it in from now on." "What? She's not your wife?" The Zhen family's young master was startled. "Not his wife." With that, he scurried away, ordering his soldiers, "What's the point of snatching someone? Go find other targets." Changxiao looked at them helplessly. "Tisk." For a moment I didn't know whether to curse him as a beast or praise him for having principles. His old servant stirred up trouble. "Wasting young master's time, cripple him," he said calmly. "Finally, back on track." Chang Xiao stood up and released a burst of spiritual wind with his hand as a warning. For aiding and abetting evil, this venerable one will reclaim your cultivation, he said with a stern face. As for you, Chang Xiao forcefully suppressed the Gen family's young master. My secret technique, chicken fly egg 1,000-year kill. He tried to endure the pain but failed. With a gentle flick, he threw the Gen family's young master out of his cultivation courtyard. Chang Xiao sternly warned, "Listen, people of Goose City, listen, people of Zhenjiang. If any family again bullies others by force or acts immorally for money, anyone can report them to my Ironbone sect, and I will punish them severely." He was thrown into the air, continuing to boast. He beat the Gen family's young master to teach a lesson to those who want to force others to suffer, making it unforgettable for life. That scoundrel young master of the Gen family is an example. He was kicked onto the wall of the cultivation courtyard. Qianqin softly asked Chang Xiao, "Are we just leaving like this?" He replied, "There are many injustices in the world. We cannot stay here forever. We can only hang these powerful families on the sword of Damocles." Chang Xiao returned with the two, but someone was hiding behind them, monitoring their every move. "I have already notified the Martial Worship Hall to establish a supervisory department in Goose City. I hope our Ironbone sect can gradually transform this world in the future." At the Gen family's young master's home, a servant reported to the old man, "Master Gen, the young master has been rescued from the city gate, but the doctor says he is crippled and won't live for many days." He frowned, angrily growling, "The Ironbone sect has gone too far. Elder son, I donate a lot of money to your demon-devouring sect every year. And now I need you to destroy the Ironbone sect," the guard said awkwardly. "Master Gen doesn't know. Not long ago, the Ironbone sect single-handedly wiped out 4 evil sects. I'm afraid even our demon-devouring sect cannot escape this fate," Master Gen roared angrily. "Is my son just crippled for nothing? Just like the Ironbone sect said before, he can come back at any time to destroy my Gen family." Consoled Master Gen not to worry. "Didn't the demon-devouring sect station some martial sects in the Gen mansion? We can target the families of Ironbone sect disciples to get revenge for you. Don't worry, we're very familiar with this." Suddenly, a black-robed man stood on the roof of his family's cultivation courtyard and said, "Or I can give you a suggestion for revenge against the Ironbone sect." Dai Lu walked down and landed, saying, "Although I also want to eliminate the Ironbone sect, I have never thought of directly crushing Chang Xiao, harming innocent family members, or those wicked deeds you've done." He revealed a terrifying face and subtly said, "I originally wanted to cooperate with you, but I am truly ashamed to associate with you. I will use your lives to help me defeat the Ironbone sect." Suddenly, purple demonic energy emanated from the courtyard towards the large gate outside the cultivation courtyard. Dai Lu absorbed all the spiritual energy from their bodies, then calmly walked out the gate, smiling eerily. "Chang Xiao, let these avengers exhaust you." Dai Lu wrote "Killer Chang Xiao" on the wall, then left. Chang Xiao on his side was looking in surprise. "Oh, this is the appearance of Southwest Yang Prefecture, Tianyu Royal City." What appeared before them was a magnificent and opulent sight, enveloped in gentle mist. The three of them walked in together to explore. "Wow, the city is so big, even the soldiers guarding the city gates are martial sects," the old man guarding the city said. "To enter Tianyu Royal City, you must register your name and origin," Chang Xiao replied. "Jun Chang Xiao, Sect Master of Ironbone Sect, Qingyang City." The old man didn't believe him and asked again, "Sect Master Jun, young man, be honest. Registration for entering the city requires seriousness. Tell me the truth, state your real name." He pointed at his face blankly and said, "I am Jun Chang Xiao. You haven't even been to the Ironbone Sect. How can you be so sure it's not me?" The old man guarding the city said doubtfully. "Sect Master Jun is the sword and martial duel king, a rare genius in 1,000 years and a distinguished guest of our Tianyu Royal City. He already entered the city a few days ago," he said. "Oh, he just happened to pass by here." "Young man, don't try to impersonate others for fraud." Chang Xiao was blank and at a loss. In the distance, someone carried a sedan chair towards them. A person identical to him was sitting in the sedan chair, slowly saying, "Who dares to impersonate this venerable one?" Chang Xiao looked blankly. "My goodness," he walked towards the impostor at a loss. "I've become a stand-in," the old man guarding the city reported. "My apologies, Sect Master Jun, for disturbing you with such a small matter. I will immediately notify the Golden Guard to arrest this young man and throw him into prison," the impostor replied. "No matter, this young man is quite interesting," he continued. "It turns out he resembles this venerable one somewhat, but to impersonate this venerable one and deceive people he needs strength." Chang Xiao said angrily, "You impostor actually spoke a truth. Although you haven't seen me, Jun Chang Xiao, I have a unique identity," the impostor suddenly said in a low voice, exuding demonic power. "Are you talking about the sword and martial duel king?" He froze. Qianqin watched in shock. He actually possessed the exact same demonic power as Chang Xiao. Since this venerable one broke through to sword and martial duel king, this unique martial intent has spread throughout Southwest Yang Prefecture, the impostor proudly said. "This identity proof of this venerable one is irrefutable," he said blankly and unconsciously. "System, what program did this kid use? Not only his appearance but even his aura is identical to mine. I can't even tell the difference." The system displayed a helpless reply. "Wait for me to analyze it. I'm confused too," he ordered the guards. "Who is causing trouble in Tianyu Royal City?" The impostor ordered them to surround Chang Xiao, and several guards put handcuffs on him. The guards cursed Changxiao while he stood there dumbfounded and helpless. Behave yourself. The demon-binding handcuffs will seal your spiritual power. How dare you impersonate a distinguished guest of our Tianyu royal city? After the princess interrogates you, you'll be jailed. Changxiao called out, Qianqin, come here. He smiled happily. Once I'm in prison, they'll surely search me and take my belongings. Please hold on to these space rings for me. She added, oh, don't forget to give me the few you hid under your shoe. Changxiao trembled at a loss. When did she find out? Qianqin said frankly. The very first day you hid them under your shoe. She asked again, do you need me to break you out of prison? He turned and replied, no need. After all, it's old man Shangwan's territory, so let's show some respect. Besides, they're just following the rules. The guards couldn't stand their calm demeanor and shouted loudly, don't be so arrogant. Who would talk about breaking out of prison in front of the Golden Guard? He's wearing demon-binding handcuffs. Even a peak martial king's spiritual power would be sealed unless he only cultivates his physical body. Meanwhile, Changxiao had already easily broken the handcuffs. He held them up and said to them, I just touched them gently and they broke. Do you still need them? I just gave all my possessions to my wife. The guard awkwardly doubted. Oh, this handguard must be fake. I'll get you a new one. The impostor suddenly spoke. Wait, he gestured. Can everyone please step outside? This venerable one wishes to speak with this young man alone. Several guards replied in unison, please, Sect Master Jun. The impostor walked over to Changxiao and whispered to him, as expected, Jun. Changxiao, I'm afraid even you don't dare to act so recklessly in a large city like Southwest Yang Prefecture. He paused, joking, you're targeting me. Who exactly are you? Your disguise is indeed unusual. He smiled cunningly, slowly saying word by word, do you remember? The impostor suddenly revealed his true form from impersonating Changxiao. Staff of Myriad Beast Mountain Range. He was suddenly startled. Changxiao asked blankly, who are you? He cursed helplessly. I was pierced through the head by you, and you don't even remember me from episode 195? The impostor told him the whole story. Fortunately, I didn't die, but you've completely forgotten. I've been observing you around the Ironbone sect for a long time, and with my racial talent, I can now perfectly replicate your aura. He smiled cunningly. Haha, with that face of yours, I can do many things. I can even manipulate your precious disciples. Changxiao brushed past the impostor like a gust of wind, completely unfazed by his words. What? Don't worry, my disciples can't be fooled by you, because he pointed out the crucial issue. You lack a bit of my charm. He was confused. Charm? Over there, Qianqin said to the little girl. Dudu, let's go find some delicious food, the little girl asked doubtfully. Where's Sect Master Brother? She said. Don't worry about him. Qianqin knew Wanner would be worried, so she revealed information. His celestial aura is enough to protect us thoroughly. Changxiao proactively extended his hands for the guards to put on the handcuffs, then whispered some words that made them shiver. Oops, I accidentally touched another handcuff and it broke. I can go in. As long as you can get the rings I hid under my shoe, I have as many as you want. In the eerie, dark, and chilling celestial prison, several guards reminded him, our Princess Honglian will arrive tomorrow. Whatever bad things you've done using Sect Master Jun's name, the princess will definitely interrogate you about. The jailer warned him, behave yourself, don't break the handcuffs again. Don't think that because your physical body is well trained, you can run rampant in the celestial prison. Several guards added, there are many heinous criminals in the celestial prison and it's free time now. Go meet your future cellmates. The door opened and Changxiao was surprised to find other equally terrifying-looking prisoners inside. He smiled triumphantly. Just by looking I can tell they're all talented individuals. Anyway, I'll be released tomorrow. Today, let the celestial prison witness the ideas of civilized construction. Changxiao was about to cast a spell. Perfect. I just learned grappling techniques. Two guards whispered to each other. Is it a bit excessive to directly throw him into the S-Class violent offender section? That guy can easily break the demon-binding handcuffs. He's definitely not as weak as he seems. They prayed that Changxiao wouldn't cause trouble in prison. As long as he didn't actively provoke, there shouldn't be much danger. He shouted loudly, startling both of them. Everyone look at me, Changxiao confidently introduced. Starting today, I will be everyone's instructor. This instructor will lead you to break free from low-level pleasures. A tall prisoner walked towards him. Where did this kid come from, daring to be so arrogant in the S section of the celestial prison? Oh, he's even wearing 6 demon-binding handcuffs, so his physical body must also be somewhat accomplished. He, relying on his height, tried to teach Changxiao a lesson. If I weren't here, you might have even swept through the celestial prison. Without the demon-binding handcuffs, I am a peak martial king. The tall prisoner exuded an aura, preparing to fight. Perfect, I also want to stretch my muscles. He raised his fist and approached him, but Changxiao remained motionless. Suddenly he stood on his tiptoes, leaning his body backward, forming a right angle with the ground. Then Changxiao leaped up, dodging the tall prisoner's attack. He excitedly rushed forward to engage in close combat with him. This kid's speed is good. The tall prisoner used spiritual power to strike Changxiao against the wall. He found it interesting and smiled. Good force. Could he also be a martial king specializing in physical cultivation? He calmly walked out of the hole he had just punched through. Truly a tricky opponent. If I could use spiritual power, I would need at least 2 trump cards to defeat him. The system prompted. I just checked. There are at least 20 martial king level beings here. It added. At least 5 people here are comparable in strength to this tall man. Don't tell me you really just want to be their instructor. Just physical bursts are not enough. Changxiao smiled happily, taking the opportunity to stretch, making his body more flexible. System, have you noticed that my title of Sword and Martial Duel King is a bit undeserved? In terms of martial arts, I believe I can integrate all schools and defeat thousands of soldiers. He activated his spiritual power, which gradually appeared. As for swordsmanship, besides the spirit sword divine art which emphasizes sword intent, I have no other notable sword techniques. Only by progressing in both martial arts and swordsmanship can one truly become a Sword and Martial Duel King, the system said helplessly. You actively provoked these heinous villains because Changxiao was already prepared for battle and charged forward. That's right, I want to use them to practice my sword techniques. The goal he wants to achieve is the strongest defensive Tai Chi sword under Old Man Jin's sword, which he can discuss with Old Wei later about the flower dance to see if he can comprehend it. Now I want to comprehend the strongest offensive sword technique. Dugu 9 Swords. Changxiao used his newly refined demonic power on the tall prisoner. No spiritual energy needed, no soul martial activation, no defense, no holding back, no inhibitions. System, can you find a better place to practice a sword technique that only attacks and doesn't defend? This sword technique of mine is purely offensive. Changxiao named the new technique, a single sword breaking all laws. The name sounds a bit strange. He continued his assault, enjoying the process of experimenting with new methods. Changxiao landed at the feet of the tall prisoner, who agilely dodged backward. The tall prisoner sensed that the kid's aura seemed to have become, his intuition was correct, extremely sharp, emitting a strange aura upon landing. Next, Changxiao chuckled sinisterly, either you all beat me to death or I beat you all to death. All the prisoners stood ready, prepared to engage him. Just then a majestic woman appeared at the cell door. Princess Honglian commands that all official documents needing my review be organized and sent to the front hall. The jailer complied, but the commotion in the cell suddenly caught her attention. Honglian asked, "It's a bit noisy in the dungeon today," the jailer stammered. "A greenhorn arrived in Section S yesterday." Inside the cell, 2 jailers stood on a platform observing the situation. "Is this kid even human?" They were surprised by Changxiao's performance. He must have been fighting for several hours already. Furthermore, the 2 jailers noticed something unusual. His attack speed was getting faster and faster. From initially struggling against one peak martial king, they now greatly admired Changxiao's level. He had taken care of 3 peak martial kings by himself. Changxiao treated today as a training session and a trial for his new technique. The system notified, "Congratulations to the host for creating a divine-grade sword skill. A single sword breaking all laws." Immediately after, Changxiao received a new item, rewarding him with permission to purchase a special sword skill manual, requiring 1,000 contribution points. She stood on the platform observing. "You tell me." Honglian watched in surprise. "Is he a fake Sword and Martial Duel King?" Changxiao held the new item he received after completing the mission. "System, are you on drugs? You actually gave me this one." He held the scroll in his hand, perplexed. "Myriad swords returning to 1. Do I have to play the Arhu to level up?" The system displayed content and other components. Myriad swords returning to 1 introduction. A forbidden sword technique from a certain plane, refined and perfected by a mysterious power. Its might is unpredictable. Effect, divided into 3 realms. First realm, myriad swords as 1. Second realm, all things as swords. Third realm, if I am the sword, there is no sword in the world. Advantages. After modification, this technique is extraordinarily powerful, a top-tier sword technique. Disadvantages. Difficult to master, consumes energy even if successfully learned. Without Martial King cultivation or above, it is difficult to wield easily, otherwise it will result in backlash. Minor injuries at best, death at worst. A system added a reminder. The child has grown up, even creating divine skills. We parents can't fall behind either. Changxiao was annoyed, raising his middle finger. "Get lost, be careful, I uninstall you, you unrighteous husband." Honglian appeared from behind saying, "Sect Master Jun, my subordinates were ignorant and offended you." She smiled kindly. "Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for not resorting to violence. I am Honglian, and on behalf of the Golden Guard, I apologize to Sect Master Jun." He recognized Honglian in surprise. "Princess Honglian." Changxiao smiled and replied, "It's a small matter. I should also thank your dungeon for providing me with a perfect training ground." "I'll give it a 5-star rating," she said. "The way you ended the fight just now, I've never heard of it before. Is it a newly created martial art?" Honglian admired Changxiao's magic, praising, charging forward fearlessly, attacking where the enemy must defend, moving like thunder. "It is indeed a divine skill to be able to create such an ultimate martial art. Sect Master Jun truly lives up to his reputation as a martial arts grandmaster. No wonder he could guide the heroes in the Washan Lunjian," she added. "Sect Master Jun, I will release you from prison. I heard you brought your family." "I have already prepared a banquet at Tianqiang Tower to apologize," Changxiao replied. "Princess Honglian, you're too kind," she hinted. "If Sect Master Jun has time, you could visit Tianyu Academy. Many junior brothers and sisters have admired you for a long time," he added. "Speaking of junior sisters, I have several thousand lads under me who are eagerly awaiting to make friends day and night." Another tall prisoner walked over, loudly threatening to attack Changxiao. "You humiliated me and you still want to run? Die." Honglian turned around. She kicked him, aiming to teach him a lesson. Changxiao clapped his hands and cheered. "Well done," both of them simultaneously said. "Law." The system said to Changxiao, This Princess Honglian is not simple, did you feel it just now? He smiled and replied, how could the city lord of Tianyu Royal City, the leader of the Golden Guard, be an ordinary person? Changxiao seemed to have felt it, but the moment she made her move, the spiritual energy in her body was so exquisite that it left me powerless. The system made a deduction. It seems she is, it concluded, a fire spirit body, a super physique, unable to balance spiritual roots. Even on the Starfall continent, it's a unique genius physique, he replied. Now that you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore. Changxiao called out to her. Princess Honglian, are you interested in joining my Ironbone sect? I guarantee your position will be higher than that of a personal disciple. She politely declined. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jun. I'm still studying at Tianyu Academy and haven't considered joining a sect yet. But can personal disciples take on apprentices? The two walked out of the cell together and Changxiao suggested. Princess Honglian, my offer to you is always valid. Please consider it again. His wording was a bit strange, which she didn't understand. Offer, below. A text explanation appeared. Offer admission notice. Someone called Changxiao dog straight blunt. He recognized her from afar. She was walking over. Tianchen, are you here to pick me up? How did you know I was getting out of prison today? She replied. To pick you up, that's not quite accurate, the jailer reported. Princess Honglian, you're here. These two demonic women injured my Ouyang family's collateral disciple without cause, and severely wounded several guards, another jailer added. If not for our two martial maidens arriving in time, the Ouyang collateral might have been wiped out. These demonic women are truly despicable. Even so, they injured our brothers. Now we are sending them to the dungeon for severe punishment. Honglian was somewhat puzzled, seeming not to believe it. Is there some misunderstanding? These two are Lord Jun's. Changxiao immediately stepped forward to support Tianchen and Wanner, then asked, are you two all right? What happened? The little girl recounted the incident. Tianchen Jia and I were taking a walk when we happened to meet the Ouyang family's young master. Wanner explained the reason. He called me a bastard. I could not endure that grievance. I cautiously gave him a mountain-splitting palm, explosive fist, and then the Ouyang family guards tried to catch me, but Tianchen Jia fought them off, the little girl continued. Then these two martial maidens appeared. Senior sister couldn't protect me, so she had to fight while following them to the dungeon, he asked her. Tianchen, she replied. Dog remnants. Tianchen struggled free, her wrist hurting. As soon as Changxiao heard she was injured, he immediately became furious. He unleashed his infuriated demonic power. She tried to calm Changxiao. Sect Master Jun, please calm down. Random fighting is not allowed in Tianyu Royal City. Honglian was surprised by his anger. Changxiao lifted the two jailers with both hands, saying, calm down, they touched my people, I can't calm down. Both jailers were so scared they foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back and stared wide. You humiliated Dudu and injured Tianchen. He chuckled sinisterly, warning. Are you ready to repent in another world? In the distance, a group of people walked over, urging Changxiao to calm down and control his anger. Young man, anger is understandable even for a beauty like her. But can you please consider us old folks? He frowned in anger. Is the Ouyang family's face so great? I was about to cripple these two martial kings when they showed up. Before Changxiao was a group of masters and disciples. 6 martial emperors walked over. Haoyun smiled benevolently. Sect Master Jun, you've misunderstood. He took out a piece of paper and explained, this old man has no connection to the Ouyang family. I've come this time to invite Sect Master Jun to join us. The two jailers, released by Changxiao, bumped their heads together with a loud thud. He threatened, you heard that, that's the first merit. Elder, you want to recruit me? Changxiao was puzzled. I used to recruit others, this is new today, who are you? Honglian, seeing the several martial emperors, immediately stepped forward and replied, Honglian greets the dean. He looked at them in surprise. The dean of Tianyu Academy. Changxiao listed his series of aliases, the strongest martial emperor on the Starfall continent, the most terrifying swordsman in southwest Yang Prefecture, the ultimate nightmare of countless martial artists who graduated from Tianyu Academy. He recognized the figure before him, the white-haired demon Situ Haoyun. He smiled benevolently. Those are all things from many years ago, mere empty titles not worth mentioning. Changxiao quickly stepped forward to salute. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. I've long admired your name. Jun is new here. Why have I disturbed Dean Situ? Haoyun replied. 2 old friends recommended you. I have indeed heard much about Sect Master Jun's deeds. Sect Master Jun, with a group of disciples of ordinary aptitude, has in a short time made his sect flourish. He said calmly, one is the retired old man Shangguan. I heard his granddaughter is also in your Ironbone sect. He jokingly referred to old man Shangguan as kid. How old is this dean? The curator then added. As for the other old friend, that would be this humble one. The elder introduced himself, first meeting Sect Master Jun. This old man is the head of the Sect Certification Hall. Changxiao was surprised. The Sect Certification Hall, and you two were the elders who rated the Ironbone sect as third rate. The green-haired crab-headed elder with 2 drooping ears said. Sect Master Jun actually led his sect to repel Junyang County. The curator also greatly admires your teaching level, which is why he recommended you to Dean Situ. The curator recounted the incident. The sect was rated as third rate. It was the first time we gave such a rating in Southwest Yang Prefecture. To manage the Ironbone sect to this extent, Sect Master Jun will definitely be able to cultivate more geniuses at Tianyu Academy. The elder with the green beard said, for the future of Southwest Yang Prefecture, we 2 old fellows are also willing to do our utmost. He proudly puffed out his chest. Thank you both. I never thought I was so low-key, yet you still discovered my Sect Master aura, she thought for a moment. Tianyu Academy, Sect Certification Hall. Honglian was worried. They were the two most powerful forces in Tianyu Royal City, capable of turning Southwest Yang Prefecture upside down with a flick of their hands, she thought. They all value Sect Master Jun so highly. Tianyu Academy's martial arts resources are comparable to a first-rate sect, and a mentor's status is equivalent to a third-rate Sect Master. Accepting their invitation would immediately make one's status soar. Only a fool would refuse. But contrary to Honglian's thoughts, Changxiao replied, "Thank you both for your kindness, but as for the matter of being an academy mentor, Jun must respectfully decline." He smiled. "Although Tianyu Academy's resources are certainly more astonishing, I still hope to lead that group of disciples to establish the strongest sect of all time, and that wouldn't leave me much time to teach, lest I hinder other disciples." Wanner admired Changxiao's chivalrous spirit. Sect Master brother truly loves the sect, Tianjin secretly decided. Wherever Dog Remnants is, I am there. Only she thought he was a fool. Changxiao was heartbroken but had to reluctantly give up the opportunity to get ashore that was right in front of him. "System, you're killing me with that bomb," Haoyun smiled. "Haha. Sect Master Jun is young and wants to continue his adventures. This old man understands. How about this, Sect Master Jun? Would you be willing to be an honorary mentor at my Tianyu Academy?" he said. "You only need to occasionally give lectures at the academy, but you can still enjoy the benefits of a formal mentor, mainly because the academy's mentors are very curious about Sect Master Jun's teaching methods, so we hope to keep you." He politely refused. "Sorry, sect affairs are truly quite complicated." Haoyun continued to offer generous terms to retain Changxiao. The students of Tianyu Academy do not yet belong to any sect. After graduation, they decide which sect to join themselves. The Ironbone sect can gain priority in recruiting Tianyu Academy students. Before he could finish, Changxiao happily leapt forward. "No matter how busy sect affairs are, what does it matter? I had long planned to cultivate talents in Southwest Yang Prefecture, and Jun will certainly not refuse." Changxiao grasped Haoyun's hand excitedly, saying, "The point isn't priority recruitment. I simply want to cultivate more talents for my homeland." He gently instructed, "Teacher Jun, do you have time now? I'll take you to visit the academy." He was grateful for Haoyun's enthusiasm, feeling very honored. "However, wait a moment, let me give a few instructions first." The two jailers collapsed on the ground complaining, "The academy and the certification hall are all their people. How can our Yang family endure this?" While they were chatting happily, continue to pretend to be unconscious, hoping they'd forget about us. Changxiao threatened sinisterly, "You two have been absorbing the Earth's energy for so long, no need to keep pretending to be unconscious anymore. You two go back and tell the Yang family head." He continued to describe a series of different changes, breaking through their fragile psychological defenses, making them extremely fearful. "When I was alive, I had two great qualities. Carefully hiding my flaws. In a couple of days I will visit the Yang family, bringing Dudu to reclaim our honor." He led Changxiao to observe. "My Tianyu Academy covers several hectares and has 16,000 students, all of whom are outstanding." He asked Dean Haoyun why so many students were gathered at the entrance of the teaching building. He calmly replied, "Because I decided to recruit you into the academy, I told the students some information about you." Haoyun listed many common situations, but some of his gifted students were too proud and had comments about Sect Master Jun being so young yet serving as a mentor. He asked with a smile, "How about we spar a bit and give those kids a surprise about the Ironbone sect?" Changxiao immediately agreed. "Good idea, Dean." Haoyun suggested a sparring method that wouldn't require overly powerful moves. "Let's use this one. Saint-grade martial skill, Void Palm." The system seemed to go haywire, alarming warning that a huge flaming palm was about to press down on the academy. Warning, energy overload detected. "This old man definitely isn't a martial emperor." He stood there, surprised. He told Changxiao, "Please." The system finally displayed the keyword it wanted to convey, martial saint. Changxiao was slightly surprised by Haoyun's ability. Fortunately, the dean diffused the situation in time. A single palm strike reached the martial emperor realm. He performed a spell. "I, your father, use the Linglong fire to refine pills and countless weapons. My mastery of flames is already superb," Changxiao confidently said. "It's time to let the world see the methods of I, Master Fire." He held an eagle, releasing demonic power to contend with Haoyun's fiery palm. The old man behind him sighed. "This small flame seems capable of incinerating the entire space. No wonder the dean praises him so much." Haoyun reassured the old man. "Observe quietly, he still has strength left." Changxiao fought with all his might against his fiery palms. He suddenly unleashed a powerful pillar of fire. Changxiao shouted, "Divine Palm Wei Nanchu Flag Saber." A flash of fire split through the middle with two pillars of fire burning fiercely, standing side by side. The scouts outside saw that Sect Master Jun's age was similar to theirs. Where is this monster to be so powerful as to defeat the dean's void palm? He thought to himself, "Monster." Changxiao solemnly announced, "Students, do you want to become strong like me? Come and sign up, I will teach you the path of strength." A large crowd surged forward. 3 youths ran from the entrance excitedly scrambling. "I'm signing up, I want to sign up too." The crowd seemed to grow larger and larger, causing chaos. Someone had to stand guard to stop them. Sect Master Jun, during the Washan Lunjian, is it true that you single-handedly mentored the sect masters of various factions? Sect Master Jun: I heard all your disciples are peerless geniuses. Sect Master Jun: I've already collected your sect's proof. Can I get your signature? He turned to Haoyun and asked, Dean Situ, although my saber strike just now was very impressive, the students of Tianyu Academy are a bit too enthusiastic. He replied, Sect Master Jun is the most outstanding among his peers, and you are also an idol to many Tianyu Academy students. Chang Xiao asked in confusion. Idol? But didn't you just say a group of students gathered at the entrance doubting my ability? Haoyun explained. Isn't this just worrying that Sect Master Jun would be at a loss in front of his fans? This group of fans at the entrance, they are your senior fans, he sighed. Didn't you notice? They are all spontaneously stopping other excited students, he replied. I heard they even have support uniforms. A young man took off his inner shirt, revealing Chang Xiao's portrait printed on it. He froze, speechless. What the hell is this? Who would use an idol's certificate as support merchandise? Seeing the crowd agitated, Haoyun had no choice but to appease them. Students, the academy will arrange Sect Master Jun's lessons next. All students just need to register with their counselors. Sect Master Jun will be our visiting mentor from now on. There's no need for everyone to gather here. There's still plenty of time, he calmly explained. Sect Master Jun, because the deans of the other branch academies still have some doubts about your teaching level. They hope you can give a trial lecture first. Haoyun described the current situation of Tianyu Academy. What we lack least are geniuses, but there are always some geniuses among geniuses, most of whom are arrogant, and ordinary mentors cannot earn their recognition. So I've set up a separate class for them, the Gathering of Heroes Hall. Chang Xiao asked in confusion. Didn't those little ones in the distance gather over? He replied. They are the students of the Gathering of Heroes Hall, our Tianyu Academy's most outstanding combat force, but also the most arrogant, he sneered. To teach them, challenges in teaching are what make it enjoyable, and I still have great potential as a sharp-tongued teacher. Chang Xiao turned and asked, By the way, Dean Situ, I encountered an imposter earlier. Why don't you recruit him? Haoyun explained. Although I am old, and my eyesight isn't great, I wouldn't be fooled by a little monkey. However, for such a spiritual creature of heaven and earth to be able to impersonate Sect Master Jun, it must be considered a kind of serendipity. Everyone laughed and said, Young Master Chu, that brat Jun Chang Xiao will be teaching us later. What do you think? He replied rudely. He's only a few years older than us. Although his strength is formidable, I don't think he can teach us, young Master Chu arrogantly said. When I reach his age, I'll definitely be stronger than him. When they met, he chuckled sinisterly. Ha, you little rascal. Is quite good at sophistry. In 2 more years, I'll definitely be stronger than him. Chang Xiao slowly walked over. When I reach his realm, I'll definitely be able to torture him, he sneered. These naive children still want to climb the ladder to learn superior martial arts only to encounter enemies. You also say a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. But how many enemies will give you a chance to grow? Chang Xiao recalled what he had told his disciples. Threatening is useless. Developing discreetly is the king's way. He looked at Chang Xiao blankly. What are they wearing? Chang Xiao walked in a black suit and leather shoes. How to become strong. How to defeat enemies. Today I will teach you your own goals, which is also the first lesson for all disciples of the Ironbone sect. He prepared to give them some easy preliminary training. Getting beaten will make you stronger, making you the strongest person. Chang Xiao was sinister and cunning. Instructor Jun's first lesson is how not to die, young Master Chu rudely shouted. Jun Chang Xiao, what exactly do you want to do? He jumped up, preparing to teach him a lesson with his arm. Remember to call me from now on. Chang Xiao mercilessly used his demonic power to violently smash young Master Chu into the ground, shattering the earth and stone without hesitation. Instructor Jun, he smiled eerily, looking at him with sharp eyes. As expected of a genius among geniuses, it's more satisfying to fight. Young Master Chu seemed to be spoiled, rude to elders. This is corporal punishment. Even my father never beat me like this. Chang Xiao grabbed his collar, throwing young Master Chu into a large bag where he still audaciously shouted, I want to complain, I want to, before he could finish. Young Master Chu's teammates were also thrown in by Chang Xiao. These snot-nosed brats still seemed unaware of their mistakes. Let us out. He stood outside, assigning different bags to each person, all with limited shapes. Chang Xiao continued. Overload activity. Screams erupted. Wow, no, not there. The instructor and Haoyun stood above, observing his unique teaching method. Dean, is Instructor Jun being too heavy-handed? These students are all crying out in pain, he said. Instructor Jun's words also have some truth. Learn to take a beating before dishing one out. He seemed worried that this method would backfire. That being said, this also easily leaves internal injuries, which is not conducive to future breakthroughs. Haoyun cited documented information. Legend has it that all disciples of the Ironbone sect have bodies of copper and bones of iron with formidable physical strength. Perhaps it's precisely because of this training method of getting beaten. Then Sect Master Jun might have corresponding methods to deal with internal injuries, he thought to himself, although for now it just looks like he wants to have a good fight. Soon night fell. The bag was opened and young Master Chu's hand dragged on the ground. He was tormented, his face swollen, covered in abrasions. It was truly ruthless. Fighting from day to night, young Master Chu's eyes gradually blurred and all his bones seemed to be broken. He looked at Tianchen in the blue suit, thinking he was hallucinating. How am I seeing things? Young Master Chu's nanny was surprised. Young Master Chu cried, whimpering like a child, panting and shouting, "Is Granny here to pick me up?" Tianchen handed him a pill, urging, "Take your medicine." Young Master Chu struggled to swallow it. All the students felt an astonishing change. What kind of medicine is so miraculous? It feels like all the injuries from just now were an illusion. My body feels different. Mine too. I feel significantly stronger. Caesar's eyes flashed with emotion. To use such a precious pill to heal us who were tormented by demons, he looked on, his eyes shining. And it can also boost our combat power. They called her fairy goddess. Chang Xiao walked forward and asked Tianchen, "This goddess is my assistant, Lu Qianqin. The medicine I just gave you only has healing effects," he explained with a smile. "What enhanced your physical fitness was my Iron Fist education. This mentor likes to refine the body like refining steel. Only after repeated tempering can one be invincible." Chang Xiao gave them no rest, forcing them to train hard. "In the next class I will personally forge you punch by punch," he smiled sinisterly, "into steel-like bodies." They worried about every punch. The students were relieved. Fortunately, there's still Goddess Tianchen to help us through this painful time. "That's right." Chang Xiao pulled her, making her lean by his side, and announced, "I heard you calling Tianchen Goddess, Celestial Maiden, and even Granny again. I'm declaring sovereignty first. Your goddess is mine." The students were bewildered and helpless, feeling sorry for Tianchen. The goddess must have been forced. Haoyun and the elder continued to observe the children's training progress. In an instant all their wounds were healed. The elder excitedly said, "It seems this is the secret to the Iron Bone Sect's rapid cultivation. Dean, the students have been beaten for several hours. And you actually fell asleep," he said. "What's all the fuss about? Don't you know I never stay up late, and I prioritize health preservation so I can outlive those with higher talent and achieve my current status?" The elder awkwardly replied, "Dean, don't say such things casually. In the future I might take you seriously." Haoyun confidently said, "I'm never worried that Instructor Jun would actually harm these students because in his eyes, these children are not only students of Tianyu Academy," he shared. "They are also the future backbone of his Iron Bone Sect." In his study, Chang Xiao briefly described yesterday's events, wanting to find the mastermind. "Shang Tian, next the martial worship hall needs to find a person or a beast impersonating me. Now that the two major powers in the royal city have confirmed I'm genuine, he has likely already left the royal city. What are the characteristics of this person impersonating the sect master?" He described his memory in detail. "He looks like me, exceptionally handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, refined and elegant with a face like jade, slightly more handsome than Qingyang, but he lacks my mischievous personality." Shang Tian sketched a draft, then announced, "All right, I'll record these characteristics and arrange for people to search." Chang Xiao covered his face, intoxicated by his own beauty. "I hope he doesn't use this handsome face of mine to do anything heinous." This paper read, "Seeking someone who looks like the sect master but without the sect master's shamelessness." The boy with the gray topknot asked, "When do you think Instructor Jun will start his lectures?" The green-headed boy replied, "I heard he's been in secluded training with the Gathering of Heroes Hall recently." Suddenly a strong wind roared past them. Both sighed. "It's the senior students from the Gathering of Heroes Hall. They've all been in such a rush lately. It seems Instructor Jun is teaching them really well. The senior students are all rushing to class non-stop." Young Master Chu said, "Seniors, if we don't run faster," he hurriedly immersed himself in training, not daring to be lax in the slightest, "will definitely be hung on Tianyu Academy's pillar of shame." Young Master Chu abruptly slammed to a halt. Chang Xiao held an umbrella for Tianchen, smiling smugly. "Good, everyone has learned to come to class early," he pointed at Chang Xiao's face. "And Chang Xiao, although our strength has broken through these past 2 days, what kind of teacher beats students upon meeting them and doesn't even teach martial arts?" Chang Xiao said. "I remember on the first day of class I also said," he kicked Young Master Chu, "because he hasn't learned how to address his teacher yet. You must call me Instructor Jun, you must use titles when working." Chang Xiao mocked. As expected of a genius among geniuses, he praised Young Master Chu's keen reaction speed. To react so quickly and equip himself with a magic artifact, Young Master Chu repeated the teachings he received since childhood. "The Chu family, my Chu family is a prominent family in the royal city after all. We certainly have defensive magic artifacts. My grandfather said body tempering is ultimately a minor path. Powerful martial skills and martial arts realms are the true way." Chang Xiao replied with a smile. "Chu Sunan, is it? Your perspective is too narrow. Why can my Iron Bone Sect always crush opponents across levels? The key is this steel-like body. And Xiao Gangtai is best suited to beat you up, but he's not here now. But it doesn't matter." He introduced Yuaner to everyone. "The Iron Bone Sect's strongest chef, kitchen conqueror, master and recruiter of captives. Dudu, do you dare to discuss the theory you just mentioned with her? If you beat her, even if you don't participate in the future, I'll give you the highest score." Dudu's tone held a hint of disdain as he felt the little girl was too weak. "Little girl," he said, "are you sure? Your aura's only at the mid-stage martial master level, while I'm already a first-grade martial grand master." He reached out to attack Yuaner. Young Master Chu said, "She doesn't even know how to dodge." "I, Young Master Chu, wouldn't bully a little girl." "Little girl, call him big brother," Yuaner said bluntly. "You're too weak, I can't even be bothered to dodge. Haven't you eaten yet? Can Dudu add some dishes for you?" Young Master Chu frowned, his face livid with humiliation. Chang Xiao high-fived her. Excellent, I'm here to see the results of your Ironbone sect's body tempering. I hope you don't cry later. Trash said it right, you have some of my style, the juniors whispered to him. Young Master Chu, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. There can be no mistakes, he replied, although Chang Xiao is reckless and a demanding teacher. He won't let our Mo family win this easily either. I'm not afraid of that little girl, only that Chang Xiao will act despicably. Young Master Chu watched him give water to Wanner, mistakenly thinking he was overthinking. He was just being purely silly. Chang Xiao whispered, "Do drink some water, don't choke." He found it hard to believe that one could eat during a competition. After a break, the students reassembled and the supervisory team guarded against Chang Xiao cheating. Young Master Chu said to the little girl, "Little sister, don't worry, I won't let you lose too badly." Wanner didn't care at all, she was already full. He was disdained by the little girl, and attacked without hesitation. "How dare she look down on me so much?" Chang Xiao loudly cheered. "Do be careful." The little girl gently held young Master Chu's hand, easily blocking his attack. Then Wanner flipped him and slammed him to the ground, creating a crater. He said, "Go easy." Young Master Chu lay motionless as if he'd been tricked. "Who am I? Where is this?" He stared wide-eyed in alarm as young Master Chu leapt up when the little girl attacked with force. He was surprised and terrified. Grandfather never said that a body-tempering martial master could be so powerful. Wanner swiftly punched young Master Chu's face, giving him no time to think. Too fast, young Master Chu protected himself with the Qianyuan shield. Unexpectedly, the little girl accurately hit his face, making him tear up. A student standing next to Chang Xiao said, "Young Master Chu is crying." He quickly and nimbly moved, opened a tent and stuffed him inside. Since he's already beaten, no need to waste it. Chang Xiao was satisfied with his training method. The harder he cried, the happier he felt. The students standing nearby were scared. "He's a devil." He was cautiously preparing to sneak away, but Chang Xiao stopped him. "Where do you think you're going?" Chang Xiao smiled devilishly. "My teacher hasn't dismissed class yet." Finally, all the students entered the tent to continue their physical training. He stroked the little girl's head and praised, "Dudu did too well today, even with the help of the mushroom rice. Tomorrow is a weekend." Chang Xiao said he was going to pay a deep home visit to the Ouyang family. In Jueyang Prefecture, the atmosphere was tense. Patriarch Ouyang's eyes coldly swept over everyone in the room as he announced in a low voice, "Everyone, we are about to face the Ouyang family's greatest crisis." He paused, then sternly said, "That illegitimate child is actually with Chang Xiao, the sect master of the Ironbone sect. This person holds grudges and always retaliates. A few days ago, we even received news that he was invited to be a mentor at Tianyu Academy." Patriarch Ouyang briefly described Chang Xiao to everyone. "According to Chang Xiao's personality, he will definitely come looking for trouble for that illegitimate child. Although he is crude, his strength is indeed extraordinary. So we can only rely on all the guest elders to teach him a lesson." A man with temples streaked with white, wearing a green robe embroidered with flame patterns, stepped forward, laughing loudly and assuring Patriarch Ouyang, "You're too kind, we definitely won't let little thief Jun off the hook. After all, we still rely on the Ouyang family's delicacies to improve our cultivation." Patriarch Ouyang said, "All of you are high-level martial kings. I've also prepared food here that can temporarily boost your cultivation. The Ouyang family will generously reward you after this is done." He formulated a perfect plan. "With the strength of my Ouyang family, Chang Xiao certainly won't come alone. Now I'm only afraid that he'll use his mentor identity to collude with his disciples. If he stays in the academy for a few more years and wins over a few more powerful families, then we'll be in trouble." Just then an angry roar came from outside the gate. "The Ouyang family is still alive, huh?" The gate was pushed open and Chang Xiao, holding a saber, walked in arrogantly, greeting, "I, your father, Chang Xiao, have specifically come." He turned majestically, his gaze falling upon him, his voice full of imposing power. "How foolish." "I, this old man, will go and meet him first," the butler asked worriedly. "Master, should we ask the guest elders to go easy? After all, Sect Master Chun is also standing up for Dudu, and young Master Chun will be back soon." If he sees this scene, Patriarch Ouyang gnashed his teeth and roared, "Shut up! If he hadn't married such a woman, how could that little bastard have tainted the honor of my Ouyang family?" He seemed to have no intention of backing down, but rather wanted to resolve the matter completely. "No more talk, bring me all the food that can boost combat power." The man with temples streaked with white, wearing a green robe embroidered with flame patterns, said to Chang Xiao, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down now and apologize to Patriarch Ouyang, then get lost. I was originally a high-level martial king, but after eating this octopus, I'm already close to a martial emperor." He often maintained a calm demeanor, holding a wooden stick, and said to him, "To save face for Tianyu Royal City, I can only use a wooden sword. I wonder if this random piece of wood is sturdy enough." The man with temples streaked with white, wearing a green robe embroidered with flame patterns, was enraged, erupting wildly. He leapt forcefully towards Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao needed only a light strike to defeat him. "A single sword breaks all laws." Chang Xiao held the wooden stick and sighed, while the man with temples streaked with white, wearing a green robe embroidered with flame patterns, lay on the ground. "Raw wood is still the best." The opponent passed away peacefully. All the thugs sent by Patriarch Ouyang rushed over. Chang Xiao took the opportunity to vent his anger. Good timing? Myriad swords returning to one, he shot magic at everyone. They immediately spat out red syrup after being hit by Chang Xiao. He prepared the next few swords for those who wanted to stop him. The remaining 2 trembled, hesitating. This kid's swordplay has reached mastery. Every move targets the enemy's vital points. The sword aura is icy, unstoppable. There are so many of us. I don't believe he can continuously control 10 swords at once. Changxiao smiled triumphantly. It's indeed not easy to use 10 a single sword, breaking all laws simultaneously. But have you ever thought about why? He smiled devilishly. My move is called Myriad Swords Returning to One. Patriarch Yang's face was livid. The subordinates he hired were a bunch of cowards watching him cast magic. What is all this? Thousands of swords flying in the sky. Changxiao controlled them to rush towards the crowd of subordinates. He said solemnly, "Good, 3 incense sticks time." Changxiao commanded. All Yang family members who bullied Dudu step forward, he threatened. If anyone is hiding, if the Yang family has already given such a warm reception, then Changxiao will not let the matter rest unless the person who harmed the little girl is found. The Yang family will also cease to exist. Changxiao decisively ordered. Stand firm. Can't you all stand straight? You're so old. Haven't you had military training? He yelled. Prepare. Immediately a group of people stood in 2 neat rows welcoming Wanner back. Welcome, Miss Dudu, to the Yang family. The little girl turned to ask Sect Master Changxiao. He replied, Dudu, I cannot intervene in the following matters. You need to resolve them yourself. Changxiao hoped the little girl could bravely face the fear deep in her heart, because most of those who spoke ill of her were women and children in the inner courtyard. But he instructed Wanner, if there are some disrespectful, despicable old men who try to stop you, here I'm referring to Patriarch Yang. My myriad swords haven't seen blood yet. Patriarch Yang trembled with anger, yet was powerless. The little girl walked into the house under the old man's resentful gaze. Wanner politely greeted the butler. Grandpa Ling, long time no see, are you well? Thank you for taking care of me and the Yang family before. The butler feigned concern. Miss Dudu has suffered outside. This old servant is deeply ashamed, Grandpa Ling then continued. Miss has also grown up, but can Miss please spare the Yang family some face? Changxiao observed silently from afar, contemplating the old man. This old servant might be one of the reasons Dudu experienced so much. Still remained innocent. At this moment the old man angrily scolded, Shut up, my Yang family isn't so lowly as to beg for a... Before he could finish, a cold sword edge was already at his neck, frightening the old man out of his wits, making him retreat repeatedly. Changxiao appeared from behind, his eyes cold. Patriarch Yang, watch your words. A venomous tongue might lead to a gruesome death. He warned and intimidated the old man. Don't expect me to let slide those words that came out of your mouth. As the little girl walked into the courtyard, everyone gathered in the center. 2 women held 2 mischievous children, their faces pale, fearing Changxiao's judgment. Wanner spoke, her voice clear yet emotional, announcing to everyone, This time I just want to clarify one thing. I asked myself, I didn't harm any of you. My father, Yang Jun, also holds a high position in the Yang family. The little girl choked up as she recounted the reason. Just because my mother was a commoner, you've been blaming me until now, even trying to freeze me to death when Yang Jun wasn't home, Yang Li shouted. Because you shouldn't exist in the Yang family at all. That kid argues with a set of twisted logic, ignoring right and wrong. Our Yang family's direct descendants are all born from marriages with prominent families with parents of matching status. We are all chosen talents, while you are just an unknown, suddenly brought home by young Master Jun, who said you were born from a commoner woman he met outside, and that woman later died of illness. Yang Li stepped forward, her face stern, and sternly said to Wanner, Young Master Jun is the most outstanding disciple of the Yang family in 100 years and will surely become the next patriarch, yet you, this illegitimate child, have become the Yang family's future eldest daughter. His words were like daggers and salt sprinkled on the little girl's heart. The most hateful thing was that the bastard kid added, this illegitimate child actually reached top-tier levels in both cooking and martial arts talent, easily surpassing all her peers. Yang Li shouted, How can such a person make us noble bloodlines face ourselves? Is my nobility just a joke? You're no different from those commoners. Unable to bear it any longer, Wanner slapped this chatterbox aside. So noisy, the little girl cried out in grievance. What illegitimate child, what commoner? Are these all to cover up these unknown reasons? At this moment Tianchen stepped forward, gently standing beside her like a solid pillar. Dudu, do you know why there are only statues of gods and Buddhas in the world but no statues of devils? Because humans have never seen gods and Buddhas. Humans need to know who they worship, whether their faith truly exists, she emphasized. And devils, Tianchen looked at them with sharp eyes. Everyone has always known of their existence, existing in everyone's hearts. Tianchen continued to make sharp points, shattering their narrow, crazed, and decayed ideologies. The patriarch for so-called bloodline, the adults mostly for family interests, the children out of jealousy and competitiveness. She soothed the little girl, then said, They can only nourish the devil in their hearts by bullying you, belittling you, and humiliating you. Dudu, don't cry, I won't let you suffer any more grievances in the future. Tianchen silently pondered, You people. As soon as her words fell, a cold aura shot out from her hand, freezing everyone who had spoken ill. Frozen for 7 days, a small warning. Grandpa Ling walked over, heartbroken. Oh dear, how could this happen? She comforted him. Don't worry, they won't die, it's just to give them some peace and quiet. Cold and indifferent, Wanner called Tianchen. Sister Tianchen, according to what you just said, human nature is inherently evil. Wouldn't this world be very dangerous? She said. No need to worry too much. The most evil person in the world, Changxiao, was talking to a few thugs hired by Patriarch Yang. I don't believe you, Martial King Zhongfeng. You only have this much savings, truly nothing left. All your private money has been taken by you. You mentioned private money, that reminds me. Take off your shoes and show me, Tianqian said helplessly. The bad guy is standing in front of us protecting us. He put his hands on his hips and happily said, babies, are you done? Then let's go back to the academy. The two jailers reappeared. Sect Master Jun, you've engaged in a brawl in the royal city, threatened others, morally corrupt and even robbed. Please cooperate with us, Chang Xiao optimistically replied. Slowly I will cooperate. I'm familiar with this process. Wait a moment, he turned to Tianqian and said, keep this safe. This is something I just acquired. The jailer scolded. Give it to me, that's stolen money. Patriarch Ouyang was fuming with anger. This little thief is truly hateful. Chang Xiao turned to the old man and said, by the way, Patriarch Ouyang, he revealed a triumphant smile. 2 days ago I was chatting with Dean Situ at the academy and learned something interesting. Perhaps your Ouyang family didn't intentionally fail to record it. Chang Xiao continued to read, leaving the old man too shocked to speak. When the first-generation patriarch of the Ouyang family came to the royal city, he was also just a noble beggar. It was never about bloodline. In the celestial prison, the tall prisoner stretched languidly. It really is me. Even with such serious injuries, I've recovered by 70 to 80% in the past few days. He huddled against the wall, shyly greeting everyone. Chang Xiao is back. Everyone who saw Chang Xiao felt as if hell had returned. Long time no see, it seems you've all recovered well. Let's start the second week. Young Master Chu shouted, and everyone immediately stood up, bowing in unison. Hello, Instructor Jun. Chang Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, I've only been working in the celestial prison for a few days. How did you all become so well behaved? I still prefer your old arrogant and domineering ways, a student giggled. Instructor Jun's performance at the Ouyang family back then truly shocked half the royal city. Young Master Chu's eyes lit up when he saw him. Myriad swords returning to one. One person is an army. Instructor Jun is too handsome, someone praised, and Chang Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. It's nothing, a small matter not worth mentioning. Just the first realm of myriad swords returning to one. Young Master Chu had changed. He wanted to receive more of his guidance. Instructor Jun, can you teach us moves? Even if Instructor Jun wants to sell them, my Chu family can definitely afford them, no haggling. Chang Xiao smiled brightly. I've always been indifferent to fame and fortune, not interested in money, he said with a focused expression. Mainly these moves are secret techniques of my sect, and your physique hasn't reached the minimum cultivation requirements yet. Alas, Tianyu Academy's teaching is indeed a bit lax. If it were in my Iron Bone sect, you'd be on guard every day, and the training tower would be waiting for you in rotation. Chang Xiao uttered a shocking statement that surprised the students. In a few days it will definitely make your physique several times stronger. But unfortunately, all the students excitedly said to him, Instructor Jun, I'm willing to join the Iron Bone sect. Instructor Jun, can I apply for early graduation so I can go back with you? Chang Xiao replied. Oh, you're acting as if I'm snatching Dean Situ's people. That won't do, young Master Chu said. In these past few days I've truly felt Instructor Jun's strength, and in just a few days our strength has also improved significantly. He was increasingly interested in training with Chang Xiao. I will definitely be able to persuade my family to agree to join the Iron Bone sect, Chang Xiao thought. Persuade? The Iron Bone sect isn't very famous right now, so these students' parents are also targets for persuasion. He pondered for a moment. It seems I must make the Iron Bone sect's ace card shine brighter, otherwise I won't be able to impress those old foxes from the prominent families, young Master Chu called out to Chang Xiao. By the way, Instructor Jun, he asked, when Dudu went through so much back then and now possesses such powerful abilities, did she also undergo cruel tempering? The little girl was sitting there playing with toys, a red umbrella, a white body, but unfortunately she couldn't taste it. Young Master Chu expressed his opinion. If she can persevere, then we can also train. We can even train doubly hard. Chang Xiao seriously advised him, how is that possible? Dudu is the most adorable treasure of the sect. We still need to exercise our bodies. If she suffers even a little, she will be disliked by the entire sect. She grew up eating body sculpting pills. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. He asked, then how do the female disciples of the Iron Bone sect cultivate their bodies? Chang Xiao replied. Body sculpting pills, young Master Chu asked again. What about the male disciples? He answered directly. Miscellaneous, Chang Xiao instructed. You need to be open-minded. With body sculpting pills in the training room, your muscles and bones will gain double strength. And girls can't be beaten black and blue every day either, he said helplessly. Well, we also don't want to be beaten back to the dorms every day. Chang Xiao took out a skateboard and then announced, I forgot to give this to you. This is a tool to replace walking. I've invented it. When you're tired, it'll be faster to crawl with it, young Master Chu pressed. Instructor Jun, tormented like this, don't your disciples complain? Chang Xiao replied. Of course they complain. That's why they find it easier to beat up enemies. He bid farewell to the students and then happily left. See you next time. Remember, let your muscles tear for a while before taking healing pills. The effect will be very noticeable. Wanner happily ran over and hugged Chang Xiao's leg. Sect Master brother, you're finally out of class. What do you want to eat today? He asked, stroking the little girl's head. Dudu, have you been waiting long? I like all the food Dudu makes, Chang Xiao asked. By the way, Dudu, hasn't the cooking competition already started? Coincidentally, I've acquired a secret weapon these past few days. He handed the little girl a book. Bon-style Sichuan cuisine, Lu cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Wyong cuisine, Fujian cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, and Hunan cuisine. There's Chinese cuisine everywhere. These are all brand new, peerless delicacies. Wanner took the book from Changxiao. Wow, let me see, so many delicious dishes, the little girl suddenly discovered. Sect Master, why are the last few pages missing? He hastily tore them off, afraid they would affect Wanner. Those are the darkest chapters of Chinese cuisine. You're still young. It's best not to expose yourself to them. Looking up at the sky, blue pine root stewed eggs, spicy boiled fish scales, sweet and sour seaweed. The two went out to play. All right, we've agreed. We'll make 4 joy meatballs this time and roasted meat next time. Suddenly a man stood at the door calling the little girl's name. Girl, young Jun pretended to cry, his eyes misty with tears. Dudu, I'm late coming back. Changxiao held Wanner in his arms. This old man, do you know Dudu? Are you Dudu's friend? The old man reported. I am Ouyang Jun, Dudu's unfilial father. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for taking care of Dudu all these days. In Changxiao's memory, Ouyang Jun was a famous noble young master in southwest Yang Prefecture. He was graceful, had an extraordinary temperament, and his culinary skills were superb. Changxiao understood. Time flies, you've taken such good care of her. He meant to be sarcastic. Yang Jun recounted what happened. After Dudu's mother passed away, I lost heart, the old man continued. Even every time I saw Dudu's smile, I would be reminded of her mother. That profound pain. So I chose to escape, constantly running outwards, just wanting to numb myself desperately, but accidentally let Dudu get into trouble at home. Yang Jun's face was grim as he apologized to the little girl. It wasn't until Grandpa Ling told me Dudu had run away that I realized how much of a scoundrel I was. I cannot lose my daughter again. I also searched everywhere for Dudu. The old man played the role of a good father. I don't expect Dudu to acknowledge this unworthy father. I only hope Sect Master Jun can give me an opportunity to take care of Dudu from the side, to make up for my sins over the years. Changxiao put the little girl down and said, Dudu, go find your sister Tianchen. I have something to say to this old man. He urged her to go. The old man stammered, Sect Master Jun. After Wanner walked away, Changxiao dared to grab the old man by the neck, warning, if the martial worship hall hadn't told me, you wouldn't even know what happened to Dudu. Do you think you can still complain in front of me like this? Changxiao looked at Yang Jun indignantly. You lost your beloved wife. Dudu also lost her parents' love. Why should she bear all this? These things will take her a lifetime to heal. Killing you won't resolve the hatred in my heart. With that, Changxiao violently slammed the old man to the ground, warning, whether you stay or not, I have no right to decide. It depends on Dudu's opinion. All you can do is stop running away. Suddenly, both he and Yang Jun were startled by the little girl's voice. The cooking competition is in 3 days. Wanner leaned against Tianchen and said, I still need a helper. The two elders were discussing Patriarch Ouyang's ice seal. It's been several days and the Ouyang family's ice seal still hasn't melted. Tisk tisk, it's the hottest 3 days of midsummer now. Just then, people from the ice dance hall walked over, their eyes cold. One of them spoke, bone-chilling cold, unmelting for days. This control is truly terrifying. I never expected to encounter a once-in-a-millennium talent just by coming to a cooking competition. Han said, to actually encounter such a once-in-a-millennium talent. This person's handwriting must belong to a top-tier ice elemental genius. The elder expressed his desire, his eyes gleaming with firm resolve. Such an ice elemental genius must be brought into my Jihan Palace. The cooking competition officially began, and the host introduced the Starfall Continent Chef God Selection Competition, Southwest Yang Prefecture Division, officially begins. The judges will score based on color, aroma, and taste. In the kitchen, each participating group was busy preparing meticulously, and eventually 10 chefs would be selected. They would represent Southwest Yang Prefecture in the Starfall Chef God competition. In a corner, Changxiao placed his hand on Wanner's shoulder, gently soothing her, helping her calm down. Do deep breaths, he instructed. We're not nervous, stay stable, just perform at your usual level. In the distance, Ouyang Li folded her arms, her eyes full of mockery. HMPH, what if his culinary talent is astonishing? He grinned, unreservedly mocking. This kid is still as arrogant as before, now that he's left our Ouyang family. The pitiful fellow can only fumble his way. Whereas I, Ouyang Li, have been enlightened by the various divine masters of our Ouyang family, studying the family's most profound recipes. Ouyang Li smiled smugly, believing she had already won. Moreover, our Ouyang family has collected many precious ingredients, all rare items taken from martial master level fierce beasts. This time you will definitely be my defeated opponent. Changxiao turned and asked the little girl, Oh dear Dudu, I didn't know that martial master level fierce beast meat was better. He prepared a dish for Wanner that was 1,000 times better than that kid's. What I prepared are all the lowest grade martial sect level fierce beasts. Can it still be salvaged? Ouyang Li was so furious she could only shriek. What good are ingredients if the knife skills and cooking are not good enough to bring out their full flavor? With your clumsy self-taught knife skills, my chopping board skills are superior to yours. This kid seemed to harbor deep malice and a terrifying desire for revenge against the little girl. Dudu, in the distance, young Master Yang Jun handed the ingredients to Changxiao. I'll chop some auxiliary ingredients, see which ones you can use. Ouyang Li stood aside in astonishment. Jun? This kid recognized him in panic. Young Master Jun. He leaned close to the old man's face and said, You're dressed much more handsomely, aren't you? Yang Jun smiled slightly and replied softly, Since I'm Dudu's sous chef, I should at least have some appearance. Changxiao crossed his arms and smiled smugly. He's just a sous chef. I'm Dudu's secret weapon for this competition. Young Jun calmly replied, I've participated in the Chef God competition myself back then, so I should be able to help Dudu more. Wanner interrupted the two, her expression serious. Stop bickering, I've given you the recipe. Hurry up and prepare the dishes. Both replied in unison like a military order. Mission accomplished. Wanner announced the dish name and the two immediately ran to find it. Green pepper big red treasure. Yang Li was smug. Martial sect level fierce beast, their meat cannot be cooked with ordinary flames. The maid next to her whispered, Miss, please say less. Every time you open your mouth that kid gets carried away and mocks others. What's wrong with saying a few words? You certainly don't have high-grade medicinal ingredients like flame-igniting pills which allow one to use spiritual fire for a short period. The taste of the dishes will also be greatly enhanced. With that, Yang Li swallowed the red pill in one gulp. This kid cackled, a wicked smile on his face. Lose to my cooking skills. On Wanner's side, all right, the dishes are ready. The little girl commanded. Light the fire. Chang Xiao took off his jacket, laughing heartily. It's finally starting. I've been waiting for ages. Immediately after, Chang Xiao unleashed his firepower. He lit the flames, which burned fiercely. Yang Li's side looked awkward. The temperature and color, could this state be? The maid recounted, the legendary Linglong fire, one of the 10 great divine fires. I already told you to say less. This kid was distraught but still stubbornly insisted. Calm down, I still have my cooking skills, and my recipe is a family secret. Wanner cooked with intense focus, her hands constantly stirring every dish imbued with her heart, effort and love for food, creating a uniquely rich sauce. The opposing team commented, I never expected that in my lifetime I would taste a dish cooked with one of the 10 great divine fires, Haoun said. Old Jen, look at your immortal demeanor. Yet for just one dish you're salivating like that. You're a 9th grade formation master after all, Dejun said. Dean, you should wipe your drool first. Don't rely on your high cultivation to snatch more pieces later. Meanwhile, Wanner had already finished cooking. This time, Dudu's cooking is truly perfect, Yang Jun exclaimed. At my age, my cooking skills were far inferior to hers. Chang Xiao's face turned green. That dish was made with Linglong fire. That's a sight to behold. I almost let this little girl empty me out, she said excitedly. I also put my heart into this dish. Thank you, Sect Master and Sous Chef. Wanner smiled. Yang Li's dish is based on the Yang family's secret recipe, but it's not as good as Sect Master Jun's Chinese recipe. He awkwardly turned around. I'm not worried about Yang Li, instead I'm looking at that kid's outfit. Chang Xiao thought, I'm a bit worried. I wonder if he'll put a flashbang on his plate, that blue-haired kid wearing a red headband. He stepped forward full of confidence and with sharp eyes as if he had prepared meticulously for this moment. He smiled, his voice clear and articulate. My dish is deep sea water, using the simplest cooking methods to restore the ingredients to their most authentic flavor. All eyes were on him. Haoyun frowned, saying somewhat awkwardly, That's true, but your dish looks a bit. He helplessly looked at the giant octopus on the plate, its tentacles sprawling everywhere as if alive, his eyes filled with doubt and awe. It's too vivid. For a moment I wasn't sure if it was eating me or I was eating it. All the judges unanimously raised black cards. Meanwhile, Haoyun was struggling with the tentacled octopus. It was more like a battle than a tasting. You haven't even tasted a bite? I want to see the city lord, I want to see the city lord. Demon, die here, Wanner quietly asked Chang Xiao. Sect Master, is this your prediction? Is this my formidable opponent? He shrugged and shook his head. Who knows, it looks unique but it's not good at all. Next was Yang Li's presentation. Everyone, please try my Yang family's culinary skills. This kid seemed very confident in this dish. This was a secret Yang family recipe. In the bowl was a large untrimmed foot, accompanied by a clear emerald green broth-like seawater named Dragon Seeking in Snow. Haoyun picked up his chopsticks and said, taking the beast claw of a northern ice beast and simmering it with a southern dragonfish soup. Dejun continued, then poured the fish soup into the ice beast's claw to balance the texture of the claw with the freshness of the fish dragon. The elder praised it after tasting. Excellent, excellent. Truly a delicacy. Your cooking has reached 80% of the Yang family head's true transmission of skill. After eating it, I feel a significant increase in strength. Although the effect doesn't last for an hour, it is still commendable at such a young age. The judges gave this kid full marks, hoping he could bring glory to Southwest Yang Prefecture in the Chef God competition. Yang Li's arrogant nature disgusted Wanner. Haha, sorry, I've already snatched first place. Next was the little girl's presentation. The Ironbone sect's Dudu brought Chinese cuisine. She walked out gracefully, as ethereal as a wisp of smoke, gently lifting the lid to reveal something extraordinary. The judges were astonished. This special dish was called carp leaping over the dragon gate. Wanner simply explained that it uses golden carp as the main ingredient, supplemented with over 100 kinds of wild mountain mushrooms exquisitely carved to resemble a fish poised to fly. Haoyun said, looking at its momentum, this fish seems to still be alive. Dejun took a bite, savoring it. And it references many of our Ironbone sect's recipes and secret medicines, combining them to stew into a soup, which permeates the fish meat after the broth evaporates. Everyone remained still. This kid provocatively said, what if the little girl's dish is exquisite? Look how dark the judges' faces are. Your dish is even harder to swallow than that monster's just now, haha. Suddenly, there was a sound, and Yang Li asked in confusion, what's that sound? Firecrackers. Everyone praised Wanner's cooking. This little girl is not simple. He praised it with flowery words, This delicacy can actually be savored by this old man in the mortal world. Not only that, my cultivation, which had been stagnant for many years, significantly loosened after just one bite. Everyone loved it and called out the results. Good, good, good. The judges scrambled to grab food, all shouting, "Don't snatch it from this old man." Suddenly, a loud bang illuminated the space. This kid's face turned ashen, and he asked in confusion, "How could this happen?" Dejun raised a hand indicating, fortunately, this old man had anticipated it. He explained, "I had already set up a grand formation, otherwise all this delicious food would be wasted on you old geezers. Carp leaping over the dragon gate shall be enjoyed solely by this old man Dejun." Everyone complained, "Old Jen, you're too cunning," Haoyun helplessly said. "Jen, are you trying to trap me with your formation too?" He took a stance, preparing to move forward. "Dream on, you won't monopolize it." Chang Xiao and Wanner stood by, watching them fight over a bite of food. "Sigh, they look like they've never seen the world. Dudu, this dish of yours is even more powerful than I expected. You've certainly come out on top." Ouyang Li, covered in grime, walked forward and confronted him. "The highest it can score is full marks, and I also got full marks. At best, we're tied." Chang Xiao joked, "This charcoal head is what Haoyun called him." "That's not right, Yang Li, you got 100 points because you genuinely had the skill to get 100 points. He analyzed his own scoring in more detail. Dudu got 100 points because the maximum score is only 100 points. I declare," Haoyun announced the final result, "the Southwest Yang Prefecture Culinary Competition. The champion is the Iron Bone Sect Dudu." The curator sighed, as expected of a sect with potential for a AAA rating. "Even their chef is an extraordinary talent," young Master Chu exclaimed. "Brother Jia, I remember the Taiyuan Holy Sect was only rated A, so wouldn't the Iron Bone Sect be the only AAA sect in Southwest Yang Prefecture?" Everyone was surprised. "The only AAA sect in history. Back 3 days ago," the curator said. "Sect Master Jun, are you suggesting to announce the Iron Bone Sect's AAA potential? This matter might put the Iron Bone Sect and even Southwest Yang Prefecture in the spotlight." Chang Xiao found the elder and said, "I've thought it over carefully. Hiding our strength and being secretive will attract all sorts of enemies. It's better to lay our cards on the table and stop pretending. Facing the storm is what truly suits my Iron Bone Sect," the curator said. "Sect Master Jun is indeed young and spirited. Actually, I was a bit confused before, because a sect with AAA potential appearing in Southwest Yang Prefecture might make some people restless. But Sect Master Jun has a point, and I will be crazy with you this time, Haoyun." "Rather than being cautious," he said with a smile. "Why not have a good old riot?" Chang Xiao said grandly. "A AAA-rated sect appearing in the remote Southwest Yang Prefecture. Since the establishment of the certification hall 1,000 years ago, the highest rating for many sects in Southwest Yang Prefecture has not exceeded A. I believe you all know what this means." The purpose behind his words was, "This not only represents the infinite potential of my Iron Bone Sect, but also infinite crises and challenges. After all, there's nothing more renowned than crushing an immature AAA sect. It can also bring fame and glory." Chang Xiao confidently hinted, "If such a thing happens, would you still want to join my Iron Bone Sect?" Young Master Chu laughed happily. "Being able to join a sect with unlimited potential and grow together with the Iron Bone Sect is an opportunity we wouldn't encounter even after graduation." Everyone shouted in unison, "We all want to join Iron Bone," he sneered. "Haha, how many thousands of people can I abduct from Tianyu Academy this time? Wouldn't that allow for an immediate upgrade?" Haoyun placed his hand on Chang Xiao's shoulder. "Sect Master Jun," he looked at him angrily, "you've been too unscrupulous with this matter. It seems all the senior students of my Tianyu Academy have been swept away by you." He argued with Haoyun. "Dean Situ, this matter is on me. These students are what I meticulously recruited and cultivated. These are my true feelings. You need to add money." Chang Xiao immediately settled on 4 meat dishes and 1 soup, he said. "Dudu's 3 meals are from the chef, plus the linglong flour as bargaining chip." Haoyun smiled. "Instructor Jun, these unruly kids are all yours. Remember to bring glory to our Tianyu Academy in the future," he affectionately joked. "I will definitely cultivate them into masters among masters." The students nearby, hearing their conversation, were confused. "So many of us are only worth 3 meals and a few drinks. Cheers, 4 brothers." Chang Xiao thanked everyone. "Thank you all for your care during this time," he said. "This meal was made by Dudu herself. Let's all eat together. I'm offering a borrowed flour. A toast to everyone." He gnawed on a chicken leg with relish, saying, "We're not into these formalities and your toast is delaying my enjoyment of the food." Dejun said, "Dudu's cooking is truly impeccable. This old man has lived for over 100 years but has never tasted such delicious food, yet it condescends to the Iron Bone Sect." Chang Xiao frowned. "Old Jen, how can you say that? My Iron Bone Sect has just been rated AAA after all," he replied. "What's a AAA? Potential doesn't mean strength." Dejun raised his cup to drown his sorrows. "In my eyes, the Iron Bone Sect is still just a makeshift operation, too rough in its teaching methods for disciples, and the division of departments is too rudimentary." He slammed the table in anger. Chang Xiao suppressing the urge to warn, "Old Jen, I respect you as a 9th grade formation king, but my Iron Bone Sect is not to be insulted lightly. To answer your previous comment, I can still choose not to make a move." The elder stood up and argued with him. "Make a move? With this old man's formation cultivation, given enough time, I could even trap old Situ for a few hours. The Iron Bone Sect currently only has so-called martial cultivators, sword cultivators, and medicine cultivators. In this old man's opinion, such a sect is full of loopholes." Dejun said angrily, My Ironbone sect is united from top to bottom. What loopholes are you talking about? Just a scattered mess. If you want to unite the sect, you need a formation cultivator to lead the overall situation. So he sat down, his tone returning to normal. Sect Master Jun, have you considered recruiting me into the Ironbone sect? My requirements are very low, just to eat Dudu's food every day, Changxiao helplessly said. Join the Ironbone sect, then you just, Dejun replied. Foremost, I want to suppress. This old man has summarized a little negotiation skill throughout his life. Now don't you feel it's against heavenly principles not to recruit this old man, he said seriously. If you keep talking like that, I'm curious, how haven't you been beaten to death, the elder said bluntly. This old man utterly detests fighting, Dejun pressed. Doesn't that also fit well with your sect, Haoyun said. Calm down, old Jen is always like this, sometimes I can't help but want to punch him too. Changxiao had a headache helplessly. Old Jen, you are a 9th grade formation king, comparable to a martial emperor, yet you want to join us just for a meal. It's still a bit hard to believe, the elder smiled and said. This old man is several hundred years old. I've seen through many things, but I can't resist good food. 3 delicious meals a day are this old man's life's pursuit, and this old man is naturally restless and finds the royal city very boring, Dejun sneered. The Ironbone sect has just been pushed into the spotlight because of its triple A potential. Where else could be more lively than the Ironbone sect next? How exciting, he raised his hands in thanks. To attract old Jen to join is my Ironbone sect's honor. The elder replied, Ha, you're too kind. By the way, does the Ironbone sect have any elders similar to me who can play chess and waste time together? Changxiao understood. The Ironbone sect, including me, is mostly young people in their 20s. The only one who can keep you company is probably Dejun picked up a piece of meat, slowly saying, Old Wei, the one who plants spirit herbs in our medicine garden. The elder said, Plants herbs, you Wei, are you called? Dejun's face suddenly darkened, his tone sharp. Hey Qingfeng, he was confused. Yes, do you two know each other? Dejun roared. Know each other is an understatement, the elder hinted, implying there was a past grievance between them, just an old friend. After speaking, Dejun turned and left. Sect Master Jun, I'll go back and pack my bags first. I hope we can depart for the Ironbone sect soon. Changxiao cupped his fists in farewell. Old Wei, were you that wild in your youth too? In his drunkenness, Dejun recalled the past. He had liked that girl and confessed to her, only to be rejected. Sorry, Dejun. I like Wei Qingfeng of the medicine garden. Dejun's heart bled. It's all right. Even she's the same. Back to reality. The elder sat up in the carriage, holding his head, feeling dizzy. Just hearing Wei Qingfeng's name reminds him of those sad memories. It seems he drank too much. Changxiao asked with concern. Old Jen, you're awake. You didn't wake up after I called for so long, so I just brought you along. He smiled and said, Anyway, the Ironbone sect is now #1 on the Southwest Yang Prefecture's potential ranking. With its rising prominence, having a formation king like you guarding the sect will make it more stable, so we decided to travel overnight, Dejun awkwardly said. It's all right. I also want to see my old friend soon. By the way, did I blabber nonsense while I was drunk? He looked back and saw young Master Chu and Brother Jia barely suppressing their laughter, making him somewhat suspicious. Changxiao laughed, trembling. Old Jen, you needn't worry. You just mentioned some past events while drunk. It's nothing. A few minutes ago, Dejun stood up and shouted, What's so great about that Wei fellow? Miss Zhao, Sister Qian, Aunt Sun, Teacher Li, he helplessly recalled. Elder Wei is truly amazing. He gathered all the 100 surnames by himself. On the city wall, Honglian's father stood looking at his daughter, asking, Liana, are you really not joining the Ironbone sect with your classmates? After all, the Ironbone sect is quite famous for cultivating disciples' strength. Honglian replied, The opportunity to join the Ironbone sect is rare, but Tianyu Royal City also needs me. And more importantly, father, your illness is worsening and your body. I can't leave with peace of mind, her father sighed. Alas, it's the old hidden injury from years ago. Don't worry, I won't die yet. He received a report from a guard informing City Lord Mu. As you expected, as soon as the news of the Ironbone sect's AAA rating spread, the Kai family in Lingting Royal City immediately stirred. Her father was surprised. Lingting Royal City and Xi'an Prefecture, they truly can't stand to see my Southwest Yang Prefecture do well, he continued. Once the Ironbone sect grows into a second-rate or even first-rate sect, our positions with Xi'an Prefecture will reverse. They will probably directly make a move against the Ironbone sect to probe how they plan to act, her father instructed. After the investigation, Honglian, give the intelligence to Sect Master Jun so he can prepare early. Honglian replied, Yes, he smiled and said, This is also a way to build a good relationship with the Ironbone sect. After all, my grand wish back then was to find a sword and martial dual king as a son-in-law, she replied. If you get more frivolous with age, I'll ignore you. Her father had just laughed for a while when he started coughing again. He, cough, cough, cough. He struggled to endure the torment of his illness. 10 years, I wonder if I can still hold on until the day I can wash away this shame. Her father's intention of washing away shame still rested on Sect Master Jun and the Ironbone sect. Meanwhile, Changxiao watched intently. Little guy, have I been too low-key lately? You haven't launched any new big missions, which has led to fewer rewards for me. And that's not conducive to the sustainable development of the sect, the system said. Don't worry as long as you continue to mess around. The sustainable development of the sect won't be a problem. The system also prompted the addition of a new project. The system had just updated 3 mission directions, but since the trigger conditions were not yet complete, it only said a few words. The system released Mission 1. The 3-year period is approaching. Love in the Lily Saint sect. Chang Xiao pondered. This title, one would think I'm going to snatch a bride. The system displayed Mission 2, a AAA sect from the district provoking Lingwang City. He investigated it. Tisk, what's with this comment? Where exactly are you? Lingtang Royal City, Xi'an Prefecture's first city of slaughter. What does my AAA status have to do with it? The system suddenly prompted continuously. Mission 3, the dream of the extreme cold palace. He was awkward. Where is the extreme cold palace? Did I provoke it? Chang Xiao mused. Extreme cold means ice. Could this third mission be about? He watched as Wanner was riding a spirit beast on Tianqian, and the system became unusually subtle. Host, there's something I shouldn't say no matter what, it said, and at the same time she was gently looking at Chang Xiao. Never let go of Tianqian's hand. Never let go, he asked in confusion. System, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I let go of Tianqian's hand, the system said. Because if I could I wouldn't, Chang Xiao wondered. Did I hit your volume button? Why is your voice so suddenly low? What did you say? The system did this for a reason, and hoped he could understand. Nothing. You must remember, the mission of the extreme cold palace should not be underestimated. He was a little annoyed being so mysterious, right, with so many disciples. Once they are all brought into the Ironbone sect, the sect system can be upgraded again, right? The system only reminded and cautioned Chang Xiao not to act rashly, otherwise it would lead to immeasurable consequences. Look forward to it. This time it's a big upgrade. Am I entering version 2.0? He smiled and said, version 2.0, so can you be personified? The interface isn't intuitive. It's like this all day. You can be personified as a lowly, an older sister, a campus belle, or Bayo or Gia. I'm not picky, it said helplessly. A system is a system. Where do I get so many tricks? System reporting to host. Activate mission. Complete mission. It also said, if I turn into human form, I'll definitely scare you to death. Shang Tian came over to report. Sect Master, we've found news about the imposter Sect Master. This kid stammered, saying there was good news and bad news. Shang Tian said, the bad news is that the imposter Sect Master has been in various cities using the name of recruitment to swindle a large sum of tuition fees. Chang Xiao's face turned ashen with anger. Dare to ruin my reputation? So what's the good news? This kid reported. The good news is that due to the imposter Sect Master's demeanor and speech, the Sect Master's image description on the street has achieved a qualitative leap. From arrogant, narrow-minded, protective of his own and a bit despicable to suave, elegant and as gentle as jade, he said with a hint of anger. And a bit despicable. Chang Xiao gave a furious middle finger, making both the system and Shang Tian awkward. I, handsome as a jade tree in the wind, am not as good as a monkey, he roared loudly. Who's been slandering me? Write it all down, this kid asked helplessly. Why don't you try to emulate the imposter Sect Master's outward temperament? Chang Xiao said in a deep voice. Emulate what? Early that morning, a long queue had already formed outside the gate, with spectators crowding around. Young Master Chu, seeing this scene, disdainfully said, cultivating in the Ironbone sect is decent, but it's ultimately petty. The senior disciples next to him also echoed, I heard that most of the Ironbone sect disciples have average aptitude, but their strength is impressive. They're all at or above the martial master realm now. He listened with disdain. They're just martial masters, but there are thousands of us, all proud talents of Tianyu Academy. Young Master Chu recalled his past glory, feeling proud and releasing his aristocratic aura, making the seniors feel the shock of Tianyu. Chang Xiao looked towards the gate, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. How does this feel like déjà vu going to work? These little guys are still a bit arrogant, but I was just as crazy when I first obtained a high-grade spirit root, so the question arises. Meanwhile, young Master Chu still leisurely walked in, thinking to himself, I'll intervene later when these little guys are beaten to a pulp. But he said aloud, senior brothers and sisters are a bit lazy. With such a grand entrance, no one came out to stop us. As soon as the door opened, he brazenly shouted, Are you afraid to fight? Suddenly, a hand pressed against the door. He Woody spoke unhappily, scolding them, What's wrong with all of you? Why are you all picking on the door? If you keep doing this, my job will be very difficult. He wasn't joking. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go back where you came from. And calling me to open the door, be careful, I teach you a lesson on behalf of your ancestors. Young Master Chu's senior brothers next to him were all stunned. This kid is even more arrogant than us. Young Master Chu also froze in place, staring at He Woody. His cultivation was only at the martial disciple realm. The Ironbone sect actually has disciples with such low cultivation. No wonder he was assigned to guard the door. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips, and he said to He Woody, Kid, quickly go call your senior brother. Your cultivation is not worth our effort. Young Master Chu incidentally demonstrated his strength to prove its power. I am a martial Grand Master. Do you know what a martial Grand Master is? It's a realm where one can establish a sect. A man of few words, He Woody immediately made a move. Young Master Chu was punched into the sky, his head stuck in the roof. He Woody coldly glanced at the senior brothers. A martial Grand Master, just one punch. If you don't care about face, his eyes changed, and it was likely that young Master Chu's senior brothers were about to get a beating. I'll help you all save face. He Woody beat up everyone, and Chang Xiao commented from the side. He Woody was really ruthless, and with the situation not looking optimistic, Chang Xiao quickly stepped forward, extending his hand to stop He Woody from continuing the close combat. Kid, you can't just care about the main gate, can you? Besides the gate, everything else has been destroyed by you. When he touched him, he suddenly stopped. This feeling, He Woody had stopped. Chang Xiao secretly observed him, and the system measured that this kid was a 5th grade martial Grand Master. This kid wasn't cultivating by riding a tank, but by riding a cosmic elevator. However, his aura was indeed only at the martial disciple realm, so he looked at He-Woody sinisterly, secretly calculating. This kid has a cultivation concealment technique, which is an essential skill for feigning weakness and preying on the strong. I'll use flowery words to make this kid hand it over. Changxiao happily turned and called his teammates. Qingyang, quickly come sweep up these new disciples on the ground. Arrange their initiation. His terrifying expression made He-Woody shudder. My matter with He-Woody needs to be discussed privately. Inside the hall, Changxiao decided to persuade this kid. Woody, now is a critical moment for the survival of our Ironbone sect. He-Woody thought, what does this have to do with me? What trick are you trying to pull now? He was in a passive position and had to immediately back down. Just a little bit. Wait, why am I being so cautious with a kid? Changxiao retorted. What kind of attitude is that when talking to the sect master? What do you mean pull a trick? Is that my image in your mind? He-Woody calmly returned to the main topic. Your image doesn't need elaboration, let's talk about why you're looking for me. Changxiao quickly stated his intention. Now the sect is surrounded by powerful enemies and you should also do your part. I'll take you as my closed-door disciple and teach you everything. Hearing this, Woody decisively turned and left. He reached out to pull him back. Can we not mention the closed-door disciple matter? He seriously stated again. You also know that our Ironbone sect is the 7 profound cities' venerated dojo station in the lower realm. Our extraordinary qualities have already attracted the covetous eyes of other sects on the Starfall continent. Changxiao frowned, his expression serious. This situation has already violated the first principle of our sect. Left by the 7 profound saint, Woody seemed a little absent-minded, but he grasped the essence of every word, saying in a non-submissive tone, growth doesn't waste time. As expected of the 7 profound saint, every word is a proverb, and hiding one's cultivation method is even more for acting low-key and not attracting too much attention. He secretly thought one cannot see through hidden cultivation techniques without reaching the saint level. It can also conceal one's super divine spirit root. Meanwhile, Changxiao finally asked for help. So Woody, quickly hand over the cultivation concealment technique. Woody paused, switching to a stunned mode. The sect master's voice echoed. Our sect's disciples are all like fireflies in the night. This cultivation technique can be used to keep a low profile, but you've already cultivated to 5th grade martial grandmaster so quickly. Truly a super divine spirit root. He gasped in surprise, shouting, how do you know so much detail? Changxiao cupped his hands, pretending to be mysterious. The 7 profound saint said, it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. Woody decided to hand over the cultivation concealment technique. This technique was indeed miraculous. He immediately tried the new secret manual, and after just one cycle his outwardly displayed cultivation was suppressed to martial grandmaster. Moreover, this method doesn't follow the 12 regular meridians, but rather the 8 extraordinary meridians, completely different from all other cultivation techniques on the Starfall continent. He watched He-Woody leave through the main gate, and with the spiritual energy density of the Starfall continent, it's impossible to give birth to a super divine spirit root. On the way, he kept muttering, everyone else has seen it. What else do I have to hide? Changxiao secretly speculated about his background. Your closed-door disciple probably came from the upper realm. Then he turned his face, considering He-Woody's matter resolved. Our sect has all sorts of strange disciples. One more named Chong is no big deal. Suddenly a system prompt sounded from behind. Ding, disciple count 10,000 has met sect upgrade conditions. Sect construction has been upgraded to level 7. The complete system interface appeared before him. Sect name Ironbone Sect. Sect master Jun Changxiao. Sect level 6th rate. Sect construction level 7. Sect functions. Pill Refining Pavilion, Forging Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Spirit Resonance Pavilion, Cultivation Technique Pavilion. Sect members 100002000. Sect achievements 22002000. Changxiao folded his arms, looking at the series of data. The member limit only increased by 10,000, a bit stingy. He picked up a piece of wood and examined it closely, instead gaining a Cultivation Technique Pavilion. The wood began to split and multiply. Soon countless similar pieces of wood were produced, even larger ones. He was stunned by this sight. 9 seals of Chenkin Palm, Thunder Shocking Heaven, Sword Art, Demonic Flame, Saint Slash. The names of these cultivation techniques were all more imposing than the last. Changxiao excitedly caressed the wooden block. 9 seals of Chenkin Palm is a palm technique created by a powerful expert from a high-level plane with a total of 9 palms. Mastering the first 3 palms can shake mountains and rivers. Mastering the middle 3 palms can shake heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and mastering the last 3 palms can reverse the universe. I want to learn this. The system immediately put the 9 seals of Chenkin Palm course up for sale. Purchase condition 0999 volumes of palm technique manuals. Changxiao grew more and more frustrated as he read. Alas, this purchase condition. The system reread the activation conditions. The host needs to collect 999 unique palm technique manuals. System cultivation techniques are not included. Even the sect master like him found it tricky. 999 volumes. Where can I find so many palm technique manuals? Alas, this operation looks so familiar, Changxiao shouted angrily in the room. Isn't this just the fragment collection gameplay from mobile games? A farming game. Rubik's Cube, are you here from other worlds to do business? Jun Changxiao examined the hair in his hand, clutching his own hair and saying dejectedly. 999 types of palm technique manuals to exchange for 9 seals of Chankin palm. 199 volumes of sword technique manuals to exchange for Thunder Shocking Heaven sword art. 99 volumes of cultivation technique manuals to exchange for. How is this any different from directly pulling out my hair? The entire Southwest Yang Prefecture might not even have this many secret manuals at this moment, the system spoke. Didn't the host help others with many secret manuals before? Quote, those can all be exchanged. Zhang Changxiao was even more depressed after hearing this. Only 100-odd volumes, a drop in the bucket. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he clapped his hands and shouted excitedly. That's right, he remembered. Didn't old man Shangguan's granddaughter, Xinyao, create cultivation techniques? At this moment, Xinyao poked her head out and happily asked, Sect Master, are you looking for me? Zhang Changxiao was delighted to see the little girl. Xinyao, come here quickly, your Sect Master has something to trouble you with. He began to flatter the little girl. Currently, I, your Sect Master, urgently need palm technique manuals. Didn't you used to enjoy creating cultivation techniques? Do you have any stock left? Give me a few dozen volumes first. Xinyao was a bit confused upon hearing this. A few dozen volumes? My efficiency isn't that high, the little girl softly said. I've only created 13 or 14 complete palm techniques, most of which are low to mid-grade ordinary products lacking power. Zhang Changxiao praised. Oh, you're so young, yet you've managed to create so many cultivation techniques. You're truly a prodigy. Xinyao agreed with his assessment. Creating cultivation techniques gets harder and harder later on. Xinyao then said something that made Zhang Changxiao freeze. 90% complete is only 50% of the way. Most of the secret manuals created stop halfway and cannot be finished. Hearing the little girl, Zhang Changxiao's eyes lit up as he grabbed her and asked, You mean you have over 100 incomplete and unfinished palm technique manuals and I can complete them? The little girl was also stunned. Over 100 volumes? How is that possible? Zhang Changxiao sensed the difficulty and gnawed on his fingernail in confusion. You're right, even if you started creating at 5 and produced 1 volume every month, you wouldn't have that many manuals. I must be grasping at straws. Xinyao asked, somewhat puzzled. Why would there only be over 100 volumes? Xinyao said. Of these discarded plans I have 2,537 volumes. Over 2,000 volumes. Zhang Changxiao was stunned. Don't you produce 1 volume in less than a day? He was increasingly impressed by the little girl's terrifying academic prowess. Zhang Changxiao thought of what he had to do and sighed gloomily. Next, the pressure's on me, tisk, a continuous sigh rang out. Zhang Changxiao wanted to cry without tears. I feel like I'm going to pull an all-nighter doing summer homework. Just then, the system sounded. Keep it up, the exchange progress has reached 556,999. Hearing the system's reminder, Zhang Changxiao gained renewed motivation. He had Xinyao create some more heart techniques and sword techniques, only to discover that Xinyao could be called the Cultivation Technique Pavilion's super-efficient shortcut. As the sun set in a magnificent pavilion, Yi Xingqian cunningly said, Now I can only cultivate an aura of a first-grade martial master. Su Xiaomo and Li Fei exchanged glances upon hearing this. Su Xiaomo said, Junior brother Yi's progress isn't good enough, we're already peak martial apprentices. Li Qingyang also stepped forward and said, Everyone is an inner disciple, you can compete fairly but there's no need to compare yourselves. Seeing Qingyang arrive, Li Fei also felt something was off. Brother, your aura. Qingyang explained, it's just 12 meridian opening segments, nothing worth mentioning. Hearing this, another disciple said gloomily, Are our sect's inner disciples competing to see who's worse? Why is it only 12 meridian opening segments yet you're so proud? Yi Xingqian frowned. Qingyang, don't be proud because my original cultivation was too high, so the progress of my concealment technique was a bit slow. Meanwhile, outside the Iron Bone Sect gate, Deacon Zhao said, Everyone, this is the Iron Bone Sect. He introduced to everyone. I heard that the Iron Bone Sect has recruited quite a few disciples from Tianyu Academy, and with their progress speed they must have reached the level of a 5th-rate sect. Today is a good opportunity to witness a AAA sect being promoted to a sect. Upon hearing this, several people were filled with envy. Old Zhao, you're really lucky. A AAA sect actually appeared in Qingyang Prefecture, which you're in charge of. From now on, your certification hall will be considered outstanding. HMPH, I Zhao also share in the glory. Deacon Zhao asked, Is Sect Master Jun here? I Zhao have come to certify a 5th-rate sect. Qingyang stepped forward and bowed to him. Deacon Zhao, I'll send someone to fetch the Sect Master. Who are these gentlemen? Deacon Zhao also bowed and replied, No trouble at all. These are deacons from other prefectures in Southwest Yang Prefecture, who wish to observe the style of a AAA sect. Qingyang said softly, It so happens that our inner disciples are all here. They can take you on a tour. Deacon Zhao was scared stiff upon hearing this. Good. He pointed at Yi Xingqian, shouting in panic, How are you all just meridian openers and martial apprentices? The strongest is actually a 1st-grade martial master. Yi Xingqian, seeing him pointing at himself, also shouted angrily, Can you even talk properly? Why do you say I'm the strongest? Just wait until I've cultivated it. I'll definitely be the weakest. The disciples behind seemed a bit smug, seeing Deacon Zhao being put on the spot, and asked, Old Zhao, what's going on? Is this all the cultivation of the Iron Bone Sect's inner disciples? Didn't you say that every time you came they took pills to pretend to raise their cultivation? This joke is too big. Just then a notification sound rang out. "The Sect Master is here." Deacon Zhao, seeing Jun Changxiao arrive, wanted to cry. "Sect Master Jun is the recognized sword and martial duel king. Your cultivation aura must not be." But he saw Jun Changxiao in ragged clothes looking emaciated and was scared stiff. "Even his aura is almost gone." Qingyang also asked worriedly, "Sect Master, how did you become like this in just one night?" Jun Changxiao said wearily, "I modified over 100 martial arts manuals in one night. It's a miracle I'm still alive." Qingyang reported to Jun Changxiao, "Sect Master, you were called here to certify the sect." At this moment he seemed to remember this matter, pondering, "I remember now, you mentioned before that with so many new disciples a new sect department needs to be established." Seeing Jun Changxiao still in a daze, Qingyang asked puzzledly, "Sect Master, are you listening to me? What do you want to do?" At this moment Jun Changxiao was still in the clouds. "I want to flatten the sect grounds, prevent you all from demolishing the houses." Deacon Zhao and others, seeing Jun Changxiao's abnormal behavior, said, "Old Zhao, is this Jun Changxiao talking nonsense? If you've been misled and tricked, causing the certification hall to wrongly rate them AAA, you'll be solely responsible." At this moment Jun Changxiao, still not free from the shadow, formed a hand seal, chanting an incantation for the 9 seals of Chankan Palm. Then his eyes flared with blue veins and a ferocious saint-like figure appeared above Jun Changxiao's head, forming the immovable Wisdom King seal. Immediately, the ground around the sect cracked, and only much later did it return to normal. Qingyang, Deacon Zhao and the others were all terrified by this sight. Jun Changxiao was utterly exhausted at this point, collapsing and saying, "All right, don't wake me if there's nothing important." Before he could finish he collapsed to the ground fast asleep. Su Xiaomo looked at the scene in surprise. "Is this a new cultivation technique the sect master researched?" Yi Xingchen was also a bit afraid. "Probably, its power is indeed shocking." Then they angrily shouted, "He demolished half our home with one move." Deacon Zhao looked around wanting to cry. Although this way of demonstrating strength is a bit unusual, it clearly shows that Sect Master Jun's strength is not fake. My judgment was correct. Then he struggled to ask, "Sect Master Jun, what about the cultivation of these disciples?" Immediately, a figure flew past. It was Qingyang and Xiao Zuiji rushing over to protect Jun Changxiao. "The Sect Master's condition is unknown. Unauthorized personnel do not approach." Deacon Zhao understood their meaning and quickly said, "Then we'll take our leave." As they turned to leave, Qingyang suddenly spoke, "The Ironbone sect is currently in the eye of the storm and the sect master is overworked and asleep. Therefore, to ensure the sect master's current state is not known to those with ulterior motives, he cunningly invited, 'Please stay here for a while and after the sect master wakes up we will respectfully escort you down the mountain.'" Deacon Zhao tried to remain calm. "Understood. After all, I've heard recently that the forces in Xi'an Prefecture have already..." A person accompanying Deacon Zhao couldn't help but say, "Youngsters are arrogant." Someone in the crowd complained, "Are you trying to put us under house arrest? We're not as easygoing as old Zhao. We are all deacons of the certification hall." They began to show impatience. "Do you think you few meridian openers and martial apprentices can keep us here? We are martial sects. If you're smart, get out of our way." Qingyang turned and instructed Tian Qi. "They're just martial sects, Tian Qi, go easy on them." After Deacon Zhao and his companions were beaten black and blue, they became much more docile. "If you had reasoned with us earlier we would have cooperated long ago. May I ask, are we just supposed to sit here now?" Qingyang said, "We're not devils. As long as you don't leave the Ironbone sect gate it's fine." Deacon Zhao's subordinate was bewildered. This involves a technical issue." Just then someone said, "Your gate was destroyed by your sect master's palm." At this moment a hand broke through the earth and said, "Who says there's no gate?" He Wudi emerged from the rubble, re-erected the gate and declared, "With direct disciple He Wudi here." He leaned against the door and said firmly, "I'm here and the gate is here." Seeing this, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. "Seriously, you're a truly dedicated gatekeeper." Yi Xingchen said, "Old Xiao, can you protect yourself and the gate simultaneously under the sect master's one palm strike?" Tian Qi softly said, "Probably not." Yi Xingchen looked at He Wudi, happily saying, "Our direct disciple is getting more and more interesting." Qingyang cupped his fists and politely said to Deacon Zhao and the others, "Please wait here. As per usual, the sect master will wake up in 3 hours at most." Deacon Zhao also politely replied, "No hurry." 3 days later, Jun Changxiao finally woke up. He grabbed Tian Qi's shoulder and said wearily, "This sleep was too exhausting. Next time I can't stay up all night distributing manuals. You two protecting me is trustworthy." Jun Changxiao suddenly froze and asked, "Who are these people?" Deacon Zhao, starving and trembling, asked the sect members, "Little brother, shouldn't it be time for dinner?" Tian Qi also helplessly said, "At first they came to certify the sect. Now they're just freeloading meals." That disciple looked at him with disdain and said, "Didn't you just have lunch?" Deacon Zhao quickly denied, "What do you mean by that? How can 3 meals a day be enough? It should be pre-breakfast, breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, late-night snack, sinful late-night snack." At this moment that disciple pointed at Jun Changxiao. Deacon Zhao looked over. Seeing Jun Changxiao awake he was a bit unhappy. "Sect Master Jun, why did you wake up so early? Shouldn't you be the last to wake up?" Jun Changxiao said to him unceremoniously, "Is Deacon Zhao here to help us upgrade to a 5th-rate sect?" He admitted without hesitation, "That's right, I calculated that your disciple count has met the standard and your strength is certainly no problem. I just arrived. Your strength was displayed a few days ago, no abnormalities there." He frowned and pointed at his subordinates. "But why is your disciple's strength fluctuating so much? Although their combat power is still there, their superficial strength has been getting lower and lower these past 3 days. Yesterday, the strongest martial master level disciple I observed dropped to peak martial apprentice. Zhen Changxiao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "It's a small matter. Recently, the sect's first motto has been changed to feigning weakness to ambush the tiger. The disciples have already overfulfilled the task for a fifth-rate sect. I remember it requires at least 10 martial sects, right?" Then Zhen Changxiao stood majestically and shouted, "Ironbone Mountain Sect. All disciples heed my command." His smile was somewhat cunning as he released his restrained aura. Qingyang asked, "Sect Master, to what level should we control it?" Su Xiaomo and Li Fei interjected, "Is it this high or this high, this high?" Zhen Changxiao's smile became even more terrifying. "I've already admitted to being AAA. All of you, release your full aura. Let's be extravagant for once, let it all ignite." He smiled cruelly and waved his hand, power scattering. Qingyang and Su Xiaomo received Zhen Changxiao's power. Their entire bodies enveloped in golden light. Not just them, but everyone in the entire sect received the power, which surged skyward, shattering Deacon Zhao's glasses. He and his subordinates turned pale with fear. "Did I misperceive? It seems like all 10,000 of them average above Martial Master, and I seem to feel the aura of over a dozen Martial Kings." Deacon Zhao quickly stepped forward to praise. As expected of the Iron Bone sect, if it weren't for their potential maxing out at AAA with this strength, quadruple A would be easy. The Iron Bone sect definitely passes as a fifth-rate sect. But there's still a small issue. A fifth-rate sect is called a Zong sect. May I ask if the Iron Bone Mountain sect wishes to change its name to Iron Bone sect or... Zhen Changxiao seemed to have considered this issue long ago. He said, "I've already thought about this problem." He strode forward. "From now on, my Iron Bone Mountain sect's official name is Eternal Strongest Sect." Zhen Changxiao stood with his hands in his pockets, majestically pronouncing the sect's name. Zhen Dejun greeted coldly. "The land presses high hills, a western mountain displays eternal beauty." Elder Wei, however, responded boisterously. "The gate faces the great sea. 3 rivers converge for 10,000 years of flow." The old man raised his hand, intending to pat the other's shoulder, and said happily, "Little Zhen, long time no see." But Zhen Dejun quickly brushed him off. The old man said angrily, "I don't want to see you." Zhen Dejun roared furiously at Elder Wei, making Elder Wei tremble. "I don't want to see you. We were in the same school when we learned our craft, and we even founded our first sect together." Then Zhen Dejun softened his tone but still glared fiercely at Elder Wei, continuing in a sarcastic voice, "I finally found a sect with good food. And it turns out to be your sect again. Do you know what I went through with you?" Then the old man burst out roaring again. "All the white moonlights of my life revolved around you, hundreds of years of single life. Do you know how I endured it?" Facing his old friend's outburst, Elder Wei calmly interjected, "I can teach you how to love many people." Zhen Dejun immediately bowed respectfully, offering to become Elder Wei's disciple to learn the art of love. Godfather above, Elder Wei could only sigh. "Little Zhen, can't you be more sincere?" Su Xiaomo passed by, even casting a judgmental glance at the two. After greeting each other for long enough, taking advantage of the cool weather, the two old men sat at a table and chairs under a tree, reminiscing. Elder Wei poured a cup of tea and was about to drink it when Zhen Dejun spoke. "But I never thought you would join a sect again," the old man continued. "After all, that incident back then was too much of a blow to you. If it wasn't for our heaven-defying sect developing too quickly back then." At this point, the old man hesitated. Elder Wei calmly sipped his tea and said, "Elder, let's not bring that up again. The current Ironbone sect is no worse than we were back then." The old man looked at the disciples training together in one direction and continued, "Unlike us, the Ironbone sect's strength belongs to every disciple, not just a few hotheads like us back then." Elder Wei revealed something that surprised Zhen Dejun. "Moreover, I see that person's shadow in Sect Master Zhen. The same evasion, the same protectiveness, the same domineering nature, and even the same way of doing preposterous things." The old man thought of the many commonalities between the two he just mentioned, the same mysteriousness. "The Iron Bone sect, no, the Eternal Strongest sect will definitely go further than we did." These words made Zhen Dejun fall into contemplation. "Sect Master, I thought I'd never have the chance to use that word again," the old man said. "Forget it. To use the old Sect Master's words, I'm going to run a sect again and go crazy with these young people again." Then Elder Wei suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know why I chose Qingyang County to live in seclusion?" Zhen Dejun calmly replied, "It was so chaotic when we separated back then. How would I know why you went to Judong County?" "What's so good there?" Elder Wei explained, "Because Yunhe is here." In the old man's mind, a figure holding a wine jar and drinking heartily appeared, and he had even become the county lord of Qingyang County. Zhen Dejun laughed heartily. The old man suddenly became incredibly excited. "Is that drunkard Yunhe here too? Then I'll have both gourmet food and fine wine. The 4 of us, wine, women, wealth and temper. Aren't we almost complete?" Elder Wei quickly corrected. "From that year until now I have never accepted the title of lust." Seeing Elder Wei's disdainful attitude, Zhen Dejun immediately retorted, "Didn't the old sect master say that you could only choose one of the titles, lust and love? If these 2 words are put together, they'll be bleeped out." In another place, someone was holding a wine jar and drinking heartily while it was still broad daylight. After drinking his fill, the man tied the wine jar to his waist and stood up to continue his journey. He mumbled as he walked, "Jianyang County, Xi'an Prefecture. The secret agents sent out are all Martial King level. That kid surnamed Jun, he didn't seem like the troublemaking type when he was young." This person was none other than Yunhee, whom Jen Dejun and Elder Wei had mentioned in their conversation. Yunhee was already drunk, staggering as he walked, muttering, "But that person once said that the gun should be pointed outwards, and advised the Ironbone sect to lie low first, then go and provoke Junyang County." In the silent air in front of a wooden door, a loud crashing sound broke the tranquility. It turned out someone had smashed a porcelain object to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Zhou Chaochun furiously scolded in a loud voice, "I told you to keep an eye on Jun Changxiao, and you bring me back such results." The target of his anger knelt on one knee, trembling uncontrollably, only able to bow his head and silently beg for forgiveness. Zhou Chaochun gritted his teeth as he listened to the newly received report. What? Jun Changxiao just appeared at Tianyu Academy and now he's in Qingyang County again. Does he have clones? The more he thought about it, the more irritated Zhou Chaochun became, and the investigation team I sent out was almost completely annihilated. Tell me, did they actually investigate Jun Changxiao? How did they die in such bizarre ways? He began to list what he had heard. Entangled to death by trees, burned to death by fire, and the most ridiculous is dying from spiritual energy being drained in alcohol. I've never heard of these ways to die before. As he finished speaking, Zhou Chaochun could no longer contain his outburst. I can't stand this absurd report. He ordered the investigation team member to stand up and investigate the cause of death in detail. The man took the order and quickly ran off. Yes, but before this person could leave, Zhou Chaochun, who had been seething with anger, was startled by the sudden shout of his name. Zhou Chaochun. Immediately after, several sliding doors flew open towards him and a figure walked in. This person was none other than a drunken Yunhee. The old man staggered in, saying as he walked, "Moving to war rashly, do you think I, the guardian of Qingyang County, don't exist?" It was clear the old man was drunk, but he was still intentionally picking a fight. Zhou Chaochun, of course, recognized who the old man was, and he cautiously called his name. "Yunhee, I thought you had drunk yourself to death in some corner." Yunhee's body emanated a strange black aura, his gaze deep, his emotions unclear. The old man said, "It seems I didn't beat you into submission back then. So you still dare to eye my Qingyang sect." However, although Yunhee spoke coolly, he stumbled on the steps due to his unstable footing. The old man, caught off guard, fell flat on his face, startling everyone. The two took defensive stances, expecting Yunhee to immediately get up and attack, but he didn't. The old man fell into a deep sleep as soon as he collapsed, even snoring loudly. Zhou Chaochun and his subordinate were both helpless and sweating cold. Then Zhou Chaochun's subordinate drew his weapon, preparing to attack, and shouted, "County Lord, I'll take care of this drunkard for you." But Zhou Chaochun's subordinate's saber only plunged into the ground, because Yunhee quickly rolled to the side, and the old man bent his legs and pushed off the ground violently. Soon, Yunhee was upside down, balanced on his head. It couldn't help but surprise Zhou Chaochun's subordinate. The old man's casual attitude made him roar, "I'm a martial king too, stop playing tricks on me." Then he swung his saber. The powerful force of the blade shattered even rocks, but when the attack was over, he found Yunhee still drinking, hanging upside down from the blade. Before he could react, the old man sprayed a burst of fire, incinerating him. After it was done, Yunhee smirked coldly. A mere martial king dares to make a mistake. Behind the tightly shut doors, no one would have imagined a real battle was taking place. The battle unleashed immense power, shattering even rocks. Zhou Chaochun, covered in dust, panted and scoffed, as expected of County Lord Yun. The cloud-hidden fist art is truly unpredictable, making it hard to distinguish true from false. He was both annoyed and conflicted in his heart. Damn it, the injuries from the last cannon attack haven't healed yet. I can't go all out. He watched Yunhee still leaning against the shattered wall, drinking. With every sip of wine, his aura surged. Noticing Zhou Chaochun's gaze, Yunhee smiled and said, "Little Zhou, want a few sips?" Hearing this, he immediately made a decision. "I can't drag this out any longer." Then he shouted, "Shadow guards, dark guards, courtyard guards. All move, capture him." Hearing his command, the lurking shadow guards swarmed forward, pouncing on Yunhee. They collectively acknowledged the order, wielding sharp weapons, their target being Yunhee. The old man's face showed no trace of worry, only a foolish smile. Yunhee maintained his smile, quickly moved away, leaving a loud bang behind him. The shadow guards immediately pursued, attacking Yunhee, but the old man calmly counterattacked and dodged. 10,000 corpse hands. Yunhee blocked all attacks. Purple sky spear. The old man quickly moved through the crowd, striking their acupoints. Shattered rocks flew, and the shadow guards were sent flying like straw, lifeless. Yunhee continued to drink leisurely, and made a provocative expression when a figure suddenly rushed over. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, the person lunged from the air directly at Yunhee's head, shouting, "A weakness!" But Yunhee's face wore a smug and unusually clear expression. With movements that were both flexible and powerful, he unleashed a throat-shaking king move. Thus the person who had tried to sneak attack him was sent flying hundreds of meters away, shattering rocks upon landing. This person was Zhou Chaochun. In the swirling dust, she struggled to stand up, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhou Chaochun trembled, thinking, "How is Yunhee so much stronger than in my previous life? In my previous life, he was only slightly stronger than me. In this life, I've become countless times stronger, but he's still slightly stronger than me. Could this also be a change brought about by Jun Changxiao?" Yunhee staggered over to Zhou Chaochun, who was slumped on the ground, and said, "Young man, your alcohol tolerance isn't good. I haven't even had my fill and you're all down." The old man's face was flushed from drink, yet he appeared extremely nonchalant and frivolous. The old man looked at the wine bottle and praised, "Elder Wei's new medicated wine is indeed potent." He said it was brewed with various wings from their sect. Then Yunhee stood in front of Zhou Chaochun drinking heartily. Having forgotten, at the time he only remembered the taste of the wine and didn't pay attention to his nonsense. Oh, he seemed to have mentioned something that needed attention, Zhou Chaochun whispered, sweating. I'm almost done for. Then Yunhee roared loudly, startling him. I remember, Elder Wei said at the time. The old man spoke as he collapsed, the alcohol slowly taking effect. Seeing Yunhee suddenly fall to the ground and sleep soundly, Zhou Chaochun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, having escaped danger. He propped himself up and crawled away from Yunhee, then ordered, anyone still able to fight, come and finish off this old man. The shadow guards also picked up their weapons and advanced, even pointing their spears at the old man's neck. After a moment, seeing Yunhee remain motionless, the shadow guard made a determined effort. As the spear was about to pierce and sever the artery in Yunhee's neck, the old man, just like he did to Zhou Chaochun's subordinate earlier, sprayed a burst of fire, reducing the shadow guard to ashes. This time the flames were several times more powerful because after they dissipated, a scorched black patch was left with nothing else remaining. Those observing the battle from a distance could only sigh. Leave this scoundrel in the county governor's mansion, monitor him from afar, and we'll go hide in the city lord's mansion for a few days. Chang Xiao listened to the story and asked blankly, You're saying the Junyang county governor's mansion was razed to the ground overnight, and all signs indicate Zhou Chaochun was seriously injured again? Li Shangdian replied. According to the servants from the governor's mansion, it seems the governor's mansion stirred up trouble, making noise all day, with occasional pillars of fire shooting into the sky. Chang Xiao lamented, This villain isn't very good. They collapsed before I even exerted myself. Then he frowned and thought, On the contrary, it's a good thing. I can fully concentrate on dealing with Lingtang Royal City next. I still need to first tally our sect's core combat strength. There's Elder Zhang, the Ning brothers, Tianchen, and Little Longlong, all martial kings. Then Elder Wei suddenly rushed in, angrily interrupting his thoughts with a loud shout, Sect Master, control your pet, it drank all my newly brewed wine. The old man threw Changshao's pet at him, expecting him to catch it. That's my wine, specially brewed for my old friend, and Little Longlong is still young. Where did it learn such habits of stealing food and drink? Changxiao tried to force a smile to appease the old man. Elder Wei, don't be angry, I'll definitely criticize it thoroughly. However, the system detected an anomaly and told Changxiao, Host, Little Longlong doesn't seem to be drunk. This made him immediately look down at Little Longlong in his hands. The system continued. Instead, it seems to have absorbed too much energy and entered a state of hibernation. Changxiao shouted excitedly. Last time it evolved into a martial king after hibernating, this time it must be a martial emperor. Li Shangtian, didn't I arrange for Su Xiaomo to set up a bedroom last time? Quickly take Little Longlong there. Before the person left, he didn't forget to remind. The book says good sleep quality can shorten sleep time, so make sure to take good care of it. Li Shangtian replied, mission accomplished, but once he got there, Li Shangtian could only stare with wide eyes. This is the bedroom you meticulously decorated. Su Xiaomo proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, I took into comprehensive consideration all of Little Longlong's hobbies such as eating, gluttony, narcissism, sleeping in soft places, and incense. He turned to look at Li Shangtian, and unlike that person's dead fish eyes, Su Xiaomo's eyes fully expressed his satisfaction with his creation. This must be Little Longlong's best bedroom, that person immediately retorted. Whether it's good or not, I don't know. Li Shangdian looked at the room in front of him, seeing it resembled a funeral hall, and was speechless. The person sighed, feeling unlucky. Outside Qingyang City's magnificent gate, a group of people stopped, asking each other, Is this Qingyang City? One person stared at the city wall, holding a handkerchief over their nose as if afraid to smell something terrible. They spoke with a disgusted tone. As expected of a rural place in a 9th grade county, it's so dirty and messy, I don't know where to step. The leader of the large entourage kept complaining. Because of an unrisen A-grade sect, my father actually sent me to this filthy place. A subordinate followed closely, bowing and saying, Young Master City Lord is cautious. A first-rate sect is enough to change Xi'an Prefecture's status and overall strength. How can others sleep soundly? The City Lord also had to consider the future of Xi'an Prefecture. The person in red found his words overwhelming. I know, stop nagging. The purpose of this operation is to break the Ironbone sect's backbone and destroy its reputation, making it impossible for them to recruit a single disciple. A person saw their group and ran over to greet them. Sir, he observed them, then said, Seeing you still covering your nose, are you not used to the dust in Qingyang City these past few days? He then took out a mask and began to introduce the product. Here's a mask personally designed by Sect Master Jun. It's perfect for you, and you can also feel Sect Master Jun's charm, and it's super effective at covering up blemishes. The person in red listened and felt immense disdain for Jun Changxiao. He might be Qingyang County's great hero, but I'm here to destroy him. He extended his index finger and a red light appeared and the empty space exploded with a bang at his direction. Broken stones and dust flew everywhere. The man in red still covered his nose with a handkerchief, quietly saying to his subordinate, The Ironbone sect is their stronghold, so we must set up many formations. According to this young master's plan, we will lure their disciples out in Qingyang County. Another person seemed less calm, his face slightly furrowed, and he said to him, Young master, here. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a figure appeared, saying, I just came down the mountain to buy groceries and encountered this. You mean you came for my Ironbone sect? But this person seemed to realize something and rephrased, No, it's the eternal strongest sect. The man in red looked at this blue outfit. He finally stopped covering his nose. He grinned and said, "You are a disciple of the Eternal Sect with only a 9th grade martial apprentice cultivation. It seems you're an outer disciple, but to be able to block my casual palm strike, your physical quality is decent. You're probably not highly regarded in your sect, are you?" Then he raised his eyebrows thoughtfully, using him as bait to attract reinforcements from the Eternal Sect. "Your identity is perfect. Heaven is truly helping me." On the other side, Changxiao frowned. "What did you say? Say it again." He reconfirmed that he hadn't misheard. "You said someone in Qingyang City wants to capture my disciple?" The messenger nodded. "Yes, Sect Master Jun. Those people look at least like martial sects. Your martial apprentice disciple is probably in trouble." Changxiao broke out in a cold sweat, turned his head and asked Qingyang, "Martial apprentice in our sect right now, isn't the top one a 4th grade martial master? Which disciple went down the mountain today?" He replied, "Sect Master, this time it's an inner disciple who went down the mountain. Today is Yi Xingqian's turn to return to the city gate." Not long after, shattered stones flew. As soon as Yi Xingqian made his move, he stomped on the person he had just defeated, slightly frowning with disdain. "Listening to your tone just now, I thought you were someone impressive, just a few low-grade martial kings." Around Yi Xingqian, shattered stones burst as if something heavy had just fallen, and several people seemed to have been defeated by him. Lying on the ground, Yi Xingqian continued, "Before you leave, remember to leave the repair fees. Qingyang City is under my Yi Xingqian's protection. Next time you want to cause trouble, remember to check your wallet." Everyone was speechless. Who was the martial apprentice and who was the martial king? The subordinate next to the man in red said to him, "This kid is arrogant, young master, let me handle him." But the man in red stopped him. "Wait, hold on, I'm worried Jun Changxiao will avoid the fight, and then our plan will be useless." He then shouted, "4 of you, are you ready?" The formation was immediately set up successfully, encircling the city. Yi Xingqian also knelt under the pressure. He frowned, never expecting such a suppressive formation to be set up so quickly and silently. "It seems your subordinates have some decent formation masters." Then Yi Xingqian seemed to discover something, suddenly turning to look behind him. Several people suddenly rushed up to attack him, but Yi Xingqian quickly blocked the attacks unharmed. However, he was still very surprised. This formation is not simple. Several martial kings have been elevated by at least 2 levels. Yi Xingqian, facing the people who had just attacked him, saw through their methods, suppressing enemies and enhancing their own strength. "This is your true trap laid for my Eternal Sect." The man in red slowly approached. "The Eternal Sect's combat prowess is astonishing. I've heard it for a long time, so I can only lure you into my pre-arranged trap. But did you think it was just a tide formation set up by 4 8th grade formation kings?" He grinned, very pleased. "My real trump card is for Jun Changxiao to be permanently held here by absolute strength. These people behind me are." Didn't need to say it. Yi Xingqian already knew. While punching enemies until they vomited blood, he arrogantly interrupted, "Those 4 martial emperors, right? I already noticed them." The man in red was surprised. "How did you notice them? And your strength doesn't seem affected at all." Yi Xingqian, while slamming an enemy to the ground, kindly replied, "This pressure isn't even as strong as the 2nd level of the training tower. I just said I'm afraid 4 martial emperors would scare the sect master away." He grinned, mocking everyone's overconfident self-assurance. "I think you're a bit overly confident. From what I know about him, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he gets." On the other side, as expected, Changxiao showed a warlike smile after hearing what happened. The system immediately notified SideQuest, "Repel the 4 martial emperors from Lingteng Royal City." The mage, a subordinate of the young master, stood on a distant rooftop looking at Yi Xingqian and sighed. "Under our tide formation he can still move freely." He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This kid is not simple. He must have been specially trained to adapt. A voice suddenly interjected, "You flatter him too much. Children shouldn't be overly praised." But he still didn't detect anything unusual, just raised his hand to cast a spell. "The pressure of the formation must be increased," that voice added. "The tide formation strongly supports this action. By the way, teach him a good lesson." The mage immediately responded, "Watch closely." Then he suddenly got angry with himself because he finally realized he should have been alone here. The mage abruptly turned his head to look at Changxiao, who had appeared silently, and demanded, Who are you?" Changxiao smiled, then punched him in the face. "Screw you." This made the mage lose several teeth. In another place, someone took out several golden banknotes and said, "Everyone please accept these banknotes." This person was Li Qingying. He stuffed a wad of banknotes into the leader's hand, explaining his purpose. "Lingteng Royal City set up an ambush on the road to attack my Ironbone sect, which will cause damage. The sect master has arranged for me to buy the entire road directly." The person held the banknotes but hesitated to accept them. "Sect Master Jun is too kind. He is Qingyang City's god-level guardian. Moreover, he gave too much, almost double the market price. My brat is currently still cultivating in the Eternal Strongest sect." Li Qingyang replied, "That's a separate matter. We can't just casually damage everyone's property." He smiled and reassured everyone. "Besides, the sect master plans to directly build a city called Dailong City, so we haven't lost money. Now please move further back." As soon as Li Qingyang finished speaking, a team of disciples appeared behind him. Li Qingyang continued, "Our Eternal Strongest sect. It's time to show our true skills." Everyone leapt up onto the rooftops, and soon the disciples of the Eternal Strongest sect surrounded the gathered enemies. Lingteng's subordinate frowned upon seeing this. "Young master, we're surrounded." He maintained a calm demeanor, saying, It's alright, it's just a slight deviation from our plan, but we have 4 martial emperors and 4 8th grade formation kings. In terms of strength we still have the advantage. But as soon as Ling Ting finished speaking, one of his 4 8th grade formation kings was slammed to the ground right before his eyes. A voice interjected into their conversation. Only 3 formation kings left. Chang Xiao lightly landed on the person he had just slammed, saying, "This formation king has fallen in battle." Then he grabbed the collar of the person whose face was bruised and swollen, revealing a provocative smile. But the remaining 3 reacted quickly, seeing the situation was bad, and immediately used the formation to conceal their figures. "But your tied formation's effectiveness is greatly reduced," Ling Ting retorted. "I don't know whether to call you brave or foolish, clearly knowing there's a formation. You openly broke in." He grinned, his face turning sinister. He ordered, "Guest elders, make your move." His followers happily obeyed. Chang Xiao showed no panic. He merely glanced around and calmly said, 4 mid-grade martial emperors, plus the formation's boost, making them infinitely close to high-grade martial emperors. It's still a bit difficult to deal with them now," one of the guest elders sneered at him. "Only now do you realize fear?" Then he channeled his power and roared. Too late, everyone rushed towards Chang Xiao. He wanted to crush him to dust right away, but he laughed and shouted, "Old Gen!" As the guest elders felt confused, a voice said, "What, Old Gen? That name doesn't sound right at all. Call me by my full name." Everyone suddenly realized they were under the influence of a formation. The guest elder, who had just been so aggressive towards Chang Xiao, broke out in a cold sweat and said, "We've been separated, entering different formation spaces. Aren't we in our own formation?" Gen Dejun relentlessly deployed formations, retorting, "What's your formation?" "My formation." The old man's eyes gleamed with incomparable confidence. "As long as I, Gen Dejun, am here under my watchful gaze, you have nowhere to run." A flash of light flickered at Gen Dejun's fingertips, and he continued, "3 young ones, come out and show yourselves." Then 3 beams of light landed on 3 different spots on the rooftops around everyone. A mage from Ling Ting's side sensed something amiss. "He can easily break through our invisibility formation. He's a master. Let's all together." Before he could finish, he was horrified, his face turning green as he found himself surrounded by a group of people who had appeared out of nowhere. The disciples of the Eternal Strongest Sect immediately launched a barrage of attacks, hitting and scolding, demolishing things as they fought. Chang Xiao could also see the chaos. Hearing the disciples complain about not getting enough fighting, even saying to each other, "If you're done fighting in the front, go to the back. We haven't fought yet." Chang Xiao just sighed, too brutal. The enemy's appearance speed can't keep up with the disciples' need to vent, the dark-skinned, spiky-haired guest elder spoke. He brought his attention back to himself. "You still have time to care about your disciples? Although we're separated, 2 martial emperors are in the same space as you," he continued, "and the heaven-breaking formation is only a temporary arrangement. Otherwise, the other 2 will also break through the formation later, and you'll still be doomed." Chang Xiao listened, calm and even more excited than ever, quietly replying to the enemy, "Won't it be fine if I eliminate you before the other 2 break through the formation?" Chang Xiao's body emanated a warning energy, and he flashed an evil smile. "Also, it was my special request for Old Gen to keep you 2 in the same space." Chang Xiao admitted this with a triumphant look. "I have a new combat tactic that needs 2 guinea pigs for experimentation." A red shadow separated from his body. "Although I am a martial king and a sword king, every time I strike I cannot unleash both sword and martial arts simultaneously. Therefore I suddenly thought of a tactic I had overlooked." The red shadow gradually took shape, looking exactly like Chang Xiao's clone. "A powerful sword technique that allows me to unleash martial arts simultaneously. This combat tactic of Chang Xiao's is called the Spirit Armor Avatar." This scene made his enemies' faces turn green with shock. The spiky-haired man blurted out, "What the hell is that?" The old man, observing from behind, sensed it. "Their auras are identical. Is their strength equally strong?" Chang Xiao and his clone said in unison. "Today this venerable one has a big discount and generous rewards." They high-fived, their movements opposite as if Chang Xiao was standing next to a huge mirror. Then he and his shadow attacked simultaneously. With added volume and no extra charge, Chang Xiao dealt with the spiky-haired guy, while his clone dealt with the old man next to him one-on-one. The immense power of the 2 battles caused the surrounding rocks to explode. Chang Xiao and his clone leaped backward together, avoiding the impact of the explosion. Then Chang Xiao and his clone both sighed. As expected of martial emperors, they're tough enough. Then the 2 rushed up again to attack the still stubbornly resisting enemies. Chang Xiao performed a spell, 9 seals of Chenkin Palm Great Vortex Seal, but his enemies easily blocked both attacks. He praised, "I have to admit you're even harder to deal with than we expected. A mere martial king can directly contend with my martial emperor without falling behind." Despite being engrossed in their battle, he still kept track of the other side's movements. The old man was still fiercely battling Chang Xiao's clone. As soon as the clone made a move, it was a single sword, breaking all laws. The old man nimbly dodged. The spiky-haired fellow couldn't help but praise, "Your nameless clone, relying solely on swordplay, managed to block a martial emperor." But he sneered, pressing down on Chang Xiao's hand with greater force, saying, "Our people are about to break free. Once the 4 martial emperors encircle you, you'll just have to offer your head." Chang Xiao also grinned, mocking, "Do you think you're the only one with teammates?" Then he shouted, "Qianqin!" Hearing the call, Qianqin immediately appeared on the battlefield. "The Eternal Strongest Sect Inner Disciples assemble." As soon as she spoke, the inner disciples gathered in unison. Qianqin discussed with the disciples, "Qingyang and I will lead a team to control the speed-type martial emperor." Xingchen. She looked at Yi Xingqian, who was excitedly chasing enemies, not paying attention to her words at all. Put down those 2 martial kings in your hands, stop playing. You and Xiao Zuiji lead a team to trap the remaining one. After a while, Zhen Dajian's formation remained incredibly sturdy. The 2 martial emperors watched the disciples of the eternal strongest sect bickering, feeling irritable. One fellow said, "A few martial king-level brats trying to trap us?" The other, enjoying himself, sneered, "Wolves entering a flock of sheep will be a bit brutal, won't they?" Then both rushed forward together. They shouted in unison, "Feel the terror of a martial emperor." However, both attacks were blocked by Qing Yang with one hand. Then he took a step and punched a martial emperor in the face. Qing Yang said coldly, "Sorry, I wanted to save you some face." The martial emperor, whose face was distorted, froze, listening to Qing Yang continue, "But several junior brothers were assigned to other teams, so I could only use a slap to attract your hatred." He was furious. "I'll kill you." But Qing Yang had already swiftly dodged the attack. His feet were suddenly frozen, making him unable to move. This caused him to stumble. Qing Yang, seeing this, kindly supported his shoulder, reminding him, "Careful, don't fall." But then he took the opportunity to give the enemy a resounding slap. "If you fall, I can't hit your face." The sect master once said, "You must provoke hatred for a long time." The martial emperor battling Qing Yang quickly had his face swollen. He shouted, "I'm going to tear you apart." But other disciples had already arrived with weapons to support Qing Yang. So we saw a scene, one person desperately chasing, the other calmly dodging. The two circled each other for a long time. The martial emperor cursed as he chased, "You stinking brat, stop hiding." On the other side, the remaining martial emperor continuously used his physical strength, punching here and punching there. He smashed stones while laughing. "He's not even dodging, taking my attacks head-on." Turned to dust. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened, showing astonishment. Despite the cracking stones, the disciple he was fighting was unharmed. The martial emperor exclaimed, "Unharmed?" Taking advantage of his distraction, other disciples leaped into the air. Although the martial emperor noticed their movements, he still couldn't block 2 direct kicks to the head. 2 disciples shouted in unison the move named "Dual Peaks Piercing Ears." The martial emperor painfully knelt, groaning with his hands clutching his head. The martial emperor fighting Changxiao widened his eyes. "This shameless sect style, is this the combat style of your eternal sect?" Changxiao gave an awkward laugh. "It's a bit despicable, but is it effective?" The spiky-haired guy immediately concentrated. He summoned a weapon in his hand, turned to the old man and said, "Old Wang, the plan has changed. Unleash your trump card." Old Wang also simultaneously produced a weapon in his hand. 2 enemies, wielding sharp weapons, rushed over. Changxiao and his clone looked at each other. Couldn't help but sigh. This style looks a bit familiar. As soon as the 2 attacks approached, Changxiao and his clone immediately leapt away to dodge. The spiky-haired guy's eyes widened, his hands continuously attacking with old Wang beside him, regardless of which was the clone. Suddenly, something made Changxiao stop in surprise. The 2 enemies, one lowered his attack height, the other raised it, so that no matter how he dodged, he would be hit. But Changxiao skillfully placed himself between the 2 blades, avoiding the hit. Ling Teng grinned, "It's done." Changxiao still landed safely unharmed. After thinking for a moment, he finally found the answer to his earlier question. "I remember now, is this a divine weapon specially crafted by Master Fan?" It turned out that although he hadn't been slashed, he was tightly bound by an iron chain around his wrist and body, preventing him from making a move. Changxiao lamented, "This weapon is quite creatively crafted." The sharp weapons in the hands of the 2 martial emperors were merely to conceal this true purpose. Then, the 2 simultaneously tightened the chains, pulling them outwards, attempting to split Changxiao in half. The spiky-haired guy, while doing so, said, "This world." Thinking it was over, he looked back and saw that the Eternal Sect members were gone. However, a familiar voice rang out, "When did you 2 come up with this?" The 2 martial emperors stood dumbfounded. "Somehow what they split open just now was the clone, while you, the real person, are safe and sound." The red shadow's outer shell gradually cracked, revealing Changxiao's smiling face. He then continued, "Still fantasizing that I was a clone?" Green aura emanated from Changxiao's hand. He said, "You people, you constantly provoke my eternal strongest sect, bringing out 1 trump card after another every time." His other hand also gradually transformed into another wisp of green smoke. Changxiao continued, "Fortunately, as the strongest ultimate boss in this world," he revealed a hint of contemptuous smile, looking at the enemies, and asserted, "I have 100,000 more trump cards than you." 2 wisps of green smoke transformed into 2 majestic old men standing behind Changxiao. He solemnly introduced, "You have Master Fan's broken blades. I have the 5 Tiger General's divine weapons." The green-robed old man's illusion asked curiously, "Young Jun, is this body formed by your spirit armor? But why does Guan seem to feel the green dragon crescent blade is somewhat different?" Changxiao quickly explained, "Not long ago I embedded fire, wood and earth spiritual energies into the green dragon crescent blade in the Spirit Resonance Pavilion. The 18-foot snake spear, on the other hand, is embedded with water, metal and fire, all chosen based on the attributes of the 3 seniors." The blue-robed old man's illusion spoke, "Today I will join my elder brother and we will." The 3 united in heart and mind, with one goal, 3 heroes battling martial emperors. The 2 martial emperors who had just fought Changxiao also became vigilant, immediately taking up weapons in a defensive stance. The 2 old men's illusions struck without mercy, their powerful attacks completely disregarding any potential consequences. Old Wang barely dodged the cleaver, asking his companion in a panic, "Why are there only 2 martial emperor clones? "Where's Jun Changxiao?" Then he reminded him. "Be careful, he must be waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack." However, unlike old Wang's rich imagination, Changxiao wasn't hiding for a sneak attack at all. He didn't even plan to participate in the battle. He just stood to the side waving two swords as if they were glow sticks, constantly cheering, "Third brother, go, my second brother is invincible." Both martial emperors stared wide-eyed at Changxiao. The spiky-haired guy couldn't help but comment, "Is this bastard the cheerleading squad?" Seeing them distracted, the two old men's illusions were furious, relentlessly engaging Guan HMPH. Daring to get distracted, the spiky-haired guy felt the power of the attack he had just received. Such force, the name Divine Weapon, is indeed well-deserved. But Master Fan's soul-reaping hooks are not ordinary either. Not inferior to yours in the slightest. Before he could finish, his axe blade was shattered into countless pieces. He shouted, "It's broken." The weapon in old Wang's hand suffered the same fate, melting away. Changxiao smiled. After adding 3 attributes, these 2 divine weapons have long entered the super divine realm, and their corresponding martial souls will also be greatly enhanced. He joined his index and middle fingers, seemingly preparing another move. Changxiao mockingly suggested, "Are the two of you, mere martial emperors, willing to test the sharpness of my divine weapons?" Not long after, the 2 generals' divine weapons struck down the 2 martial emperors. Ling Teng's eyes widened at the sight. His martial emperors, one had a swollen face, the other was mentally deranged. Under the horrified gaze of his subordinates, Ling Teng cupped his hands, thinking, "I can't lose, I still have trump cards, right? I have one last move. Even Tianyu Royal City is no match for us, let alone you people from a low-grade 9th-class county." At this moment, Changxiao spoke again, making the guy's face turn green. "Oh, by the way, when I acquired the 100,000 yellow turban soldiers before, I also gained some means. I just can't remember the incantation for a moment." A purple aura emanated from his eyes. Changxiao smiled. "Oh, I remember now. Thunder God assist me." As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered. From these dark clouds, purple lightning struck all the enemies. Unusually, only Ling Teng's subordinates knelt, while he himself remained standing. Ling Teng's face darkened. Changxiao thought to himself, "This move doesn't have much practical combat power, but it's very intimidating on the surface." However, young City Lord Ling Teng's mental fortitude is truly impressive. He can even withstand this. 2 subordinates nearby secretly praised. Such power, yet he still wants to resist, as expected of the young City Lord. Will we finally see the young City Lord go all out? Who knew? Immediately after, he clasped his hands again. Ling Teng cried and knelt, begging for mercy. "Sect Master Jun, please spare my life." This left all his subordinates dumbfounded. Those who had just praised him now wished they could take back their words. Changxiao looked at the kneeling enemy and burst into laughter. A teachable youth, he revealed an evil smile and gave instructions. "Now, according to the old rules, everyone line up, form a single file, and hand over all your tributes one by one." So Ling Teng and the others immediately complied. On the rooftop, Zhen Dejun and Old Wei chatted. Old Zhen said, "Not a single casualty, and 4 martial emperors captured alive," arguing and persuading them as they fought. The other said, "Young Jun, this is just a small scene for the eternal strongest sect." Old Zhen's expression, however, was a bit strange. "Indeed extraordinary, but after this, I have another question. Are we a righteous sect? Why do I feel even real sects are somewhat questionable?" Qing Yang recorded as he asked, "Is this what you called your final trump card? Is there anything else you're hiding?" He also threatened, "I don't need to emphasize our policy to you again, do I?" Ling Teng was stripped naked behind him, leaving only a belly wrap. Yi Xingchen held up a sign that read, "Strictly refuse, severely punish." Ling Teng shivered from the cold and explained to Qing Yang, Understood, but there's really nothing left. I've been stripped clean too," he shared. "This treasure was found by my father back then in a tropical rainforest in Qingyang County. It is said to make everything within 1,000 miles barren." The story wasn't over. This time he brought 4 martial emperors to explore that tropical rainforest. Qing Yang turned his deadpan eyes to Changxiao. He said, "Fortunately, you all came to stir up trouble at my eternal strongest sect first." Changxiao looked at the box, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "Otherwise, if you had gone, I'm afraid no one would have returned alive." Before him was a human hand, still attached to the wrist, emitting an unusual aura. Changxiao slowly said, "This dungeon must be opened. It's a high-level dungeon. This hand seems to be related to some peculiar figure." Yi Xingchen collected all the surrendered items around Changxiao and reported, "Sect Master, everything you need has been collected. What do you want these strange things for? What's with the black donkey hoof and the ink?" At this moment he wasn't looking at Yi Xingchen but bowing to someone, making Yi Xingchen ask, "Sect Master, who are you bowing to?" "Aren't you an atheist?" he replied while lighting incense. "This is the most reassuring person for our journey ahead." The person in the photo was striking a very childish pose. Changxiao sincerely prayed, "May the 3 pure ones above bless me with a super grand prize." Then he pressed the button on the system screen shouting, "Activate system notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, activating a hidden reward, gaining 3 experience charms, 1 Saint Grade Aptitude Refinement Fluid. Congratulations to the host for activating a hidden item, gaining 1 Sword Dao Aptitude Primary Grade Fluid. Formation Aptitude Primary Grade Fluid. Martial King Pill Recipe Purchase Permission." Changxiao was thrilled, his eyes gleaming. Sword Dao Aptitude, doesn't that mean the Eternal Sect can mass-produce sword and martial dual kings in the future? System, quickly show it to me. The system immediately showed Changxiao the price list. Sword Dao Aptitude Primary Grade Fluid, price 5,000 contribution points. This made him burst into tears. I thought I had some assets, turns out all my possessions can only buy 3 bottles. Changxiao's gaze turned cunning. He tried to haggle with the system. System, your inflation has been a bit severe recently. I really want this thing, how about taking off a 0? 500 points. The system immediately scorned. Your trick of cutting zeros is too blatant. Su Xiaomo ran over from a distance shouting loudly to attract Changxiao's attention. Sect Master, he's here to report some news. Little Longlong is starting to glow, seems like it's about to wake up. Changxiao was overjoyed. This fast this time, quickly take me there. The two quickly arrived at the room arranged for Little Longlong. In front of Little Longlong's memorial portrait, Changxiao offered his condolences to Su Xiaomo, urging him to bear his grief with fortitude and also thank the person. He passed peacefully, just give him some money. After this charade, Changxiao leaned in and pinched Su Xiaomo's ear fiercely, scolding, You brat, you made me run out of breath. Who turned the bedroom into a memorial hall? Su Xiaomo replied blankly. Sect Master, didn't you ask Little Longlong to rest in peace? Your words were rest in peace, not rest eternally. Changxiao then released Su Xiaomo, still muttering curses, and Su Xiaomo quickly ran away. Go and fix your aesthetic sense. What kind of arrangement is this? Without even elegiac couplets, Changxiao looked at the large lump lying on the mat, envisioning Little Longlong's awakening. It's getting bigger and bigger, I should set up a backup formation. So a formation was built around the tower where Little Longlong was sleeping. Zhen Dejun watched from outside, sighing. The Sect Master is quite skilled in formations. But why does this formation have so many reserved channels? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly erupted, attempting to destroy the entire formation. Fortunately, there were many channels, and the force was evenly dispersed, causing no major impact, but the huge sound still startled Elder Zhen. Changxiao saw Little Longlong had just woken up and complained. You fellow, you're always so casual with your evolution. The newly evolved Little Longlong is even taller than me. Changxiao looked and commented, compared to a dragon, this evolution of yours is more like a Qilin. When Little Longlong stared at Changxiao, he closed his eyes again, crossed his arms and said in dissatisfaction, But your energy seems to have only reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Is it because the sleep time was short this time? It responded, Master, don't judge a book by its cover. Some things only Little Longlong can perceive. Once I activate my combat state, I'm at least a mid-grade martial emperor. But each activation leaves me weak for a long time. Hearing this, Changxiao decided, then save it for emergencies, but your strength is progressing too fast and your flame control is a bit lacking. Basically, one nap from you destroys one of my buildings. Although he complained, he still found something to like. Your appearance like a dragon and a horse gives me new inspiration. Little Longlong's face was filled with suppressed anger, and it roared, I am a dignified spirit beast and you, Master, want me to pull a carriage? It turned out Changxiao was making it play a horse, pulling a carriage for Changxiao and his disciples. Changxiao poked his head out of the carriage, making meaningless excuses. What carriage? This is one of a man's ultimate dreams. Only by driving a divine dragon-pulled carriage can we match the current status of our eternal strongest sect. If I didn't have brothers, I would have already created a 9-dragon carriage. That would be truly magnificent. Tianqian also poked her head out and asked Changxiao, Dogshun, why are we going to Demon Ridge Valley? Is it to find that thing with the severed hand that's still moving? Changxiao replied seriously. That severed hand is not simple. As far as I know, its prototype is a zombie, but 2 days ago, Little Longlong's dragon flame didn't hurt it, which is different from the zombies I know. But one thing is for sure, things are getting more and more complicated for those traveling at the foot of the cliff. If left unchecked, this thing will become a disaster, possessing world-destroying power. Suddenly, a wheel hit something, causing the entire carriage to shake violently. Yi Xingqian jumped down to check and Changxiao also poked his head out saying, What did we hit? Is the wheel broken? I should have developed car shock absorbers first. Yi Xingqian checked and replied, The wheel isn't broken, but it hit The scene was indeed a bit gruesome. A shelled animal had died. This animal died with its eyes open and seemed to have already begun to rot. After checking, the group continued their journey without stopping. Changxiao took the opportunity to warn everyone, Demon Ridge Valley is 200 miles ahead, all of you be vigilant. The rotten corpse beast's claw twitched and suddenly it stood up. The animal murmured, No, that's right. The Valley Master's right hand has returned. Changxiao was still leisurely playing cards with Tianqian and his clone, completely unaware of what was about to happen. In a certain place the trees were sparse. Barren and tall cliffs seemed insurmountable. A group of people gathered, one with a sword stuck in his body, a cunning smile on the right side of his face. He gritted his teeth and said, The world 10,000 years from now will ultimately return to the hands of my holy sect. He sat in the highest seat, surrounded by trusted confidants, and below seemed to be a group of believers awaiting instructions. Changxiao and his 7 companions stepped into Demon Ridge Valley, and everyone saw a black aura enveloping the bare branches, exclaiming, This place is indeed ghostly. Changxiao held a philosophy book he had acquired from who knows where and shouted, We raise the banner of materialism, charge. The entire team advanced together. Changxiao sounded more and more like he was reassuring himself. I have a martial saint horse and protective spirit beasts. Whether you're a zombie or a corpse demon, I'll capture them all. A strong wind blew and the leaves rustled continuously. A tree swayed, revealing the words Demon Valley Ridge carved on a stone tablet behind it. Chang Xiao and his group seemed to have missed these words. Forbidden area of the demonic sect. Intruders die. A gray sky, sparse trees and noisy crows were common sights here. A giant beast stomped the ground, its immense power cracking the earth. It was huge, with a horn on its nose shaped like a rhinoceros. It charged at Yi Xingchen, but he didn't get his way. Yi Xingchen moved. These zombies have no sentience, but they are very agile. Since we entered the valley, they have been constantly launching suicidal attacks. He punched the zombie, tearing it apart. Yi Xingchen picked up the remaining black crystal shard. The crystal cores of these bastards are all cloudy. I don't know if they're still useful, but most importantly, he turned to Chang Xiao, Tianchen and Qingyang, who were sitting cross-legged under a tree drinking tea, and shouted, "Why am I always the only one fighting these smelly zombie beasts and you just sit there drinking tea and watching the show?" Chang Xiao replied blankly. "Didn't you fight the first zombie beast right after we entered the valley? Your hands are already stained with foul-smelling blood and flesh. Since that's the case, the capable do more. The rest are all yours." Qianchen had another reason. "It's too smelly, I don't want to touch it." Qingyang also explained, "The number of damaged school uniforms this month has exceeded the limit. I only have this set left. If it gets dirty, I won't have anything to change into." Yi Xingchen pressed his nose in frustration, finding one excuse after another. "There are too many reasons. Fine, just pour me some tea. These bloody zombie beasts are making me nauseous." As he approached, the three simultaneously recoiled. Everyone pointed at Yi Xingchen and said in disgust, "You're too smelly, go take a shower quickly." Yi Xingchen angrily accused, "Are you even human? I do all the dirty and tiring work and you still despise me." Yi Xingchen had no choice but to vent his anger by fiercely kicking a brittle tree, splitting it in half. He finally left as the three wished, muttering, "I thought it was just a casual remark, but I didn't expect them to actually give me a complete set of toiletries. That's ridiculous. What do you need these things for when you're out fighting monsters?" Yi Xingchen was immersed in his own world when a tree root emerged from underground. He stopped, having noticed something unusual behind Yi Xingchen. Countless tree roots intertwined, intending to form a net to trap him. Yi Xingchen sighed with a cold face. "I thought Demon Ridge Valley only had those senseless zombies. Since you're ready to make a move, stop hiding. Come out." Two people emerged from behind Yi Xingchen, and when he saw their faces, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, old friends, how did you two get together again?" A fellow wearing a green headscarf greeted, "Long time no see." Another more handsome one, who was actually impersonating Chang Xiao, began to answer Yi Xingchen's question. "Aren't we joining forces because we have a common enemy with you?" You two started talking back and forth. "Chang Xiao can even contend with martial emperors now, so we have to avoid his sharpness. But since you're alone, we don't mind capturing you first." Yi Xingchen found their words amusing. "Capture me, big words. You two are just martial emperors. Besides, if a fight breaks out, the sect master and the others will definitely hear the commotion and rush over immediately." The handsome fellow immediately cast a spell, and giant tree roots burst out from underground, intertwining to form a cage, trapping them inside. The handsome fellow said proudly, "In this cage all auras are completely isolated. No one can detect anything." The fellow with the green headscarf immediately charged at Yi Xingchen, shouting, "Attack!" Yi Xingchen calmly provoked, "And I'll teach you what it means to walk into a trap." Chang Xiao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He and his disciples were playing cards at a table, and he mused. Yi Xingchen's aura suddenly disappeared. Did he encounter some danger? But no powerful presence was detected. "System, can you find Yi Xingchen?" The system replied. "Yi Xingchen, he'll be fine, indeed, over there. He was still easily dealing with the enemy." The system continued, "In this world there are not many people who can get rid of him," but he suddenly noticed something unusual. "What's going on? My spiritual energy is rapidly decreasing." Yi Xingchen asked, "Are you the one devouring my spiritual energy, you brat?" The green-headed fellow sneered. "You react pretty fast, but previous enemies, once they encountered my devouring power, their spiritual energy would pour out like water. You're a bit special, but there's no gain without loss. Capturing you is only a matter of time." The system hadn't finished speaking. "And even if they encountered a tricky enemy," Yi Xingchen scoffed at what the fellow had just said, devouring power. "This is the first time this emperor has seen such an ability. How interesting." The system continued to comment, "That kid also has a way to maneuver. He'll definitely not lose." Yi Xingchen smiled confidently at the enemy. "You just said that all auras in this cage are isolated from the outside, which is perfect because there are some things I don't want too many people to know." The system sometimes also pondered how to describe that move. The green-headed fellow snorted mockingly, putting on a mysterious act. Sweat beaded on his face, and the system finally found the right words. As if it suddenly remembered, Yi Xingchen circulated his internal energy, his body strengthened, and his tattered clothes and long hair stood on end like in a movie. The system concluded in a cheerful tone, logging into the main account's password. Over here, Yi Xingchen had finished transforming, and inside the cage made of giant tree roots a fierce battle was unfolding. It looked small from the outside, but the actual space was quite spacious. Yi Xingchen attacked and shattered stones flew. The green-headed enemy was scared out of his wits, desperately dodging. The arrogant and contemptuous expression had vanished from his face, replaced only by undisguised fear. As he heard Yi Xingchen shout, "I'll smash you," he cried out. "This kid is definitely not a martial king nor a martial emperor, he's definitely more than that." Yi Xingqian successfully tied up his companion, then deactivated his enhanced state, reverting to a skinny youth. Yi Xingqian smacked his lips. That horned fellow ran really fast. The main thing is that my body is too weak now to maintain it for long. Then he tied up the enemy with a rope and spun him around. This move is more reliable. Go tell the sect masters. I don't want to. That scoundrel sect master gave me the name Eternal Strongest Man. With that, Yi Xingqian returned to his companions. He shouted, I'm back, attracting the attention of those playing cards. Chang Xiao mocked, you shower really fast, worthy of being the Eternal Strongest Man. This made Yi Xingqian pause. Then he threw the enemy he had tied up to the side, and Chang Xiao asked curiously, hey, are there still living people in these gloomy canyons? Seeing the appearance of the person lying on the ground, he said in disgust, is it a live monkey? The surrounding scenery remained the same, unchanged by the passage of time, but many things had already happened. Chang Xiao had his disciple tie the person to a tree and mocked, little monkey, it seems your aesthetic sense is also good. You've always maintained the same handsome taste as this venerable one. Your disguise art has indeed caused my martial worship hall to make many mistakes. Now reveal your true form, the person still stubbornly retorted. I advise you to let me go quickly. My master is not someone you can provoke. At most I won't bother you again in the future. This fellow gritted his teeth and said, my master is… Chang Xiao impatiently interrupted. Then he unleashed a ball of fire and the heat wave startled someone. Chang Xiao scratched his nose. I'll give you another chance, otherwise I guarantee I'll let you little monkeys taste being burned by fire in a moment. This fellow finally revealed his ugly true form, his face filled with terror. This fellow introduced himself. I am Zhao Dudu, a six-eared spirit monkey naturally gifted and able to transform, and if observed for a long time besides the shape, even my aura can be imitated. That's right. Oh, and I can manipulate plants. Chang Xiao threatened. Didn't you say you have a sect called Bati something or other, keeping you around as a menace? If burning you once doesn't work, I'll burn you again, Zhao Dudu hastily replied. What I said cannot be taken back. My master said I shouldn't go find him even if I'm killed so as not to cause him trouble. I can join the Eternal Strongest Sect, this fellow desperately tried to convince Chang Xiao. My disguise technique is unmatched in the world. I'm very useful. Chang Xiao turned his back, appearing uninterested in Zhao Dudu's words. But then this fellow disguised himself as Tianqian and said, whether it's male or female, I can do it. This made Chang Xiao's eyes light up. Chang Xiao triumphantly said, my Eternal Strongest Sect is the strongest sect in the world and I need talent like you the most. Let's sign a contract. With that, he untied Zhao Dudu's ropes, then remembered something. Oh right, he leaned his face close to Zhao Dudu, who was disguised as Tianqian, and asked with great interest, what if you transform into another animal? This fellow felt something was off. What trick are you trying to pull now, in a place of strange rock formations and red cliffs? A subordinate found the Valley Master and reported, Valley Master, that person is about to enter the formation. The Valley Master said nothing, merely giving his subordinate an inscrutable look, but the subordinate still understood the Valley Master's meaning. Good, I understand, I will. The subordinate revealed a cunning smile. I will ensure he never returns. Not long after, Chang Xiao and his group passed through a sparse forest with only towering cliffs remaining around them. From a high vantage point, this group of people in this vast area looked like mere specks of dust. Chang Xiao led his disciples with little Long Long in its evolved form following beside him. After taking a step, Chang Xiao suddenly stopped, realizing not good, we've entered a formation. Everyone was surrounded by a jade-green barrier. Chang Xiao looked around, then opened a book. The methods of this formation are truly strange. Some techniques seem to be those lost 1,000 years ago. Just then, the system prompted, mission activated. Yi Xingqian discovered something and immediately shouted, Sect Master. He attracted Chang Xiao's attention. The system conveyed the mission content to Chang Xiao. Eliminate over 10,000 zombie beasts within the sealed space. Receiving the mission, he was a bit flustered. So he reconfirmed that he hadn't misheard. He then asked the system, did you add a few too many zeros? Chang Xiao looked at the various forms of zombie beasts closing in on him. Is this the beast tide I must face? A zombie with a rotting jaw roared, and then all the zombie beasts accelerated their charge toward Chang Xiao and his disciples. Chang Xiao shouted, if you want me to deal with a beast tide, at least give me a city. No sooner had he spoken. A voice shouted, Sect Master. Giant tree roots emerged from underground, lifting everyone up and dodging the monster beast's attacks. This was Zhao Dudu's move. After showing off, the fellow asked with a smile, do you want a city like this? Chang Xiao looked down, exclaiming in admiration, Dudu, your ability is quite useful in a forest. He seriously evaluated it. But they are just ordinary trees. These zombie beasts are at least martial master level. This wooden tower won't last long. Dudu felt speechless after hearing this. This fellow Dudu had a wicked plan in mind. Once all these fierce beasts gather, I'll destroy the trees beneath your feet and let you be devoured by the beasts. Dudu raised his hand, preparing to cast some spell, but was caught. Yi Xingqian walked over and said, Little monkey, since you've already joined the Eternal Strongest Sect, I advise you to rein in your thoughts. I noticed you just used spiritual energy and it looked very sinister. Dudu was startled and hastily denied. No such thing, Yi Xingqian grinned, asking with extreme slyness, do you have no attachments to this world? This fellow swore in panic. I, Zhao Dudu, am absolutely loyal, although unable to reach their targets below. The zombie beasts still didn't give up. They continuously crashed into the tree roots, trying to make them fall. Chang Xiao felt the vibrations and said, it won't be long before this tower collapses. These 10,000 zombie beasts still need us to deal with them personally. he turned to his disciples and said, "With your two's strength, ordinary enemies can no longer provide any training effect. This time I brought you out first because your two's physical defense is the strongest. And second, to further your strength." Xiao Zuiji took off his top and stretched his muscles and bones. He asked loudly, "Are you ready?" Yi Xingchen assumed a stance ready to draw his sword, responding, "Just waiting for your command." The two exchanged a look, then jumped down together, directly confronting the horde of zombie beasts. Yi Xingchen unleashed the Lingjin divine art, quickly cutting a zombie beast into several pieces. Though full of fighting spirit, Yi Xingchen didn't forget Changshao's instructions. These zombie beasts were fierce and fearless, and the sect master had emphasized not to let them harm himself. Even though the sect master gave me a water spirit sword which is perfect for the current situation. He then unleashed another move. Sword water's intent, wins abundance, fire's intent, fierce and potent. Yi Xingchen's face showed clear interest. After these two powers combined, they erupted from his sword, and a thick fog filled and enveloped the entire space, surprising even the zombie beasts. And this thick fog not only obstructed vision, but when it touched the zombie beasts it could cut them in half. Changxiao observed the battle, thinking he could utilize this situation, but these zombie beasts still relied on sight, which was vastly different from the zombies of his previous life. He also wondered if the zombies' contagiousness was still present. Then he remembered his other disciple turning his head to look for him. "Where's Zuiji? He hasn't made a move in a long time. I wonder what progress he's made now." A zombie beast bit at Xiao Zuji's unprotected arm with its sharp teeth, but before it could bite deep its teeth broke. He casually flicked away every zombie beast that attacked him. Fortunately, he had taken off his clothes beforehand. Xiao Zuiji didn't need to move much. He just stood still waiting for enemies to approach, then gave them a few punches and each zombie beast would be sent flying. He muttered to himself as he fought, "Otherwise next month I'll definitely have to ask senior brother Qing Yang for another school uniform." Changxiao broke out in a sweat seeing this scene. This kid was swatting martial master level zombies like mosquitoes. If Xiao Zuiji continued to develop, he'd either become a one-punch man or achieve physical Buddhahood. Then he turned to his eldest disciple Tianchen and asked, "How are your preparations going? These two kids have already entered Dynasty Warriors mode." Tianchen replied, "The momentum has been built." Changxiao was speechless. "Ready." Tianchen opened her eyes and chanted a spell, Ice Seal. Bone chilling. The bones of the zombie beasts she hit all shattered, fragments scattering everywhere in the air. Changxiao exclaimed, "Is this an ice elemental martial skill? This is practically being cut into 1,000 pieces, but under such an attack this formation is completely unharmed." Before long the disciples helped Changxiao meet the target. The system notified, "Congratulations on completing the mission, reward 1,000 contribution points." But immediately after, a new mission was set. "Please eliminate 1,000 zombie beasts within the sealed space." A group of new zombie beasts charged over. Xiao Zuiji didn't know where these fellows had come from. Did these zombie beasts emerge from underground? Yi Xingchen continued. "Their strength at the very least is peak martial sect, much stronger than the 10,000 just now." Changxiao instructed from above. "Zuiji, Xingchen, you two go. You've set up this trap trying to test all our strength." He revealed a profound smile. "Since that's the case, I can't disappoint the other party either." Then Changxiao walked out of the pillar made of tree roots and announced, "I will forge a set of magic armor for myself," then charged down directly. He didn't forget to introduce his combat tactic. Fighting in the style of a death squad. The armor formed, covering Changxiao's entire body. He evaluated the zombie beast's strength. They have no sentience, so even with Martial King level strength they can only exert 2 or 3/10 of it. Changxiao was full of confidence. "This zombie sea tactic trying to catch us is simply a pipe dream." Then he floated in the air, cupping his hands to cast a spell, continuously provoking, "Still not showing yourselves? Still able to remain calm? Then I'll give you a good time." Changxiao chanted a spell. 9 seals of Chankin, a colossal force descended upon the horde of zombie beasts. Their bodies shattered into pieces under this strike, leaving only crystal cores embedded in the ground. Changxiao pondered, these contaminated crystal cores drilled back underground. Could they be the true crystal cores? And the rotting flesh was just a disguise? The first wave of zombie beasts numbered 10,000. He withdrew his hand, preparing to throw a punch. "Do you want to play an infinite fusion evolution game with me underground?" Changxiao unleashed an explosive punch at the ground which instantly cracked open. Indeed, there was another wave of monster beasts underground. He revealed a cunning smile. "Here's Johnny." This was what the male protagonist said in the movie The Shining while chasing others, and the current scene with Changxiao and the zombie beasts was strikingly similar. Soon the zombie beast turned into a pool of blood, splattering drops everywhere. Changxiao stood in the remaining pool of blood, picking up a few crystal cores in his hand. He commented, "These crystal cores are indeed fusing. If they weren't stopped earlier, Martial King level or even Martial Emperor level zombie beasts would have appeared next. All your contingency plans have been foiled by me. It seems nothing else will appear." Then he put the crystal cores into his inventory. "Take these crystal cores back for Elder Wei and the others to research." Tianchen, holding a cloak, reached out from above and said, "Sect Master, you rascal, come up quickly. Your change of clothes is ready." Changxiao heard her slip of the tongue and clicked his tongue. "That name makes it sound like I'm bullying you." Suddenly a voice chanted a spell, "Enter my blood pool, quickly come." It echoed beneath Changxiao's feet, enveloping him and catching him off guard. That voice looked at the flustered Changxiao and said, "Still think you can escape unscathed?" Tianchen, seeing Changxiao in trouble from above, also cried out in alarm, "Dog Sheng." But he gestured to stop her from rushing over to help. "Don't come near." Changxiao's body trembled, and he laboriously squeezed out a few words, "Don't come over." When Chang Xiao looked up, his eyes had become like a demon's. "This blood is poisonous." Then Chang Xiao roared uncontrollably, his voice extremely terrifying, as if he had become a zombie. He struggled painfully, making all the disciples vigilant. Xiao Zuiji had already put his clothes back on, while Yi Xingqian rushed in front of Tianqian to protect her. Chang Xiao charged forward, sending the two disciples flying, then grabbed Tianqian's arms. Chang Xiao tore open her clothes, revealing her shoulder, his sharp teeth poised to bite the skin before him. Then the two fell down together. Chang Xiao pinned Tianqian beneath him. Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingqian rushed over, but a figure appeared from behind, stopping both of them. That figure spoke. "I advise you two not to act rashly. He has been infected with zombie poison now. Besides killing, there's only one thing left for him to do." That fellow held an iron plaque in his hand, smiling sinisterly. "Listen to my command. Bite them to death." Chang Xiao sat up from the trembling Tianqian. He waved his hand as if to slaughter his disciples on command, but no, he resisted the command. With an unusually clear mind, Chang Xiao grabbed the enemy's hand and said with a smile, "You who hide your head and show your tail, since you weren't absolutely certain of infecting me, did you really not show yourself? Are you relying on this iron plaque to control the zombie beasts and perfectly conceal your form?" The enemy couldn't believe his eyes and ears, trembling as he questioned, "How is this possible? You were immersed in the blood pool. How could you not be infected with zombie poison? And how did you know the symptoms of the poisoning, even imitating them so accurately?" Chang Xiao's grip tightened. He smiled as he answered the other party's question. "Since I knew I was dealing with zombies, how could I not have made any preparations? We've been eating super detoxification pills like candy the whole way. As for the symptoms of poisoning, Elder Wei has seen them countless times in ancient texts." Chang Xiao's eyes narrowed. "Of course, the most important thing is my miraculous acting skills." Xiao Zuiji couldn't help but interject. "That acting just now was so real, it was all acting." Chang Xiao calmly replied, "I was giving you an acting lesson. You kids only learn little and play a lot. Of course you don't know the greatness of acting," he shouted loudly. Konstantin S. Stanislavski once said. This time it was Yi Xingqian's turn to interject. "Those were indeed lines for acting," he revealed, a meaningful smile. "Your performance with senior sister just now had some deep meaning, with the clothes tearing and all. Wasn't it like that thing you used to talk about? What was it called? Following the pattern, right?" His words made Tianqian both embarrassed and tremble with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're dead meat," Chang Xiao whispered in Tianqian's ear. "Tianqian, don't run. Now is the time to display our acting skills and lure the enemy out." Her body trembled slightly. He continued to demand, "I just need a small bite." Then he gently bit her shoulder and a powerful fist rushed over. It looked painful, but Tianqian just gently hit Chang Xiao, then reminded him with a blush, "From now on, no." "No," in front of others, he obediently replied with a smile. "Got it, got it." Yi Xingqian stood aside looking utterly shocked. He shouted, "The script is wrong. Shouldn't the sect master at least be frozen into a fool? Wasn't he always weak? Did I prepare all my melon seeds for nothing?" Xiao Zuiji, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. "I heard that when Elder Wei taught Elder Zhen, the sect master often listened, but Elder Wei said the sect master's talent wasn't good. Fortunately, senior sister didn't mind." Yi Xingqian looked at him helplessly. "How do you know so much?" He was immediately interrupted. "A friend of mine wants to know if there are any openings in that course." The stunned masked man finally spoke. "Don't celebrate too soon. 4 people and a beast dare to trespass into my holy sect's main altar. I'm just a small hall master, and you will definitely not return." The mask looked very much like an owl. He laughed triumphantly. "The Valley Master's strength far surpasses you ants. I'll wait for you underground." A hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the masked man's hat. "What's all the fuss about?" Yi Xingqian yanked the hat, causing his head to hit the ground heavily, even splashing a few stones. He coldly reminded, "Our eternal sect has faced more threats than your controlled zombie beasts. If you know what's good for you, quickly reveal everything about your Demon Ridge Valley." The masked man repeated in panic, I'll talk." He didn't hear clearly, so he bent down slightly. "What did you say? Speak up." But the person still couldn't provide any useful information. The fragments of his clothes suddenly turned into an attack, rushing towards Yi Xingqian, forcing him to retreat quickly. "I'd rather die than betray the holy sect." Yi Xingqian remained unhurried, scoffed with disdain, and reached out to sneak attack in one direction. "Petty tricks. Behold my eternal sect's ultimate secret technique." As a result, he pulled Xiao Zuiji over again to shield him, forming an absolute defense. Xiao Zuiji's clothes were damaged by the previous attack. He turned back to blame Yi Xingqian. "The clothes I painstakingly protected are still ruined by you." Yi Xingqian was not ashamed but argued, "That's called making the most of resources." Xiao Zuiji couldn't be bothered to argue with him and turned to defend against the masked man. "Didn't the sect master always instruct, no ill treatment of captives?" The person scoffed. "I didn't expect your sect master to be quite merciful." Xiao Zuiji didn't seem to grasp the meaning of his words, and turned to discuss with Yi Xingqian. "Being overly harsh is tasteless. Directly unbinding them one-on-one and smashing them with a single punch is our style." The masked man was infuriated upon hearing this and shouted, "How is that any different from abusing captives?" The person then calmed down and carefully observed. He thought Xiao Zuiji was very handsome and burly, and the masked man immediately started to bleed from the nose. Xiao Zuiji observed and reminded Yi Xingqian. "I told you hit too hard just now," he asked with some doubt. "Is this martial sect so frail? A touch and he's bleeding nonstop. Is he the mage the sect master spoke of?" His mask fell to the ground due to the earlier agitation, and the person hastily covered his face. Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingchen were both startled when they saw this. The person's nosebleed was still flowing, and they realized it was a girl. Changxiao approached to look at her. I didn't expect you, a necromancer, to be a cute girl. She burned it without hesitation. This is the supreme power bestowed upon me by the Valley Master. Of course you mortals cannot comprehend it. This person noticed a word in Changxiao's speech, necromancer, and said, indeed you older people are just superstitious. Changxiao was furious. Older? I'm still very young, the girl continued to mock unreservedly, refusing to admit he was old. Yi Xingchen is commendable. I hope to be like you when I'm old. Changxiao gritted his teeth and said, ah, this little girl's mouth is too venomous. But he was promptly pulled by the shoulder by Yi Xingchen, who advised and reminded him. Sect Master, calm your anger. He reached out his hand looking enlightened. Don't let this girl manipulate your mind. I've already discovered her weakness. Just now I noticed she secretly glanced at Xiao Zuiji 4 or 5 times. Both of them were startled upon hearing this. He grinned triumphantly. So there's only one truth, he enthusiastically revealed. She can't withstand the influence of her beloved man, so let's add me to double the influence of her beloved man. As Yi Xingchen spoke, he fiercely ripped open his clothes. He showcased the lines of his muscles. How's that? Look at my muscles which surpass Xiao Zuji's. I said it would work, didn't I? Look, she's bleeding from the nose. Why is she crying again? Changxiao's attitude also showed strong disdain. The girl expressed her personal opinion blankly. Even if the starfall continent sinks, I won't reveal a single word. Yi Xingchen was shocked upon hearing this. Changxiao then whispered to him enthusiastically, Yi Xingchen, she might just purely like Xiao Zuiji. Don't be discouraged. Although you're uglier than me, you think, well, believe me, you'll meet your blind cat someday. Shouted angrily, don't tease me anymore or I'll drag you down with me. Senior sister, the sect master has been secretly attending Elder Wei's love guidance training. Tianchen spoke as if nothing had happened. I know, I'm even his group leader. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. She continued to urge, don't forget to complete the homework Elder Wei assigned for tomorrow. Changxiao felt this wasn't good. Aren't we on an adventure? Can the group leader grant us 2 more days? Yi Xingchen stood by like a clown. The girl who had just been captured watched them warily. Don't think your acting will succeed in dismantling my defenses. I can definitely endure your torture. Xiao Zuiji stood in front of her, puzzled. She turned her head, resolutely resisting the temptation. I can definitely hold out until you use a honey trap. No, even if you send him to interrogate me, even if you seduce me and do beastly things with me, I still won't reveal a single word. She saw Changxiao drawing and writing on a piece of paper and couldn't help but ask, hey, what are you doing? Changxiao only replied with 2 words. Plan. Changxiao held up what he had written and reminded, girl, if you still don't want to reveal the origin of your Demon Ridge Valley, choose one of these 3 hairstyles for yourself. They were all strange hairstyles, chick fluff, receding hairline and strongman. Changxiao already had a comb and scissors ready in his hand. Believe me, no one leaves Jun Tony's barbershop with a smile. Seeing this, she couldn't help but cry out in her heart. Beast, her body trembled, but she still lowered her head steadfastly. I won't say anything. At Lily Saint's sect, 2 sharp swords clashed in the air. The purple-haired woman's sword was immediately struck away. She looked at Murong Xin in surprise. Junior sister, why is your strength suddenly so great? Murong Xin plunged her sword by her side and slowly approached to explain. Sorry, senior sister, my aura was a bit chaotic just now. What happened? She then turned to look in one direction. I don't know what's going on, but my heart suddenly started beating very fast, as if someone wants to steal something from me. And the captured girl confessed everything due to Changxiao's bizarre plan. My name is Mo Shang, and I am Chu Tianqi, the 30th Valley Master of Demon Ridge Valley. My Demon Ridge Valley has occupied this place for 10,000 years, but 1,000 years ago, my holy sect was besieged by the righteous factions of the world. Her voice rang out steadily. To resist, Valley Master Chu used his supreme cultivation to set up many formations in the valley, and also created new zombie beasts that are neither living nor dead in order to preserve the holy sect under the siege of the righteous factions, she confessed honestly, but it also almost completely destroyed our Demon Ridge Valley. Otherwise, a few of you wouldn't even be qualified to trespass into Demon Ridge Valley. Yi Xingchen heard this and seemed about to act, but then folded his arms and scoffed, who can't boast? How old were you, little girl? 1,000 years ago. How could someone named Chu have taken you in? I know that little nun named Chu has some ability but not much, and she definitely wouldn't live until now. Changxiao heard this from the side and looked at Yi Xingchen with a questioning expression. Mo Shang shouted, who's a little girl? Is it not allowed for me to maintain myself well? You stinking show-off. Also, our Valley Master Chu is not someone you, a martial king, can disrespect. Yi Xingchen was angrily brought up to the previous matter. Xiao Zuiji is naked and I'm fully dressed. What do you mean by calling me a stinking show-off? Xiao Zuiji stood by, puzzled. Miss Mo, Auntie Grandma, you're hundreds of years old. Mo Shang quickly waved her hand to explain, her attitude completely different from Yi Xingchen's. Little brother, don't misunderstand, I'm only in my teens. I was just angry at that perverted idiot. She rubbed her hands and lowered her head. Actually, I'm half a demonic cultivator, and I've only cultivated for 2.5 years. At that time, Mo Shang was busily working away. One day I was searching nearby for various herbs to help me cultivate, when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, hitting her there. I was suddenly struck by heavenly lightning, and I thought I was dead. The tree branches were broken and Mo Shang sat there unconscious. But after one night I actually woke up. What happened next made her very happy. After waking up I found that I could clearly sense all kinds of spiritual energy around me. My physique changed and I could become an unparalleled genius. Then I was knocked unconscious by a flying spherical object. It hit Mo Shang directly in the face. She told them that the spherical object was the energy ball surrounding the iron plaque, and it was precisely that which led her to Demon Ridge Valley, to become a disciple of the Valley Master and a demonic cultivator who had practiced for 2.5 years. Chang Xiao rummaged through his memories. This plot feels like it's happened before, like in chapter 49 when that idiot appeared. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms. Only an idiot can be struck by lightning and then knocked unconscious by a rock, he suddenly startled, reflecting. Why did I use the verb smash? Chang Xiao continued to press. Besides Valley Master Chu, what other cultivations do you have? She tried to recall. I'm just a small martial sect. I'm not sure what cultivation the Valley Master and elders have. Why don't you just come with me to see them? Her tone sounded genuine. They've been in seclusion for 1,000 years and their killing intent isn't as strong now. Most of them are in dead-end seclusion. I'll carefully explain to them and then let you out of the valley. An iron plaque appeared in Mo Shang's hand. It emitted a green light. A spatial gate suddenly appeared. She looked at them and suggested, let's go, follow me through this gate and we'll reach the main altar. But the group remained silent, not rushing to comply. Yi Xingqian suspected. Sect Master, she's suddenly so cooperative, be careful of a trick. Chang Xiao was startled. He shrugged indifferently. I'm not afraid of being tricked by her. All my trump cards were gained by courting death. Chang Xiao walked forward first, intending to go to this sect that had existed for 10,000 years, lightly tapping Mo Shang's shoulder with one finger. On Mo Shang, the few of them stood amidst colossal objects, yet there was no movement whatsoever. Are you sure this is the main altar of Demon Ridge Valley? Are the elders and disciples in dead-end seclusion here? She admitted. Yes, they've been in seclusion for 1,000 years and now they've become a bit introverted. He pointed at one of the objects. I mean, there's a difference between dead-end seclusion and actually being dead. Mo Shang understood and immediately denied. Dead is impossible. They still often chat with me and teach me how to cultivate. Chang Xiao looked on helplessly. Did that lightning bolt give her yin-yang eyes? Or did it give her hallucinations? He jumped up a step. It seems the righteous path back then knew they had to wipe out the entire main altar, leaving no one alive. These few layers of altars must have progressively increasing combat power. Chang Xiao picked up an arm to examine it. After 1,000 years the bones still have this strength. This person must have been at least a martial king in life, right? The bottom level are all martial sects, this second level are martial kings. He then looked at the highest level, thus inferring. Valley Master Chu is at least a martial saint. The person sitting above wore a cloak with a sword plunged into their chest. It seems I still need to strive to become stronger and not stay in such a blank state. Such a powerful expert actually died silently in an unknown corner. Chang Xiao suddenly noticed his hand. Does he not have a right hand? The collar on his body suddenly trembled, and a box appeared from somewhere from which a hand popped out and a suction force from somewhere took it away. The hand fit perfectly onto Valley Master Chu's previously missing hand. Her eyes gleamed. Mo Shang, thanks to you, my obedient disciple. Mo Shang looked happy. I didn't lie to you. Master is still alive. Chang Xiao quickly jumped back to the lower level. He glanced behind him. You were indeed very honest. Not only your master, damn it, everyone is alive. Those things that seemed lifeless just now all stood up in unison and advanced towards them. Chang Xiao punched the guy who ambushed him from behind, sending his head flying. He commented while fighting, interesting, the zombies here. Their weakness isn't even their head. These zombies' cultivation is at least peak martial sect. Chang Xiao looked towards the highest point again. Mainly those on the steps. They are all martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial saints. Sect Master Chu stood there silently. I observed Chang Xiao. Such a body is worthy of this saint. Tianqi felt a bit disappointed. Too bad he's another man, but well, he'll do. Chang Xiao began to ponder during the battle. No, 10 or even 90 is wrong. He was surrounded by red flames. Why are only martial sect-level zombie disciples besieging us? Chang Xiao cautiously glanced behind him. Although their undead state is a bit difficult to deal with, it won't cause us casualties. He swung his hand down. Are the zombies trying to drain our spiritual energy? That's not right either. It would be more efficient and convenient to let the martial kings attack. The zombie was hit, its hands clasped above its head. Chang Xiao observed that the two behind it also did the same. They clearly weren't hit. Why did those two zombies make the exact same movements? But he didn't care, and with one move he sent them all flying. There was simply too little information now to analyze the opponent's true intentions. But if you want to set a trap, don't blame me, Chang Xiao, for not playing by your rules. Flipping over the chessboard, Chang Xiao grinned sinisterly. It's time to open your eyes. He stretched out his hand and suddenly thousands of swords appeared around them. What does the true death god look like? Chang Xiao moved his hands in opposite directions, beginning to unleash the washing machine technique of myriad swords returning to one. A whirlwind-like assault swept away all the zombies within range. It was done so easily as if nothing had happened. Afterward he clapped his hands. All right, the battlefield is clear. Chang Xiao noticed a difference from before. The auras of those martial kings and martial emperors suddenly intensified. He spoke, suggesting, those big shots over there, stop being sneaky. Send all 15 of them down. Tianqi witnessed the battle just now, astonished. A sword and martial duel king. I never expected to have the fortune to see such a genius after my death. He laughed wildly and commanded. I'm more and more satisfied with you. Let's go together. Yi Xingqian was somewhat surprised to see that smile. He grinned, recalling that sickly smile. It was indeed that little girl's from the Chu family. I never thought she'd become a martial saint. I'm going to face another formidable opponent. Yi Xingqian thought hard. Among us, only my backup plan can barely resist her, right? And using it a second time in such a short period, I wonder if my body can handle it. Chang Xiao suddenly requested. Let's retreat a bit. He walked forward. Zombies poured down the stairs. Next, we probably won't be able to worry about so many things. Yi Xingqian looked on, puzzled. Chang Xiao held something resembling a pokeball in his hand and summoned a red fire dragon. Little Longlong, he told it. Activate battle mode. The fire dragon immediately roared, ready to transform. It transformed into human form. Little Longlong raised its dragon claws and Chang Xiao's right arm also changed. They attacked together, surrounded by raging flames. He asked Little Longlong, last time you were a dragon head, human body, sheep. This time you're a human head, dragon body. Your evolutionary path is truly random. Besides those we just killed, there are 5 martial emperors and 6 martial kings. Little Long, can you hold them off? It stared with wide eyes, replying with just one word. Come. The powerful dragon claw struck down fiercely, followed by a huge explosion. The others were protected by Xiao Zuji's shield. Yi Xingqian commented, this area should be an enclosed cave space. The Sect Master and Little Longlong's fire elemental energy here is concentrated and doesn't dissipate. Its power is doubled. Even with the barrier, the flames spread to my front, but there's also too much flame and smoke. I can't see the Sect Master at all. They're almost catching up to my hidden slash technique. A figure shouted from the chaos. Yi Xingqian, stop talking. I've really gained inspiration from your moves. Chang Xiao's right hand was gripping a zombie's head. If I don't obscure the zombie's vision and yours, how can I truly turn the tide of battle? He walked out of it unscathed, his other hand also gripping another zombie's head. Because only by obscuring the player's eyes can the pawns become headless chickens. Chang Xiao looked up. Am I right, little Mo Shang? Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingqian both turned in surprise to look at her. Mo Shang also held the token, completely unsurprised. When did you find out? Chang Xiao said proudly. Probably from the very beginning, when a bad friend didn't give me a mission. Mo Shang was clearly very annoyed. I admit my manipulation technique is extremely subtle, yet you still discovered it. Chang Xiao continued to walk towards them, stating his guess. Just now, several zombies made identical movements. I suspect they weren't independently unconscious zombies. He smiled, recalling their movements at the time. Instead, they were being uniformly controlled by someone. When issuing commands to so many zombies simultaneously, mistakes are inevitable. Chang Xiao raised his hand with sharp eyes, and the key that allowed me to pinpoint you was he pointed directly at Mo Shang, saying words that made her blush. Such obvious favoritism, who else could it be but you? The zombies attacked Yi Xingqian more than a dozen times but surrounded Xiao Zuiji. Yi Xingqian was angered upon hearing this. He seemed to understand something, recalling being surrounded by a horde of zombies while Xiao Zuiji had none around him. No wonder I almost drowned just now, and you still had the leisure to ask if I needed help. Xiao Zuiji patted his shoulder reassuringly. Junior brother, don't be discouraged. I'll sign you up for Elder Way's course. Chang Xiao even stated another fact. Not only did I discover you were manipulating the zombies from behind, but I also found that when I eliminated all the martial sects with one move, those martial kings and martial emperors truly unleashed their corresponding spiritual energy, so I guessed. He looked directly at Mo Shang. Once I eliminate all the martial emperors, the last martial saint will be activated. All the zombies in the main altar share a single energy source. Chang Xiao smiled triumphantly. So, before I dealt with the second batch of zombies, I had already quietly set up a spirit-isolating formation around that beautiful woman. Tianqi was trapped in a red cage next to Little Longlong. Now she was just an energy-depleted puppet. Little Longlong was also monitoring from the side, ready to burn her directly if there was any unusual movement. Chang Xiao forcefully questioned Mo Shang. Now tell me, what was all this elaborate effort making us exhausted for? She trembled, seeing his attitude. He suddenly heard Little Longlong's voice. Brother, I can't help but remind you, have you forgotten that golden rule? Villains die from talking too much? Chang Xiao retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a villain. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a loud bang from behind. Someone praised. The little rascal is very clever. Chang Xiao immediately turned around vigilantly to look behind him. The red cage around Tianqi had disappeared. If this saint hadn't preserved most of her spiritual energy, she might have fallen into your trap. It's also your fault for not considering carefully. He rushed towards her. Little Longlong had already been knocked aside by Tianqi. Although this saint's spiritual energy dissipated by half after death, she is not someone a mere 5 martial emperors can contend with. Chang Xiao didn't say more and immediately threw a punch. She merely raised one hand to block, smiling disdainfully. To dare to throw a punch at an enemy 2 great realms higher than yourself. Truly a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Chang Xiao knew he couldn't win, so he retreated. Only a fool would confront you directly. He pointed to the side and called out to Tianqian. She also cooperated by holding his hand. The powers of flame and ice appeared simultaneously. Chang Xiao challenged. Taste my hard-practiced fusion skill. A spirit stone formed in their hands. He picked up the spirit stone and charged at Tianqi. Tian Shao crystal. She merely raised her hand slightly and the spirit stone shattered along with it. Her arm seemed to be frozen. Even so, Tianqi still smiled calmly. Ice on the outside, fire on the inside, and it seems to combine ice and fire explosions, catching people off guard. Even a peak martial emperor might be defeated. This must be your ultimate move, draining all your spiritual energy, right? However, Changxiao was Changxiao. He didn't listen to her at all, immediately interrupting, got it, you're a martial saint. Aren't you still emphasizing that you're just putting on a show? If you were at your peak, I would have certainly run away with my disciples, but your spiritual energy is severely depleted, a bit weaker than that old man Dean Situ. I'm afraid you're only somewhere between martial emperor and martial saint. The smoke in front of him gradually dispersed. You can barely be considered a half-saint, but do you really think I'd let a variable like you go? Do you still remember who I am? Changxiao snapped his fingers. Sword and martial duel. King Tianqi froze, not understanding what he was going to do. A sword flew from nowhere and pierced her chest, forming a large hole where it struck. Another spirit stone appeared and floated in Changxiao's hand, and who said Tianqi and I only have one crystal? He placed the spirit stone into the wound on Tianqi's chest. 1,000 years have passed. Your body instantly ignited fiercely. It's time for you to rest in peace too. Tianqi screamed in agony amidst the flames. No, I can't dissipate like this. I haven't found that person. I can't die. She was still struggling, spitting out a black mist from her mouth. Now Zhen Changxiao's spiritual energy was depleted, but he could only do so much. Even if his soul was scattered, he had to give it a try. The black mist rushed towards Changxiao, catching him off guard, and one of his eyes turned black. Changxiao was controlled, only able to shout his desire to resist. Part of his hair turned black, and Changxiao was surrounded by an eerie black-purple aura. The others ran over anxiously, shouting, Dogshan, why is half of the sect master's hair black? Yi Xingqian quickly observed Changxiao, sensing that something was wrong. His expression was vacant, without any resistance. The person named Chu is taking over the sect master's body. Yi Xingqian understood part of what was happening. Fortunately, these zombies earlier only drained our stamina precisely to deplete the sect master's spiritual energy and mind. To facilitate possession, he understood part of what was happening. Fortunately, the sect master hasn't been completely depleted yet, so the possession wasn't immediately successful. They are still contending. A thought flashed through his mind. My body in my previous life was struck dead by lightning, which is why I could easily possess another body. Changxiao still heard Yi Xingqian's voice in his ear. But with this struggle, I'm worried that even if the sect master wins, his mind will be damaged, resulting in amnesia at best or another personality at worst. On the other side, Tianqi was clearly alarmed. She was standing in an empty space, and after observing her surroundings carefully, she was puzzled. Why is this bastard sea of consciousness empty? Tianqi sat down curiously, looking at the tombstone and a small stick of incense in front of her. Why is there also a brick being worshipped? She recalled the intense battle just now, thinking, because Zhen Changxiao himself didn't consume much, I had already prepared for a major battle here. Now who am I going to fight? A brick, a voice suddenly came from behind. This host is really giving me trouble. Tianqi turned her head abruptly. Before she could react, Changxiao reached out and grabbed her. Don't struggle. With this disparity, I'm trying my best to control myself so I don't crush your soul, Tianqi questioned incredulously. I'm a martial saint, how can I be suppressed by you on a soul level? You're not Zhen Changxiao. You're a martial emperor. He looked directly at her with those big eyes. Martial emperor, although I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul, you shouldn't mock others like that, he smiled and warned. I can't directly help Zhen Changxiao. But you're also unlucky. You actually tried to possess him and directly intruded into my sea of consciousness. This is my home turf. As you're the first outsider here, I'll give you royal treatment. Changxiao's fingertips sparked with a flame. Tianqi was puzzled. Royal? A guillotine suddenly fell from nowhere. She was shocked to see it. What kind of royal treatment is this? Tianqi immediately begged for mercy. I can't disappear yet. I haven't seen him yet, she cried out. Lord Knight Emperor. Changxiao's movements also stopped. His mind seemed to sense something, and he grinned sinisterly. Things are getting interesting. The hand holding Tianqi gradually loosened. Chu Tianqi, is it? Let's discuss this. Changxiao looked at the figure floating in front of him. Don't try to possess him. I'll help stabilize your soul and you can simply be an old man in a ring. Tianqi folded her arms, refusing to accept. What old man? I'm a woman, and why should I listen to your arrangements, he suggested. I can let you see the Knight Emperor. You also know that with my status, there's no need to lie to a mere martial saint like you. She heard this and immediately agreed happily. I agree, then how can I see Lord Knight Emperor? Changxiao did something with his hands, slyly reminding, he's very different from back then. And his current identity must be kept secret. Don't tell anyone about my existence and his for now. I'll also place a restriction on you. The Knight Emperor is now right before your eyes, yet far away. Young in age, yet pretending to be old-fashioned, outside the black mist had already separated from Changxiao. And he lunged forward, being timely caught by Tianqi. Yi Xingqian asked, Sect Master, how do you feel? He was confused and bewildered. What feeling? Didn't I just burn that half-saint? Yi Xingqian was startled upon hearing this, thinking the sect master's soul is actually so powerful. He was completely unharmed by the influence of a martial saint, as expected of an upper realm representative. Yi Xingqian gradually relaxed, glancing sideways. It's good that he's fine. Where did the soul that was possessing him go? On the other side, Mo Shang was also asking Chu Tianqi, Master, are you all right? She looked down at her hand and admitted, my soul has indeed solidified like a physical body, and my strength has also recovered somewhat. That person really didn't lie to me. Yi Xingqian folded his arms and shouted, You Nun Chu, it's already a blessing that you can preserve your remnant soul after a failed possession. He pointed at himself. Why don't you give me Yi Xingqian some face? Let's part ways here. Although you are a half-saint, trust me, if we continue fighting, the result will only be your death and our injuries. Tianqi didn't even have time to understand, only saying in surprise, Yi, good. She pulled Mo Shang and knelt down to kowtow. Yi Tiansheng Ju Tianqi, I am willing to lead my disciple Mo Shang to become your disciples. You, her eyes sparkled, I will wholeheartedly protect Sir Yi even if it means being a maid. Mo Shang tugged at Tianqi's clothes. Master, you're bowing to the wrong person. He's just a crazy person who likes to take off his pants. Yi Xingqian didn't expect this either, and suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. When did my face become so useful? Mo Shang enthusiastically approached Xiao Zuiji. Brother Zuiji, from now on I'm your junior sister. You must protect me. Tianqi also happily said, Sir Yi, Shang'er is still young, I will definitely make her respectful and filial. Then she and her disciple turned to warn the other person, You show off, stay away from my master and my disciple. Mo Shang looked at Yi Xingqian with hatred, while Tianqi looked at him with admiration. Once upon a time, Yi Xingqian had captured an old man who was indiscriminately killing innocent people. He scolded the old man a few times and then ended his life, truly despicable. The young Tianqi then pulled on his clothes and asked, Gigi, great sir, can I follow you? He looked at the child mercilessly. Knight Emperor, I don't need useless followers. If you achieve something great in cultivation like becoming a martial saint, I'll consider taking you in. Yi Xingqian then flew away directly. If I had still remembered then. Now Tianqi looked at the person in front of her with unconcealed excitement. As expected, you completely forgot our first meeting. But thank heavens I met you again. Mo Shang always had an issue with Yi Xingqian. She reminded, Master, you shouldn't respect him so much just because he shares the same surname as my idol Knight Emperor. This kid thinks I'm his fan, Mo Shang said unhappily. Didn't it say in the ancient texts that Knight Emperor was betrayed and ambushed by a woman and died 1,000 years ago? Tianqi gently persuaded. Shang'er, don't talk nonsense. She looked at Yi Xingqian. Knight Emperor is a peerless hero, rare in this world. How could he be deceived by a woman? That would be too infuriating. He must have had a bad brain to be like that. And he certainly wouldn't have died from a sneak attack. That would be too embarrassing. All the face he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years of cultivation would be lost. He must have recultivated his divine power and returned to his youthful state. These words were like knives piercing Yi Xingqian's heart. He was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, clutching his chest. The one who hurt him the most was actually his fan. Zhen Changxiao spoke at this moment. This master and disciple pair, he doesn't seem to like them much. Perhaps it's because he rarely encounters living people, so their way of speaking makes everyone so angry they want to vomit blood, Tianqian interjected. But these two are demonic cultivators. They should be able to help Mengying a bit. Zhen Changxiao walked towards the spatial gate. That's right, although the little girl has an innate demonic physique, she can't be left to completely self-study. As soon as he came out of the cave, he asked himself, why do I feel like I've forgotten something as soon as I leave the cave? Never mind, it might be leaving home syndrome. It's that little Longlong is still in the pile of rocks and no one saved him. Outside, a few people were grilling meat together, and Zhen Changxiao leaned back on his hands. I'm too full, Yi Xingqian admitted. That's right, I haven't eaten this much in a long time. He suddenly turned to look at Zhen Changxiao. That's right, how could I be so full? There was only this much meat before and today there are 2 more people. How can there still be so much left? It was then that he suddenly remembered and shouted. The eternal sect's meat-devouring, tough-talking little Longlong had fallen into the main altar. A loud bang suddenly came from the direction of the cave. Tianqi looked in that direction. It seemed to be the main altar. The explosions didn't stop and a bird and little Longlong burst out together. The bird looked at little Longlong with hostility. Little Longlong roared furiously, I accidentally bumped into you when I broke out of the mountain. And I only accidentally burned your home. You destroyed the spirit fruit you guarded for 100 years, and even the spirit tree was burned down, yet you're still chasing me relentlessly. He suddenly stopped speaking, realizing he had let slip too much. The bird seemed to be enraged. Little Longlong decided to reconcile. How about this? My master has a lot of money and resources. Why don't you also submit to him? Spirit medicines to enhance cultivation can be bought in bulk, and in the future, things like spirit fruits you probably won't even care about. The bird flapped its wings, screeching each word. Never a slave. Little Longlong stared wide-eyed, still not giving up. You can even talk? You're truly a spirit beast. That makes communication easy. It's not slavery. My master says he provides food and lodging. This isn't a slavery contract. At most, it's like working for him. If you don't want to call him master, leader is fine too. It glanced back, signaling, Master, please hurry. My battle form is almost out of time, and in my normal state I can't beat this guy. The bird seemed to sense its intention and charged over. Don't stall for time. Little Longlong wasn't afraid to retort. Does Dragon Lord fear you? Just as the two were about to collide, Little Longlong suddenly shrank. It now wanted to cry. Zhen Changxiao rushed over and kicked the bird away. Where did this wild chicken come from, daring to hit my child? He looked at the bird somewhat surprised. A mid-grade martial emperor-level spirit beast, how could I not have sensed its presence before? The bird said word by word. You didn't pay attention to your sneak attack. He completely ignored its words. Martial ethics is a forbidden thing in my eternal strongest sect except for that Qingyang fellow. From now on when you join my sect I will teach you well. A sphere appeared in Zhen Chongxiao's hand and he threw it at the bird. The sphere landed on the ground and a prompt simultaneously appeared. Ding, congratulations on capturing the demonic ridge Black Hawk. Zhen Chongxiao danced with joy. He looked at what he had just captured. This bird is called Demonic Ridge. Could it be a guardian spirit beast raised by Demonic Ridge Valley? Meanwhile, in a secret chamber a person was cultivating cross-legged, holding something unclear in their hand. He was suddenly startled and looked at the object. This is the appearance of the Demonic Ridge Black Hawk. He laughed excitedly. Demonic Ridge Valley has a successor. Heaven does not forsake my demonic Tao. Young master is not alone. The stones were shattered, and a person in red strode forward looking down at the old man sitting before him. Demonic cultist young Ni, no matter how deep you hide it's useless, he said triumphantly. This demonic mountain is your holy land, but with our 10 great righteous experts here, your demonic cult will perish here. The old man denied. Tao is not Tao. His face darkened. Demons are not demons. I am a demon who acts as I please with righteous conduct. The old man's sharp gaze met the person. You call yourselves righteous, feigning purity, yet your methods are cruel and your desires insatiable. A fellow with a rooster comb-like hairstyle was present, appearing somewhat unconcerned. What ethics are we talking about between us righteous and you demonic cultists? Stop talking nonsense with him. After eliminating this old man we still need to search for treasures. Their holy land, the person in red still cautiously reminded. One must not be careless when dealing with demonic cultists. Otherwise, if it weren't for our numerical superiority and their internal traitors, we probably wouldn't be able to eliminate all the demonic cultists on Demonic Mountain. Demonic Ridge Valley was the second largest demonic force 1,000 years ago. With their protection, this old man is no longer needed. A green orb appeared in the rooster comb-haired man's hand. The old man's veins bulged as he grabbed the righteous man's collar and roared skyward. Heaven and earth are without thought Tao, I am not alone. The old man suddenly tore open his clothes, revealing a black circular pattern on his chest, terrifying everyone. A loud bang erupted, throwing them all back, and the explosions grew larger, spreading throughout the forest. In another place, Woody looked at the note in his hand. The demonic cult's holy land has been breached, but the demonic cult elder self-destructed, leveling Demonic Mountain. More than half of the 10 great righteous experts were killed or injured, along with hundreds of martial kings. Mengying appeared from behind and asked, Brother Men, what are you looking at? He replied to the little one. Mengying, no need to call me Brother Men or anything, call me Brother Woody. I'm reading the latest news from the martial world compiled by Mei Wutang. Woody looked at the note again. It said the sect master asked them to write it to facilitate seizing public opinion later. Demonic Mountain was leveled and all remnants of the demonic cult were wiped out. Mengying fell into a terrifying silence after hearing this. A red dot on her forehead glowing, and a purple shadow drilled out of her body shouting, 10,000 years of blood feud. This emperor will eventually make you righteous factions who deceive the world and steal fame pay with your lives and souls. A hand reached out and grabbed it, and Woody pulled hard, warning, I remember telling you. Don't appear randomly and possess Mengying's body. He was somewhat angry. A pet must act like a pet. Don't go around scaring children all day. If it affects Mengying's physical and mental health, I'll tear your soul apart. The demonic shadow was so scared that it quickly drilled back in. My lord, spare me, I'll go back and write a self-criticism, Woody demanded. 3,000 words with genuine emotion. After Mengying recovered, he said to the little girl, Mengying, that news was too violent, let's read something else. Mengying began to read. A certain anonymous sect master summarized the 10 best places to hide private money. The top spot was the sole of a shoe, Woody commented. Perhaps I know who the author is. A huge shadow enveloped the courtyard in front of the gate, and the bird slowly descended, a voice coming from its back. Mengying, we're back, Woody secretly sighed. He even brought companions and a female teacher back. Such a big bird, it seems the sect master gained a lot this time. Mo Shang looked at Mengying and asked Zhen Chongxiao, is this the self-taught demonic cultivation you mentioned? The chicken man winked at the little girl. Such a cute little girl. Your name is Yao Mengying, right? From now on I'll teach you demonic martial arts, just call me Teacher Mo. Mengying hesitated, then called out, Teacher Momo. Mo Shang was suddenly startled. She involuntarily knelt down. What's happening? Why am I kneeling? The demonic shadow drilled out of Mengying again. Demonic Junior, how dare you disrespect this emperor? Zhen Chongxiao became vigilant. This was the demonic seed within Mengying. The system also confirmed it. His strength is unfathomable, and he's both friend and foe. But when the two saw Woody unceremoniously slapping the demonic shadow, they immediately fell silent. Disrespecting you, 3,000 words of self-criticism, with genuine emotion. Yi Xingchen was puzzled. Has this Woody kid's strength improved so quickly? I feel like he's almost catching up to me. Zhen Chongxiao also felt it was abnormal. Why did he have a feeling of being surpassed by his disciple? He walked towards Mo Shang with his hands in his pockets. Mengying is truly the representative of the 10,000-year demonic emperor. Calling someone else master is a bit inappropriate. This much face must be given to seniors. Zhen Chongxiao slyly suggested. Mo Shang, from now on you call Mengying little boss. This way the seniority won't be messed up. From now on you will be the Eternal Sect's one-of-a-kind above all others, below 10,000 others second-generation disciple. All other disciples in the sect are your elders, so don't call them incorrectly in the future. Mo Shang had question marks above her head and turned to look at Mo Ying. Mo Ying patted her chest confidently and said, "Little Mo, don't worry, from now on you teach me demonic skills and I'll cover you. I'll ask Sister Dudu to cover both of us." Mo Shang was speechless after hearing this and could only sigh. "Master, please come out and say something for me. I became a person with seniority right from the start. Qingyang City." A person raised their hand looking at a few small ice pellets in their palm. "That woman has returned to Qingyang City. We didn't wait this long for nothing." He turned to look at the few people behind him. "Everyone, we must act quickly." They were all dressed in the same clothes and wore masks. Several boxes floated in the air and Zhen Changxiao controlled them, pondering, "Now that I have a reliable demonic cultivation teacher, I also need to choose a sufficiently powerful textbook for Mengying," the system prompted. "Based on martial arts cultivation techniques, I suggest you first find a powerful demonic cultivation technique for Mengying. I wholeheartedly recommend this one, Blood Cloud Heaven-Shattering Scripture. When successfully cultivated, it unleashes a sea of blood, incredibly powerful and tyrannical. Exchange condition, 599 secret manuals." He immediately agreed. 599 volumes, quite expensive. "Can I cultivate it?" It told Zhen Changxiao the characteristics of this technique. This technique does not follow the usual path. Once a righteous martial cultivator practices it, they will at best lose all their cultivation and at worst explode and die. "What a pity," he mused. "This technique sounds quite powerful, but thinking about it carefully, can it be used to defeat enemies?" After a while, Zhen Changxiao took out 2 red books and handed them to Mo Shang and Mengying. Both took a book and began to read. Mo Shang was curious. Isn't the Eternal Sect a righteous sect? Why would it have such a tyrannical demonic cultivation technique? Zhen Changxiao advised her not to be quick to misunderstand, not to be quick to judge their sect like this. Mo Shang grew more confused as she read. "This cultivation technique is so strange. I estimate it will take me 10 days to half a month to find a clue." Zhen Changxiao remained calm. "No hurry. You can also have your master come out and guide you to a few times." Meanwhile, Mengying behind him was already practicing almost to the point of steaming. The little girl extended a hand and Mengying very seriously performed Bloody Wind and Rain, with several drops of blood appearing, watering a flower in front of her like rain. Zhen Changxiao observed from a distance, sincerely offering advice. "Blood cloud condensing rain, Mengying. This counts as a small achievement, right? Why don't you thick-skinly go ask?" She didn't reply, but took out a token. Tianqi emerged from the green smoke overjoyed. "Mo Shang, is Sir Yi looking for me? Or is there something you want to ask me? Why is your face so blank? Have you studied yourself, silly?" Mo Shang hugged her and cried, "Master, do you also think I'm too stupid?" Changxiao didn't know whether to console or mock. "Don't be sad. Some people are born in Rome, some are born on horseback in Romania on the shopping street in Qingyang City." Mo Shang sighed tiredly, reluctantly following Mengying, "Little boss, with your talent. Why did the sect master arrange for me to teach you?" The little girl, however, happily skipped around. The sect master said, "Self-study is lonely and hard. Having a teacher allows me to learn better. Now, looking at our progress in cultivating the Blood Cloud Heaven-Shattering Scripture, I'm really confident." Tianqi comforted her. "Mo Shang, don't be discouraged. There will be many more such things in the future. You'll get used to the setbacks." Mo Shang must have been very unhappy to hear this. "Senior Master Uncle, you're really good at comforting people." She didn't pay much attention to her attitude and suggested, "Don't think about things that make you unhappy. Think about things that make you happy. Let's go shopping and relax today. I'll pay." In another place, Changxiao turned and asked, "Qingyang, did you see the pair of shoes I changed out of this morning?" On the other side, Mo Shang had several bags hanging from her hands. He marveled at how beautiful and fashionable the goods on this street were. Tianqi admitted that Dogsheng organized a sect vote, and only the most popular brands could enter this street. Mo Shang asked in confusion, "Then where can I earn money to spend here?" She explained. "Completing sect missions will have corresponding rewards." The Palace Master of Extreme Cold stood before them casting a spell. The 9-layer Extreme Cold realm of primal chaos. Tianqi quickly retreated, dodging the ice elemental attack that appeared from nowhere. She also retaliated without hesitation. Mo Shang stood behind, not yet understanding what was happening, just stunned. Part of Tianqi's face was covered with thin ice. The Ice Martial Emperor, the Palace Master of Extreme Cold, couldn't help but praise, as expected of a once-in-a-millennium ice elemental prodigy. "Under the attack, she could still stop my Extreme Cold realm," he suggested. "I formally invite you to join my sect. Only my Extreme Cold Palace will not bury your ice elemental talent," Tianqi coldly scoffed. "Invitation? I feel like you're trying to snatch me." Her eyes sharpened. "Did you not investigate thoroughly? This Qingyang City is the headquarters of my Eternal Sect. Where is Mei Wutang?" Several people jumped out from behind him, holding knives. Several masked figures also appeared simultaneously, standing behind him. One person raised a hand, and the foot of a person from Mei Wutang was immediately frozen after all of them were unable to move. Several masked figures mocked Mei Wutang's reputation. "As soon as I stepped into Southwest Yang Prefecture, I heard that with the Martial King cultivation of these few, if it were just me, it would indeed take some effort. But we've decided to finish this quickly, with 4 high-grade Martial Emperors. Plus, I'm at the peak of Martial Emperor." The Extreme Cold Ice Master remained resolute. You'd better obediently come back with me to the Extreme Cold Palace. I advise you not to play any tricks after all. He reached out a hand to a frozen person. Ice is also easily broken. Tianqi's expression turned grim. A voice from behind startled her. Peak Martial Emperor, yet so arrogant. Tianqi emerged from the token. I wonder if I have the right to object. The Extreme Cold Palace Master was surprised to see her. The Eternal Sect actually had a half-saint soul body as a trump card. Tianqi folded her arms and smiled sinisterly. Will you kill each other or shall I beat you into submission? The old man said again. What a pity, what a pity. The Extreme Cold Palace Master's eyes gleamed. You as a half-saint actually encountered my Extreme Cold Palace. Someone rushed over urgently from somewhere. Changxiao had already arrived at the battle in time. He suddenly perceived something. Changxiao looked at Tianqi trapped motionless in the ice and cursed. Damn it, a small flame ignited in his palm. Changxiao used his skill to unfreeze everyone. A person from Mei Wuting reported, Sect Master, they had no intention of concealing their whereabouts. 5 high-grade martial emperors, they are from the Extreme Cold Palace. He was still panting. They came prepared, controlling us in just a quarter of an hour, and even threatened senior sister to leave with them. Qingyang walked from behind to provide more information. I've heard of the Extreme Cold Palace. It's a 4th-rate sect in northeast Luzhou. It's said that their palace master is at the peak of martial emperor, and they are also called the 4th-rate sect closest to 3rd-rate. Changxiao clenched his fist in rage. I don't care if they're 4th-rate or 3rd-rate. Dare to touch my people. A gust of wind blew, scattering his hair and clothes. Has it been a long time since we made a move? They've forgotten the unyielding spirit of my eternal strongest sect, Changxiao shouted. Demonic Ridge Black Hawk. The bird immediately rushed over. He jumped onto the bird's back and commanded the remaining people, all inner disciples assemble. Prepare to march to northeast Luzhou. Outer disciples enter first level alert. Mei Wutang gather all intelligence on the Extreme Cold Palace. Please ask Hidden Dragon Pavilion for assistance. Changxiao sat steadily on the bird's back. Everyone act, I'll go stop them first. The bird then flew away swiftly and a voice said, You are not their match right now. He merely asked calmly, So what? It then requested help. I will help you locate them. Changxiao was somewhat surprised. I thought you would advise me to calm down, but it seems to think this is normal. Even Tianqi's calmness I can't achieve, so how can I ask it of you? How does that saying go? If there's no one in this world you'd willingly die for, he continued. Then what's the point of living? It reported that once located successfully, they were 50 miles away, but the opponent was a peak martial emperor, and had a trump card that could instantly kill a half-saint soul body. I'll open a new service for you. You can exchange all existing contribution points for experience, but it's not comparable to a lottery draw. He didn't hesitate. What's there to hesitate about now? Exchange all of it. I'm currently a mid-grade martial king with nearly 20,000 contribution points. A notification popped up, contribution points not reaching 20,000. Changxiao's body seemed to undergo a huge transformation. A loud bang erupted. Here, someone suddenly shouted, Palace Master. A loud bang suddenly came from behind. The Extreme Cold Palace Master glanced at him. Could the Eternal Sect have caught up? Changxiao had appeared behind this person at some point. Punched him hard in the face, yet lost. Those people were all knocked to the ground. The Extreme Cold Palace Master still watched him with his hands behind his back. Eternal Sect Master Jun Changxiao, it seems the intelligence that said you are a mid-grade sword and martial dual king, whose strength can rival a mid-grade martial emperor, is somewhat inaccurate. The black aura and immense vitality emanating from your body show you are already a peak sword and martial dual king, Changxiao threatened nonchalantly. This is the cultivation I exchanged my entire fortune for. Hand over Tianqi and I can just break your legs. He commanded, You take the Saintess back to the Extreme Cold Palace first. I'll deal with this brat. Changxiao saw Tianqi about to be taken away and hastily shouted, Tianqi? She looked back and he was inexplicably startled by her gaze. Then they flew away with her. The Extreme Cold Palace Master said to him, Only by handing this girl over to the Extreme Cold Palace can she sever emotions and desires, entering the highest realm of ice, supreme emotionlessness. Before he could finish, Changxiao angrily retorted directly to his face, Emotionless my ass, this is the first time she's looked at me with such a cold gaze. He reached back and shouted, Pay me for my emotional damages. A saber struck down, but the Extreme Cold Palace Master skillfully dodged it. He pondered, This is a martial king. Do I have to use my trump card so soon? Over there, he sent a mental message to Tianqi, who was trembling all over. How are you? The ice is a bit tricky for you. You're a half-saint. Although your soul body's strength might be a bit lacking, you shouldn't be defeated in one blow. He looked up and replied, Yi Sir Yi, the Sect Master is in danger. That person is a descendant of the Ice Emperor. He was also puzzled. The Ice Emperor, that old fellow's descendant? Wait, doesn't he know the Ice Emperor's trickiest moves? Back on the battlefield, the Extreme Cold Palace Master reached out and pulled down his mask, inviting a god. The shape of his mouth was a bit strange. Immortal Emperor's remnant shadow merged with me. Something huge suddenly appeared and rushed towards Changxiao. Glacier breath. He was not at all panicked, but rather commented, This spiritual energy far surpasses a half-saint. Changxiao's body was enveloped in ice, but he still smiled calmly, tricked out the big move. A colossal ice pillar soared into the clouds. The Extreme Cold Palace Master panted, looking at the person trapped in the ice. Using inviting God twice in a row is indeed a bit much, but their sect can certainly be called bizarre. He was drenched in sweat. Mei Wutang's few peak martial sects actually have martial king level combat power, and this sect master is even stranger. A martial king can actually suppress me. A peak martial emperor. Just then, Changxiao appeared behind, raising his fist, overjoyed. Palace Master is still amazing, defeating a half saint in one move, and now the Palace Master has one more person. He humbly said, "That was a coincidence. Soul bodies are naturally countered by our extreme cold palace's cultivation methods. I'm old. If I used it again, I definitely couldn't take it." Then he placed his hand on the Palace Master's head, making the old man's eyes widen in surprise. He turned the old man to face him, revealing a sinister smile. "Then I'm relieved." Suddenly, an explosion erupted there, with fire scattering everywhere. The extreme cold Palace Master was sent flying by the shock. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." His shoulder was injured, he panted, incredulous. "How could you avoid the Ice Emperor?" However, before he could recover, what appeared before him stunned him. Changxiao split into 3 people, appearing before him with 3 different powers. The person in the middle spoke, "Either notify those brats now to bring Tianqian back." A murderous aura appeared at the corner of his mouth, "Or I'll use you now to commemorate your first 7 days and let everyone in your extreme cold palace come to see you." The old man frantically clutched his wound, trying to explain. "I advise you to calm down. My extreme cold palace is not an ordinary fourth-rate sect." He was completely unmoved. "Then there's nothing more to say." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 clones charged forward together. "I'm out of patience too." The extreme cold Palace Master shouted in panic. "Are you still going to stand by?" He cursed furiously. "Without me, none of you will be able to step into the markless ice sea." Ice gradually appeared as soon as the old man finished speaking, and Changxiao's path was blocked by a huge ice block. He gently melted the ice block in front of him. "I didn't expect this fourth-rate sect, Extreme Cold Palace, to have 3 more people besides the Palace Master. They look impressive." He re-evaluated. There are actually 4 peak martial emperors. The young man with blindfolded eyes showed a friendly smile. "Sect Master Jun, you've misunderstood. We come from different sects, but our sects are like-minded, so naturally we cannot stand by and watch the Extreme Cold Palace Master die." Young Master Hua Ya continued to explain. "But for a disciple alone, it's not worth making such a scene. Besides, she can receive better ice elemental guidance in the Extreme Cold Palace. I can guarantee that the Extreme Cold Palace will pay sufficient compensation." At this point, Changxiao had heard enough, and he interrupted. Stop, judging by your tone now. You think that with 4 peak martial emperors here I can only sit down and negotiate with you." With that, he retracted his raised hand. "Was I too polite just now?" He immediately drew his gun with a murderous aura and aimed it at them, "Making you think you can leave alive." The blindfolded young man, however, responded very calmly. "Sect Master Jun, a wise man submits to circumstances. I advise you not to be ungrateful." Changxiao was now furious to the extreme. "I hope you can still be so arrogant later." Suddenly, a spiritual message sounded, calming him down slightly. "Sect Master, don't make a move yet." He hid behind the ice blocks below, looking up at them. "These people are all descendants of the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor particularly loved creating sects back then. As far as I know, he had a total of 9 sects under him." In other words, after listening to the warning, he carefully looked at them. "They are the Ice Emperor Alliance, with at least 9 peak martial emperors, and all of them can use inviting god spells. This blade will leave you in a weakened state after use, and there must be other Ice Emperor descendants hiding in the shadows. You don't have the combat power to deal with them now." He also transmitted a message back to it. "Spirit, you reminded me correctly. If they knew the power of the hard-to-imprison blade now," the 2 showed a strange smile of mutual understanding, "then how could we catch them all in the future?" Thinking of this, Changxiao flew even higher than them. "Today I certainly cannot guarantee that I can keep all of you, but if I fight to the death to keep a few of your lives I can still do it," he solemnly warned them. "I can let you go, but 3 days later. My eternal sect will definitely go to Northeast Luzhou to demand an explanation." His eyes were bloodshot. "If Tianqian loses even a single hair then," after returning, Changxiao announced this to everyone. "Everyone in the Extreme Cold Palace will regret coming into this world. This sect master must go to Northeast Luzhou in 3 days to reclaim your senior sister." He made the decision expressionlessly. "Simultaneously declare war on 9 top 4th-rate sects. I also feel like I'm crazy. After this battle I cannot guarantee whether the Eternal Sect will still be here. But this battle must be fought. Every disciple of my Eternal Sect is a peerless genius, and possessing such talent is a crime in itself. If we stand by idly this time, then next time other sects will turn their covetousness into direct action against my disciples. This battle must be fought, and it must be won." Jun Changxiao clenched his fist, smirked, and threw a punch, preventing 100. "What if there are 9 sects, 17 halls, and the seniors of the Eternal Strongest Sect? I've fought them too." 3 days later, Northeast Luzhou. With heavy snow falling and bone-chilling cold, a middle-aged man in a thick down jacket complained, "This hellish weather, have the sect masters gone crazy to put us on first-level alert?" The person next to him replied, "Because the Eternal Sect is coming." He sighed dejectedly. "You're new to the sect, so you might not know that our 9 sects are united, sharing common hatred. Even first-rate sects give us some respect. Is it really necessary to bother us so much just for a small Eternal Sect?" However, he grinned. "I heard this Eternal Sect is somewhat extraordinary." He looked tiredly at the lightning mixed with snowflakes. "What's so different?" Even if their sect master wants to come, their disciples won't be foolish enough to follow him to their deaths. Lightning flashed and a blizzard was approaching. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, "They're here!" He was startled, not understanding how a group of tiny figures slowly approached, making him surprised. They actually dared to come. I said his disciples wouldn't follow him to their deaths. Only a few people came. But he grinned triumphantly. Look closely. A lightning bolt struck from the sky. In an instant, the few figures instantly transformed into a large crowd surging forward. Zhen Changxiao announced with gleaming eyes, "The eternal strongest sect has arrived." The middle-aged man shouted, "Demonic arrows, prepare." At his command, everyone immediately drew their bows and arrows ready for battle. Suddenly, the young man who had been standing with him just moments ago drew a dagger and instantly cut them all down. He fell to the ground repeatedly asking, "Why?" Changda revealed his true face, looking down at him. "Your biggest mistake was to make an enemy of my sect. My eternal strongest sect will sweep across 1,000 miles and conquer all directions." He then knelt on the snowy ground. He respectfully reported, "The chief spy of the Grand Headquarters, Sima Changda of the Mortal Iron Division of the Martial Sacrifice Hall, greets the Sect Master. All outposts of the Ice Emperor Alliance here have been cleared." Zhen Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. "Calling me Sect Master is too formal, Lord. Will do from now on. It took you 2 or 3 days to infiltrate. It was truly difficult for you." He bent down to help Changda up and asked with concern, "Changda, excellent work. What's the highest position you've infiltrated in the enemy camp now? Can you bring back more intelligence?" He regretfully replied, "Time was too short. Currently, the highest position is only the Chief Manager of Internal Affairs of the Extreme Cold Sect, still quietly staying by Senior Sister's side." Hearing this, he choked in surprise. 3 days is indeed too short. What did you say, Chief Manager of Internal Affairs? In just 3 days, I gave you a month. Would you all become the Sect Masters of the Extreme Cold Sect? Changda indifferently handed over the secret report. Having brought back much valuable intelligence, he had a natural talent for infiltration. At this moment in the room, Zhen Changxiao's man sat behind Tianqian observing her. He transmitted a message to her. "Senior Sister, did you hear me? Answer if you did." Zhen Changxiao held the secret report, reading everything he said. Tianqian seemed to have her spiritual consciousness sealed, unable to communicate. There were still some young men and women in the Extreme Cold Sect who wanted to compete for the positions of Saint Sun and Saintess with Tianqian, who they intended to make a Saintess. Changda pointed at the illustrations and guessed that the others should be from the 7 sects of the Ice Emperor Alliance. The cultivation techniques of the 9 sects all evolved from the Ice Emperor art, but they inherited different strengths of the Ice Emperor, such as hair, eyes, mouth, skin, left hand, left foot, and sword. After reading it, his face froze. Is this a map of power distribution or a crime scene investigation? They are dismembering their patriarch. Were the martial emperors of that era also perverted? The spirit behind him was equally stunned. The Ice Emperor must be an anomaly. Other martial emperors are still very normal, right? The woman behind them recalled Tianqi and cried, "Not necessarily. My master still keeps a strand of Night Emperor's hair to sell. Martial emperors are all pampered." The spirit was speechless at her. "My reputation." Back to the main topic, Chang Xingqian asked in confusion. "Changda, according to the intelligence you've gathered, where should we attack next?" After listening, he drew a line in the sand with a branch. "According to the news from Dudu, the sect masters of the 8 sects have all gathered at the Extreme Cold Sect, but there's one." He looked ahead. "The sect master of the Snowfield Sect, not far from here, has not yet set off?" Chang Xingqian asked with his hands behind his back. "Just him? Have they set a trap in the Snowfield Sect to lure us in?" Changda replied affirmatively. "Probably not, because Dudu said that the other sect masters also have grievances about the Snowfield Sect's lateness." At this moment in the Snowfield Sect, a man was chewing meat heartily. "Those few people always say I'm late. This time I left 2 days early." The host impatiently ordered the old man behind him. "Old Hong, this meeting is scheduled for the 5th. I'll depart on the 3rd. Prepare the items for me." Old Hong respectfully reported. "Sect Master, the meeting was scheduled for the 3rd. The other sect masters should already be having tea together." He shouted in panic and questioned, "Then why didn't you remind me?" However, Old Hong remained calm. "This old servant thought you enjoyed being the last to arrive." However, he immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Doesn't that mean the Eternal Sect people are likely very close to us now? The other sect masters told me that the Eternal Sect's boss is quite eccentric. Don't confront him head-on without 2 peak martial emperors or above." Old Hong raised his finger which glowed with fire and smiled cunningly. "Setting aside whether they can break through this old servant's continuous formations, even if they manage to reach us by chance," the host happily continued, "it will also give them an understanding of the strength of the upper 3 sects." At this moment, Zhen Changxiao outside also just heard this name, upper 3 sects. Changda confirmed it was correct. According to the strength of each sect, the 9 Ice Emperor sects are divided into the upper 3, middle 3 and lower 3 sects. He introduced them one by one. In order, they are the Autumn Water sect, representing the eyes, the Extreme Cold sect, representing the mouth, and the Snowfield sect, representing the left leg. Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao disdainfully turned away. "If he's at the same level as that old fellow from the Extreme Cold sect, then there's not much to worry about. I can handle it in a few moves." "Sect Master," he retorted. "You're mistaken." Changda's expression was exceptionally serious. "The personal strength of the Snowfield Sect Master is said to be on par with the top-ranked Autumn Water Sect Master. While the Extreme Cold Sect Master's combat power is basically at the bottom of the 9 sects, his words made Zhen Changxiao stop and listen. In this situation, the Extreme Cold Sect still firmly holds its position among the upper 3 sects. I fear there are experts surpassing Martial Emperor level within the Extreme Cold Sect. I boldly speculate that there might also be some within the Snowfield Sect, he gently exhaled. A formidable opponent, he grinned excitedly. It's worth my entire eternal strongest sect turning out. The host was also eagerly awaiting them. Subsequently, a large army marched majestically towards the Snowfield Sect. Zuiji walked at the very front of them all. Suddenly he saw the surrounding snowflakes swirling high, and the snowflakes fell onto his shoulders. Immediately after, a deafening explosion occurred in front of them. The woman just now rushed forward, crying and shouting, while Zhen Changxiao remained composed. Brother Zuiji, uncle. The explosion was so loud that it startled the black cat on the roof. Inside, Old Hong perhaps sensed something and asked in confusion. The formation has been activated. Old Hong sneered. The front line has been shortened. I hope the Eternal Sect doesn't go crazy. At this moment, Zuiji, still alive, emerged from the billowing smoke. Sect Master, he reported naked. There was a bomb, very powerful. The woman immediately covered her eyes, and Zhen Changxiao was also speechless. I see your clothes are all blown off, truly brutal. At least leave a piece of cloth to cover yourself, Old Hong happily suggested. Sect Master, let's go for a stroll outside. He seemed quite pleased with his trap. They were trapped in the continuous formation, looking disheveled and outside as expected. Zhen Changxiao frowned and judged. This is not easy to deal with. He looked at the ghost-like things floating before him. The entire hillside was covered with activated demolition formations, and he couldn't just let everyone run around naked just because of this small demolition formation. So he turned around without changing his expression and said to Zuiji, Zuiji, you're used to running naked, so you go find the exit. Anyway, you'll need to change clothes after running 100 kilometers. He immediately froze. Sect Master, I'm not mentally prepared to become a pervert yet. He also suggested, Sect Master, why don't we go together? Xiaomo and Li Fei stepped forward and proposed, because we're afraid of pain, all our stats are put into evasion. With that, he gently lifted one foot, and the two sped away like lightning, snowflakes constantly splashing backward. Explosions erupted and snowflakes filled the sky, enveloping the entire area. The host looked at the two of them happily sliding around and questioned, is this the flawless formation you spoke of? I see them having a lot of fun. After a while, Xiaomo and Li Fei also stopped. Sect Master, they said, pointing at the snow pits they had created. The snow has been cleared. Welcome. The host stomped his foot excitedly, launching himself into the air. I've long heard that the Eternal Sect disciples are exceptionally skilled, and seeing them today, he landed in front of Zhen Changxiao. They far exceed the rumors. As his subordinates also gradually flew over, he happily suggested, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Since your disciples cannot be judged by ordinary standards, let them spar with the elders of my Snowfield sect. His words were full of mockery. As the host, we will be at a disadvantage. It's fine if you use your numbers against us. Anyway, your resources are scarce and you don't have Martial Emperor level strength yet. He then leaned in closer to Zhen Changxiao and said contemptuously, we are a 1,000-year-old sect. Can a small sect like yours compete with us? However, he retorted with unusual calm, you've only managed to become a 4th-rate sect in 1,000 years. There are half-meter-tall weeds growing on the bricks of my wall. Not only was he unafraid, but he also smirked and met his gaze. Moreover, the position of elder is not exclusive to your Snowfield sect. Brothers, someone wants to bully us with their numbers. What do you say we do? Just then an old man stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder and praised, such excellent disciples always encounter this kind of trouble. Zhang Xie and the elders stepped forward. Our elder group has always been unknown at this moment. Zhen Changxiao worriedly asked Elder Wei, your condition? The old man comforted him. A small matter. What this old man has learned is to overcome hardness with softness. Moreover, then he revealed a strange smile. Never underestimate a master planter. He covered his chest and praised. Elder Wei, who was full of integrity back then, has finally accepted our sect's corporate culture. I am very gratified. Then he called Dejun. Old Zhenjia, give us some encouragement. Dejun raised his hand and chanted, heaven and earth without bounds, Chankin evil magic. In an instant, a ball of fire ignited on their side. Old Hong's competitive spirit was aroused. Do you think we don't have a Grandmaster level formation master? Watch me break your formation. But something made him freeze, his eyes wide. Suddenly, incomprehensible words appeared in front of him. This chapter requires payment. I hope the host will purchase it to read. Permanent viewing costs 68 points. He stared blankly, cold sweat trickling down. What kind of formation is this? Permanent. Dejun smiled triumphantly. The Kimun Dunjia given by Sect Master Jun was a great help to this old man. Years of estrangement broken with one method under the blessing of my formation emperor. How can you turn the tide, fellow Taoists, for the glory of the elder group? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately rushed forward to eliminate them. The host discussed the chaotic scene before him. It's been many years since I saw a formation emperor. His attacks can actually bridge the gap between a peak martial king and a martial emperor. Zhen Changxiao seized the opportunity to suggest, since you're interested, why don't we first observe their battle? Both lifted one foot simultaneously. That's exactly what I intended. Then the two rushed forward and kicked each other in unison. Both accused each other in unison. I knew you were a sinister fellow. The host swung his fist, praising. To be able to kick me without injury or retreat. He rushed forward and kicked again. It seems you're also a master of kicking. After kicking, he landed on the ground with satisfaction, feeling exhilarated. To actually make my foot feel a bit numb, he was speaking when he suddenly stopped, stunned. You can still be proud. Zhang Chongxiao crouched down, calmly pouring out the stones from his pant leg. He actually kicked through the solid iron shield. You are indeed a master of despicable tricks. I, who shall admit defeat. Then he looked up, a smirk on his face. I know a lot of things. Specializing in one skill is not always rewarding. If I had to say my most preferred combat style, as soon as he finished speaking, countless magic arrays appeared behind him, accompanied by weapons emerging from them. That was infinite combat. At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao fiercely brandished the long blade in his hand, striking towards the Valley Master. The Valley Master, seeing this, dodged his attack. Then his eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect them all to be such powerful divine weapons. No wonder he could repel that old fellow from the extreme cold sect. Suddenly his movements became agile. He pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at his head, but he, completely unprepared, blurted out. However, before he could finish, he was shot in the head. Somehow, after such a direct hit, he not only didn't die but became even more arrogant. I'm not that useless old man, he said, raising his head, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking at him haughtily. Suddenly his face darkened as in front of him, a gun several times larger than the previous one was pointed at his face. He fired and scoffed. Still got good teeth. Although he still stood after that shot, his face was slightly injured. He looked at him angrily. Enough? Do you think your petty tricks can defeat a peak martial emperor? His eyes flashed red as he provocatively challenged. As soon as his words fell, there was a sudden loud bang. Slap! It turned out he had slapped him hard across the face. He looked at him and began to mock. Why do these guys always think they can't be hit after transforming? He was stunned by the hit. Then he seemed to understand something and counterattacked unhappily. When he went too far, disregarding martial ethics, he even pulled out another gun and shot at him with a grin. Please, he pulled out his long saber again and chopped it down from above. Please, it wasn't over. He then fiercely whipped his lower body with a rope, making him groan in pain. Please, ouch, he couldn't help but bite through the rope, making it explode. At this moment his face was already bruised and swollen, having endured all the previous attacks. He suddenly channeled his internal energy, stomping his feet hard, and the ground cracked in response. Then he braced his hands on the ground, striking a scorpion pose. Invoked the spirit. Seeing this, he was fearless, looking at him with mockery. You should have transformed earlier. I wouldn't have wasted so many bullets. Take my advice, cut down on the formalities. He looked at him, and a strange symbol appeared on his face. Kid, sharp-tongued, I hope you don't disappoint me next. Then he launched a new attack. A huge ice block appeared, rushing directly towards him. Although he blocked it, he couldn't help but tremble from its power. What a strong force! Then he was directly slammed by the ice block into a huge rock, which instantly shattered. After the smoke dispersed, his voice still rang out. I didn't expect your invoking the spirit to be purely physical. This intensity, even a martial saint would have to be careful. He arrogantly walked towards him. I thought the Ice Emperor was a pure magic caster, but it seems mages can't use staffs in close combat. As expected of a martial emperor, arrogant kid, you couldn't even take one move from me. You dare to challenge the Ice Emperor Alliance? You must have other trump cards, right? I remember the Extreme Cold Palace Master once said you had some clones or something. He confidently took off his coat and looked at him. The Spirit Armor Avatar is useful against enemies with similar strength, but against an enemy with a clear strength advantage like you, it would only distract me and be of little use. He suddenly rushed forward triumphantly. In that case, go to the underworld and repent for your arrogance. He blocked his attack with a backhand. Ah, the real trump card. You're not worthy to see it yet. Anger appeared on his face. However, killing you isn't difficult for me, but I will slightly change the Spirit Armor Avatar. All external incarnations return to my body. Then he seemed to see something terrifying, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment many arms appeared behind him, each holding a different weapon, shimmering with dazzling light, looking exquisite. He looked at the small and contemptuous figure below him triumphantly. Little Scorpion, do you want to taste what it's like to be ganged up on by 10,000 people? But he still needed to consider that using the spirit armor this way consumed too much spiritual energy. He had to finish the battle quickly. Immediately after, he pointed downwards, and those arms immediately attacked him as if on command. He couldn't resist at all. Seeing this, he cried out in fear. Spirit Venerable, save me! Immediately after, a huge scorpion appeared, which surprised him a little. At this moment, the scorpion monster in front of Zhang Chongxiao was several times larger than his human form. He looked at it contemptuously. Another half-saint spirit beast, he pointed at the monster in front of him. Can we first deal with this little scorpion and then discuss the compensation? As soon as his words fell, the monster stung Zhang Chongxiao with its tail. He leaped into the air to dodge the attack, looking at the Tao Master on the monster's back, a slight blood-tinged smile on his lips. Our Snowfield sect really knows how to hide. How can a fourth-rate sect have two half-saint level combat powers? The Tao Master rode on the monster's back. Spirit Venerable Patriarch once accompanied the Ice Emperor, but Spirit Venerable mostly hibernated, only acting in times of crisis. He looked at Zhang Chongxiao with an evil smile. Spirit Venerable is a genuine half-saint, and spirit beasts are inherently stronger than humans of the same level, so even if a martial saint came we wouldn't be afraid. He raised an eyebrow. After you are eliminated, I will slaughter your disciples one by one. Who? The Tao Master noticed something amiss and looked behind Zhang Chongxiao. Where are the disciples you brought? How did they all disappear in an instant? Jun Chongxiao smiled and pointed behind him. Those kids aren't idle, they're probably busy discussing loudly as they enter your sect. Meanwhile on the other side, a Tao Master's disciple was sent flying through an iron gate, crashing into the courtyard. Qingyang showed a contemptuous smile. As expected of a fourth-rate sect, he walked in grandly with his hands behind his back along with his fellow disciples. He looked around praising his companions. This gate is made of 1,000-year-old ironwood. It almost got kicked off its hinges by you guys. I'll have to mention it to the sect master when we get back. We're worthy of being inner disciples. Qingyang's behavior angered the Tao Master's disciples, who roared and cursed. Arrogant scoundrels, you don't put our Snowfield sect disciples in your eyes at all, brothers. Let them see the strength of a fourth-rate sect. Qingyang calmly smiled. Fellow disciples, we've come a long way, so we wouldn't dare to be impolite. First step, he extended his hand, knocking down several people with one move, and called out to the Snowfield sect disciples. Put them on the warm floor they like. Yi Xingchen heard Qingyang's command and smiled excitedly. Fellow senior brothers and sisters, senior brother has spoken. Following Yi Xingchen's words, the others also enthusiastically joined the fight. Charge. In the distance, the Tao Master worriedly looked at his sect hall, but still had to reassure himself. Our sect has many martial sect-level disciples, and with the help of the sect's protective formation, we definitely won't be at a disadvantage. As soon as he finished speaking, his sect hall exploded, startling him. Then the tower collapsed, leaving only the Eternal Sect's banner fluttering. The Tao Master looked at this scene, utterly shocked. It must be an illusion. It's only been half an hour and everything is already settled. This is clearly an illusion. He covered his face with his hand, comforting himself. Calm down, I still have the Spirit Venerable to help me. There's still a chance to turn the tide. As he muttered to himself, comforting himself, he looked up only to see Jun Chongxiao holding 3 strange balls in his hand. As long as I capture Jun Chongxiao, all problems will be solved. What new trick are you up to? Jun Chongxiao smiled mysteriously, juggling 3 balls. Half-saint spirit beasts are indeed difficult to deal with. I'm going to call a few people out to help. He threw out a ball, summoning his spirit beast. Little Longlong fire dance. Little Longlong appeared, raised its head, and sprayed a powerful stream of flames which swirled into a huge fire cloud in the air. Jun Chongxiao then pointed at the sky and ordered, Coiling Tiger Thunderstrike. Coiling Tiger unleashed a bolt of lightning which merged with Little Longlong's flames. The scene before him made the Tao Master somewhat apprehensive. The intertwined lightning and fire, its power is unexpectedly immense. He looked down at his spirit beast, feeling a hint of reassurance. It's all right. Spirit Venerable doesn't even bat an eye at these little tricks. Suddenly, Jun Chongxiao hugged a brown pig which looked harmless. Peppa Phantom Beast. The pig's eyes turned white, and a beam of light shot directly into the center where lightning and fire intertwined. From the center, a sharp white tusk extended and a powerful spirit beast, entirely fiery red like a pig, surrounded by lightning, walked out. Red Fire Tiger. Thunderfire Roast. Jun Chongxiao introduced his spirit beasts. I've modified the spirit beast-to-beast skills, developing this super powerful invincible combination skill. The 2 spirit beasts stood opposite each other, lightning crackling in the confrontational atmosphere. Jun Chongxiao picked up the last ball, opened it, and comforted. Little Eagle, you joined late, so there's no time to train you in combination skills this time, but next time for sure. For now, just observe the battle. Seeing the Eagle spirit beast, the Tao Master's scorpion monster broke out in a cold sweat. It trembled, speaking incoherently. Monic Ridge Black Hawk. The Eagle spirit beast stepped forward. I told you long ago. It flapped its wings and slapped the scorpion monster across the face. You must call me queen. This scene left Jun Chongxiao and the other spirit beasts stunned. Why is the style so different from what I expected? After being slapped, the Spirit Venerable was violently flung away, sliding a long distance. The Snowfield Tao Master hurriedly ran over, stroking it and asking, Spirit Venerable, are you alright? This eagle spirit beast isn't that strong, the Spirit Venerable angrily roared. If you don't want to die, quickly play dead, don't drag me down. At this moment, a sharp-eyed eagle approached the scorpion and spoke. Hundreds of years and you haven't grown much. It proudly raised its head and provoked. Does Her Majesty need to remind you of our old scores? Then the eagle began to count down. The scene remained silent, only its countdown. 2-1. An old memory suddenly surfaced, 2 people facing the same direction conversing. Old man Shui, long time no see. The other person also spoke. I didn't expect you, old fellow, to dare to leave your lair. Beneath their feet were an eagle and a scorpion. The scorpion friendly spoke first. Hello little chick, I'm Ice Scorpion, the Ice Emperor's pet. This immediately angered the eagle. The eagle immediately spread its wings and fiercely attacked the scorpion. What chick? I am the king of eagles. The eagle furiously chased and beat the scorpion, beating it half to death. Call me queen. This battle lasted for thousands of years. For these 1,000 years it had been bullying me. Every time they met, the eagle would recall the old grudge and clamor to fight the scorpion. The scorpion was so scared it cried for its parents. Every meeting was a disaster. Thinking of this, the scorpion had already trembled and lowered its head. Ice Scorpion greets queen. He looked blankly at the scorpion and asked, Spirit Venerable, you are a half-saint after all. Why are you afraid of a peak martial emperor eagle? And you're making me lose face. The scorpion didn't care about face at all at this moment, complaining. If you feel you're losing face, quickly kneel beside me. I can help you cool down. Then the scorpion turned to explain to the Snowfield Tao Master after being defeated by the queen. All my energy has been focused on defensive cultivation. Now to her I am just a harder target. But he glanced at the eagle, grinding his teeth unwillingly and calculating. Am I only left with surrender? Impossible, I can still endure one more inviting god, I can still endure. As soon as the Snowfield Tao Master finished speaking, he sought victory from defeat, but as he turned he saw Jun Changxiao punching him repeatedly. Seeing this warning, his face immediately darkened, and he cursed in horror. The scene changed to nightfall outside the Snowfield sect. Inside the sect, disciples were cleaning up the aftermath. One disciple was dragging a person. This is the last one. Before he finished speaking, Qing Yang threw the person to the ground and turned to suggest to Xiaomo, there's still such a large empty space left. What should we do? Xiaomo, why don't you make a sacrifice and lie here? Xiaomo immediately waved his hand in refusal. Senior brother, the sect master said you're having an OCD relapse. As he spoke, something suddenly crashed down violently. The two turned to look and couldn't help but exclaim, yeah, that just filled the spot perfectly. It turned out that the Snowfield Tao Master had just been sent flying by Jun Changxiao's punch and landed perfectly in that empty spot. Xiaomo also exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Perfect. Just then the system suddenly issued a notification. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating the Snowfield sect. He was triumphant, grinning and urging, stop hiding it, quickly give me the rewards. The system also quickly displayed the rewards. Gained 2,000 contribution points, 1 XL experience charm, 1 Chankin charm, and 1 top grade sword Dao aptitude XL. He picked up a charm and pondered. The top grade sword Dao aptitude and experience charms are now treasures that can enhance my combat power. As for the Chankin charm, he held the charm up close and examined it carefully. There was only a red circle on the charm accompanied by symbols Jun Changxiao couldn't understand. I checked the description. It says this charm can create possessing the ability to reach heaven and earth to turn the tide, and its effect depends on the user's potential with the minimum condition. He read and laughed heartily, laughing so much that Yi Xingqian broke out in a sweat. The sect master's laughter was simply spine-chilling. Jun Changxiao turned his face, smiling strangely. Now I just want to rush to the extreme cold palace and tell those sect masters for whom the bell tolls. Then instructed the busy Qing Yang on the other side. Qing Yang, leave a few experienced disciples, then clear out all the gold, silver, and treasures from the Snowfield sect. The rest of you, follow me to the extreme cold palace, let's go. At this moment, the Snowfield Tao Master, lying on the ground, suddenly groaned, gentler, gentler. Suddenly a person flew over from a distance, their gaze unusually cold. That person grabbed the unconscious him and quickly flew away. Jun Changxiao's disciples, seeing this, immediately raised their rifles and warned, since you've come, don't think of leaving. In this critical moment, that person extended a finger, placed it in the middle of their face, and began to summon. Invoke God. As soon as the command was given, the fellow's body suddenly changed, and spiritual energy enveloped his entire being. In an instant, that person swiftly departed amidst the astonished gazes of Jun Changxiao's disciples. The people below clamored to give chase. He escaped too fast. It must be another sect master of the Ice Emperor Alliance, quick after him. But Jun Changxiao spoke from behind to stop them. No need to chase, he walked over, smiling meaningfully. Prey can only be caught in one net when they are gathered together. Then he snorted coldly. Ice Emperor Alliance. Jun Changxiao's eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. I vow to uproot you all. The scene shifts to the extreme cold palace. A subordinate hurriedly reported. Palace Master, the old hall master of the demonic martial hall, asked again. The subordinate bowed respectfully, stammering, and informed him about the new eternal sect girl. He then added that she had actually resonated with the Patriarch's spirit tablet, which somewhat shocked the old hallmaster. After a long while, the old hallmaster finally revealed an interested smile. Good, good indeed. The old hallmaster's eyes were bloodshot, his face exceptionally terrifying. Serve my extreme cold palace, serve our Ice Emperor Alliance. At this moment, in the extreme cold sect, the old hallmaster of the demonic martial hall was walking in a hurry. He nervously pushed open the door, rushed in, and asked, "What's going on?" He saw Tianqian merging with the extreme cold sect's patriarch. Seeing this, the old hallmaster immediately knelt down, bowing to the Ice Emperor, pleading for the patriarch to descend upon Mingqi. At this moment, Tianqian gracefully walked closer, gently opening her mouth. She said from a high position, "Dogshun, he should be here soon." These words confused the old hallmaster, who asked again, "Dogshun, is that a pet raised by the Ice Emperor Patriarch?" Suddenly, Tianqian knelt before him, and the Ice Emperor Patriarch's spirit tablet also fell, breaking into two. The old hallmaster excitedly jumped up, happily saying, "To be able to contact the Patriarch with just the most ordinary spirit tablet, her ice elemental talent is indeed a once-in-a-millennium find." He turned to his subordinate behind him and said, "Steward Zhao, quickly arrange for Lu Tianqian to be sent into the Markless Ice Sea." The subordinate also bowed and responded, "Yes." The old hallmaster turned and walked away, laughing loudly. If she can fully integrate into the Markless Ice Sea, she will certainly be able to summon the Ice Emperor. By then, eliminating the Eternal Sect will be a mere flick of a finger. Seeing the old hallmaster walk away, Steward Zhao secretly approached, whispering to Tianqian, "Senior sister, please wake up quickly." He anxiously analyzed, "If you're thrown into the Markless Ice Sea, even the Sect Master won't be able to save you." But at this moment, Tianqian's consciousness was still unclear, only unconsciously muttering, Dogshun." Jun Changxiao heard the intelligence and asked in confusion, "Markless Ice Sea?" Changda replied, "That's right, this is the news Dudu just sent." Then he explained in detail, "The Markless Ice Sea, a 1,000-mile expanse of extreme cold ice. It is said to be the place where the Ice Emperor perished. For 1,000 years, the Ice Emperor Alliance has continuously collected ice elemental geniuses from all over. The purpose is to offer them as sacrifices into the markless Ice Sea in exchange for the Ice Emperor's remnant soul. So, since its establishment, the Ice Emperor Alliance has had only one goal. Zhen Changxiao looked back curiously awaiting the rest. Changde added, to complete the true invocation of the god to resurrect the Ice Emperor. But Zhen Changxiao dismissed it, patted his shoulder and turned away, saying, superstition, how can someone who died thousands of years ago be resurrected? Changde also bowed respectfully and advised, indeed, so this goal of the Ice Emperor Alliance is more like a means of using religion to manipulate people's hearts. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder. It was actually the spirit. He looked at Zhen Changxiao seriously as if wanting to say, trust me, and then advised, you cannot regret a lifetime due to one oversight. Sect Master, trust me this once. It's better to believe it exists than not. He silently pondered for a moment, finally agreeing, all right then. Zhen Changxiao turned to ask Changde, what happened to those people you sent into the markless Ice Sea last year? Changde immediately replied, although those people last year did not successfully invoke the god, they were not in life-threatening danger. Changde recalled those people and continued, but it is rumored that they all underwent a drastic change in temperament, became estranged from their relatives, and would remain in the Ice Emperor Alliance for life, cultivating ice elemental emotionless techniques. Zhen Changxiao secretly wondered, it doesn't seem like possession. Could it be influenced by the Ice Emperor's divine soul? In that case, is it possible to actually encounter the Ice Emperor this time? That Chankin charm can't be left unused anymore. Without further ado, Zhen Changxiao quickly pressed the buy button on the screen, calculating silently. Just in case, I'll buy it too. The next second, the screen displayed a notification. Ding, the host has just spent 10,000 contribution points. He held the newly purchased item, gritting his teeth, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. With my small build, I don't know if I'll still be alive after using it. I can only hope the Ice Emperor cannot be resurrected. Let's hope so, but reality was the opposite. Zhen Changxiao worriedly smacked his lips based on his understanding of Tianqian's talent and her astonishing destiny, and then said, it seems the Ice Emperor might really be awakened by her grave robbing. He turned and clenched his fist, shouting, all troops accelerate, I don't want the extreme cold sect to have dinner tonight. All the disciples shouted in unison, yes, then they immediately rallied their spirits ready for battle. The scene shifts to the extreme cold sect. Several people stood together discussing, the protective formation has been activated. The palace master said the eternal sect has already attacked so fast, one person hurriedly reported. Quickly prepare for battle, I heard they wiped out the Snowfield sect last night. That person then asked worriedly, the Snowfield sect, even if they could eliminate them. But it only took so little time, and it's a 3 or 4 day journey from the Snowfield sect to here. As soon as his words fell, the ground of the extreme cold sect began to crack and the heavens and earth trembled. One person exclaimed, what level of attack intensity is this? Our high-grade protective formation is shaking like this? At this moment, the two turned to look and found cracks had appeared in the ice elemental formation. Zhen Changxiao stood behind the mountain, smiling as he ordered, all troops present. Then he transmitted the order while accumulating energy in his palm. 7 Zon Radiant Palm, second wave of attack. Zhen Changxiao gnashed his teeth and shouted, blast it to smithereens. Hearing the order, the Eternal Sect disciples simultaneously shot towards the extreme cold palace, instantly causing a huge explosion with shattered stones flying everywhere. The outer defensive formation of the extreme cold sect also shattered as a result. He aggressively charged forward, break this turtle shell. Everyone, including Zhen Changxiao, entered battle mode, their hair standing on end, their eyes sharply fixed ahead. A disciple walked forward and said in a deep voice, wiping out the Snowfield sect in just one day, this eternal sect can be considered a strong enemy, right? He said with interest, but now the elite disciples of the 8 factions of the Ice Emperor Alliance have all gathered in our extreme cold palace. We are going to fight 1 against 8. I can't wait to see the expression on the Eternal Sect Master's face right now. That person grinned and said, that expression of despair will surely be spectacular. The 2 disciples behind him said, somewhat shocked, Senior Brother Fei, their expressions, Senior Brother Jie, their expressions are a bit. He immediately fell silent upon hearing this. It was truly indescribable. On the other hand, the Eternal Sect disciples showed no fear at all. Their eyes were full of provocation as they stared at those people. Spirit angrily whispered, it's just 1 against 8, what's there to be proud of for these fellows? Qingyang said calmly. Junior Brother Yi, they are 8 fourth-rate sect, so it's normal for them to be arrogant. After all, the Eternal Sect used to act too low-key. All disciples, listen up, whoever can fight 1 against 10, state your number. The entire space immediately fell silent. Jia, he couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. 1 against 10, do you still want to turn the tide? I'm going to die laughing. No one dared to speak. Qingyang said in a deep voice, the strongest disciple of the Eternal Sect can fight 1 against 100. He stomped his foot fiercely, and the surrounding ground immediately cracked. Qingyang continued, taking a step forward, and in an instant the ground was unrecognizable, his aura completely overwhelming them. Jia, he was scared out of his wits, he said in a trembling voice, damn it, the aura is too strong. Jia, he stared blankly at them. When Spirit flew over from nowhere and kicked him in the face, he feigned innocence and said, oops. This emperor stumbled and lost his footing. Spirit revealed a sinister smile and said in a deep voice, Eternal Sects Yi Xingchen, I will completely eradicate you all. He cruelly stomped Jiehe flat on the ground, then provoked, "Feel free to struggle." The other disciples were terrified upon hearing his name. Is he Yi Xingqian, the Eternal Sect's strongest inner disciple, the strongest martial king? Quickly follow the plan. 30 of the strongest true disciples stepped out of the ranks. At the same time, Spirit swiftly summoned his sword energy, he said with great interest. It's good that 30 of you came out merciless and spirited. I hope you're not just a bunch of bronze and silver cannon fodder. As soon as his words fell, Spirit unleashed the demonic sword Divine Art and with one move sent all the disciples flying. Qingyang observed from a distance, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, he said in a deep voice. 30 people are attacking junior brother Yi. While I have to face, Qingyang looked at the crowd before him and said disdainfully, is it just the 10 of you? The purple-robed person stepped forward and said, according to intelligence. Among your Eternal Sect disciples, Yi Xingqian's strength far surpasses others, unmatched at his level. But you, an ordinary inner disciple, each have to face 10 of my true disciples, he said confidently. Before he could finish, Qingyang interrupted him. Perhaps you all misunderstood one thing, he smiled harmlessly. I am only a little weaker than junior brother Yi. But Qingyang revealed a sharp gaze, only a tiny bit weaker than him. As soon as his words fell, he accelerated and rushed forward. In just an instant, Qingyang was already standing between the two of them. That person exclaimed, so fast. Qingyang revealed a sinister smile and softly said, a mortal touches my crown, inch force splits the skull. The disciple stared wide-eyed, unable to react in time. Qingyang's palm was already stained with blood. He softly said, everyone. The remaining people whispered in fear. Killed, instant kill? Qingyang asked in confusion. Can I kill them all in one blow? He revealed a peculiar smile, then urged, I'm in a hurry. In a moment there will only be painful wails left. Zhen Changxiao, seeing this from a distance, clapped his hands in praise. He enthusiastically complimented. Elegant, truly incredibly elegant. Qingyang's every move deeply embodies my demeanor. In that case, how can that nameless Yi Xingqian, that brutal madman, compare? Zhen Changxiao wondered to himself, but why haven't those martial emperor-level powerhouses from the Ice Emperor Alliance appeared? Do they want me to take center stage? He said with great interest. If the disciples can handle this, then I need to go to my battlefield. Tianqian, wait for me. Meanwhile, in the markless ice sea, huge blocks of ice continuously emitted bone-chilling cold. A giant old man suddenly spoke. Tianqian, you must consider carefully. The Ice Emperor extended a finger, gesturing, and with a wave of his hand 1,000 miles were frozen. In an instant he conjured a small ball of light, as if with a mere flick 10,000 miles would freeze. He said with a playful smile, vast amounts of ice still condensed in his hand, as if demonstrating his power to her. Tianqian, as long as you nod, those who once disdained you, those who humiliated you, will all prostrate themselves at your feet. Answer me, do you crave power? Tianqian slowly replied, I crave it. The last two words that came out of her mouth left the old man speechless. Dogsheng, the Ice Emperor, was somewhat puzzled and quickly turned to ask the extreme cold palace master, you broke into the markless ice sea and painstakingly awakened this emperor only for this young girl to flaunt her affection before this emperor? Steward Zhao stood by, secretly judging, his eyes also filled with thoughts. Wasn't this old man rolling his eyes a moment ago? Extreme cold palace master, hearing the Ice Emperor's words, immediately replied in fear, Patriarch, how dare we make a fool of you? Furthermore, to awaken you, all our gold and treasures have been exhausted. She is indeed too special. Her ice elemental talent is extremely rare. Tianqian, being controlled, could only sit quietly on the cold ground. The extreme cold palace master tried hard to explain to the Ice Emperor that with her talent she would certainly become the vessel for your supreme power, allowing you to return to the human world. Tianqian's head was tightly bound by an ice ring. However, she showed no resistance whatsoever. The old hallmaster then added, but her will is too strong. It is only with the headband of the Ice Sect that she can be barely controlled. The Ice Emperor, hearing the extreme cold palace master's words, frowned and asked in confusion, if she has already resisted such powerful forces, then even if I possess her, my power will be greatly weakened. Suddenly the old hallmaster sensed something amiss and asked worriedly, Patriarch, why is your voice intermittent? In an instant the Ice Emperor's form rapidly dissipated, the reason being the depletion of the Spirit Stone's energy. The extreme cold palace master below, watching the Patriarch dissipate, was flustered. He furiously turned to roar at Steward Zhao. Didn't I tell you to prepare an extra 10,000 Spirit Stones? How could the energy run out so quickly? The Patriarch hasn't even had time to possess her. Steward Zhao hid a large bag behind him but lied. Palace Master, perhaps there's something wrong with the spiritual energy of these Spirit Stones. The extreme cold Palace Master ordered Steward Zhao, go quickly and prepare more, even if it means exhausting all our treasures, he said as he walked towards Tianqian, instructing. And you must stop that reckless Zhen Changxiao from saving this woman, she suddenly spoke, slowly uttering a single word, save. The old man leaned close to her face, frowning slightly, squinting at her, trapped on the ground. Your crazy sect master actually dared to declare war on our entire Ice Emperor Alliance for a mere low-level disciple. Although he has some strength, this markless ice sea is ours to command. Tianqian, hearing the extreme cold palace master say this, interrupted him somewhat uncomprehendingly. Do you have some misunderstanding? She suddenly took off the ice ring on her head. Then she placed it on the extreme cold palace master's head. This action stunned the old man. Tianqian's meaning was that she, Lu Tianqian, never needed anyone to save her. The old man trembled in despair, crying out in disbelief. How is this possible? How could a mere martial king break free from the head ring's restraint? Tianqian stood up, glanced at the extreme cold palace master and explained, blame your Ice Emperor's soul for being too powerful. Every time it connected, this head ring would be suppressed and damaged by the soul. Little by little, I'll take it back, modify it and return it to you. The old man trembled all over, laboriously crying out, Steward Zhao, quickly come and help me get free. But Steward Zhao was actually Zhao Dudu in disguise. That fellow suddenly spoke, startling the extreme cold palace master beside him. Zhao Dudu grinned at Tianqian, smiling sinisterly. Senior sister, the other 8 palace masters have already entered the markless ice sea. What should we do next? The two turned and left, ignoring the old man behind them, still controlled by the ice ring. Tianqian softly replied, of course, we're going to find Dogsheng and the other disciples of the Eternal Sect to face them together. The extreme cold palace master behind them slowly stood up, but after only a few steps, Tianqian suddenly remembered something. All right. She turned to look at the old man, her eyes filled with murderous intent. During this time you said many bad things about Dogsheng in front of me. As soon as she finished speaking, many huge ice shards emerged from the extreme cold palace master's body as if his body were exploding, but it was actually a spell Tianqian had cast on him. After venting, she turned and left, leaving the extreme cold palace master behind to continue communicating with Zhao Dudu. The enemy's combat power is too strong, let's go support them quickly. Suddenly the old man's body began to bleed and the blood dripped along his arm onto the cold ground, forming a small puddle. Unexpectedly, where the blood fell, it immediately turned into bundles of ice thorns, as if Tianqian's spell had turned all of the old man's blood cells into sharp ice shards. In another direction, a slight cold wind swept through, revealing a group of people confronting someone. It was Zhen Changxiao. He looked at the crowd before him, smiled slightly and warned them, I won't say it a second time, move aside. People on the opposite side all looked rather unfriendly. The leader spoke contemptuously, a mere peak martial king brat, daring to tell 8 peak martial emperors to move aside? Sect Master Zhen really knows how to joke. Changxiao suddenly took off his fur coat, feeling a bit annoyed with the group before him. Why don't you listen? Cold, bone-chilling energy accompanied by a trace of firepower swirled around him. Changxiao mocked with a smile, saying it was tiring to personally slap everyone's face. He widened his eyes, shouted, and charged towards the group of peak martial emperors preparing to strike. Suddenly, a green-haired fellow frantically raised his hand, breaking the atmosphere. Please, no more fighting, please spare us heroes. Upon hearing this, everyone reluctantly turned to glare at him in unison, making the fellow sweat awkwardly. Seeing this, he quickly apologized. Oops, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. At the same time, Changxiao took out a red talisman. He frowned mockingly. Let you also experience the fate of the Snowfield sect. Upon receiving the command, a formation immediately appeared before them, forming a vortex as if thousands of swords were suspended in the air, and the imprint on the talisman seemed to be the eye guiding the vortex's rotation. That was indeed the Chang'an talisman. Description: this talisman was created by the Tao ancestor possessing the power to reach heaven and earth and turn the tide. Upon use, it can instantly transcend physical limits, greatly enhancing cultivation. Advantage: activates maximum cultivation based on the user's potential with a minimum increase of 1 realm. Its power caused a huge tremor, cracking the ice below, and a golden stream of energy spewed out. Changxiao gently flicked his finger and a red force coiled around his hand like fire. My luck is good today, isn't it? I, a gambler who only wins 5 out of 10 card games, actually managed to advance by more than 1 realm. Changxiao exuded an overwhelming power, putting everyone below on alert. His eyes were enveloped in flames, and a golden orb of light condensed in his hand as if firing it at them would instantly resolve everything. Zhen Changxiao asked, I wonder if martial saint level power is enough to wipe the ice with all your faces? The screen displayed the talisman's side effects. Last 60 minutes. Cannot be used again for 1 year after the effect ends. The leader used the shocking head ring technique, and a spiky ice ring appeared, shooting directly at Changxiao. However, his ice magic didn't last long. Sweat was already beading on his face. Feeling utterly outmatched, he called for everyone to cooperate. Quickly, all invoke a god simultaneously. I can only control him for 3 breaths at most. The host pointed at Changxiao, curling his lip and replying, Are you sure he hasn't heard what the host said? The leader was also surprised, muttering, Can it be that 8 martial emperors combined still can't defeat him alone? He looked at Changxiao, who not only showed no fear but even picked up the spiky ice ring and started jump roping with it, teasing as expected of an ice emperor product so resilient. Before he could retaliate, 2 other martial emperors charged forward, jointly creating a huge magical ice block and shooting it at Changxiao. They thought they would succeed, but unfortunately, the ice emperor's people were not so lucky. The huge magical ice block was instantly burned into liquid by the flames. Seeing this scene, they all watched in surprise as their huge magical ice block melted on the ground, and both shouted in unison, Can even the ice emperor's ice be burned? Changxiao easily burned away his opponent's ice block. He instantly grabbed a heating ice block. Your ice isn't some insulating material, why can't it be burned? With flames surrounding his body, Changxiao floated in the air, poised to burn anything. All things can be incinerated. The host trembled with fear, his fighting spirit completely gone, not expecting him to possess the power of a martial saint. The leader stood with him, equally unyielding, but his mouth never admitted defeat. How strong can a martial saint be? He must have used some secret technique, paying a heavy price to become strong in a short time. The leader still believed in himself. He added, "As long as we strengthen our defense and endure this phase, it'll be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, that person shouted loudly, "All martial emperors come!" Hoping to overwhelm and deter the enemy with sheer numbers, Changxiao still stood there, the surrounding flames showing no sign of extinguishing. Instantly, a large group of people flew into the air from somewhere, simultaneously casting spells. Shouted in unison, "Extreme cold domain!" Countless huge ice blocks stacked together, pressing down on Changxiao. However, his face remained very calm. "Oh, such an elaborate effort, just to suppress me, then I can't be impolite either. I'll put on a little show." Changxiao gently waved his hand and the ice magic attached to him seemed to have no effect. A golden-orange light flashed from his hand. After reaching Martial Saint, I found that many skills can be activated 2 or 3 times. Alas, choices are harder. Changxiao punched the ground, causing an astonishing tremor. The ground cracked beneath his feet. He mocked them with a smile. 9 seals of Chenkan Heaven Wheel Seal. The space grew increasingly chaotic and the host warned everyone to be careful. He was about to unleash a powerful move. The leader comforted his disciples. "Everyone, quickly stabilize the formation. This is the strongest formation left by the Patriarch. We must trap him." After a moment of silence, the space suddenly fell still, as if everything Changxiao did in the extreme cold ice cave could not suppress the magic of the Ice Emperor's people. The host was sweating profusely, panting. He revealed a victorious smile. "Unharmed. No, his move was broken by our formation." The leader was the same. Both fought with all their might. "The formation is sustained by over 40 martial emperors simultaneously. I knew it could trap him. Everyone just hold on, just hold on." That entity, referred to as a saint, controlled all things, reversing yin and yang. Changxiao's voice suddenly broke the silence. In the dark cave, without a trace of light, the ice magic still tightly bound him, continuing to chant the songs of moving mountains and filling seas. Spinning Changkan, summoning wind and rain, moving mountains and filling earth, riding clouds and stepping on bones, splitting rivers to form land, transforming land into gold, lifting rivers and stirring seas, turning land into copper, detaching from the 5 elements. These words seemed to hint at the power of a martial god. The host and the leader understood his words. He grew increasingly frustrated, and the fruitless battle unfolded before his eyes. Is a martial saint really that strong? Now if we commit suicide, we might even save some time getting to the underworld. I've never read about this in books. Is a sword and martial duel saint truly that special? Even at this moment, Changxiao's exaggerated, mocking expression remained unchanged. He enthusiastically muttered to himself, "Flying sand and rolling stones, moving mountains and filling seas, scattering beams to form soldiers, 7 arrows piercing the head. These immensely powerful spells I know nothing about." They thought these words were serious. The host and the leader were both confused. Is he messing with us? Watching him act all by himself. "I won't charge you for that chant just now as long as you leave your lives behind. However, caution is always better than none." The leader's mental fortitude never wavered. He might be trying to use this method to disrupt our minds and thus break the formation. The Ice Clan territory was extremely cold, making it difficult for ordinary people to survive for long. However, at this moment the atmosphere grew unusually strange. The leader had already noticed it. "But how come I feel it's getting hotter and hotter here?" the host replied. "Maybe we're just too nervous." He looked around, and besides the burning sensation on his skin, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Sweating profusely, Changxiao looked at his hand. "I've long felt this markless ice sea of yours is too cold." White mist rose around him, and his gaze changed from the previous playful calm to a sharp, fiery look, directed at the ice where the Ice Clan stood. "So I want to warm you up. It's only right for me to do it. No need to thank me." The huge ice magic formation suddenly cracked, and white smoke billowed from the cracks, startling everyone. As the 1,000-year ice melted, golden-orange light flickered beneath the ice and people stood beneath it, the light growing clearer. Immediately, flames violently burned, breaking through the 1,000-year ice and incinerating all obstacles in their path. In just an instant, the Ice Clan members were burned to charcoal, lying on the ground. With just one move of blazing fury, he burst out of the ice and stepped onto the ground. The lingering heat of his spell still danced on the ground. From today on, there will be no Ice Emperor alliance in this world. The air grew increasingly hot, as if a volcano were erupting. No one could possibly endure such an environment. He flew into the air, instantly annihilating the enemy. His eyes sparkled with fire. "Tianchen, I'm coming to save you." Just then a sigh echoed. "Alas!" However, Changxiao seemed not to have heard the sound. He clenched his fist, striking a heroic and imposing pose of saving the beauty. "Even if I have to kiss you to wake you from unconsciousness or awaken your soul, I will not refuse." Tianchen had appeared beside him at some point and coldly replied, "Dream on." He looked at the figure beside him in surprise. Changxiao stared at the person in front of him in great astonishment, his eyes wide. Mouth agape. Did she come back herself? "I haven't even put in any effort yet. When did this happen?" Tianchen was already accustomed to his exaggerated expression. She calmly replied, When did I need your help? From the moment you stood here bragging." He rattled off questions. "Are you hurt? Do you need me to check you? I even prepared many tonics for you." In this situation, it was inappropriate. If the two truly exchanged sweet nothings, the surrounding ground would still be cracking and flames still burning. Tianchen quickly rejected his proposal. She just wanted to go somewhere safer than this chaotic place. It's too hot here, let's talk somewhere else. The two figures gradually moved away, leaving behind the charred corpses of the Ice Clan. Changshao's voice rang out. So that Ice Emperor guy didn't get resurrected, right? His life story was quite something. What's so great about it? Tianqian said dismissively. It was nipped in the bud long ago. Sect Master, how mighty! Changshao's praise finally echoed, and then silence fell upon the space as for that group of people. The host was not spared either. Burned black and smoking, however, he possessed extraordinary magic and physical strength and was not easily killed. He still retained consciousness of his surroundings. He widened his eyes, seemingly discovering something. Before him, a huge man's figure clearly appeared. Light emanated from behind his head, dazzling the host lying on the ground. He trembled, supporting himself up. Patriarch, patriarch, patriarch. You must avenge us this time. The eternal sect has truly slapped your face. His expression was grim. The Ice Emperor reached out to the host, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, even if not for you, I would not let go of that extraordinarily talented female disciple." Hearing this, the host immediately beamed with joy. However, the Ice Emperor's intention was not benevolent. He swiftly squeezed the host's face. "But it's not those little brats who caused me such humiliation." He was stunned by the Ice Emperor's action. His face filled with rage, he frowned and sneered, "It's you worthless trash." Back to the extreme cold palace master, bitter winds blew in gusts, yet he remained motionless, his entire face instantly turning pitch black, and a strange green aura gradually emanated from his body. Suddenly, the extreme cold palace master raised his hand and lightly pulled down his face covering, revealing part of his face. He frowned slightly, his tone somewhat peculiar. "How dare they slaughter my descendants, forcing me to rely on blood sacrifice to forcibly possess a body?" As soon as his voice fell, a thick layer of ice bones enveloped the extreme cold palace master. His voice came from within, lying dormant for 1,000 years. A moment later, what emerged from the ice bone barrier was none other than the Ice Emperor. He had at some unknown point occupied the extreme cold palace master's body and resurrected. This generation of descendants is too mediocre in talent. Even after my possession and transformation, I have only recovered to a half-saint cultivation. To fully recover to my peak, I still need to absorb that little girl's soul into my body. The Ice Emperor walked towards the 8 fallen peak martial emperors nearby. Absorbing their spiritual energy, after losing his power, one of them became emaciated as if long starved. He glanced down, frowning slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. What a bunch of worthless trash. So many martial emperors, spiritual energy and spiritual roots, yet they only allowed me to recover to the martial saint realm. He had only taken a few steps when the person behind him saw his departing back and hastily asked, Grand Patriarch, why are you treating us like this?" Hearing this, the Ice Emperor involuntarily stopped. "Why?" He immediately turned and glared at that person, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, and replied, "Back then I left my legacy to be used for my resurrection. You are nothing but my spiritual energy reserve. But rest assured, I will also avenge you, and destroy the eternal sect." Suddenly a powerful force erupted from the Ice Emperor, soaring skyward, scattering even his hair in the wind. This action clearly indicated his anger. In this world, spiritual energy is so scarce and descendants are so weak and incompetent, but this is fine. With my current martial saint cultivation, I am enough to dominate one side. On the other side, the extreme cold palace lay in ruins, surrounding buildings utterly destroyed, leaving only shattered walls and debris. Suddenly a voice sounded. It was Li Qingyang speaking with Zhao Dudu. After hearing everything this fellow recounted, Qingyang seemed to understand part of it. "Did the sect master say he wanted to carefully experience the martial saint realm and then told you to come back and report that everyone is safe?" Behind them, Yi Xingqian, having just punched someone away, asked, "What's he doing experiencing the martial saint realm with senior sister?" Dudu quickly replied, "I asked that too at the time, and the sect master criticized me by name." His next words annoyed Yi Xingqian, saying that anyone who asked such a question was destined to be as lonely as senior brother Yi for life. Yi Xingqian frowned, his expression displeased. "I want to curse." Suddenly he noticed something abnormal and abruptly opened his eyes wide. Yi Xingqian warned anxiously, "Everyone quiet this oppressive feeling. The Ice Emperor seems to be approaching us rapidly." Qingyang was startled upon hearing this. Both looked in the same direction and simultaneously ordered, "Quickly activate the backup plan left by the sect master. Retreat." A moment later, the Ice Emperor arrived, having utterly destroyed the extreme cold palace, looking at the chaotic scene before him. His eyes filled with anger. The eternal sect, unforgivable. Suddenly, a strange person rushed out from the ground, hugging the Ice Emperor's leg and pleading, "Grand Patriarch, our extreme cold palace's 1,000-year foundation is all destroyed. You must uphold justice for us." Seeing this, he mercilessly kicked that person away. Whining and crying, "What a disgrace," he loudly demanded. "Is there anyone else who hasn't been scared witless? Step forward and answer." A purple-haired person hastily stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Grand Patriarch, as you can see, the Eternal Sect's overall strength is astonishing. With over a dozen high-grade martial kings and countless martial sects, they not only destroyed the extreme cold palace but also plundered its treasury. Just now they might have sensed your divine power and suddenly fled collectively towards the southwest." After the person finished speaking, the Ice Emperor extended his hand and created a small ice ball, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, implying that the Eternal Sect thought they could come and go as they pleased. Do they really think our extreme cold palace is just any place? I will go and kill all of you." He glanced at the purple-haired person behind him and praised, "You are very good, neither arrogant nor servile, full of righteous spirit." The Ice Emperor then sped away, but not without leaving a message. "When I return I will guide you well. The future of the extreme cold palace is in your hands." That person cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Lord Ice Emperor." He slowly raised his face. It was Qingyang disguised as a member of the extreme cold palace. He snorted disdainfully. "This old fellow is truly too weak." He turned around and clapped his hands, signaling, "Everyone quickly gather all your things and go find the sect master." "Move, move." Zhang Changxiao stood in a corner, his face full of regret and unwillingness. Just 1 minute more with ice and snow filling the sky, Tianqian and I would have stood atop a solitary peak. The world vast and boundless, I wanted to tell her grandly, "This is the empire I built for you." But I was just a breath away from success. Zhang Changxiao was somewhat dejected, motionless. "Always just a little bit short. This is very detrimental to my physical and mental development." Tianqian behind him was already blushing, hastily pushing him. "Quickly, pull yourself together and face the enemy. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Everyone was already prepared, even covering their eyes with their hands, yet remained unharmed. Suddenly, a beam of light violently shot towards Zhang Changxiao, causing a fierce tremor. The Ice Emperor emerged, angrily shouting, "How dare you toy with me? I will seal you forever in the markless ice sea." He was furious to the extreme, roaring, "I will extract your souls." Just as he was getting excited, a fireball flew over and blocked his mouth. Zhang Changxiao walked over unhurriedly, holding a huge ball of flame. "Ice Emperor, is it? Keep your voice down. Our little ones in the Eternal Sect are very timid. What if you scare them? It seems your reincarnation wasn't very successful this time. To be only just entering the martial saint realm." His mouth was burned by the fire, leaving several black marks. The Ice Emperor gnashed his teeth and said, "Since you know my identity, you must also know that with my experience and martial emperor cultivation." Suddenly, a conflicting force of ice and fire erupted from both him and Zhang Changxiao simultaneously, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack inch by inch. The Ice Emperor still refused to yield, shouting loudly, "Even if I'm just an initial martial saint, I am the strongest martial saint. I am a sword and martial dual saint. Do you think I'm exaggerating?" His eyes were also enveloped in green aura, his brows tightly furrowed. He muttered to himself, "Sword and martial dual saint, normally this body of mine truly wouldn't be able to suppress you, but you chose the wrong battle location." With that, the Ice Emperor flew into the sky, creating many sharp ice blocks with a vast amount of power condensed before him, slowly chanting a spell. "Northeast Luzhou, land of extreme cold stars. The extreme cold palace is the core of the ice plain. Cold blade plague bone." An ice horse leg appeared, and atop it was a large spear also made of ice. He challenged Zhang Changxiao. "Let's see how you defend against this." After the thin ice mist dispersed, the Ice Emperor, clad in armor and riding an ice horse made of those huge ice blocks, appeared like a warrior. "Power of heaven and earth." He raised his head high, commanding like an emperor. "You mortal lunatic, how dare you look directly at the Ice Emperor? Kneel now." Zhang Changxiao was enraged upon hearing this, a wave of heat gradually spreading, and before he even made a move the surrounding temperature instantly rose by over 10 degrees. As expected of a martial emperor from 1,000 years ago, he looked at the Ice Emperor's current form, eagle head, 8 legs, golden yellow, and laughed with interest, his eyes enveloped in raging flames. "As expected of a martial emperor's heritage, your aura rivals that of a god. How about I give you a twilight of the gods?" The Ice Emperor, riding his ice horse, charged straight ahead, aiming to stab Zhang Changxiao to death. As the long spear was about to strike, Zhang Changxiao remained calmly in place, the flames in his hand already spreading to his entire arm, burning fiercely. Zhang Changxiao glanced, then rushed forward, shattering the Ice Emperor's ice spear into countless fragments. His fingertips and eyes were still continuously burning with flames. Just after shattering the ice spear, Zhang Changxiao was astonished to find that the flames in his hand had been extinguished by the extreme cold ice energy. Behind him, the Ice Emperor was still riding his ice horse, the ice spear having instantly recovered to its original state. He circled a few times in the air, the bitter cold energy gathering at the spearhead. "Little martial saint, who gave you the courage to play with fire in front of me?" As soon as his voice fell, he pointed at Zhang Changxiao. Zhang Changxiao glanced, sweat beading on his forehead. He shot ice arrows, which whistled towards Zhang Changxiao. The ice arrows split into dozens of smaller arrows, all aimed at Zhang Changxiao's position. Zhang Changxiao, far from being afraid, deftly turned to dodge, even having the leisure to muck the Ice Emperor's moves too slow all over the place. The Ice Emperor continued his offensive, raising his hand before him and chanting the move Bone Spur Ice Path. Instantly, an ice spike grew from the pile of ice left by the previous attack, stabbing directly at Zhang Changxiao's chin, attempting to pierce him, but he swiftly dodged. Just as he evaded that strike, ice spikes continued to grow from all directions, extremely sharp, stabbing straight towards Zhang Changxiao. Unexpectedly, before the sharp ice spikes could reach him, they were melted by the fiery heat emanating from his body. The Ice Emperor's moves are indeed extraordinary. The hardness of this ice already rivals divine weapons. Zhang Changxiao's body was engulfed in raging flames, melting the ice even faster. He muttered to himself, "If I don't condense my flames to the extreme, I really won't be able to melt them." Just after melting the ice spikes, Zhang Changxiao's face sank because the Ice Emperor's attacks were relentless. At some unknown point he had already approached on his horse, preparing to unleash ice-cold arrow stomp. Hey, you're going too far." He endured the ice horse's kicks like a tempest, and the surrounding space vibrated from the terrifying aftershocks of the impact outside. Cold air formed currents from the ice elemental moves, permeating the entire surrounding space. The trio still sat in place, discussing the battle. The Ice Emperor is really strong. Can the Sect Master hold on? Yi Xingqian's forehead was beaded with sweat, his gaze fixed on the direction of the battlefield. Currently, the Ice Emperor only has Martial Saint Cultivation. With the Sect Master's thick skin, he can probably still hold on for a breath, he continued. 1,000 years ago, in terms of cultivation, the Ice Emperor was definitely an exceptionally talented genius. He created countless powerful cultivation techniques, but this also led to his energy being dispersed, practicing many things without excelling, which instead created a flaw in his offensive power. At this moment, the Ice Emperor's figure appeared vaguely in the ice mist, picking up where Yi Xingqian left off, eloquently recounting his battle achievements. They all called me an unconquerable legend, and Martial Emperor disciples were convinced by my actual combat ability among Martial Emperors. Hearing the voice, both Yi Xingqian and Tianqian were startled. The ice mist dispersed and the Ice Emperor stood before Tianqian, their eyes meeting. But you mortals, the strongest among you has already been defeated. Do you still wish to rush to your doom like moths to a flame? Girl, if you cooperate with me and surrender your soul to help me recover to the Martial Emperor realm, I can spare these ants' lives, he smiled disdainfully, continuing his complacent attitude. To defeat me, unless there's a hidden Martial Emperor among you, he was smugly congratulating himself, thinking he had defeated Zhen Changxiao, but unexpectedly Zhen Changxiao threw a ball of fire onto his head. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet, so his long hair wasn't burned off. He abruptly turned his head and saw Zhen Changxiao emerge from under the ice horse's feet, a small fireball condensed in his hand. You actually thought you could kill me with a broken horse, are you joking? Let me ask you something, have you ever looked directly at the sun? Zhen Changxiao's face was full of confidence, his hand still condensing the small fireball. The Ice Emperor angrily charged forward, roaring, "Stop trying to be mysterious." He suddenly noticed something, his eyes filled with terror, and he stopped before the fireball that had grown from palm-sized to as huge as a small sun. Zhen Changxiao leapt from the ground. After reaching Martial Saint, I truly understood the correct usage of the 7 Zon Radiant Palm. The armor the Ice Emperor conjured before the battle instantly became soft under the terrifying heat of the 7 Zon Radiant Palm, gradually melting into water, leaving the Ice Emperor's entire body, including his hair, soaked like a drowned chicken. Sensing the terror of this move, he quickly turned and fled to avoid being hit by the fireball. As he ran, he chanted another move, conjuring vine-like thorny headbands. Instantly, long vines rapidly extended towards everyone present just as it grabbed someone. The thorny vines quickly wrapped around Tianqian, and the Ice Emperor's hand also clutched her neck, giving her no chance to resist. He triumphantly declared, "The ultimate victory still belongs to me. I originally didn't want to use the thorny headband to control you, because by doing so I wouldn't be able to recover 100%, but I can't worry about that now. Let me see what your deepest desires are." The Ice Emperor began casting a spell on Tianqian's body and mind. "Surrender your soul and you too can become part of the Ice Emperor. You will be omnipotent. Your life will be yours to command." Tianqian's eyes flew open, only cold blue remaining. Changxiao's figure was reflected in her eyes. It was his entire person. Changxiao couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "That's right, it was his entire person." Upon hearing this, he immediately shouted, "Tianqian, I'm worried about your safety, and I don't want you to turn into anything." The Ice Emperor began to infiltrate Tianqian's mind, his eyes seemingly driven by magic, smiling sinisterly. "Let me see what your deepest desires are." He seemed to notice something amiss. His eyes returned to normal and then began to itch. Tianqian seized the opportunity and quickly escaped, not forgetting to poke his eyes with her hands. My eyes," the old man screamed in agony. "How could this seemingly gentle young girl have such filthy thoughts? And that kid, I can't even look, can't even say it." The old man howled loudly, threatening with sparks flying from his mouth. Tianqian, on the other hand, lowered her head, her face burning red, steam even rising from her head. Changxiao, utterly bewildered, turned to ask her, "Tianqian, what were you thinking of?" Before he could finish, Tianqian immediately made a series of gestures, forbidding questions, guesses, or conjectures. Meanwhile, a young man was noisily eating noodles on a rock. Wow, Dudu's skill is getting better and better. Halfway through his meal, he was suddenly startled by something. Looking up. "This is the aura of the 7 Zon Saint Venerable. Has the Sect Master returned? It seems they're coming back soon." It was he, Wudi. He had already dealt with the enemy forces without even breaking a sweat, leisurely sitting and eating noodles, letting their bodies pile up like mountains, countless dead. "If I still don't come back and the Eternal Sect takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, I don't know how I'll forgive myself." Returning to the battle that was not yet over, the Ice Emperor old man was still trying his best to dodge Changxiao's 7 Zon Radiant Palm attack. When pushed to the brink, the old man finally turned his face, realizing there was no escape. As the flames rushed towards him, the old man immediately shot out a small ice cone, temporarily blocking the impact of the flames. However, that tiny bit of ice could not withstand the heat emanating from the flames. In an instant, that layer of ice vaporized into water, and the flames engulfed the Ice Emperor. Changxiao looked down from above, feeling somewhat relaxed. Is it because martial saints are too weak? Or is the 7 Zon Radiant Palm too strong? This was just the first strike. Changxiao questioned himself, doubting the Ice Emperor's ability, but the Ice Emperor did not disappoint him. Amidst the smoke and fire, the old man's blurry figure emerged. A mere martial saint kid to be able to unleash such powerful force. Ah, the Ice Emperor greatly admires your strength. Indeed, the old man still had not fallen after Changxiao's fierce attack. Only a bit of his clothes were burned, but his body was completely unharmed. To think you could push this emperor to such an extent. The old man gathered his strength, leapt up fiercely, and flew into the air. From the ground only a tiny black speck remained. In an instant the old man flew to the same height as Changxiao. His attitude completely changed, and he solemnly declared, "Therefore I shall bestow upon you a glorious death. Although the next move might harm this emperor's soul, I am willing." His gaze was solemn. He was completely serious about what he said. As soon as he finished speaking, tornadoes and vortices appeared around both of them, their destructive power almost tearing apart the ground beneath their feet. They converged into a colossal white mass of energy suspended overhead. Not only was Changxiao not intimidated by the Ice Emperor's death sentence, but a wild grin appeared on his face. Before the Ice Emperor, he once again condensed a fireball. "We're only inches apart and you still dare to cast spells casually? Do you think I'll just wait patiently for you?" Before he could finish, he sensed an anomaly. What's going on? Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor old man in front was still casting his spell. "I unleash ice and snow. The surroundings are frigid, blizzards rage, yet the temperature is the exact opposite, abnormally scorching hot. Why is the temperature of this blizzard rising so rapidly? Are you trying to self-destruct, old man?" Below the two, Qingyang and Yi Xingchen were still observing the battle. "Junior brother Yi, you seem to know a lot about the Ice Emperor's martial skills. What technique is he using now? Why do I feel it's getting hotter and hotter?" Yi Xingchen's face was solemn, his eyes still fixed on the battle. "Everyone who hasn't reached the martial emperor realm, quickly retreat, run as far as you can. This Ice Emperor is going all out. He is gathering all the coldness of northeast Luzhou within 1 inch of his body." At this moment a thick layer of ice coiled around the Ice Emperor's body, and the wind howled past him. He sighed. "I unleash the ice plane, I am God." His eyes glowed, pupils completely obscured, and raging winds howled around him as a colossal ice block hovered in the air. Right next to Changxiao, that colossal ice block must have been created by the Ice God old man, coiling around him. This is a move this emperor comprehended after years of slumber. A giant ice wing appeared above Changxiao's head. Compared to that wing, he seemed incredibly tiny. As that wing moved, the surrounding air was stirred, and a colossal 4-headed dragon named the Heaven-Earth Phantom Dragon appeared in the air. Compared to that dragon, Changxiao was probably only a bit larger than its toenail. The 4-headed dragon surrounded him. "This emperor will absorb all the cold energy between heaven and earth into my body. This emperor is God." Changxiao assumed a stance, raised his hand and immediately shot out fireballs, continuously bombarding the dragon's head. Smoke billowed and his mouth was still full of provocation. "God, this venerable is a god slayer. After unleashing so many radiant palms, my 2 energies are almost depleted of spiritual power." After several consecutive bombardments, the ice and snow gradually melted, and water vapor filled the air, obscuring all vision. Nothing could be seen clearly, but this water vapor is so hot there won't be a sudden counterattack, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Colossal Dragon opened its huge mouth intending to swallow Changxiao alive. Standing before that huge mouth, he complained about his own dark mouth. It turned out that the dragon didn't want to swallow him but instead shot out a powerful ice arrow. Changxiao was hit. One of his hands was frozen stiff, however his other hand, blazing with fire, rushed forward, ready to deliver a fiery punch to the dragon's head. With one punch, the layer of ice seemed to remain motionless. His flames were pushed aside, completely unable to affect that hard ice layer. That dragon head looked triumphant. "Your punch is too weak and your flames aren't that hot anymore. Is this Emperor's Heaven Phantom Ice Dragon too strong, or is your power waning?" Indeed, Changxiao's power had indeed weakened somewhat. The system displayed a notification. "Host, the remaining time for the Chunkin Talisman is less than 10 minutes. He broke out in a cold sweat, calculating in his mind, by the looks of it, "This old man can't be defeated in 10 minutes. Can I recharge and replenish?" Seeing Changxiao's silence, the Ice Emperor became triumphant, taking his silence as agreement. "Silence? It seems this Emperor guessed correctly. Now you can't even completely melt my ice armor anymore." The old man abruptly turned and flew away, no longer focusing on Changxiao, as he felt Changxiao had run out of power. An opponent without power is truly uninteresting. "Before this Emperor completely loses interest, let's have some fun." The old man disdained him. Thinking he was too weak to fight against this new dragon form, he then flew towards where the others were. "You cut off my lineage, so I will devour your sect." "Very fair." Seeing the dragon flying towards them, everyone immediately stirred, preparing for battle. Before the old man could touch his disciples, Changxiao rushed in front of him, radiating immense power. Waving 2 fingers, flames immediately blazed so fierce that even the Ice Emperor was startled. The flames split in 2. Eternal Sect disciples facing the Ice Emperor. "Is that right? God, is that right?" Changxiao was truly enraged by the Ice Emperor's words just now. Veins bulging on his face, his expression both contemptuous and eager to smash the Ice Emperor into dust. Now this venerable demands compensation. The flames in his hand were still burning, indicating that Changxiao still had energy to fight and would not easily lose to the old man. The multi-headed ice dragon mocked Changxiao for being too weak, thinking he could kill a god with such candle-like flames. Each of the old man's heads voiced a different opinion. Sect Master Jun is being a bit fanciful. Do you intend to stall for time for your disciples? Then this emperor will acknowledge you as a hero. He gazed at the flames in his hand, too lazy to bother with what the Ice Emperor was saying. To save energy, in Starfall Continent there are 3 divine flames.